A scorched wasteland that stretches to the horizon, where it is bounded by the thousand-faced mountains. This place is more reminiscent of purgatory than a habitable world, and demons live here. Hundreds of brave men who dared to cross this wasteland met their death here. They disappeared without anyone's mourning, as if they had never existed, but each one desperately fought for his life until the very end. Another poor fellow plunged his sharp blade into the guts of a desert worm, overcoming the urge to vomit, which caused foul breath to come out of the latter's mouth. Breathing heavily, the adventurer wiped his face, wet with sweat and the monster's sticky bodily fluids. It was just an ordinary, lesser monster, one of the beasts that roamed here, but it had become this man's first victim. All he could do was remain in the rear of the main forces, fighting on the front lines of the conquest of the New World. They fought in the light of a crimson sky, and their strength would conquer even hell, so the adventurers believed. An ordinary person who hadn't awakened his powers could only scavenge countless corpses and the various useful items found among them, earning the angry shouts of the senior members of the squad as a reward, for whom he was nothing more than a burden. He himself hired himself out to go as a servant loader into this hell. After all, no army in the world could manage without servants and sutlers. Lacking the strength to fight on the front lines, he was despised by all others who considered themselves warriors. The world changed after the opening of the abyss, the confluence connecting Earth with other dimensions, inhabited by monsters that could only be imagined in books and legends. But this also awakened dormant powers in people, endowing them with the ability to destroy monsters and conquer the abyss. Efforts and personal qualities meant nothing, only strength and military valor. As if the world had suddenly returned to chiefdom, the strong received money and glory. They became the new aristocrats. But without abilities, he could only dream of a better life. He was a simple porter, or, as they called him in the detachment, a mule. Even at 35, he still hadn't awakened, so life seemed quite bleak to him. And yet this seeker still hoped to get his chance. As a reward for his patience, having finished collecting the monster cores, he reported this to the others. But no one made a sound in response, and only now did the seeker realize that he had not heard the sounds of battle for a long time. And when he looked in their direction, he discovered that the entire squad of seekers was already dead. They lay side by side, in a senseless heap of bodies, exactly where they had fallen, struck down by an unknown force, faster than they could even comprehend anything. Never before had the mule been so scared as now, and he turned to stone. Then he heard an ominous voice, and turning around, he saw before him the face of death, a body woven of darkness, taller than some houses, a giant wearing piles of bones and skulls instead of clothing. This was the appearance of Asmodeus, a demon of the triple highest rank, the king of kings, the one whose name inspired terror in any adventurer. There was an endless gap in rank and strength between them, like between an ant and an elephant, and the seeker must have been overcome with an unaccountable fear, and he simply screamed and rushed at the enemy, fully aware that death awaited him. The demon twitched the fingers of one of his many limbs, and the pitiful porter's arm was severed from his body below the elbow. Asmodeus could have swatted him like a fly, turning him to dust, but apparently he himself found it amusing that such weaklings existed. Death stepped towards him. Countless empty skulls of his victims rained down, and then Asmodeus touched his forehead with his boundless power. It was like watching the finger of God descend to slowly crush you, just for fun. The seeker reminisced about his entire life, losing his parents quite early in a car accident, being bullied at school, and spending the rest of his miserable life as a despised mule porter. He was cursing his fate, his life, and his never-to-be awakening, when a flash of light illuminated his mind, and a voice from above told him that all the conditions for awakening had been met. In the midst of the bright light, the seeker saw golden steps leading to the sky, and there, at the top of everything, was he, perhaps a god, or perhaps a devil. The seeker was confused, because he had just been dying in agony, and now everything seemed to have frozen. Turning around, he saw himself at the feet of Asmodeus, A light-faced figure walked down the steps straight towards the Seeker, who was still stunned that something could stop Asmodeus and stand above him. "Who is he?" asked the pathetic Seeker from the deity that radiated omnipotence. The king, or lord, was prompted by the deity, but it did not matter, for he had come to give him power. The Seeker did not answer. He understood each word separately, but could not piece together their meaning. The deity chuckled. "There's no need to be so distrustful," the fair-faced one said. The Seeker was recognized by him because of his tenacity, nothing more. However, it would be great if he no longer hoped for such a miracle. "It was the first and last of its kind," said the light-faced one. He didn't answer any more questions. In time, all the answers would become clear. At that very moment, the Seeker saw above him something even more terrible than Asmodeus. This must be what Fenrir's grinning maw looked like, he thought, and then he was swallowed by the abyss. It's hard to say how long he was unconscious, but he woke up feeling refreshed, his cheeks were burning, his ribs were aching with pain, and someone continued to shake him persistently. A loud ringing sound came from a resounding slap in the face, and a wave of prickly heat passed over the face again. "Finally woke up," the ugly school bully who'd been holding him by the collar said in a sarcastic voice. Beck Hex, a long-forgotten name stirred in the depths of his memory. Taehyung didn't understand how this slippery bully, who always groveled before the strongest and humiliated those who were weaker, ended up here. Just a moment ago, Kim Taehyung was in the abyss. Then, remembering the conversation with the fair-faced one, he checked his status. The boy received a couple more light slaps, but he no longer paid them any attention. He had just realized he'd returned to his 16th year, straight from hell, and this realization washed over him like a wave of hysterical, insane laughter, straight from the depths of his desperate soul. He laughed so wildly, so freely and uncontrollably, that even Beck Hexu let go of him and stepped back, deciding that the weakling had gone mad. For a moment, he thought the pathetic worm was just playing a joke on him and cursed foully, and then was surprised to find Taehyung's fist flying out to greet him. The greeting was excellent. Although Taehyung was inferior in strength, he was helped by the accumulated experience and anger of many years of humiliation, so the bully recoiled from the blow. He flew past his friends, who clearly did not expect such resistance from a weakling. Kim Taehyung himself was overjoyed because he had just become awakened for the first time in his 35 years. Tears of happiness rolled down his broken and swollen cheeks. But that was nothing. When Beck Hex's lackeys realized what had happened, they pounced on the weakling who had dared to fight back, not hesitating to use their awakened abilities. Even though these were only basic skills, they could cause serious burns or injuries, but Taehyung simply dodged the first strike, after which he rewarded the overconfident opponent with a powerful uppercut. In fact, the hooligans did not know how to fight, and even ordinary skills were enough to deal with them. The second one, who jumped up to Taehyung after him with an icy hand, became acquainted with the leg of the Seeker who had been to hell. By the age of 35, Taehyung had tried everything possible to awaken his skill, starting with the most grueling physical training, without forgetting to study all available information about the inhabitants of the abyss and their skills. Taehyung even practiced different types of martial arts in hopes of finding the key to awakening. Could he really lose to some bullies who had only fought a couple of times in their lives? And even then, against those who were weaker and fewer in number? They were children to him, and he beat them like children, anticipating their actions even before they were committed. Of course, the reincarnation had thrown away all his hard training. He no longer had a steely, resilient body, and this part would have to be started from scratch. Beck Hesu came to his senses after the single blow and rose to his feet, cursing loudly from the pain and humiliation. Having covered himself with stone, he looked like an evil troll. The bully's eyes were bloodshot like a bull's, and it was clear that he was no longer in control of himself. A school fight could at any moment turn into a brutal massacre. He possessed the ability of stone skin, which acted as armor. It was impossible to even think about penetrating it with a bare fist, and a direct punch to the face would make more than one dentist rich. Fortunately, Taehyung's combat reflexes remained intact, and he dodged the first blow. As with the second one, despite the fact that the enemy looked heavy and bulky, he did not lose speed. The armor allowed him to attack without having to worry about defense. So Beck Hexu took a running start and jumped on top of him. The force put into this blow sharply distinguished the awakened one from ordinary people, because a hail of fragments rained down from it in all directions. The roof was covered with a thick layer of fine dust, and under its veil, Taehyung, who was not injured, quickly went behind the enemy. He delivered a brilliant counterattack when Baek Heksu tried to meet his unexpected approach. But instead of heavy damage, Taehyung himself received damage. His opponent's face was also covered in stone, so he may have just broken a couple of his bones on it. The bully simply waved his hand, but the force was so great that Taehyung simply flew back. After all, a mere man could not compete with an awakened one. In an instant, the tide of the battle turned against Taehyung, and he lay on the ground completely broken. Baek Hex liked this look much more. "There is a limit to jokes," he said angrily, approaching him to properly take revenge for the humiliation received. "A non-entity without awakening," said the bully, and smiled crookedly, confident in his superiority. Taehyung remained lying there, pondering. All awakened beings received a basic skill, which was assigned a rank, from lowest to highest. Rank 6 was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary human, while the highest rank was awarded to those worthy of being called monsters, their strength growing disproportionately with each level. But what did Taehyung get? He received an unknown ability, and a low-ranking one at that, while his opponent had a third-ranking one. However, for some reason, the adventurer didn't feel like he would lose. The power continued to come, filling him from within, and Taehyung was able to rise, surrounded by an ominous crimson aura like blood. Baek Hex couldn't believe his eyes and froze in place. The weakling he had always bullied had now truly awakened. Everything was new for Taehyung. He felt like he could now control magic with his skill. Feeling threatened, the bully rushed forward with a powerful attack. He knew that if the caster was eliminated, his magic would be interrupted. But then it was as if he had run into an impenetrable wall and froze in midair, caught up by a predator. Taehyung clenched his fist. An invisible fangs sank into the bully's stone armor, and it suddenly disappeared. At this time, there were not many students left in the school. Due to evening assignments, no one looked at the roof where the fateful battle took place. For just a moment, the sky turned crimson, as if it had been swallowed up by the abyss itself, and the rays of the sunset disappeared behind a red curtain. Having lost his strength, the hooligan fell face down at the hero's feet. The fight was over. The absorption was complete. The rank had risen to 5th. A new skill had been discovered. The system announced in a dispassionate voice, and stone growths appeared on Taehyung's skin. Her agate black eyes widened when someone knocked on the infirmary door, and then barged in without waiting for an answer. Even if Taehyung hadn't gotten into trouble, he would have injured himself just to peer into this heavenly oasis and admire the graceful figure of the young nurse with such a kind and innocent face that he could fall in love with her instantly. But now he brazenly barged into her chambers, dragging on himself everyone who had simply fallen down the stairs, and now he couldn't walk on his own. The very sight of a beaten and bloodied teenager, who looked like he had crawled out from under a truck, also left much to be desired. The beautiful Huri of this school corner could only let out a surprised cry, having recorded what was happening. Later, Taehyung helped his sister put the beaten children to bed. Fortunately, there were enough beds. Since the awakened children appeared, the healthcare system had undergone its own reforms. Instead of the usual bandages and treatment of abrasions, nurses saved school children from the effects of turbulent hormones in the blood, using their healing skills. Of course, Taehyung insisted on the most logical and plausible version of what happened. They all collided on the stairs and rolled down unsuccessfully. Maybe the steps were slippery after cleaning. Once he'd fully recovered, he left the beautiful oasis and leisurely strolled home, enjoying the walk. Not only had he just woken up, but he'd also gotten even with the bully who'd been bothering him all his school years. Though it was a petty victory, it warmed his soul. The only problem was the predator. Even by the standards of the Abyss, this ability was something insane. A rank that many couldn't improve in a lifetime rose after just one battle. It may have been a low-ranking skill, but the ability to steal abilities and grow from them made it the ultimate. There were many questions in his head. Why did the light-faced god endow him with this power? Why did he return him to the past? But in the end, Taehyung had no choice but to use this power and live on. And so he found himself in front of the doors of his home, where there should have been no one for an eternity, and he still did not dare to enter, fearing that he would disappear like a fleeting vision, and everything that was happening would turn out to be a dream. His relatives took in the young man when he lost his family, and so they began to live together. Now they had to be at work. Uncle came home late. Taehyung touched the door and was glad to feel the familiar smell, and that the house had not disappeared. He wanted to learn more about the skill and went up to the computer room, but suddenly discovered the house wasn't so empty. His cousin was hunched over a savings box, surrounded by some very strange characters. The brother clearly didn't expect to see Taehyung so early, and was very embarrassed by such confusion, realizing how difficult it would be to explain what was happening. Hwang Jae-young should have been at school right now, as far as the seeker remembered, so he was also quite surprised. Long-forgotten memories stirred in my head about how Hwang took all the money from the house to enlist the support of some bandits. Realizing that the quiet affair was no longer so, the bandits stood up. Their obvious leader frowned at Taehyung and, after asking Hwang, who was serving him, found out that it was his cousin in front of them. Taehyung waited. He still didn't know what kind of people these were and what they were capable of. The bandit who invaded their house behaved insolently, as if he was the owner. He said that his cousin should leave, forgetting everything he saw there, and approached with a threatening look. He was taller than Taehyung and broader in the shoulders, and on top of that he knew that the guy was not awake, so he felt very at ease. However, soon he too had to get to know the fist of the just hero better. Taehyung still wanted to test his abilities. The blow was so sudden that even the tall cabinet in front of him wobbled and fell with the clink of coins scattering all around. Taehyung reached out to the villain's face and summoned his predator skill faster than anyone could react. But the predator function turned out to be unavailable, the system reported indifferently. For a moment, all the participants in this scene that had begun so violently looked at each other in amazement. All the confidence of the veteran porter with many years of experience instantly evaporated from his face. Since there was no continuation, the bandit took the initiative and kicked Taehyung in the face. At the same time, the rest of the bandits began to act. When the seeker found himself on the floor, chains flew out of the hands of one of them, a binding skill of the 3rd rank. The second one used the poison breath skill, also 3rd rank. It became clear that this was not a simple gang of schoolchildren. Their leader had the ability to bleed, apparently of plant origin, because thorny vines appeared from his hands. This would be more than enough to defeat a strong awakened one, let alone an ordinary defenseless person. There was a crash and a roar that shook the entire house, and half the neighborhood must have heard it. Because of the smokescreen, Taehyung disappeared from sight, and the extortion gang had to wait for the smoke to clear. Their leader chuckled, amused by the audacity of the unawakened one who dared to pretend to be awakened. Suddenly, an ominous feeling came over them all. The use of a skill had been detected, the system calmly informed Taehyung. Chain, poison, and bleeding skills are confirmed, and resistance is gained through mystical power. Taehyung stood in the center of a raging crimson curtain that saved him from fatal damage. He had absolutely no idea how the predator worked, because at first he was silent, and now he had neutralized all the skills directed at him. The next moment, the seeker jumped as fast as he could and put the extortionist leader to sleep with a stone fist. The fair hero's eyes flashed with rage. He was clearly enjoying his power. Soon all the troublemakers were lying quietly and already dreaming their 10th dream on the floor of their house. Taehyung learned 2 things. Awakened beings see a status window accessible only to them, but the window itself doesn't display all the information. There was no mana shortage, but the predator still wouldn't activate, meaning it required special conditions. In addition, the predator's passive skill was not indicated in the description. It was capable of neutralizing all negative effects such as poison and bleeding. Thus, Taehyung gradually learned the peculiarities of his mysterious power, but then he was distracted by Hwang, who touched his forehead to the floor and bowed deeply, as if he were at a reception with the emperor. After which, he delivered a passionate speech in which he acknowledged the strength of his elder brother and repented of his sins, begging for forgiveness so loudly that his ears became blocked. For forgiveness, he was willing to serve him faithfully and do anything, even shine his shoes. Taehyung was amazed by such a deflection, even though he knew his brother was a real fox. Hwang even began to obediently bark, imitating a dog. But the problem was not in him at all, Taehyung thought, looking with disdain at all these humiliations. The trouble was that soon a danger was about to happen. A danger that no one knew about yet was looming over the city. The Seeker was already tired of listening to human barking, and he agreed to forgive his brother, which immediately made him wag his tail. However, in exchange, he had to go with him. The Seeker said mysteriously and grinned. He had already come up with a plan. Far beyond the city limits, in a long-abandoned industrial zone, it was quiet. Evening was falling and the sun was setting, its rays streaming through the windows of an empty factory. 3 searchers, who had been called straight from the office and without any equipment, entered this closed area, and all in order to witness such a rare and dangerous phenomenon as a gate breakthrough. Monsters from the other side of the abyss continued to arrive through the portal, still held back by the tight, transparent dome. If nothing is done about this phenomenon, it could turn into a real catastrophe. It's been 10 years since the last one. That time, it all started exactly the same way. A gate suddenly appeared and monsters began to crawl around. What was happening caused a lot of concern among the girls who came here. They kept their distance and suggested first evacuating the population. However, the Seeker with them confidently declared that this wouldn't be necessary, as he had a second-tier skill, Barrier. It was this skill that was currently holding back the first wave of invaders. While he was bragging about his strength, saying that even if a breakthrough were to occur, only weak monsters would emerge from a low-ranking gate. They successfully broke through his transparent dome, and like a river breaking through a blockage, they gushed out. Then the leader of the interception group showed that his words and self-confidence were not built out of nothing, and in one fell swoop he cut off the head of the first monster that approached. They were all second-rank Seekers, so they could hold back the breakthrough of a horde of lower monsters. Meanwhile, Huang and Taehyung ran through the city's night streets, and along the way, the returnee quickly brought his first henchman up to speed. The brother realized that the managing person was already at the gate breakthrough site, which meant everything would be fine. Although in conversation he constantly added "sir," completely out of place. The original mana of this gate was Tier 3, which is why personnel of a higher rank arrived there to deal with the problem, Taehyung explained. And everything should go smoothly, but only if this truly is a third-tier gate. The entire floor of the abandoned factory was covered with a thick carpet of the bodies of monsters that had perished in the insane carnage. The leader of the interceptors was surprised by their tenacity and the fact that they had even managed to break through his second-rank barrier. Suddenly, he felt mana appear inside the gate that was superior in rank to his own. Monsters began to crawl out from there again, but something more was hidden inside. So much so that as soon as this giant emerged from the portal, the fragile dome was breached again, and a second wave of freaks poured out. The first-rank giant ogre didn't waste time on trifles and breathed fire so loudly that the flames filled the entire covered space inside the building. Huang couldn't believe that something like this could happen. They lived in a peaceful city full of Seekers, and such incidents hadn't happened for a long time. And how could his brother have known everything in advance? Intuition, Taehyung answered him. He couldn't admit that he had already experienced all of this firsthand. When they turned onto the main street, the need for any kind of explanation disappeared by itself. A crowd of passers-by ran towards them at full speed, driven by a horde of terrible creatures. Huang was dumbfounded with horror and almost fainted. Then Taehyung told him to carry out the plan he had outlined earlier. To his credit, Huang first asked what his brother would do. The Seeker covered himself in stone skin and stepped into the chaos to deal with all the filth that had come out. That was his answer. The situation in the city quickly escalated. The Free Seekers were all busy clearing the abyss, or dungeons. And suddenly it became clear that there were simply no reserves to stop a first-rank breakthrough. The only thing that could save the city in such a situation was the help of a first-rank player, who would definitely come as a hero. And they had one. So the Seeker enthusiastically asked the hero to help them save the city from disaster. He was called the Blade of Madness An Hyun-soo, a first-rank awakened who cried because he was so touched by the city's misfortunes or simply suffered from 8th-grade syndrome. Meanwhile, Taehyung was busy leveling up on boars, simple monsters that he could easily defeat with the help of stone skin. He tried to activate the predator skill again, and a red tornado immediately appeared around him. However, due to fatigue above 70%, the skill did not work. Most skills consumed mana, but it was not the only thing that was under observation. Because there was also a fatigue indicator, just like in games, which accumulated as you moved and used skills, for which the awakened one was penalized, and he lost skill power and movement speed. On the other hand, the Predator's skill absorbed monsters' bodies, restoring mana completely free of charge, so his cheat had another nice bonus. What's even better is that due to such a rapid leveling up, the Predator's main skill has already increased to rank 4. The more Taehyung used it, the stronger he became. With such a growth rate, it wasn't that difficult to reach the highest rank or even the second highest. Before he completely lost his head from his incredible success, he decided to return to Hwangjae and see how he was doing. At the same time, the main battle of the evening broke out between worthy opponents, the Crying Swordsman and the first-rank Ogre. Hensu wielded his lightsaber with great skill, and with a furious charge, he knocked the Ogre to the ground, destroying a couple of buildings in the process. At the same time, he shouted out all sorts of pompous phrases, the sound of which made Taehyung feel ashamed every now and then. A warrior of justice judges the enemy, and so on. But no matter how stupid it looked, the main thing was that it worked. With a hail of blows, and Hyunsu confidently defeated the larger enemy. The glow of the ultimate blow flared up in the middle of the streets, so it could be seen in other areas as well. It was a heated battle, and Taehyung preferred to stay out of it, just to avoid getting caught in the shockwave. Seeing the power of the awakened Taehyung, he realized that in front of him must be the same first-rank seeker who came to clear the gate as in his past life. The Blade of Madness. And Hensu, as only the Crying Swordsman himself called himself, was truly strong, and just as stupid, because he never stopped showing off over an already defeated enemy in front of who knows who. However, Taehyung still wondered why this swordsman was here. Before his regression, he should have been fighting in another part of the city. The weeping swordsman folded his hands in a prayerful gesture for all the fallen, which was also part of some internal script. The skill is being used, the system reported indifferently, and at that very moment a sharp blade pierced the swordsman's back and exited his chest. Had he been an ordinary human, this wound would have killed him instantly. A mosaic ripple passed over the villain who had attacked the Crying Swordsman from invisibility, and he chuckled. Meanwhile, Hwang stood over the beautiful nurse, who was unconscious and lying on a soft sofa. The guy even carefully covered her legs with a blanket, although inwardly he dreamed of doing something completely opposite. And now he was fighting temptation. Now Hwang watched as her chest rose and fell rhythmically. The girl was sleeping peacefully. Many people will die today, including their school nurse, Choi Nayeon, Taehyung told him before they went their separate ways. It was as if he knew the future, in which the girl would help others evacuate and ultimately die. Hwang possessed the sleep skill and could put a normal, awakened person to sleep, and the hero instructed him to do the same to Nayeon and then evacuate her to safety. But from the outside, it all looked like a kidnapping, so it's not surprising that Hwang was hesitant. He was also amazed at how it happened that his older brother found out about everything in advance. Then a completely absurd but plausible guess struck him. Taehyung had acquired the skill of foresight and immediately appeared before him in the guise of a fortune-teller. This thought immediately turned Hwang's head, and there was no stopping him, especially since it could go wrong with such an ability. Literally everything went wrong from the very beginning. A first-rank seeker was wounded by an unknown assassin. Pressing his hand to the wound, the Crying Swordsman asked the scoundrel who he was, a vile coward. The bald villain's camouflage skill faded, and he chuckled contentedly. The swordsman was alive even with a punctured lung. One could feel the difference from ordinary awakened ones. It was even more fun this way, declared the shaved madman, whose eyes darted around like a chameleon. Han Sando was a second-tier villain, skilled in stealth. Villains were the awakened who, believing themselves to be gods of the New World, committed crimes. Han Sando was one of them, who massacred ordinary people and awakened alike during the gate breach, taking advantage of the general chaos. However, in Taehyung's past life, there was no such thing as Han meeting a Crying Swordsman. The future somehow changed because of him. Despite his serious wound, and Hyunsu was still able to fight and still had strength left. After delivering a fiery speech, he summoned his Jedi sword and advanced towards the enemy. But the earthquake prevented him from finishing him off, the Crying Swordsman first thought, and then remembered that they had been standing on the monster's carcass all this time. The ogre had recovered from his injuries and was rushing back into battle with his former fury, so when he stood up he threw off the annoying little people. And Hensu fell straight into the villain's arms, and a ferocious first-rank monster towered over him. The giant ogre did not distinguish between his own and others, and simply attacked them all at once. One blow of his split the ground beneath his feet. The villain decided not to participate in this alteration and leave Hensu to the ogre, although not without regrets. In any case, he had already noticed a much more accessible victim for himself, who had been watching the duel for a long time without interfering. Han grinned devilishly and rushed at Taehyung with knives, sticking out his tongue like a wild hyena. Everything happened very quickly, but Taehyung managed to see the strange ring with skulls on the villain's hand. Taehyung saw the attack and didn't even flinch. The blade hit his stone skin with a ringing sound and bounced off without leaving a trace. Since the villain did not expect such resistance, he immediately received a counterattack with a kick to the jaw. Only now did Khan realize that the innocent victim was not so defenseless after all, and that before him was another awakened one. Taehyung named the criminal's name and rank and asked him if it was him, in order to finally dispel all doubts and impress the killer. "It's good that it was he who met him," said the just hero, and beckoned the villain with his hand. There was no need to wait long. At that very moment, the killer again tried to find a gap in the thick stone skin with the help of his blades. A fight ensued, with Taehyung protecting his exposed body parts and attempting to land a blow with his stone glove, which could be likened to brass knuckles. However, the killer had the advantage of blade reach, and was himself quite agile and skilled, so it was difficult to quickly defeat him. The opponents again broke distance to catch their breath and reassess the situation. The killer already realized that he had a difficult opponent. At the same time, An Hyun-soo was fighting the ogre in his epic battle, which was not attended by spectators because such fights had long since become commonplace. The Khan chuckled again and chatted for a long time, obviously waiting for the invisibility to wear off, since a direct attack would not be enough to take the victim, and it was necessary to attack from an ambush. At that very moment he disappeared under the optical camouflage, as if he had never been there. Taehyung was confident that he had read the enemy's attack pattern well and struck the air at the right time. However, he missed, and he realized this when he heard the ominous voice of the killer behind him. Although Taehyung had put up a defense, it didn't work this time. The strong stone skin was cut by Han's blade. Seeing blood gushing from the cut, Taehyung was quite surprised. The tide of the fight turned, and he no longer felt so confident. The next moment, blows rained down on him from all sides. The killer could not hold back, knowing that he was invulnerable to counterattacks. Each blow left a deep but not fatal cut. The killer did not seek to immediately end all the pleasure, but played with the victim. Who could have imagined that stone skin could be cut? Khan knew about it, and now used the victim's weakness for greater psychological effect. The stone skin did not block damage completely. The unbearable shock broke the durable coating and replaced it with a less durable one. The invisible bastard had been trying to achieve exactly this from the very beginning, and gradually he destroyed all of Taehyung's armor and was able to appear. However, not only was the guy not scared, he was also grinning, because now he was confident that he would definitely be able to withstand the battle against the second rank. He lowered his guard and looked relaxed again. The testing time was over. The killer, enraged that all his efforts had been wasted, shouted at the boy that he was just bluffing and lunged at him again. Before the villain flew towards him, Taehyung stated that he wanted their meeting to take place, and all because he has the desired skill, which the guy knew for sure. Having said this, he grinned again and activated the predator. An ominous aura enveloped everything around, and the killer froze in indecision, realizing that all this time his opponent had been hiding a strange trump card up his sleeve. However, he still considered himself the master of the situation, even though he did not know what skill his opponent possessed. Anyone else would have simply run away just in case because life is one. But Khan began to dance around his victim, confident that they would simply not hit him. All skills have their weaknesses. Stone skin doesn't offer absolute protection and can become thinner. Taehyung noticed one peculiarity of the predator while consuming monster corpses. Some of them were out of his sight, yet they were still absorbed, the invisibility hiding the killer from his eyes, but not from the sight of this skill. Wherever you run, the predator will get you. Taehyung waved his hand, and the killer ceased to exist as a whole organism. The battle lasted all night, and soon the glow of dawn appeared over the city, and Hyun-soo had fought valiantly, like the heroes he had always imagined. but now he lay on the ground, exhausted. If it weren't for the fatal wound in his lung, he would have been able to defeat the ogre. But now he realized that even the great and invincible heroes, to which he also considered himself, cannot overcome death itself. The ogre's heavy steps hit the ground with a loud thud, and Hensu heard his doom approaching him. The merciless monster swung his huge fist and hit the ground with all his might like a hammer. However, when the dust settled, he did not see the coveted wet spot where his opponent had been. Taehyung tried out his new invisibility skill. It worked perfectly, and he pulled out the wounded swordsman. The predator's chthonic tentacles entangled his body at the sight of a new snack. Their battle did not last long. When they returned home, the uncle and aunt were very excited and were very happy to see their son unharmed. Of course, they were no less worried about Taehyung than responsible adults. The boy was glad to see these nice people after so much time. With tears in their eyes, they dragged them into the house, because they thought that the children had been grabbed by terrible monsters, especially since the house was upside down after Taehyung dealt with the bandits, and there was no time to clean up. Somehow they managed to calm the adults down, and then Taehyung went to rest. News of the incident soon broke, becoming a hot topic. Even though the threat of a breakthrough had been eliminated, schools were still closed for a week, just in case, and to give parents peace of mind. Even the 3 awakened ones who had so bitterly mistaken the gate's rank remained unharmed and were now undergoing treatment in the hospital. The beautiful Nyan gave testimony about her mysterious movement, but she could not say more, since nothing happened to her. All her things and valuables were in place, and no one touched the girl herself. And Hyun-soo got his moment of glory. Even though he claimed that the city was saved by a completely different hero, everyone dismissed this as a personality quirk, which the crying swordsman was widely known for. On the other hand, a lot of controversy and unrest was caused by the fact that the body of the ogre and the unknown villain had disappeared somewhere, and therefore the usual security measures no longer seemed so reliable to the citizens. One thing Taehyung could be sure of was that no one had reported his interference the entire time, and now he could breathe freely as he walked along the old train tracks. He did not choose this path by chance. The narrow track led him to a dark, abandoned tunnel. Here you can see the main character's status, for those who are interested in reading all these useless stats, from which only one thing is clear. The hero will level up and become stronger. Taehyung now had 3 skills: Stealth, Stone Skin, and the meta-skill Predator, which allowed him to absorb other skills. However, using all 3 skills at his current level would be very difficult due to his low mana. At any moment, one could collapse from exhaustion of mana and stamina, and to compensate for this major drawback, one had to acquire the obligatory attribute of all awakened adventurers, potions. However, the colossal demand coupled with the limited supply led to an increase in prices, and purchasing them required considerable funds. They could be obtained by entering a dungeon and hunting monsters, but even simply using the skills by unregistered awakened was illegal, so Taehyung had no choice but to crawl into a deep crevice where a previously unexplored dungeon was hidden and clear it out. Inside, he was greeted by hideous spiders. They challenged Taehyung's aesthetic sensibilities and therefore had to be destroyed. The women weren't exactly thrilled that their hideout had been discovered either, and offered the lost traveler a snack. They were quite sophisticated, even capable of speech. The Spider Sisters were, at a guess, rank 2, and were quite dangerous opponents, especially in such numbers. But the hero was still dissatisfied, as he would have to kill 100 of them to raise his predator rank. Hearing such impudent words from the man, the ladies rushed at him all at once. The guy just stood there and watched as a spit of purple slime flew into his face. Seeing that he wasn't even trying to dodge, the Spider Sisters were very happy and were already anticipating a hearty lunch. However, they were quickly disappointed. Taehyung remained unharmed, having absorbed all the damage with the help of the predator. The boy chuckled, appreciating their skills, and the sisters recoiled in horror, realizing that things were not going in their favor. Soon, the new paralysis skill was registered. The system reported indifferently. In the middle of the city stood the new building of the Korean Awakened Association. The Seekers had long since become the new elite, so it was no surprise that their organization was flourishing. Inside, at the entrance to the office, which was fenced with real oak gates, with rich carved decorations, there was even a guard. Inside, a silent meeting was taking place. The cute, short-haired seeker looked expectantly at her more mature interlocutor. These two were the association's top prospectors, and the deputy manager of personnel policy, Go Tae-wook, who stood between them, was quite nervous. Awakened beings who are allowed to enter the abyss, use skills to explore it, and clear dungeons are called seekers. There are 5 major organizations across the country that unite these players and are not very different from each other. 4 major guilds, indivisible fighters, master alchemists, mages wizards, and night wanderer informants. And above all of them stands the organization that manages the seekers. Yu An, who was sitting in the chair, headed the Guild of Night Wanderers. This stern woman radiated strength and authority because she had the highest rank. Her interlocutor, Ji Jinwi, who had an eye patch on one eye, held the position of the chairman of the New Seekers Association, and he radiated no less power since he also held the highest rank. The subject of their meeting, to which UN was invited by the chairman himself, was the Guild of Villains, which was founded by the most abnormal renegade seekers, all of whom wore rings with 3 skulls. IN managed to track their movements and even compiled a list of the criminals' potential targets. But she was certain that the reason for this meeting was not a simple formality in the form of the transfer of intelligence. Chairman Jinhui chuckled, his voice sounding low, as if the person sitting in the chair was a bear rather than a man, and his manner was more reminiscent of an old soldier, just as straightforward and energetic. The chairman then asked when Yuan had passed the seeker qualification test, and received a casual answer. At 19, which was the minimum required age. Could a high school student fight a monster? The chairman asked mysteriously and chuckled again, puzzling even the experienced scout. Taehyung sat on a mountain of corpses. Here lay the remains of the entire brood of freaks that lived in this hidden cave. His backpack was pleasantly weighed down by the weight of the materials he had collected, which he hoped to sell to the Alchemists Guild. Instead of payment, the guy wanted to get valuable potions from them, especially since he took all the loot from the dungeon for himself. The unplanned week-long vacation quickly ended, and it was time to return to school. Even a 35-year-old hero with experienced cheating skills had to go there again. Taehyung spent these 7 days building up his endurance. Fortunately, simple exercises were enough for this so far. It was also good to level up on different monsters in those dungeons that we managed to discover before the official authorities. The guy took everything he got to the Alchemists Guild, because they were a monopoly in their business. Fortunately, these people were not at all concerned about the origin of the materials. State oversight was extremely limited among the searchers. Taehyung also developed his skills, which were supplemented by another skill of paralysis. Anyone interested can read about it. Although the Predator had already reached the 3rd rank, there was still a very long way to go. Taehyung wanted to gain omnipotence as quickly as possible, and was now looking thoughtfully out the window. His classmates had avoided him before, but now that word had spread that the guy had single-handedly destroyed Beck Hex's group, they were even more afraid to approach him. No one understood how the unawakened one managed to do this, but everyone sympathized with him, because the problems only increased with this victory. Because Lee Jong-jae won't let this go, and indeed, the next in the hierarchy of school bullies has appeared in front of Taehyung, and not just anyone, but the biggest scoundrel with a saccharine face. Besides this, he was the son of rich parents, and as if that were not enough, he already possessed the ability of the highest rank in his school years, so he felt very at ease. The leader of the gang at school, and a 3rd-generation chaebol heir to the Daesang group, which sponsored its own school where they all studied. It was he who was behind the construction of a system of pain and humiliation at school, because no one could do anything to him. This bastard stood behind every bully who ever beat up Taehyung and made his life miserable, and he clearly enjoyed it. And all because Taehyung still hadn't received the incentive, that was enough to start bullying. When the hero heard Lee John address him so brazenly, even calling him a friend, he laughed evilly in response. He was not going to tolerate such treatment in this life, so he suggested that Lee John take off his rotten saddle and roll like a sausage. The rich son's hangers-on immediately went wild to possess the hero, for which the owner rewarded the dog with a juicy fist right in the nose, just so that he knew his place. With this, Lee Jong showed what he really thinks about those who try to hang around him. However, Lee Jong wasn't about to accept the loss of his authority, even though he understood why Taehyung was so inspired after defeating Baek Heksu. His voice didn't waver, but the powerful aura of flame looming menacingly over the hero made it clear he'd been wrong to taunt the tiger to his face. Taehyung chuckled. He felt the pressure of the awakened upper class's magical power on himself, which exceeded all expectations. Despite this, he was eagerly awaiting the moment when his opponent would start a fight himself, in order to introduce him to the predator. However, a fight did not take place. A third party intervened, freezing Lee John's hangers-on in place, and the girl demanded that the showdown be held elsewhere. A cold beauty with blue eyes to match her strength, Lim Aeong ordered them to stop, and the same applied to Taehyung. Snow Queen, class president, #1 beauty, daughter of a wealthy family, half-sister of Yu Yeon herself, model student and top-ranked awakened. The list of her impressive qualities as the daughter of her mother's friend could go on and on. If it weren't for Lee John's nasty character, they would have looked great together. But now the girl resolutely approached him and made it clear with her whole appearance that she would not back down. Even Lee Jong had to reckon with someone who was his equal in every way, so he immediately stated that they were just having a fun chat with friends and that they had no quarrel. In the mind of a well-bred girl, it could hardly be called friendship when one beats the other. Lee John acknowledged her strength, but still ordered her not to cross the line, measuring the girl with a furious look. However, it was like trying to melt a glacier. Lim En didn't even bat an eyelid and repeated her demand to leave everything and go away. At this point, Taehyung also thought that it would be better for them to really leave everything behind, since not only the class, but perhaps the entire school was in danger of being destroyed if one of them did not decide to retreat. Lee John was the first to decide to leave. A fight with the school's strongest student was not in his plans. It would not add to his pleasure or authority, so he turned towards the exit. But these words were just a pretense. The scoundrel turned around abruptly and, giving in to his unbridled nature, raised a wave of scorching flame. Lim Aeong's hair was already covered in frost, but perhaps the most terrifying fight in the history of school fights never happened, interrupted by the sound of the public address system. The Seekers Association will be giving a special lecture in the main hall today, which is why all the students needed to gather there. It was a very unusual meeting, too important to cause a ruckus right in front of it, so Lee John cooled his ardor. This time Lee John actually left, and his dogs hurried after their master, still undeserving of the frostbite and broken nose. When they left, slamming the door, Lim Aeong turned around to see if Taehyung was okay. She must have been expecting gratitude and was already preparing to nobly refuse it, but the rescued one simply disappeared. The guy was already standing in the doorway and told the excellent student to hurry up so as not to be late for the main hall. Such a striking change in behavior caused a lot of bewilderment on Lim Aeon's face, but she remained silent. The hall was full of people from the senior classes, all excited by the attention of the Seekers Association and connecting it with the recent breach of the gate. Today, the deputy head of human resources, Go Tae-wook, spoke to them. He came out on stage and introduced himself. There were two reasons for this meeting. The first was the lack of response to the gate breach, and the second was safety training from the Seekers Association. However, the main purpose of the meeting concerned those responsible for the future of their new country. Because starting this year, the conditions for passing the exams for the qualification of a seeker were changing. However, at the moment, the best awakened ones didn't care about this at all. Instead, they were more concerned with Kim Taehyung. The culprit of the commotion himself listened to the entire speech with a bored look. He already knew how events would unfold over the next 2 decades. Many students did not understand what the Seeker's exam had to do with them, since it was usually only allowed to be taken by those aged 19 or older. This was the case before, but due to the recent breach of the gates, many dungeons filled with monsters have appeared. The association openly admitted that it was experiencing a severe shortage of personnel, and therefore, starting this year, they plan to approve the recommendation of even high school students. According to Go Tae-wook, the association was going to select people based on their abilities and behavior after a thorough check, but Taehyung knew it was all a lie. The exam could indeed be taken by high school students, but the real selection was already taking place at that moment. It was all because of Go Tae-wook's skill called the Observer's Gaze that his hidden eye was already scanning everyone gathered in the hall. This skill allowed one to quantify the contradictory and unbalanced abilities of the awakened, and even open their status window if one concentrated. So, Go Tae-wook saw a certain amount above each student, In his estimation, the average score of the school was definitely higher than others. But even among the excellent awakened, there were gems that inspired Go Taiwok's admiration. While his skill couldn't grasp all the complex nuances and balance of skills, it did a good job of demonstrating the division into ranks. While most people would consider a level of 500 points to be good, Lee John could boast of having almost 2,000. And Lim Aeon was truly astounding, with her impressive level of 2,300 points. It's so cool to measure strength by a single indicator and then express it in meaningless numbers. Sister Lim Aeong herself provided Go Taewook with a list of potential seekers, but even so, he was surprised by the strength of the students, and he was already preparing to write letters of recommendation. However, here, Li Zhong raised his hand high and asked the deputy if there were any who were not at all suitable for the recommendation for the Seeker's exam. After all, one way or another, the exam tests the abilities of awakened players and determines their right to become a Seeker. So, there was no need for the unawakened to listen to this speech and be present in the hall, he said, and immediately looked at Kim Tae-hyung. Such was Lee John's vindictive nature, who even in small ways sought to humiliate those he did not like. A Seeker is not only his personal strength, of course, the rank of an awakened one. The ability to cope with different situations, extensive knowledge of the abyss were also strength. All complex abilities required testing and skill in their use before the awakened one would be eligible to become a Seeker. But for the unawakened, even this information could be dangerous and instill unnecessary expectations, Lee John declared. Thus, he skillfully wove concern for others into his words, although his intentions were completely opposite. Taehyung immediately realized that Lee Jong had another goal in mind with this speech, namely to check whether he had woken up. The hero had a choice: either admit that he was awakened or leave in disgrace, and the arrogant rich man waited to see how it would end, setting a trap. Lim Ayong also realized that the nasty bully was playing some kind of game again and pulled him back. But then she remembered Kim Tae-hoon's character and realized that she would not receive any gratitude for her intercession, so her ardor immediately faded. Under the puzzled glances of others, the girl, who was only trying to appear cold and reasonable, turned away, deciding that she should let everyone sort out their own problems. Go! Taewok took the floor again, and laughter was heard in the hall, but he still continued with an unperturbed voice, stating that listening to the lecture was everyone's personal business. Lee Jong definitely wasn't going to stop there, so he continued to press, asking the hero if he wasn't ashamed to stand there, since he wouldn't be able to get a recommendation anyway. Or maybe he doesn't care about things like the Seeker's exam at all, Lee John asked sarcastically. Taehyung chuckled. He knew that if he didn't prove his awakening, he wouldn't be allowed to take the exam. But he also knew that a personal interview would not be necessary, because the eye of all-seeing was already looking at him at this very moment. For Go Tae-wook, strong people stood out, as if they shone brighter than the rest. Lee John had the highest rank, but his character left much to be desired, the deputy thought regretfully. There was another boy who, according to his classmates, was not awakened at all, and the deputy even felt sorry for him. But when he tried to look into his status, the system failed. This surprised Go Tae-wook so much that he even recoiled. This had never happened before. When Taehyung realized that the bait had been taken, he suddenly agreed with Lee Jong. What benefit would it have been to him to listen to this information? It would only have hurt the pride of the main school bully, the hero stated. And Lee Jong was surprised. Taehyung gave him the middle finger and wished him well and continued listening to the very useful lecture. Now the hero looked like a winner, because the boring lecture had no particular value, even for the awakened, and all this spoiled Lee Jong's feeling of victory. Meanwhile, Go Tae-wook was extremely disconcerted by the system failure, a message he had never seen even when he had checked on the association leader or Yu Aeong. Under the gaze of many eyes, Kim Tae-hyung walked away proudly. He achieved his goal. The conflict definitely attracted the attention of the association's deputy. He tried to check the awakened one's status several more times, but with the same result. And then Taehyung finally showed what he was capable of. A number flashed above his head that was twice the sum of Lim En's abilities, who was the strongest among the students. The hero spent the rest of the day quietly in the library, where it was always pleasant to sit, enjoying the solitude. He himself hoped to hide here until the evening, in search of information about the king who gave him strength and returned him to the past. but the Long Shadows said that this would not happen. There was no useful information in the books anyway. His case was too unique, Taehyung said when he saw Lee John's dogs in front of him. There were 3 of them, and they said that the leader was looking for him, so the hero was supposed to follow them. When Taehyung asked the service dogs with a smile what would happen if he refused, they bared their teeth sarcastically and reminded him of his aunt's restaurant. Taehyung worked there part-time, and in any case, he didn't like the fact that third parties, dear to him, appeared in their conversation. Since he doesn't have parents, his relatives already have a hard time caring for someone else's child. There's no point in adding to their difficulties. Since they were also laughing maliciously, the last drop of Taehyung's patience snapped, and he spoke in the language that such people understand best. The impact of the awakening was comparable to the explosion of a grenade. There was a cracking sound, the rumble of breaking furniture, and the ringing of broken glass. The hero grabbed one of the dogs by the throat and easily lifted him up with his outstretched arm, after which he agreed to meet with Lee John and clarified his location. Lee John chose the gym as a place for a date, where no one was currently, but he didn't come there alone. Next to him was another shaved-headed man in a suit, apparently a servant. Sol Hundo was young Master Lee's bodyguard, a first-rank seeker, and he had already tried several times to lower Taehyung's status, but he never succeeded. With this level of resistance, it meant that they were at least a first-rank awakened being. Hearing this, Lee John chuckled and offered to talk as friends, but he was not trusted. He admitted that he had been harsh, but it was all due to his curiosity, which had not yet died down. Lee Jong even shared his plans to create his own guild, which would be the successor to the Daesung group. But even a genius cannot act alone, he believed. Personnel decide everything, Lee John declared, raising his finger meaningfully to the sky, as if he were uttering some kind of universal wisdom. He didn't need losers like Bakhex, but real talents like him. He added snakes and brazenly pointed a finger at the hero. Like a mad school bully, he spread his arms theatrically and proposed ruling the galaxy together. Or at least that's the importance he was trying to convey. Only then could Taehyung achieve fame and fortune, pulling his family out of the gutter, Lee Jong believed. But for the hero, all this was the barking of a mangy dog who thought he was something special. No words of persuasion could convince him anymore once his family's argument was brought up. Family is everything. Taehyung hardened his skin, letting the scoundrel know he'd crossed the line. Lee John reacted to this with feigned indifference. In his own eyes, he saw himself as the arbiter of fate. A fireball of such power appeared in his hands that Taehyung felt it on his own face. Since he had failed to recruit a supporter, he had to be destroyed as a dangerous element. At that moment, Lee John's bodyguard helpfully set up a barrier, a magical skill that separated the inner space from the outer space and thus could not be sensed. The arena for the duel was ready. So, in his opinion, no one should know about the brawl right within the school walls, although the plan was crazy from the very beginning. Before the hall had time to be covered with a barrier, both opponents entered into a fierce fight, inflicting numerous blows on each other. Lee John pressed forward furiously, covering his fists in flames. He was strong as a magician and as a warrior, so he moved very confidently, radiating power. Taehyung's stone skin cracked, unable to withstand the highest rank abilities. And Lee John continued his attack, performing a spin in the air, and decided to finish off his opponent with a wide kick. There was an explosion, which only grew stronger due to the compressed space, and the hero disappeared completely into a cloud of flame. Lee John reveled in his strength. Realizing that he was winning, he laughed, after which he continued to shower the enemy with scorching blows, each of which was like a shot from a cannon. Sol Hundo even felt sorry for the guy whose beating he was forced to take part in. Most likely, his master's opponent was a first-rank awakened being, with good body-strengthening skills. With his level of combat instinct and will, it was even hard to believe that he was a simple schoolboy. He might not even have been able to find a worthy opponent. But today's battle would be the last for this guy. The bodyguard understood. Taehyung was still holding on, parrying Lee John's hard, burning blows. But in the face of a higher rank, all his efforts were in vain. It was like a wolf challenging an elephant. They were simply in different weight classes. Sol Hundu wished the guy to quickly realize his limits and give up before he got even more injured. But then he suddenly stopped short. All this time, Lee John was doing whatever he wanted and simply beating his opponent. But at some point, they began to push him back. And with such force that in the end, the young gentleman received a stone fist in the face, after which he flew off to lie down and rest. The bodyguard could not believe his eyes and froze in indecision, not knowing what to do. whether to intervene in the fight or not. Lee John smashed the wooden floor with his body and groaned. The landing was not pleasant, and besides, he was not used to feeling pain in general. It turned out that he couldn't get up not only because of the pain, which meant that the guy had another skill in addition to his armor, the astonished bodyguard realized. Taehyung chuckled. Despite his broken face, he was glad that he finally managed to use that skill. The Predator had given him 3 skills in the last week since his return: Stone Skin, Invisibility, and Paralysis. However, the guy was in no hurry to use the skills from the very beginning. The 3rd rank Paralysis could not overcome the resistance of the awakened highest rank, and the invisibility would be quickly removed by fire attacks with a wide range of action, while the Predator was the last resort of kings, and therefore it should not be used thoughtlessly. Therefore, his tactic became the gradual accumulation of paralysis effects with each contact with the opponent. If he applied it several times, then even the highest rank resistance could be overcome. And so Taehyung fought until the natural defense of the untrained Lee John cracked. And so he lay on the floor, completely immobilized and completely helpless before the one he despised so much. The bodyguard was deeply impressed. It was the first time he had seen someone give the young master such a strong rebuff in a direct fight. But despite this, he still did not interfere in the fight. Lee Jong finally admitted that he had underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by such trash. His hand reached into his pocket from which he pulled out a bright crystal. Despite being paralyzed, Lee John managed to crush it with his finger, and a wave of force hit the hero's face, even stronger than before. And then he saw before him a flaming giant, as tall as the roof, entirely woven from dense flame. "We will fight fairly and honorably," the school bully declared sarcastically, and the fight ceased to be an ordinary brawl between the awakened. In such a situation, Taehyung had no choice but to run. The giant chased after him to grab him. No blows were required. It was the equivalent of ending up in a steel furnace. The hero fluttered like a butterfly, just to avoid being burned alive. There was no doubt that the enraged Lee John, who did not know how to lose, did not care about his life. In desperation, Taehyung turned around sharply and jumped straight at the giant, but another fireball was already flying at him from above. An explosion occurred, destroying the remains of the stone armor on his body and throwing the guy far back. The fiery man inside of whom Lee John himself was hiding took a step towards the defeated enemy, and in an instant they changed places. This skill of young Master Lee was called the Fiery Heart, and it would be difficult for an ordinary human to unleash the full power of a top-tier skill. But before that, Lee John used the enhancement stone. He had no intention of having a sports fight. These stones were obtained by processing the heart of a monster, and they temporarily allowed one to increase magical power. At this moment, Lee Jong was able to unleash the full power of his top rank, making him incredibly dangerous. And then the bodyguard realized that the jokes had long since ended, that the young gentleman did not know when to stop. He shouted at him to stop. Otherwise, he would actually commit murder on school grounds in broad daylight. Moreover, his body was working at the limit of its capabilities, which is why the vessels could not withstand such a flow of mana and burst. Instead of answering, Lee John, who had gone crazy, threw a fireball at his own bodyguard. He told him to shut up, because a pathetic slave does not dare give orders to his master, the bully barked. How could he stop after some slug humiliated him? Lee John asked arrogantly. Taehyung stood up and also realized that he wouldn't be able to leave here so easily. Gathering all his blazing power, Lee John brought it down on the pathetic plebeian who dared to rebel against the masters. When the fire consumed him entirely, the madman burst out laughing, fully understanding that he had just committed the most terrible crime of all possible. The bodyguard didn't know how to stop his charge without getting into trouble himself. He jumped towards the hole in the floor where Kim Taehyung had just stood, still hoping that the guy had survived. He even extended a helping hand and asked to escape somehow, promising to detain the young gentleman. But at that very moment, the servant received a strong blow to the jaw, and despite his first-rank strength, he staggered far back. The hero emerged from under the clouds of smoke and, in a voice full of suppressed anger, said that he would not run because he had not started the fight first. The highest ranks were different from all the others. Kim Taehyung could clearly feel it now, but he hadn't come here empty-handed either. Glass vials from under restorative potions rolled across the floor. Now he, too, was ready to show his full potential, and an ominous crimson power appeared in his hands. At this time, following the results of the open reviews at the high school, Go Taewook met with the chairman. He was extremely impressed by the report of the two best students, whose characteristics indicated that they belonged to the highest rank. The deputy confirmed everything, but was much more reserved in his assessments. The results were truly impressive. Even without much training, Lee Jong and Lim Ayong possessed such strength, it was comparable to the level of a Japanese saint or a first-rank seeker. The comparison to a saint made Go Taewook wonder what they would say about that guy. The saint represented all of Japan. She first tested her level at the age of 19, and even then it exceeded 2,500 total points. That's right, even the one who, without exaggeration, was a monster, had only 2,500 points. What kind of madness was going on with that guy's stats? Maybe it was an illusion or a skill error, Go Taewook thought. He wanted to figure it out for himself, so he didn't make any big statements. Bodyguard Saul fell to his knees, amazed by the picture he saw before him. The fiery giant was firmly grasped by the crimson whips and completely immobilized. The magic of an unknown awakened being suppressed the ability of the highest rank. Lee John was also confused. He tried his best, broke all the rules, and still couldn't do anything. Until the very end, his pride did not allow him to stop and admit defeat. He kept rushing towards Taehyung, shouting that the heir of the Taesong clan could not lose to a weakling of lower rank. But what did a hero care about rank and birth when sheer strength decided everything? True, wealth can be considered a cheat, but there were far more impressive things in the world that defied common sense. It was the power of the king, granted by the god himself, for whom even the greatest demon of the abyss, Asmodeus, was nothing more than a toy. When this force fell upon Lee John, an explosion thundered that could not be hidden by any barrier. The front wall and roof of the gymnasium were blown into the air, and the debris was scattered far and wide. Flames whistled all around from numerous fires. Stone chips fell from the remains of the walls. It was a miracle that they weren't buried under the rubble of the building. Lee John lay unconscious, barely breathing. It was a miracle that anything remained of him. Even his pretty face wasn't flattened. Taehyung stood over his finally defeated enemy, but his attention was focused on his bodyguard. He knelt down in front of him and covered the young gentleman with his body. It was increasingly reminiscent of some kind of medieval drama about knights and heroes. Bodyguard Saul managed to pull out Lee John right at the moment when the predator skill was used on him, and this was quite unexpected. But it didn't matter, since the theft couldn't be stopped, and Lee John's skill was successfully acquired. Even in their situation, the bodyguard warned the guy that it was stupid to attack the heir of a powerful clan, and now he would have to deal with the consequences. The hero didn't care about this. He wasn't the one who started the fight, and even with such power there was hardly any reason to fear problems. In any case, Taehyung didn't want to kill the school bully. His crimes weren't that serious, but he wasn't going to refuse the ransom. The heir to a wealthy clan could fetch no less than 1 billion in pleasant bonuses. That's the ransom amount set by the noble Sir Knight. Incidentally, this is precisely how knights earned their living, which is the source of their humane attitude toward members of their own class. Upon hearing the explosion, all students were quickly evacuated from the school building, under the supervision of teachers and the frightened nurse Nyon. The city had recently been attacked by a wave of monsters, so everyone was nervous and on edge. Lim An clearly felt the magic of the flame. Without a doubt, it was the power of Lee John, who was fighting with someone, the girl thought. She had already imagined the terrible picture of a weak student being beaten by a bully, who was probably asking for help. And while Sweet Nyon was trying to convince everyone to stay put and not run away in panic, Lim Ayon rushed towards the incident. The blue-haired noble lady also secretly dreamed of adventure. A thirst for exploits was seething within her, and so she did not wait for them to find her. The girl considered herself guilty for what happened to Kim Taehyung, so she was in a hurry to prevent the worst, although it was not very clear what she was hoping for after such destruction. However, as soon as she ran into the hall, a completely different picture appeared before her. The exact opposite of her expectations. Kim Taehyung stood smugly in the middle of the hall, while Lee Jong lay unconscious. Not knowing what to do or how to react, Lim An stood there in indecision, not uttering a sound. Taehyung, however, was glad to see a witness, or rather, an assistant in her person, because the main school bully needed to be taken to the first aid post, or better yet, straight to the hospital. Horrified, the girl ran up to the main victim and asked what had happened. According to Lee's character, John was already lying down when he arrived. perhaps having fallen down the stairs or something similar. He was lying even despite his own rather battered appearance. According to Taehyung, he still doesn't know what happened here, so he asked Lim Ayeon not to tell anyone that she saw him. After this, he brazenly announced that he was leaving without really explaining anything. The guy disappeared faster than Lim Ayeon could stop him, and she thought in anger that he had definitely found the lost ring somewhere. When the disguise fell away like a mosaic, the boy was already far from the scene, looking at the thin wisp of smoke rising above the school. In a way, he even enjoyed it, since he'd never enjoyed studying there. In his naivety, he thought that for now he could breathe freely, that he could rely on Lim Aeong, that she would take care of Lee Jong, and that the Taesung group would not bother him for now. But there was something that surprised the hero when he looked at his status. There was a new feature called Charm, and it immediately received 5 points. If you're interested, you can take a look. The Monarch's Heart skill was also added, increasing the party's stats, though only at rank 3. Taehyung assumed Charm was only a matter of appearance, like celebrities, so he was puzzled by where these skills came from after absorbing the new power. Moreover, the acquired skill was not called a Flaming Heart, but a Monarch's Heart, and the already gifted scoundrel Lee John also possessed such a skill. The hero was indignant, but that was wonderful because you can never have too many skills, he thought and grinned greedily. Skills that affected the group were rare, regardless of their rank. Taehyung could already combine several different skills. And with the Monarch's Heart it was even cooler, he thought, and took a deep breath of the cool night air, because his head was spinning from the future prospects. Suddenly, the hero's path was blocked by several premium cars, and he was blinded by the bright headlights. A group of unfamiliar searchers emerged from them, but the guy still knew one. Go Tavuk came personally for him to ask a couple of questions, and a chill ran down the hero's spine. He realized that these people already knew about what had happened in the gym and his involvement in these events, and the deputy head of the association himself looked sternly at the schoolboy. But the tense situation was not only on the highway far outside the city, but also in one of the country mansions, which in appearance almost resembled a vampire castle. Inside the lavishly furnished house, the guard dogs were thrashing and thrashing, matching their master's enraged tone. Lee John's father had already learned of the incident and was furious, as not only had his son ended up in the hospital, but he'd also had to pay for it. He sat in his chair as if on a throne. Trained dogs barked nearby, and his bodyguard Saul was kneeling in front of him, thinking that it would be better to die in battle. The bald-headed servant begged for forgiveness and agreed to carry out any order, if only this nightmare would end sooner. The head of the house ordered him to do whatever he thought was necessary. He was even amused by the audacity of the guy with whom his son had fought. However, he believed that their side of the conflict should also receive compensation, and made a gesture with his hand, which made the bodyguard turn even paler. Despite all the horror, the bodyguard remained a man until the very end. He even now begged the master to change his anger to mercy, because his son's opponent was a simple high school student. Just by looking at Lee John's father, one could understand from whom he had picked up such habits. The arrogant head of the clan considered himself the ruler of the world and the destinies of ordinary people. The highest-ranking seeker and owner of the Taesong group, Lee Jong-soo, grinned maliciously, anticipating a quick reprisal even though his enemy was an ordinary boy in status. The main association searchers surrounded this guy and asked him point-blank what he was doing in the gym, since he clearly wasn't kicking balls. However, Taesung was still unsure of what exactly he was talking about. Perhaps Go Taewook was referring to their conflict in the assembly hall. The chances that the deputy head personally attended the fire in the hall were slim, but what if he already knew everything and made his move? For a long time, the hero didn't know what to answer. Then he decided to check first what Go Taewook knew and asked about the explosion, but he was clearly surprised. Turning towards the city, over which a column of black smoke was rising, Go Taewook stated that he was not very concerned about this event, especially since other organizations would deal with it. So the guy realized that Go Taewook didn't know anything yet, and the deputy repeated his question. If so, then they don't know yet, the guy asked them directly and grinned. He held himself confidently, not at all like a school-age boy. Taehyung made it clear that he already understood why they came here, to give him an invitation to the Seeker's exam. Go? Taewook laughed nervously. He still doubted the guy, So he pretended not to understand what was being said, testing him. Then Taehyung grinned and showed the HR deputy his compelling reasons, and a crazy number of 5,214 units appeared above his head, which should be more than enough. Go Taewok couldn't believe his eyes. This boy had grown even stronger in the mere hours since their last meeting. Now he was certain the numbers weren't a mistake or an illusion. Who is Kim Taehyung? The stunned seeker wondered. Only then did he finally notice that the boy looked like he had crawled out of a sewer. Returning home, Taehyung continued his routine training, and Brother Hwan, upon learning that he would be participating in the Seeker's exam, raised quite a fuss. Besides, it was supposed to happen in a month, so Hwang stood there with his mouth open like a country bumpkin. However, he very quickly realized his prospects as the first servant and confidant of the future emperor of all Rus, so he fell on his face and began to bow his head. The hero didn't immediately realize when he'd acquired a jester in his entourage and returned to training. The Taesong group was supposed to deal with the gym. Suspicion of its destruction was averted, so the guy had a whole month to prepare. The hero thought there would be no problems, not knowing that his house was already being closely watched. Two disgusting-looking, suspicious individuals grabbed the association agent who was secretly keeping an eye on the guy. He must have been one of those who watched over the rising stars whose appearance was expected at the Seeker's exam. These two were assassins, known as the White and Black Demon Brothers, both first-ranked and specialized in stealth and body strengthening. White chuckled contemptuously. This was the first time they had been sent to eliminate some weakling. Even if he was a star, he still had to lack combat experience. The Black Brother agreed with him and smugly waved his hands in a theatrical gesture. Even if the guy was strong, without experience, it didn't matter. The Black Man was about to say that they would show the boy what it meant to be truly awakened, but turning around, he suddenly discovered that the White Man was somehow unwell. Realizing that they were under attack by an unknown enemy, the Black One drew his blade and rushed to help his brother. Then the hero released the killer, who was already unconscious anyway. And at that very moment, he jumped straight towards the Black Man, so that his knee ended up right at the level of the latter's face, securing the dentist a summer trip to the seaside. This is how the guy showed the killers who was the small fry with no experience and who was the real hero. A few hours before this event, standing in the burning hall, Taehyung laid out his ransom demands, although he understood perfectly well that the bodyguard would not be able to get anything out of the gentleman. And the hero himself was not such a terrible person as to hold his subordinates responsible for failure. He simply asked them to do everything possible to conclude a deal with the Taesong group. And so that the new servant would not betray him, the hero imposed his new power on him. They sealed the agreement with the Oath of the Awakened, a way to seal a deal, and if one of the parties broke it, a random but eternal penalty would be imposed on them. Lisik found himself between a rock and a hard place. On one side, he was pinned down by a not-so-young schoolboy, on the other by his own master. The bodyguard was supposed to receive $1 billion from Mr. Lee and do his best to hide Taehyung's involvement in the gym explosion incident. At the same time, it was Sol Hundo who warned the boy that assassins had been sent for his soul. The Oath of the Awakened One compelled him to do so he was obliged to report Chief Lee's response. The masked killer attacked with ferocity to hide his unaccountable fear. His young opponent dodged as deftly as if he had the skills of a veteran and seemed to have no fear of him at all. At some point, the guy managed to carry out a powerful attack, but the killer used fast movement. He found himself behind his target and counterattacked sharply, plunging his sharp blades deep into the concrete of the roof. Taehyung had heard of the White and Black Brothers and that they specialized in stealth assassinations, but in the end there was nothing special about them. In the end, apparently all they are capable of is sneaky attacks when the target is unaware of their presence, the hero realized and grinned ominously. At the same time, a VIP car was driving along the highway of the Night City. The best prospectors had long been accustomed to enjoying the privileges of the rich. Yu Yun leaned back tiredly in her soft chair, thinking about the fact that the selection of future participants in the Seeker exam had already been completed. It was held all over the country and was supposed to bring together the best of the best, so she became curious about who the chairman was waiting for. Among the newcomers, there was definitely supposed to be Shinbok from Busan, with the highest rank. The chairman, who was in contact with her, however, stated that this time she had guessed wrong. Of course he was waiting for her younger sister, the one-eyed chairman declared. However, Yu Ai-yon did not have the highest opinion of her half-sister. The chairman asked who the picky spy wanted to see then, and Yu Aiyong smiled. She had already heard that in addition to the high-ranking guys, there was someone who was being looked after personally by Go Taewook, so Aiyong wanted to know the level of this mysterious awakened one. And this level grew not by the day, but by the hour. Because the predator had something to profit from, the prey itself came into his hands. However, this time Taehyung's ability didn't work, and he discovered a new condition for its use: a lack of physical capabilities. Due to the overload, the use of the predator was impossible, so the hero had to call for help. The association seekers were extremely outraged that the white and black brothers, who had been bothering them a lot, were now taking on school children as well. Go Taewook came again to personally check everything and take control. He asked the guy if he knew those who could send famous killers after him. Of course, the guy couldn't talk about his affairs with the Taesong group, so he shook his head. Fearing that the list of exam participants might be leaked, Go Taewook requested reinforcements from the association. The hero, however, wanted to hush everything up as quickly as possible. He was not as concerned with the problems associated with the powerful conglomerate as he was with his own recently discovered limits to growth. Due to his lack of physical ability, he was unable to use his skills, making them completely useless, meaning he needed to work on improving his abilities. To increase the awakening level by using the predator on other awakened or monsters, the skill itself was needed. Taehyung realized that he had reached a dead end and thought deeply about how to find a way out. In the end, he was left with only one option, the hero thought gloomily. So the very next day, he headed to the gym, where a charming and fit girl immediately handed him a form. Her name was Yu Ra, and as the manager, she represented the association's top training center. A beauty with a toned body and a sweet smile, what could be better to see in the morning? Hwang was deeply shocked that they had come to such a place. Just to train here, one had to have considerable status and strength. The mask of goodwill almost cracked on the cutie Yura's face when she realized that her clients must be lost school children. However, she quickly changed her mind when she saw a card on one of the guys, which Taehyung received from the Alchemist Guild thanks to his generous donations of valuable materials at good prices. Only a relative of a high-ranking seeker or even a guild owner could receive such a thing. Yu-Ra hesitated. If she simply processed the payment, she could get into trouble later if something happened. Then, one of the inhabitants of this Hall of Power noticed Miss Yu-Ra's difficult dilemma and came to her aid. Like all the inhabitants of such establishments, this one was also distinguished by a certain eccentricity, from his appearance to his demeanor. "To enter this place, money alone is not enough," said Mr. Kang Chul, a former second-rank seeker. Even Hwang knew this clown with muscles instead of brains, and the hero looked at his posing and the play of muscles with complete indifference. What normal person would walk around without a shirt in broad daylight? Kang Chul was known as a rookie killer, so the noise he made had already attracted the attention of the other gym-goers. "Everyone should tremble when they hear his name," the naked brute boasted. And Taehyung couldn't stand it, so he called him a weakling and a chatterbox. Such a harsh statement frightened not only Hwang, but even the cutie Yu-Ra, who knew Kang Chul's proud character well. The big man frowned and strained his muscles as hard as he could to make himself look bigger. Taehyung then suggested testing it out by making a bet in which the loser would pay a membership fee to the gym for a year. Hearing such conditions and already anticipating easy money, Kang Chul roared with joy. So they moved to a virtual arena, which was also part of the training equipment and simulated images of the abyss. They sat in comfortable chairs, where sensors read all the indicators. The show attracted a huge crowd of spectators. Everyone wanted to see how the overconfident newcomer would be crushed, and Hwang was worried about his brother. This virtual program was called a virtual porter, the charming Yu-Ra explained to him. A competitive training session in which the awakened one had to carry the maximum weight. Additionally, they had to defeat the maximum number of second-class virtual monsters and then reach the designated location in the shortest possible time. Although the conditions sounded somewhat contradictory, many disputes were often settled in this way in the hall, but Yu-Ra believed that the conditions were too unfair for Kanchol's opponent. The muscle man with the mohawk laughed maliciously and took his starting position. He wasn't going to play along. "How dare some brat compete with him, a seasoned retired veteran?" the brute asked, and immediately rushed into the thick of the monsters. Thanks to his muscle-strengthening skill, dealing with them was not a big problem for him. This skill gave him speed and maneuverability, making him perfect for the porter's test, especially since Kong Chul could lift much more weight. That's what he thought, until he was suddenly passed by as quickly as if he were standing still. With a heavy load on his back, Taehyung broke through the ranks of monsters along a straight road. He ran like an arrow, practically without deviating from his course, and kicked away all the enemies. The toothy ones could only helplessly gaze upon the full splendor of the handsome hero. In the end, the guy got a crushing score, possibly the highest in this game. Kang Chul immediately became frustrated. He did not expect such a turn of events at all. All the viewers of this show were in the same confusion, and the hero, although he planned to train for only a month, decided that a year of exercise would not be superfluous. Then he looked triumphantly at his opponent. No one could run as fast with a heavy bag as a porter with 20 years of experience. "It's time to pay the bet and get lost," said the fair hero to the arrogant bull. The next 30 days passed quietly for the hero, and then came the day of the Seeker's exam, which was a big event and which gathered an entire stadium. Whether you would live as a trembling creature or rise above all as the King of Kings depended on the results of this exam, so all the candidates waited tensely for it to begin. From this year onwards, younger students were also expected to take part in the exam, which added to the excitement. Among the promising participants who came from all over the country was Han Jung-wook, a first-rank close combat master. Possessing a cold fighting sense that even the highest ranks could not defeat, Druid Lee Gilsan, first rank. The Thunderer of Busan, Shin Yunbok of the highest rank, also gained great fame beyond his city. They also didn't ignore the rising star of the saintly level, the Snow Queen Lim Aeong. The exam promised to be the most exciting event of the year in terms of passion. There were so many reporters and other media workers around that the unfortunate girl in glasses from a little-known channel couldn't get through. Her skills included typing, and it was unlikely to help her case. And yet, she desperately needed to land an important interview, or risk being fired from her job. But because of the crowd in front, it was impossible to even take a photo, let alone interview anyone. This is exactly how the hero found her, just passing by. But perhaps fate itself brought them together, because all real heroes needed their own bard or storyteller of their glorious deeds. The girl was almost crying loudly, and salt lakes had already gathered under her glasses. Here she heard Taehyung's indignation that the participants could not pass if there was such a crowd in front of the entrance, and she became somewhat inspired. "It was boring as hell," Taehyung grumbled, "that he came here as a third-rank participant, although he had somewhat improved his appearance during the month in the hall." As a result, the guy barely made it to the start of the exam, which was only a few minutes away. He still gave that strange girl his first interview because she begged him to. But it was worth taking care of the image in advance, the hero thought, and entered the hall, where a huge crowd of young awakened people from all over the country had already gathered. Each of them had a yellow number with a sequential number. Taehyung received 920, which indicated a large number of participants. Here, the guy met a familiar face. The Snow Queen looked at him with an amazed look, and it was not for nothing that Taehyung had grown a whole head in a month. Now the cold beauty looked like a child from his height, and Lim Ayon asked where he got such protein. "So what? A little training?" the hero muttered indifferently in response. But that hardly explained anything to the girl. The boy had changed so much in just a month since his awakening. She immediately decided to take advantage of the opportunity and clarify that incident in the gym. But she was interrupted by the sound of the loudspeaker. The exam had already begun. The screen lit up and multiple images of the speaker appeared on it, congratulating everyone on the start of the exam. In this room, the best hunters will be selected in the first round, and the host moved on to explain the rules. He drew their attention to the numbers that were given to each participant. In this exam, they had to collect 5 of these, including their own, which, if lost, would result in the participant being expelled from the exam. The competition for exam badges. "The limit is only 1 hour, the presenter warned. And at that very moment, the space inside the hall began to change. All the participants were instantly separated and mixed up. The top and bottom mixed up, like in an Escher painting, so for some time everyone was confused. "The first round of the exam has begun. Everything is allowed except murder," the presenter shouted at them. Their hall expanded, acquired islands. It was very difficult to calculate the movement, since the gravity vector was constantly changing, which made everyone's head spin. However, Most of the awakened quickly got used to it. They already had prepared tactics to rush at the strongest and defeat him in order to increase their chances of survival. It was a real dogfight. Everyone was fighting each other without any order, and the spectators watched what was happening from the screens. Lim Aong immediately established herself as a promising young woman, standing out for her strength even though this year's conscription had a higher average score than previous year's conscriptions. They were even more eagerly awaiting the Thunderer from Busan, who had already been nicknamed the Walking Transformer. Only 20 minutes had passed since Shin Yunbok's test began, and no one had been able to get close to him. It was a massacre of the innocents, and it was impossible to approach it without electrical skills and insulated equipment. While the others were wondering which of them would take first place and prove stronger, Go Taewok stood to the side. Of course he understood this excitement. If it weren't for that strange guy, he would have been keeping an eye on the high-ranking students himself. His level was much higher. This guy should have definitely passed the test easily and shown his strength. Switching the camera to Taehyung, the deputy caught him in hand-to-hand combat with another participant. Seeing them beating each other like madmen, he even recoiled from the screen. "What is this?" cried a Deputy Go in amazement. Hong Jung-wook possessed the skill of steel skin and actively used it for defense and attack. Taehyung fought him on equal terms, covering himself in stone, so their battle quickly became a contest of endurance rather than skill. Deputy Go was extremely confused. Kim Taehyung caught all the blows on his face, which looked not cool at all, as if his abilities were misjudged. But then he noticed that perhaps all of this was part of a big and bold plan. In any case, Taehyung did not look like a loser. However, a powerful counterattack to his throw forced the hero to stagger back far, and he missed a heavy blow. His opponent immediately declared triumphantly that he should not have been challenged. Stone skin was a perfectly backwards compatible skill with his iron skin, Hong explained. It wasn't enough to fight him head-on, as he was deliberately using tricks. The hero chuckled and told him not to talk so much. The system had just informed him that his stamina had increased by 1 unit. Even after a month of training, the seal on the Predator still hadn't been broken, meaning Taehyung's abilities were still insufficient. The point of any training was always to push oneself to the limit. The fine line of what the body can withstand before it breaks down. Because in fact the training was not yet over, at this moment both fighters hit each other again. The hero grinned. Han was the perfect training tool for him. "Monster!" the iron-skinned man said in a strangled voice, and passed out, having completely used up all his strength. Thus Kim Taehyung, awakened to the 3rd rank, took possession of his first badge. Deputy Go burst into a mad laugh when he saw the outcome of the boys' battle and understood his plan. Only a crazy schoolboy was capable of such a thing. Training right. During the fierce battle for the position of Seeker was so brave that it even frightened Deputy Go, and he gave the guy credit for it. The problem was that by raising his stats, the guy used up all his stamina. It was easier to rip off the badges of the weakling so as not to be expelled from the exam, and this is what Deputy Go expected of him. But the hero was not going to live up to expectations, and all the observers suddenly turned their attention to the strange 3rd rank guy. He aimed straight at the lightning man who was already standing on the mountain of defeated students, having grabbed far more numbers than necessary. Even with all their mass, the weaklings were unable to defeat him. Shin chuckled as he saw someone who could barely stand on his feet so boldly approach him, the one who had already taken 147 numbers. Taehyung didn't show any awe in front of such power, and after asking how many numbers there were, he began to brazenly count them. In any case, more than 5, the hero concluded and grinned, looking at Shin, who was standing upside down. Soon their fight began, or rather it was a real typhoon with a thunderstorm. Explosions and flashes rained down on the hero in an unceasing succession. Shin, who looked like the son of Zeus, threw one lightning bolt after another, and apparently knew no limits to his endurance. Using his agility, Taehyung, who had already become accustomed to the inverted space, quickly dodged attacks, but did not run far. Timing the moment between the lightning bolts, he suddenly approached Shin and kicked him, covering his foot with stone before doing so. But the lightning aura was so strong that it pulverized his thin insulation extremely quickly. In the end, he was unable to penetrate Shin's lightning protection. Another explosion followed, and Taehyung again broke his distance, after which he began to watch his opponent. Now the hero remembered the name of the Thunderer from Busan. He lived up to his nickname and was a very dangerous opponent. Even for him, fighting him was too difficult. while Shin himself did not experience any difficulties. A powerful elemental aura surrounded his entire body, creating an impenetrable barrier. Moreover, they could be used at a long distance for attack. Taehyung seriously thought about how to break through this if he couldn't use the Predator skill. Although he no longer attacked Shin, the latter apparently became interested in the guy who held out longer than the others and went on the attack himself. Taehyung dodged the sharp blow of the Thunder Fist, and the terrible crackling of the discharges immediately made his ears pop. Shin didn't stop and delivered another kick, destroying the space around him. Taehyung continued to simply dodge. He suffered some passive damage, but he still endured it, overcoming the pain. It seemed that his opponent was enjoying this game and was not going to let go of his toy, and even brighter flashes of electricity illuminated the hall. The hero's body arched as the full force of the current passed through him. It was a good thing the laws of physics ignored the bodies of the awakened. Otherwise, the guy would have been boiled alive. Fueled by their confrontation, Shin was eager for a close-quarters fight, face-to-face with an equal opponent. Taehyung then responded desperately by turning his fist into a hammer, covering it with several layers of stone. But even this protection did not save him from the concentrated beam of lightning that Shin immediately directed at him. After this, the Thunderer sent the hero flying, and he himself jumped up to finish him off with a final epic blow in the air where it was impossible to dodge. A monstrous attack followed, far greater than any Taehyung had seen before. The Thunderer must have destroyed an entire section floating in the air. Shin was playing with his new opponent. This toy was offering him at least some resistance. Before this, everyone was busy simply running away from him in horror and could do nothing. Shin hoped that at least the Snow Queen Lim Aeong would entertain him during this exam, so he was overjoyed when someone else worthy of fighting appeared. But at the moment when he was most reveling in his superiority, a stone flew at his head. This must have been the first time Shin saw stars. It all happened so quickly that he didn't even understand what kind of attack had hit him. Taehyung didn't stop there. Finding his opponent's weak spot, he threw 3 more stones at him. These fast-moving boulders were somehow ignored by Shin's lightning defense, and he absorbed all the damage. Stone Skin was a Tier 3 skill, and it couldn't overcome the resistance of the highest tier. Ordinary materials would not have reached the Thunderer either. But the examination hall was not made of simple substances. It was originally built to withstand the effects of the awakened, and unlike stone skin, the material it was made from did not lose its properties if broken. So, the God of Thunder himself supplied his opponent with a weapon with which he could defeat him. Picking up a huge piece of debris in his hand, Taehyung threw it at Shin. Even though he had time to scream and be indignant that this was not normal, this was not fair, the stone block still landed on Shin's head. This duel ended with the defeat of one of the strongest candidates for the Seekers. Everyone watched in amazement as another block of the arena was destroyed. Many people read Kim Taehyung's name for the first time and now wondered who he was. Deputy Go was pleased. This was exactly what he wanted to see, and he was glad that he had not been mistaken about the guy. Meanwhile, Taehyung collected his missing badges to formally qualify for the second round of the exam. All that was left was to wait for it to end. After what he had seen, it was unlikely that any of the survivors would have decided to go to him, the hero thought. But an unexpected blow from the ice forced him to quickly dodge, and Shin was completely blown away by the shockwave. Only one person could have possessed such an impressive aura of ice, the guy realized as he watched the snow avalanche approaching him. Before the hero could even blink, he found himself inside an ice sphere. Lim Aeong was also inside, and was now walking towards him through the broken arena. The schoolgirl's eyes were full of cold determination to finish the conversation that had been interrupted at the beginning of the exam. Snow slowly fell onto the arena, covering it with a white blanket. Taehyung didn't know how long the head man had been watching his fight, and why she suddenly decided to attack. "With great power comes great responsibility," the girl said, quoting something she'd once heard in a movie. "Power without responsibility is simply violence," she continued. The Snow Queen didn't expect Kim Taehyung to be able to defeat Shin, but now she understood how he defeated Lee John. For some reason, all this so disturbed the exemplary student and class president that she decided to bring justice to the world. Taehyung attempted to hide using his invisibility, but the Snow Queen rained snow bombs down on him, causing all his disguise to immediately fall away. Before he could react, he received a spinning blow from a beauty who was fighting in her skirt, and to her credit, she did it very well. However, Now she was in terrible anger because she trusted Taehyung last time, although even a blind man would have understood everything immediately. Apparently, the realization of her own stupidity angered her even more, because Lim Ayan rained down a hail of ice cubes on him without any mercy. Her thoughts were hazy. It's unlikely that the girl herself understood what she was doing and why. Rather, she succumbed to an unconscious emotional impulse. Another glacier lifted the hero high up, almost piercing him through and through. This blow was very heavy. As soon as he took off, he was immediately pressed back into the arena, and the guy fell with a crash. Using unauthorized skills is a crime. Li Zhong and his accomplices were still hospitalized, the headmistress noted coldly. Technically, she was right in her claims, of course, but her view of the whole matter was too one-sided. Still, realizing that Li Zhong was no innocent lamb either, the Snow Queen declared that she would not file an official complaint. However, in her opinion, Taehyung should have refused to take the exam because he was unworthy of being a seeker. However, the boy wasn't about to give up, and with great effort, he managed to get back on his feet. Do scoundrels like Li Zhong have qualifications, strength, or responsibility? The hero asked her. All these words were nothing more than excuses, simply to defeat him, so he told her not to be a coward and admit it. Hearing these words, the Ice Queen realized that there was no question of leniency, and a huge ice hammer, one of her ultimate attacks, appeared in her hand. Her eyes, blue like icy lakes, filled with light. The girl was determined to end everything right here and now. The hero's stone skin had long since lost its strength, and after the battle with Shin, the boy assessed his capabilities. Even if he were to use invisibility now, an area attack inside the dome would definitely hit him. And he had already activated the monarch's heart, which increased his abilities. But this was not enough to turn the situation in his favor. The predator was still sealed, its stamina long gone to inflict paralysis like it had done in the battle with Li Zhong. It had only one option left, and that was its current abilities. Another explosion thundered, and an icy fog obscured everyone's visibility, so the observers eagerly pressed themselves to their screens to see how the battle between the strongest fighters ended. Even Deputy Go didn't know what to expect from the outcome, and nervously looked at the screen. When the fog cleared, everyone saw deep ruts in the arena's super strong surface. From a distance, it was difficult to understand what exactly was happening, but it was not that the Snow Queen was somehow resisting it. Maybe she couldn't, or maybe she was in too deep confusion. The moment they came close, Lim Ayong brought down a heavy hammer, the size of a glacier, on the hero. Only after demonstrating miracles of dexterity did Taehyung manage to dodge and attack the girl himself. He had only one tool left, one skill that could easily overcome resistance of the highest rank. It was not romantic desires that worried the hero. He also felt a certain moral guilt for kissing a girl half his age. The closer and deeper the contact, the higher the likelihood of successful paralysis. Mixing his blood with poison, he forced Lim Ayong to swallow it. It was all a crazy adventure, but since the girl did not expect this, it worked. The result spoke for itself. She was lying on a soft, cold blanket of snow, and she could do nothing. Despite this, the girl was still trying to say something. A scarlet blush blazed on her cheeks. Perhaps for the first time, the mask of ice cracked on her face. The paralysis is in effect. The target is shocked after receiving fatal damage. Charisma is increased by 3. The system minted the results of his prank. A few moments later, a signal sounded, marking the end of the exam. The wounded were promised assistance from medical personnel, while those who were still in the ranks were told to remain in place. After this, all the students began to be treated. Some might consider such a test excessive, but one should not forget that in the abyss, seekers will face deadly difficulties. Even though Lim Ayan failed the exam, was paralyzed, and lost her badge, she was still considered a success. Her strength was undeniable. The numbers were merely a formality. Everyone wanted to see the future searchers perform in a real-life setting. Kim Taehyung only collected 7 numbers, but his victory over the strongest competitors captivated everyone's attention. As the hero walked past, all the exam participants immediately began whispering behind his back. and many doubted his third rank. And yet, the effects of the ordeal had taken their toll on the hero. He walked with difficulty and remained composed in public only through sheer willpower. It was worth considering stealing the healing skill for himself in the future. Before the guy had time to relax, he had to defend himself again. The Thunderer Shin, seeing him standing against the wall, suddenly attacked. He called the hero a vile coward, and Taehyung had to use stone skin again to block the lightning bolts. His tricks wouldn't work here, Shin declared, and he was right. There were no solid rocks nearby, and Taehyung hadn't thought to hide a couple of souvenirs in his pocket. Seeing the two top candidates clash, the other participants began to happily cheer for both of them, because the fewer competitors there are, the better for them. However, Shin wasn't particularly picky about who he destroyed, and he threw one of the lightning bolts at the weaklings so that they wouldn't talk too much, after which he suggested that Taehyung fight fairly. And the guy realized that in front of him was a madman obsessed with battles. Shin laughed and promised to teach him the craft and show him who was boss. But at that very moment, he buried his nose 2 inches into the floor. High-ranked Seeker Park Sungjin, who was briefing them on the exam, heard the noise and immediately pinned all the students down with a high-gravity skill. This was one of the strongest Seekers in the country, a future double top rank, and yet the hero brazenly resisted his power, remaining standing on his feet. Park Sungjin chuckled, amused by this stoic guy. Then he added more weight to him, as if he had increased his body weight several times. And then Taehyung realized that it was not in vain that he had been doing deadlifts and squats faithfully. Taehyung gritted his teeth and endured with all his might. He knew that the skills of the highest ranks were on a different level, but the current Seekers were completely beyond his imagination. Park Sungjin chuckled again. Now he was intrigued, because even experienced veterans couldn't withstand such a load. He wanted to add more and see at what point the guy would break. But then a stern voice called out to him. Doctors immediately ran up to him and ordered him to stop the treatment of the students, who had just received treatment and were still to participate in the second round of the exam, which might not even start. Park Sungjin tried to justify himself by saying that he was just rechecking his skills, but no one believed him, because this happened to him every year. Under the threat of informing the chairman of the organization, the doctors forced Pak Songduzin to retreat. Then the veteran looked at the stoic guy and asked his name. When the hero said his name, Sungjin thought, "It's not surprising that the strongest one turned out to be the one who defeated Shin Yunbak and Lim Aeong. Finally, someone interesting has appeared," thought Park Sungjun, and expressed hope that the guy was striving for the highest rank, nothing less. Having promised to wait for this moment, he left quickly before receiving a scolding from the doctors. Soon after all the participants had recovered, the second round of the exam began. Park Sungjun stood on the platform in front of the students, and portals were visible behind him. Everyone waited with excitement, not yet knowing what kind of tests they would have to go through. Park Sungjun himself was also looking forward to the fun of watching the newcomers get crushed and run off to cry to their mothers, and announced the start of the second round of the exam. He himself had to pass through the area beyond the portal, which everyone had to enter. It was a 4th-tier dungeon, a real one with monsters inside, so many were terrified. Everyone was to split into teams of 5 and explore the area under the supervision of a senior explorer. During the course of the game, all their actions will be assessed, and the necessary consumables and potions will be provided to them by the association. Some of the guys immediately grabbed their swords. Before that, few of them could afford a real sword, not a training one. When everyone was ready, Seeker Pack told them all to come in. Under the supervision of an experienced adventurer, even newbies shouldn't have any problems with such a simple dungeon, Taehyung thought. Unless the dungeon turns out to be a double dungeon. It was the first of its kind in the past, when it was tragically discovered during an exam. Many seekers perished inside, and the consequences led to escapes into numerous undiscovered dungeons. It would have been good to prevent such a tragic event in advance, but no one would have believed a student's words on an exam, and even if the truth had come out, Taehyung would have been the first to fall under suspicion. So he thought. But unfortunately, he underestimated people's common sense in matters of life and death. Even though his decision doomed the first group, Taehyung simply hoped not to be in it and focus on his own survival. In any case, he did not consider himself responsible, even though he knew the future. Ironically, the goddess of fortune had other plans, and Taehyung quickly realized it. The mustachioed mentor and 4 other students were waiting for him inside, and it was clear that they were dissatisfied with his slowness. Their mentor was a first-rank seeker with the sorcerer class. Soon the first monsters of the dungeon appeared. Mud humanoids driven by something unknown attacked them, but they were so weak that the coordinated work of the newcomers with their undeveloped skills was enough to resist the monsters. Having distributed roles, the 4 of them broke through the horde of monsters, even without the help of an instructor. Since they had done well, he praised them all and even clapped his hands. Even though this was their first battle, it was clear that the students had a well-developed sense of direction. They did not lose their bearings, which confirmed their qualifications. The children modestly noted that all this was thanks to the wise instructions of their instructor. Taehyung didn't participate in this. He was much more angry that he didn't invest all his points in luck because out of all the teams, he managed to end up in the first one. Apparently, their instructor was carrying the very same item that belonged to the first dungeon discoverer, a unique rank sage ring that increased speed, stamina, and magic power by 10 points. Taehyung had already realized that they had definitely ended up in Apocalypto, a top-tier double dungeon, and his predator was still sealed. The chances of survival were 0, and now he regretted being so reckless. In any case, he wanted to prevent the second level of this dungeon from being discovered. Meanwhile, the group moved on until they reached a fork in the cave. The children turned to the instructor and asked him what they should do. The dungeons often had many confusing passages, and while he suggested deciding everything by majority vote, Taehyung rushed past him without waiting for a general decision. Ignoring their bewildered cries, he ran into one of the tunnels. Even though it was dangerous to go alone, the boy did not listen to the instructor's instructions. Apparently, Taehyung wanted to influence the group's decision so that they wouldn't find the dungeon and act against them, although it seems it was worth waiting until they chose something. The guy ran forward desperately, jumping over a deep gorge into which he almost fell. After that, he jumped into the hole that led down, fearlessly sliding down the slope. The rest had no choice but to follow him. Taehyung was determined to prevent the plot from his past life, even if it was risky. It was a shame it all turned out to be pointless. He froze before the enormous, ominous portal that lay right in the cave, filling it with light. Fate was playing a cruel joke on him again. Taehyung, like no one else, knew what was in front of them, and was stunned with confusion. Even though the hero went around the main path, he still ended up in this place. Apparently, there was no other way out of the wormhole. One of the weak-minded and brave students decided that it would be a good idea to touch an unknown object in the dungeon. Taehyung screamed for everyone to stop, his voice breaking with excitement and terror. He called them to their senses, because they had entered the gate, and it was strange to find another one inside, completely unnatural. Such incidents had to be reported immediately, the hero declared and turned to the instructor. However, this mustachioed, bespectacled man was in no hurry to jump to conclusions. In general, he agreed with the guy. Such things really should have been reported to headquarters. But in the end, he suggested they go inside first, much to the hero's horror. It would be good to figure out whether it was possible to avoid going inside, and whether there was any certainty that once inside, they could come back out. Even though Taehyung called for common sense, no one listened to him. It was hard to argue with the instructor, who was a first-rank seeker. The magic inside this gate isn't as dangerous as the overconfident idiot seemed to claim. They were still in a 4th-tier dungeon. These gates were prepared by the association as a way to give them special recognition, so the instructor declared they would all receive top marks. Perhaps he was driven by a thirst for discovery, willing to neglect the safety of his students. Taehyung began to hotly object and argue. Such a risky step went against the principles of exploring the abyss. But his arguments and positions seemed too weak, given that he himself had been acting alone the entire time, disregarding the team. This accusation was also manipulation, but the instructor skillfully exploited the situation to sway the students to his side. Taehyung was immediately subjected to a barrage of criticism, being called an arrogant braggart who argued with his seniors. Ultimately, they all wanted the top score much more than Taehyung, whose future was already guaranteed. Now the guy understood what led to the tragedy. These people had essentially signed their own death warrant, but he should have thought through his actions in advance and warned senior management about the presence of the gate here. Then the instructor would have been forced to act with caution. All the students sided with the one who was senior in rank and position, which gave him even more weight. Taehyung practically begged them to stop and think again about their actions. But the mustachioed instructor didn't listen to him and simply flicked his finger on the portal membrane, activating it. The cave was filled with a bright, blinding light, so Taehyung had to close his eyes. And then they found themselves inside, the portal sucking in everyone in front of it. Glasses froze, clearly not expecting to see what was inside. Even to the eyes of newbies, this dungeon did not look like a simple fourth-level dungeon. It was a long, straight hall, with a high colonnade on either side, and an ominous figure standing at the end of it, looking more like a boss's room. Looking closer, they saw a statue of an ancient warrior, with a huge sword in his hands, a spiked crown, and a mourning mask on his face. The students huddled fearfully around their teacher. They gradually began to realize their mistake and were now seeking protection. Taehyung stepped forward. He was the first to accept the inevitable and ordered the others to stand still and keep a close eye. Some began to complain, too. But then the passage was covered with gray fog, and the hero said, "They are coming." 2 warriors slowly approached them. As if for a knightly duel, they were very similar in appearance to the statue at the end of the hall. Only the crystal in the place where the belly should have been showed that in front of them were undead creatures, but controlled puppets in armor. Death Knights were first-tier monsters, well known to everyone, so the worst fears were immediately confirmed. The instructor hesitated. He himself had already realized what a mess he had gotten himself into due to his own stupidity, but it was too late to regret it. He ordered his students to prepare for battle. At that moment, steel clanged and both knights attacked them simultaneously. The instructor shielded the students with his body, otherwise they would have definitely died. "Filthy monsters!" the mustachioed man shouted at them, as if that could offend anyone, and prepared to use magic. The ground beneath the knights' feet turned into hot magma, and this forced them to stop. The sorcerer then shaped the magma into spikes and impaled the knights on them, piercing them in several places. From under the lowered visors came some ancient, untranslatable curses. At the moment when the enemies were immobilized, the instructor ordered the students to attack them with all their might. First, they blocked their view with fire and flashes of light. With their combined efforts, they unleashed a heavy attack on the 2 knights with everything they had. The coordinated work yielded results. The twisted steel figures fell to the ground. Their armor was bent and pierced in several places, and the crystals were shattered. Thus, the squad managed to defeat very strong monsters, despite the fact that most of them were inexperienced and weak newcomers. They deserve credit for this. They did well, and they themselves could hardly believe that they managed to survive. Death literally hung by a thread. One student even managed to let out a triumphant cry to encourage the others. He still had no idea how cruel the abyss could be. Through the fog, the group heard the sound of steel boots hitting the stone floor, and with horror, they realized that this was not the end. Instead of 2 knights, there were 4, all with heavy weapons but without shields. While the others froze in horror, not knowing what to do, Taehyung quickly examined the broken armor of the previous knights and discovered something strange there. The battle continued. The tiny squad managed to destroy several waves of Death Knights, which lay like a pile of scrap metal now covering the entire floor of the hall. But each time, a new army, twice as large as the previous one, came to replace the defeated ones. And there was no end in sight. The detachment was already operating at the limit of its strength and capabilities. The students had done more than they should have. They could barely stand on their feet from fatigue and exhaustion. It was a miracle that they still held their formation and didn't run away in terror. Their morale had also long since fallen. After examining the empty shells, Taehyung noticed something strange about what was happening. The recent battle made the instructor look at this student with different eyes. The guy not only didn't look very tired, but he also recognized the danger of the gate from the very beginning. Moreover, they were all able to stand on their feet, strengthened by his skill, the heart of the monarch. Otherwise, they would not have survived until this moment. Now the bespectacled man was ready to pay much more attention to Taehyung's words. The guy made the assumption that these were not Death Knights at all, even though they looked like that. Even the thought of this horrified the instructor and the other students. It was unclear who they were fighting then, and this is exactly what the hero was about to find out. Picking up one of the heavy knightly claymores from the floor, gripping the sword with his stone glove, he rushed forward without looking back. The entire army of knights, clanking their armor and weapons, also moved towards him like a steel avalanche. Taehyung was quickly surrounded and attacked from all sides at once, but he dodged. Soaring above his opponent, he avoided all the blows and continued moving towards the end of the hall. The hero jumped over heads, easily pushing off the knights. All this time, he held back his strength. Once he reached the statue, he threw a heavy claymore at it, and it flew like a projectile. The sword hit the stone and shattered it into many pieces. Immediately after this, all the knights who were chasing Taehyung burst into flames, and then scattered without a trace. Then the group of students realized that all this time they had been fighting only with an illusion, and had exhausted themselves completely in vain. An illusion trap, the hero explained to them. Similar ones are created in the abyss to weaken plunderers and other attackers. They imitate places and enemies. When the harsh reality dawned on them, the examinees began to loudly complain, and the instructor was amazed that the guy knew about such things because he had never encountered death knights or anything like that before. "Who knows?" the hero answered him thoughtfully, his words tinged with steel, like retribution for his previous attitude. In any case, he proved that he was not as weak as people thought. With a proud look, the hero continued on his way until they were simply killed, and suggested that the others do the same. They then moved along the dark passage. The instructor lit the way, and Taehyung helped the wounded walk, supporting them on himself. Although they had shattered the illusion, their situation was hardly improved. The dungeon had completely changed and become unrecognizable. The squad had suffered severe injuries and could not simply stand still awaiting help. Their hope was to find the gate that led to the exit from the dungeon as quickly as possible. Wandering through long, dark passages, we eventually managed to find some kind of gate, but its monumental appearance and the ornamentation of skulls did not inspire confidence. For some time they stood at the entrance, not daring to enter. No one knew what awaited them on the other side. However, death awaited them in any case, even if they simply stood still, said the instructor, and opened the gate first. Behind them stood a death knight, just one, but a real one, his halo glowing dimly in the darkness. After fighting many such enemies, one opponent was perceived as a mockery. But soon they were no longer laughing. Another 10 halos began to light up in the darkness. Following this, torches were lit on the walls of the enormous tomb, all the walls of which were occupied by death knights standing one above the other. The entire army of the ancient commander had gathered here. Another regiment of heavy infantry stood just in front of the entrance to the gate. This place was clearly not designed for an easy walk, no matter who ended up here, so the unfortunate students were completely desperate. They had long since regretted their rash decision to enter here. The insignificant people who managed to get here were addressed to them by the ruler of this place, who sat on the throne in a deathly voice. The Death Knight Lord, the boss of this level, greeted them, inviting them to begin the duel. Having struck the floor with their weapons at his command, the army began to move and reorganize. One of them separated from the group and pointed his sword towards the guests, silently challenging them to a fight. It was a demand for a one-on-one duel. Taehyung, who was still holding the injured student, was the first to understand. The students groaned pitifully about how they no longer had mana and that they could do nothing, still not realizing that they might be speaking for the last time in their lives. Taehyung told them to pull themselves together. Their goal was not to fight, but to escape, so they had to hold out until the end and look for an opportunity. But the idiots decided that by running away, they would increase their chances of survival after they had already entered the boss's room. Nobody wanted to die. They were all inexperienced greenhorns who had only been playing games and reading comics just yesterday, so their behavior was not surprising. Then the knight who had challenged them, unable to bear such an insult directed at him, moved sharply in their direction. The instructor and Taehyung, who was carrying the wounded woman, managed to dodge the attack. But the disheartened fugitives did not. Their torment was quickly ended. The scene was cruel and terrifying. The abyss did not spare anyone who dared to enter it. Taehyung shouted at the mustachioed instructor that he would buy him time, and therefore he should run to the exit. But instead, the teacher simply threw him and another student towards the exit, after which he blocked the passage with an earthen rampart, completely stunning the hero. The instructor shouted at him that the low-ranking brat should not even dare to argue with them. Taehyung listened to his words through the thick stone wall. All the instructor wanted was to become a top-ranked seeker. However, no matter how much he trained and put in the effort, he only moved further away from his goal. This was his opportunity, the instructor stated. He believed that if he sorted out this case, he would receive the highest rank from the leadership. And here is the result. The students died because of him, and a merciless death knight is rushing towards him. The instructor quickly hit him with some kind of green magic. One thing was clear. Kim Tae-hyung was different in that he had everything he needed, the instructor admitted. Not without regret. That's why he hoped that the guy would run away, take the wounded with him, and get out of here as quickly as possible. He himself was going to personally stop the opponents, knowing full well that he would not leave here alive. "That's the role of an instructor," said this man who tried to be a hero after he'd led everyone into impenetrable trouble as usual. Heroism is meant to cover up someone else's negligence. Tae-hyung turned towards the wounded, thinking what to do. And only then did I understand the bitter truth. There was no one left to save. At that very moment, the instructor's wall exploded with a crash, shattering into a hail of small fragments. The one who challenged the Death Knights fell victim to his own ambition and overconfidence, ultimately achieving nothing. The razor-sharp blade pointed at the hero again, challenging him. So Tae-hyung was left alone in the face of the strongest enemy. Everyone else was already dead. He saw a shiny object on the ground under his feet and immediately remembered the instructor's ring. When the knight began to attack, the boy grabbed him and rushed to the side. This was his only way to survive. Perhaps with the artifact, the sleeping predator would finally wake up. And as soon as the hero put on the ring, he felt the familiar sensation of power and strength. There was no need to hold back. He immediately activated the ability. A short flash and bloody tentacles instantly scattered everyone who stood nearby. Even the King of Knights was not indifferent to such a surge, and he asked the boy what kind of power it was. Thanks to the ring, all abilities were increased by 10 points. All conditions were met, the system said indifferently. The Predator's seal was removed, and the hero's eyes filled with red light. Then it was a simple matter. Using his increased power, he quickly crushed all the iron pieces in the tomb. Still, their lord, as is the custom with all terrible bosses, sat in place and waited until his army was killed. A couple of knights jumped on the guy from above, but he noticed them in time. Each swing of his hand knocked over and crushed dozens of knights. However, absorbing each of them took about 10 seconds, and relying solely on the Predator's strength was impossible, so Tae-hyung covered himself and his sword with stone skin. So his attacks became even stronger. While the Predator dealt with one knight, he crushed another. He quickly realized that in order to survive this battle, he would have to use all the abilities and skills he had accumulated up to this point. Suddenly, someone very strong burst right into the thick of the battle with a deafening explosion. The heavy, gigantic spear almost tore Tae-hyung to pieces. It could even pierce an elephant through and through. The Tomb Lord decided to break from the genre's conventions and intervene in the battle before he was left without an army entirely. Enveloped in a sinister aura, he radiated unshakable power and caused awe. Tae-hyung cursed foully, one of the words he kept to himself for just such an occasion. After that, dozens of projectiles, swords, spears, arrows, everything that the other knights had flew at him. He needed to run away quickly, which the guy did, deftly dodging. Then he approached the Death Lord and tried to influence him with the Predator. But as soon as the Lord swung his sword with lightning speed, the thorn tentacles were torn to shreds. Tae-hyung didn't expect such a trick at all. Before this, he thought that the Predator's power was limitless. The Lord of the Dead acknowledged his strength and grinned with his skull, but the boy's strength was hardly enough to fight him. Soon the hero himself found himself under the heel of the King of the Dead. Before sending him to the next world, the dead man asked where he got this power from. Tae-hyung refused to speak, and the knight's steel boot pressed him harder into the ground. The resistance to this higher-level pressure was only partially successful, the system reported. The king already realized that the hero understood what he was talking about, unlike ordinary people, which was also not just a coincidence. Tae-hyung himself wanted to know the nature of his power. He once again felt himself standing before the irresistible might of Asmodeus, a triple highest-rank demon. The still, warm bodies of the other members of the examination team floated in the sea of blood at his feet, and then he felt in a vision the appearance of the Lord of the Knights behind him. Nothing had changed since the moment he died and was reborn. Tae-hyung did not know the nature of his power, nor its source, nor why he suddenly began to understand what the creatures of the abyss were saying. He simply gained power and abilities without knowing anything, and nothing has changed since then. The Lord of the Knight's sword was already raised above his neck, ready to end it all. And then in the vision, a god appeared, the very one woven from light who had endowed him with his gift. The reason he gave him his powers was simple. The Sun Face was impressed by his fortitude and tenacity. He didn't have to change anything. It was enough to just get closer to him, the sun face said. The vision suddenly ended. Taehyung returned to reality, where his rival no longer expected anything. But suddenly something awakened in the guy. The force that burst out knocked the sword out of the dead man's hands. The thorn vines became stronger and thicker, and all the knights they touched were cut down. Like the very embodiment of predation and greed, Taehyung rose to his feet again. Despite the limitations of his body, he was going to use all the power lurking in the depths. The mana continued to arrive, and the system issued several warnings in a row. The king accepted the challenge and rushed towards the guy to deal with him. One swing and the hero disappeared into a stream of purple plasma that split even stones. But the hero survived this raging hurricane thanks to damage absorption. Since the Lord of the Dead is so curious about the source of this power, he can try it on himself, the hero shouted. The system echoed. The Predator's rank has been raised to second. The leap in development happened at the perfect time. This time, the crimson thorns pierced the dead man right through. They tossed the king high into the air, and Taehyung reached out to grab one of the swords that were lying around in abundance. Now, an equal fight broke out between them. They exchanged blows right in the air, knocking out sheaves of sparks and clanging weapons. The king was shocked. He could barely hold on and was extremely outraged by such disrespectful behavior towards his own person. Using his strength, he lifted many weapons that lay nearby and threw them all towards the hero. Then Taehyung gathered all his power into a fist, and it took the form of a beast's mouth, which he threw at the enemy. The predator easily swept away all the hovering blades and flew towards the stunned ruler without any respect. In the end, he was devoured. Like a pathetic fly caught in a monstrous mouth, Taehyung fell, watching as the power contained within his heart tore the king apart, leaving no trace. A new skill, King's Knight Spirit, was registered. The system beeped. The exam was long over. All the other teams had completed the relatively simple test, and the victims had received assistance. Observers, including the Seeker Pack, watched with alarm as one of the gates emanated energy of the highest level. The order to evacuate had already been given, but it was delayed due to deformations inside the dungeon. A breakthrough was approaching, and it was unclear whether a support team would arrive in time. Seeker Pack himself understood perfectly well that those who ended up inside were most likely already dead. He was already preparing to go through the gate himself without waiting for reinforcements, when they suddenly glowed even brighter than before. Frankly, it's still unclear why the group continued inside the second gate, if they could have simply waited to be rescued after noticing the anomaly. Everyone was expecting the gates to be breached, and was already shouting for evacuation, when the light went out and Seeker Kim Taehyung appeared on the platform in front of the entrance. Once again, he had managed to escape the clutches of death, and he was simply glad about it. Thanks to Kim Taehyung's actions, the gate was not breached, and no one else was injured. The results of the second test were determined only on pre-evacuation grounds. The bodies of the victims were found and returned to their relatives, as befits them. Despite the fact that there are dead people in the case, the chairman managed to hide the name of the one who cleared the dungeon. Otherwise, too much would have fallen on Taehyung in his youth. Deputy Go and Seeker Pack agreed with the chief. There was nothing wrong with these actions. He chuckled and thanked them for their support, which he didn't really need. After which I asked them what they really thought about it. What level should Kim Taehyung, a seeker who cleared a top-tier dungeon alone, be? At the very least, such a person must have the highest rank, Pack immediately stated. But since the actual rank listed in the system was much lower, it was difficult to assess the horizons of this guy's potential, Deputy Go added. And that meant there was a high probability that this young man had already become a national force, the chairman said, and everyone fell silent meaningfully. Meanwhile, a black sun shone in the abyss. Under the shadow of a solar eclipse, an eclipse of the world was taking place, and a horde of monsters marched across the rocky wasteland. The monsters came in an irresistible wave, large and small, flying and crawling, of all shapes and colors. Taehyung looked in amazement at this stream, this living river that suddenly flooded the desert, and did not understand anything. He didn't remember when he fell into the abyss, but when he looked at the sky, he saw the sun-faced one there. It was as if he were a god, floating in the sky, and at the sight of him, the seething sea beneath his feet exploded with a roar of hatred. One wave of the hand, and they all turned to ashes, falling silent forever, and scattering into dust in the wind. It was a message to Taehyung. God was telling him what was waiting for him, but the guy vaguely understood what it meant. "I need to go to the deepest part of the abyss," she thought when she finally woke up. It was strange to find myself in a hospital bed, and it took me a while to piece together the chain of events in my head. The vision he saw before waking up was hardly a dream. It was too clear and strong. The Predator's power was too mysterious to ignore such messages. Even the highest-ranking monsters knew of it and feared it. The further they went, the more questions Taehyung had. There was no other way but to become stronger and go into the abyss in search of the light-faced king. The status changed. The Predator rank reached the second, surpassing the limit. The spirit of the king of the Knight of the second rank was able to strike enemies with agility. In terms of skill and characteristics, Taehyung had definitely reached the highest rank, and now he had become the owner of the power of the Lord of the Dead, which made him eat dust. The hero himself understood that with such abnormal growth rates, the national level was just around the corner. There was some noise coming from beneath his room. Someone was persistently trying to get inside. But in the end, Yu Aeon overcame all the bodyguards at the entrance and, as the leader of the spy guild, visited the sick man. She didn't even break a sweat, and her elegant appearance remained intact. Yu Aeon greeted him with a charming smile that made his heart skip a beat. And then the boy realized he'd seen similar facial features somewhere before. Later, this stunning woman expressed a desire to give the hero a ride, and she personally took the wheel, moving the driver to the back seat. The hero did not object to this kind of honor. After all, they were dictated by interest in his strength. That's why he decided to ask directly what the head of the Searcher's intelligence needed from someone who had just recently passed the exam. Yu Aeon smiled and replied softly that she just wanted to look at the champion. There was no trace of the cold sarcasm that her sister possessed. However, Taehyung didn't believe such a weak excuse. There definitely had to be something else behind her visit. Lim Ayong praised the guy for his observation. It's good that he didn't turn out to be a simpleton. Then the conversation moved on to business. It turned out that there was still the third round of the exam ahead, the essence of which was paired duels in the arena in front of everyone. Lim Ayong considered it almost inevitable that the guy would reveal his abilities in the arena, and then everyone would understand who had cleared the highest-ranking dungeon alone, and they would want to get him into their ranks. That's why this sweet and seductive woman wanted to be the first to invite him to join their ranks. Be it money or fame, she was ready to give him whatever he desired. In this, Yua Young was the complete opposite of her sister, and the boy appreciated her zeal. For some time, he actually thought about her proposal and hesitated. By agreeing, he could gain significant support and connections, especially under the guidance of such a nice boss. However, maintaining the feigned indifference of a K-Bol, or at least the heir to the throne, the guy responded with a curt refusal, without even bothering to explain his reasons. He understood perfectly well that because of his strength, they would still take him into account, so there was no need for extra politeness. The hero thanked them for giving him a ride home. He wanted to walk the rest of the way. Then Yu Aeong stopped hiding behind her mask and asked directly about the reasons for the refusal. Every person needed something, be it royalties, fame, power. Maybe he had other suggestions, or she misunderstood him. But Yu Aeon wasn't going to give up so easily, which even irritated the hero a little. Then the guy answered directly that there was no mistake, just as there were no agreements. He didn't care about the favorable conditions. Besides, could the knight tramps offer him anything exceptional? He asked. So he just didn't want to do something he didn't like? And he believed that no one could force him to do it. At this point, Taehyung thought that their dialogue was over and had already said goodbye to Yu Aeong, but he had significantly underestimated her self-esteem. No one dared refuse such a lady. She grabbed him tightly, clamping his mouth shut so that he wouldn't scream, and pressed him to herself. "Who is he to speak to the mistress like that?" she asked. A boy just trying to become a seeker suddenly turning down one of the top guilds for no good reason sounded like utter nonsense. But this time, the beautiful lady decided to spare him, loosening her grip and running her finger over his chest. But only because she liked him. Her driver tried to stop his boss, reminding her that the guy was essentially still a schoolboy. He also tried to reason with Kim Taehyung that it was a mistake not to appreciate the opportunity that was coming his way because one day he would regret it. In one thing, he and his sister were worth each other, and that was because of their hopeless stubbornness. The hero answered them coldly and arrogantly. There was no hint of submission or fear in his eyes. Yu Aeon was amazed that he understood her relationship with Lim Aeon. I simply understood this from her taken name, the hero quipped. And at that very moment, he was overwhelmed by a wave of power, the flash of which engulfed the city. Yu Aeon grabbed him by the throat like a puppy, and a thick green aura surrounded her. Like all seekers, she lived in another world for which other human norms were outdated. The fact is that at birth, she was named Lim Aeong. She was the illegitimate daughter of the CEO of a large corporation, and the girl was raised as a successor, until her second daughter was born, already in a legal marriage, and not only her status as an heir was taken away from her, but even her name. After this, Yu Yun changed her name and became one of the youngest seekers. Few people could know about this fact in her relationship, although she kept her last name. One would have to be crazy to so openly provoke a high-ranking aspirant, and this powerful woman made it clear that she would not tolerate such ridicule. But she started this game of dominance, the guy declared, and easily removed her hand from himself. Resistance to the Amazon spirit was successful, the system declared. After this, the hero decided to test his recent acquisition and cast the spirit of the Night King on her, which forced Yu Ayong to recoil. Never before had she encountered such power, and she felt enormous pressure. Yet Taehyung also felt her pressure. He was not ready to withstand the power of a top-tier skill. Releasing the king's power, he approached Yu Aeon and perhaps became the first man who was able to pin her to the wall like that. The game of dominance can be played by two people, sister, the hero warned her in a peaceful voice. A wave of embarrassment and anger washed over the girl. She wanted to claw at his face, but she understood that there was no good reason for that. Her driver turned paler than chalk and melted from the tension of the drama as if he were made of wax. When you think of a fighting arena, 90% of people will think of the Roman Colosseum, and there's nothing you can do about it. But the building is beautiful, that's for sure. This is where the third round of the Seeker's exam was supposed to take place. Unlike the first two rounds, the third was designed to create a show and allow each participant to prove themselves. Families of future Seekers came here to support their loved ones, and representatives of guilds who were looking for the best candidates. Some guild representatives carefully disguised themselves to pass as ordinary spectators. Taehyung's uncle and aunt also came to support him, but now they were worried because the battles of the Awakened were especially brutal. But Hwang was full of optimism, and as the hero's first henchman, he had already put together a banner with his brother's face. He spoke in prepared chants, like a seasoned fan club leader. This guy was immediately prepared for a fight for power. There were other little-known faces in the audience, like the female reporter who interviewed Taehyung before the first round of the exam. This time she wanted to find the perfect news because, as before, she was on the verge of being fired. Last time her work was rejected because Taehyung was only ranked third at the time, and the editor demanded fresh photos of the flyman from her. The girl didn't know what to do. She thought that Kim Taehyung must be no longer at the competition, but then her attention was drawn to the noise from the stands. There was a strange atmosphere around one participant. The others preferred to keep a respectful distance from him, as if they were afraid that he might attack them. Everyone looked at him with faces as if they had been suffering from constipation for a week. Even the promising awakened ones who made it through the first two rounds of the exam. The scene is very strange, but apparently it is meant to show how cool the hero is, because everyone stands around him frozen in silly poses. This surprised the reporter's girlfriend. None of the participants hid their aggression. The start of the third round was soon announced, and spectators were warned to watch their nerves during the brawl. Taehyung chuckled. He too was looking forward to the opportunity to show everyone his true level. At the signal, everyone directed their forces at the strongest player, hoping to get rid of him first to increase their chances of winning. Volleys of various magic and skills merged into one incessant glow. Encouraging each other, they called on the others to also join in destroying the dark horse that had destroyed two high-ranking awakened beings at once during the first trial. But their dreams were not destined to come true. Taehyung did not stand still, but in the blink of an eye broke through the cordon. The dummies of various levels shuddered in horror when they realized that they were the ones who had come. Their instincts told them to flock together, just like fish that flock together, because it's less likely that they'll eat you. But for the hero, this behavior only simplified the task. There was no need to run after each one individually, and it was possible to defeat them all at once. Having successfully broken through the encirclement, Taehyung stopped and immediately noticed how the ground under his feet was cracking. Thick woody vines burst from the ground and grabbed the hero. One overconfident druid decided that he could prove himself by defeating the one who defeated two awakened of the highest rank. He called himself a genius of the first rank and was obviously very proud of himself. Unfortunately for this awakened one, who remained unknown to anyone, everything ended like for the others. He was buried deep in the ground, and all his pride was trampled underfoot. Taehyung chuckled and called out to the next one. The vines couldn't hold him back even for a moment. It soon became clear that the guy had become even stronger since the last round. But this did not stop the other participants. They still wanted to prove themselves and decided to continue the attack. They all hoped to exhaust the hero's stamina reserves and thus break him. Then Taehyung used the skill spirit of the Night King. In an instant, everyone who dared to approach him immediately fell prostrate under the colossal pressure of the Death Knight. They were so overcome with terror that they couldn't even move. His aura was so strong that it even engulfed the stands where ordinary people were sitting, including Yu Ah-yeon, who had mingled with the crowd. She couldn't believe the boy would use this skill in full view of everyone. Soon there was no one left in the arena near Taehyung who was able to continue the fight. "The first stage of the cleanup is already ready," said the hero, not even out of breath. Then he looked in the direction where there was still an awakened being who could withstand his power. Now the hero offered her a choice: to stop right now and surrender. Of course, he understood perfectly well that the proud girl would never admit defeat. "This means he will have to repeat what happened in the first round," the guy said, meaning that he ultimately defeated Lim Ayong. But perhaps the girl misunderstood him, because at that very moment she covered the arena with an impenetrable dome, just like last time, catching the guy in the area of effect of her magic. Taehyung didn't even try to escape in any way. Unlike their last fight, he wasn't at all exhausted from the battle. The desperate girl armed herself with an ice weapon and pointed the tip at him, her intentions speaking for themselves. "The past situation will not repeat itself," Lim Ayon declared, and her eyes began to glow brightly with an icy blue. Taehyung just smirked smugly. This was all nothing more than a funny game for him. The fight didn't last long. The hero barely moved from his spot, and none of Lim Ayong's most powerful attacks worked on him. As a result, the girl collapsed at his feet completely exhausted, which meant the end of their duel. A thin layer of frost covered his body, and this girl was still a very difficult opponent for him. With only one participant remaining in this royal match, it was officially over, and a stunned silence hung in the stands for a long time. Afterwards, Taehyung received an award and a certificate for completing the Seeker's exam with honors. He was immediately awarded the highest rank, and all the honors were given by the chairman of the Association of Seekers himself. He kept singing the hero's praises, because the exam ended so decisively, which was not surprising for someone who had single-handedly cleared a top-ranked dungeon. "Just luck," the hero answered modestly, which could easily be taken as a joke. Then the chairman, taking advantage of his position, got down to business and invited the guy to the main guild of the country. Taehyung feigned surprise, although he had expected something like this. After all, Yu Ayong was only the first. And after his speech, it is not surprising that the chairman also set his last sights on him. The hero thought about how quickly his position had changed. Just recently he had been rated very low, and then he had defeated two of the strongest contenders. Thanks to this, he acquired some connections, and the world gradually came to know the hero. Now the most powerful man in the country wanted to recruit him into his organization. However, as before, Taehyung refused. He still knew too little about the world to make any decision. Chairman Ji even jumped up from his seat after receiving the refusal and asked the guy about the reasons. Taehyung couldn't name anything special. He just believed that working alone was more effective. He had his own secrets, and he wanted to keep them as long as possible, and other guilds and superiors would limit his path. There would have been a lot of explaining to do, so the guy apologized for not being able to help the chairman in any way. For a moment, he was clearly surprised by the straightforward refusal, but eventually he burst out laughing. He was amused by the young man's self-confidence and the fact that even the best guild in the country could be refused. But the chairman had another proposal for the guy instead of the usual introduction. He invited him to take part in the Asian-friendly tournament, but the chairman still didn't want to let the guy go just like that, and already knew how to use him for the good of the country. Horrible-looking mutants pounced on him from all sides, wanting to taste fresh meat, but in the end, they themselves became minced meat and food for the dominant predator. These were the last of the mindless monsters that inhabited this dungeon, and now they have all turned into piles of bodies. Even during the fight, Taehyung didn't stop thinking about the international tournament, an event in which all countries in a region elect 5 representatives from the guild association. Afterwards, the teams compete in hunting demons and monsters. But this is not as simple an event as it seems. The event allowed countries to test their strength without resorting to actual combat, and participants had the opportunity to assert themselves as national treasures. The chairman recommended Taehyung because he expected him to grow quickly and believed that he could reach that level. Now that the boy had finally received a seeker's license and could go into dungeons, he had to constantly hunt much stronger monsters to reach the level that most people took years to reach. However, even taking this into account, Taehyung's growth rate has slowed down significantly recently. Even though it was dangerous, he had to go to the depths of the abyss to become strong enough. At the same time, a black raven circled above the vampire's castle. This is what Chief Lee's mansion looked like now. He himself was engaged in the education of his servants, teaching everyone obedience and good manners using the example of his bodyguard Saul. He desperately begged his master to calm down, but it was unlikely that the pleas had any effect now. The son and recognized heir of the Lee clan's leader was still in the hospital, and the one who sent him there, depriving him of his future, had himself made a good career and was recognized as a seeker of the highest rank. It was hardly possible to remain calm after something like that. So someone had to become the punching bag for the angry clan leader. He was only stopped by the secretary, who announced the presence of the Villains Guild. He could only laugh at the fact that in the world of comics, villains call themselves that everywhere. Chief Lee also had a grudge against them, because they received money in advance, but never completed the order, failing to deal with some boy. He was already threatening to show them where the crayfish spend the winter, but then he noticed a strange visual anomaly in front of him. The space distorted, and a man entered the room without knocking. He immediately expressed his condolences about Lee John and suggested fixing that first. Moreover, the main goal of the Daesan group was not at all to take revenge on some schoolboy. The masked man struck a theatrical pose and introduced himself as the second-in-command of the Villains Guild. He also asked to be called Shadow. This suggested the entire guild was simply a bunch of attention-deficit teenagers. After Taehyung dealt with another dungeon, he climbed out through the portal, but they were already waiting for him there. The very strange man holding the piece of cardboard with Taehyung's name on it was definitely the one who met him at the airport. Pukliash loudly introduced himself as a first-rank seeker from the Alchemists Guild and said that he would accompany him to the auction. This fat guy's name was Pak Gon-wung, and apparently the corporate office culture had completely ruined him, so he was shouting as if he were at a reception for the Queen of Britain. Gonun declared that he became a fan of the hero after his performance at the exam, asked for an autograph, and deliberately acted in a very strange manner, as if he was dealing with a person of higher status and position. East Point was the best place for all kinds of shopping in the eastern region, so Taehyung came here. This trading place attracted many rich people from all over the world. Excellent products and the availability of automatic translation that erased language barriers made this place very attractive to the cream of society. But Taehyung was there for work. He'd been tasked with maintaining public order at today's auction. Gunwon chose the spot for his signature himself, his forehead. He was a very strange man. In addition, the guild sent many more specialists who looked like twins. The coordinates were constantly changing, so not everyone could get to this place at the same time. Controlling the teleport was one of Gonun's abilities. He boasted that the auction's difficulty in getting there was probably why it hadn't been attacked in 10 years. And he had a point. The auction was the safest place. The key word here was, because today the auction would be attacked by a high-ranking demon, which Taehyung knew from his past. One could only marvel at the protagonist's memory, who remembered the exact date of events he hadn't personally participated in. Meanwhile, the day's top lot, the Phoenix Elixir, was up for auction. One sip of this potion increased stamina and magical power by 20 points. While inside, Taehyung hoped to wait for the attack, after which he would defeat the highest-ranking demon and thus earn social value, one of the conditions for entering the Asian Games. The problem was that he had very little information about the potential enemy and his plans. He knew that East Point's losses were enormous, and that Narendra Nehru, a demon of the highest rank, was believed to be the culprit of the attack. The hero was distracted from his thoughts by Gonun, who was running to get him some ice cream. Taehyung immediately asked him who was in charge of security because he wanted to find out who ultimately defeated the demon. Gonun was very surprised by this question, and the guy said that it was just curiosity. Before the escort could answer, they were called out from behind. The people stepped aside to let a group in white coats walk forward in formation. They were led by a leader, also in a white suit. He recognized Taehyung and apparently decided to say hello to the youngest seeker of the highest rank. Isaka Ryuhei, nicknamed Shaitan, was a high-ranking Japanese hunter and head of all East Point security forces. He was distinguished by a flat face, on which even his eyes were indistinguishable, and a sly, snake-like grin. Gonun told the hero who was in front of him. He, too, was surprised by such attention from the auction's head of security. However, he warned the hero to be careful with this man, as rumors circulated that Ryuhei had killed his colleagues for profit, earning him the nickname Shaitan. He was an excellent candidate for the post of head of security, and his reputation was impeccable. Ryuhei extended his hand to the hero. He had heard about the young talent, although he did not expect to meet him here. Taehyung was surprised that they extended their left hand to him, not their right one, but he still responded to the handshake, and immediately a shock of pain pierced him. Ryuhei, who was clearly enjoying his joke, laughed quietly, maintaining a mask of politeness and cordiality. But not for long, because he was very pleased with the guy's reaction to pain. Truly top-notch, Ryuhei admitted. Then Taehyung noticed that he wasn't the only one feeling unwell. Some of the people around him couldn't even stand upright. East Point had hired the best of the best, and the HR department needed a bonus immediately. Although Taehyung could withstand Ryuhei's influence, it was clearly not good for ordinary people. Having played enough, Ryuhei nevertheless loosened his grip, saying that he expected too much from a boy who had only recently received the highest rank. He brazenly leaned onto the hero's shoulder and got close to his ear. If it weren't for Taehyung's goals, he would have broken the scoundrel's jaw long ago for such antics. Not all higher ranks are equal, the scoundrel said instructively, maintaining a smug look. He suggested that Taehyung not do anything stupid and just quietly walk away. After this, he left as quickly as he had appeared, while his dummies in white kimonos lined up on both sides of the corridor. Gonun was so excited that even ice cream flowed down his hands. It would still be more difficult than he initially thought, the hero decided, looking after Ryuhei. Deep inside the building, a group of guards stood at an armored door, all of them armed and wearing bulletproof vests. Then another group of awakened ones came out to meet them, most of them wearing hoods and masks. Since guests weren't supposed to be on this level, the security chief became wary. The warp gate control room was behind this group, so any intruders were to be eliminated. The squad leader stated that he would take charge, and the rest would be dealt with by the other members of his squad. He felt confident since he had the first rank, but the enemy was far beyond the usual first rank, so the small guard detachment was instantly routed. They were destroyed by monsters under the control of Naraderu Neru, a high-ranking magician who walked everywhere in a high turban and without clothes, probably for convenience. When the first part of the evil plan was completed, his accomplices reported that an unknown variable had appeared in their case. Kim Taehyung, who had recently become a top ranker, was bothering them, so the villains sought advice from a magician. He angrily declared that all the other hunters were trash, and as long as he was here, there was nothing to be afraid of. At that very moment, the divine revelation, as Neru called it, began, and the auction building shook from the first explosion. Here we can again ask the main character why, knowing about the terrorist attack, he did not report it to the authorities. This could have saved many lives. Another explosion thundered and buried all the people who were in the trading hall under the rubble. Following these, another dozen thundered throughout all parts of the shopping center, which consisted of 2 tall towers on a lonely island. Gonun, horrified by what was happening, shouted at Taehyung that he needed to evacuate immediately. Taehyung himself was confused. He knew there would be a terrorist attack, but he didn't expect the omnidirectional explosion in the building. It was a miracle everything didn't collapse. It was completely unclear where the demons were hiding when the bomb was planted. Another explosion occurred right before the hero's eyes, and the death toll rose. People ran in panic, trying to save themselves, when gunfire was heard in the building. A group of terrorist bandits, threatening with weapons, ordered everyone to hand over jewelry and money. And they wanted to behead everyone who resisted, the masked scoundrel shouted menacingly about this. At that very moment, the criminal himself lost his head, along with his accomplices, from the hero's blade. There was no point in trying to capture anyone. Taehyung ordered Gunwoon to report the attack to the association, and he himself declared that he would deal with whoever orchestrated it with a pompous air. He deserves credit for this, of course, but it's hardly heroic, as all the casualties could have been avoided. Another group of guards fought bravely to protect the already sold lots, where another group of robbers arrived. There were more of them, and they behaved insolently and confidently, as if the situation was in their hands. A bloody and brutal fight began at close range and in a confined space. The loyal guards fought desperately, but were still defeated, and the masked villain took what he came for. The elixir of the Phoenix, the best artifact of the entire auction. Having taken it into his hands, the villain understood why the demon Neru had taken such risks to obtain this artifact. The potion emanated enormous power, and the criminal himself almost succumbed to the temptation to drink it. However, there was an unexpected jolt, and one of the accomplices fell dead, while the others turned around nervously. They became confused as they saw no one, and began to fall one after another, as if mown down. An unknown enemy destroyed the villains without any mercy, and they became afraid. And the last one managed to understand that the enemy had an invisibility skill, and that's all. A dagger flashed and tore the mask off the villain's face. At that moment, he cursed and used the chain skill on his opponent, which worked flawlessly, suspending Taehyung in the air. The criminal grinned, thinking that everything was over, and he was once again in control of the situation. Taehyung really liked this skill that could track the target in stealth mode. He was perfect for using the predator on him, the hero said and grinned maliciously. Meanwhile, the terrorists gathered all the survivors and took them hostage, tying them all up. A whole horde of freaks, all hand-picked as if from a cabinet of curiosities, looked at the unfortunate people. Monsters and demons filled the assembly hall, and the people below, huddled together in terror, were like a buffet for them. Everything went smoothly, laughed the demon Nier, who had captured the gate control room and settled here with his henchmen. Now those who believe in God will be even more afraid of his existence, he said, and laughed again. To complete the plan, he only needed to get the Phoenix potion, and just then his henchman with a walkie-talkie hurried up. He reported that he had received a message from Dyke, the leader of the group, who was supposed to bring the potion, but judging by his tone, something went wrong. The radio crackled with static, and then the villains heard a completely different voice than they expected. Taehyung brazenly admitted that he had taken something important for the demon Neru, and was holding it in his hands right now. And he suggested that he come and pick up the potion himself if he needed it so much. Such an open challenge from a young brat angered the demon mage, so much so that he gnashed his black teeth. Taehyung didn't wait for the genius mage who staged the attack for the potion, but entrusted its transportation to others, to come here himself. He simply drank it, instantly receiving stat bonuses. It really was a unique potion. Taehyung had to run around the dungeons quite a bit, and all without results. And then there was an immediate sharp increase. But now he didn't have to worry about the potion falling into the hands of demons, since he had securely hidden it in the depths of his body. They sent the number 2 villain in their organization to deal with the impudent boy. Ryuhei was no longer smiling, and all his accomplices in white kimonos were also in cahoots with him. When they entered the warehouse, they saw the carnage that the hero had left behind, and hadn't even cleaned up after himself. Everyone was dead, the henchman quickly realized. They came here because this was the room from which Taehyung last communicated. Ryuhei's henchman already thought that the guy had simply run away with the precious potion, but the swordsman only laughed. With his yellow snake eyes, he clearly saw that the enemy was right in front of them, after which he invited the guy to come out of the darkness and show himself to everyone. Taehyung did just that. He wasn't disappointed at all by being discovered. The hero thought his skill was almost perfect, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Ryuhei asked the guy in a condescending tone what he was doing here. Having the highest rank, he could live happily, but the traitor himself was the head of security and a respected man. But in the end, he served terrorists and scoundrels. Ryuhei chuckled and replied that he was just looking for something. Taehyung realized that there wouldn't be any long conversations anyway, and reached for his belt, where he kept his blade. Clearly, with so many guards at East Point, it was impossible to smuggle and plant so many bombs, let alone bring in so many villains. This meant that Ryuhei lived up to his nickname of Shaitan, and was a traitor. The hero looked with contempt at all these people who huddled in a cowardly group around their master. Hearing such an accusation, Ryuhei chuckled and at that very moment simply disappeared. In a split second, he was next to the hero and almost cut him down with his sword, but he managed to block the blow. Ryuhei demanded that he return what he came for, and Taehyung sarcastically suggested that he take it himself. For a while they balanced, holding each other's blades, and then they began to move with such speed that they simply disappeared from the eyes of ordinary awakened ones. They clearly had nothing to do in a battle of the highest ranks. Moreover, they knew what their leader was called. If they carelessly interfered in his fight, they could lose their own heads. Taehyung and Ryuhei were jumping like blocks at supersonic speed, exchanging blows. Physics went out of the chat. What kind of overload do pilots have? Oxygen starvation of the brain? This is all for nerds. Still, Taehyung was having a hard time. He could barely keep up with his opponent. The enemy saw through his disguise and could catch up with him anywhere, even though Taehyung had drunk a special enhancing elixir. Ryuhei's next attack was quickly approaching his neck, and the boy froze in place. He didn't have time to dodge and received a chopping blow that tore off all his disguise. They both had similar skills, but the hero didn't think the difference would be so striking. Using a dagger, the guy stopped on the ceiling, parodying Peter Parker. After which he used the skill of the Spirit King Knight, suppressing all the other villains with his power. In horror, they rushed in all directions and lost their formation, pressed down by the spirit of the dead man. Taehyung turned around, looking for Ryuhei to see if the skill had any effect on him. He praised him for his decision, since any invisibility was vulnerable to area attacks. It was worth using this skill on himself if he wanted to find him, Ryuhei stated, who was right below Taehyung and jumped on him with a charged attack. At this time, 2 gang members were standing on the level above and guarding the passage. Or maybe they were simply shirking their duties, pretending to be working. But they should have chosen another place, because Ryuhei broke through the ceiling and dragged Taehyung through the hole. So they burned through several more levels, one after another, destroying the already long-suffering building. In the end, Ryuhei managed to take a pompous position on top and pinned him to the floor with his sword. But to his amazement, Ryuhei discovered that his sword was unable to touch the hero's body and was stopped by chains. Here he cursed and abruptly pulled away from the guy, feeling vulnerable. That skill was needed not to find him, Ryuhei realized, but to limit his chances of escape. Taehyung grinned. He was not going to let his opponent go any longer. Even though Ryuhei cursed as much as he could, it didn't help him avoid the chain skill that quickly caught him. Covering his fist with stone and steel, Taehyung punched the bastard in the jaw with all his might, just as he had wanted from the very first minute of their meeting. Soon all the scoundrels were sitting together, chained together and with sad faces. Ryuhei, despite his situation, was still fluttering and trying to maintain his dignity. The hero grinned and asked him how he would explain his betrayal. But the villain had no intention of repenting or regretting anything. He believed that he was simply unlucky. A kick in the teeth was worth 1,000 words. Taehyung wasn't going to listen to nonsense from a killer. Ryuhei's lackeys turned to look at him uneasily, although they should have been more worried about themselves. Taehyung left them alive, only so that there would be someone to contact the demon Neru who started it all. In any case, the guilds of all countries should have already responded to the alarm signal, which means the terrorists don't have much time left. However, hearing these words, Ryuhei only laughed with his broken lips because the guy didn't know anything yet. When all these events began, the chairman of the association was sitting in the conference room with Deputy Go. A bearded old man ran into the hall with clearly alarming news. So Sangik, the head of the Alchemist Guild, reported that something had happened to the East Point guards. Not only were there many valuable items from his guild at the auction, but there were also many important people among the buyers. It turned out that the deputy already knew about what had happened, and reassured the alchemist that measures had already been taken. A support squad of elite seekers led by Pak had already been assembled. However, Sangik did not understand why, in that case, they had not yet arrived at the place. The chairman explained with a heavy heart that they were not yet able to physically reach the island. Since the East Point office, which controlled the warp gate, had been captured, access was impossible. One could only marvel at the security measures and the lack of a backup route in such a case. So Sangik was horrified and was ready to run around in circles screaming, "Save me! Help me!" But Tevuk said that everything would be fine. After all, there are 2 top-ranked seekers in the building, and one of them is Taehyung. They will definitely be able to defeat the demon Nur who controls the monsters. Tewuk hoped that the 2 would hold out long enough before reinforcements arrived, even more so since Taehyung could defeat the demon himself. But when Yu Aeyong entered the room, she declared from the doorway that this was impossible. since it was not a matter of an ordinary top rank. As always beautiful and powerful in her strict office suit, this girl did not lose her charm. Ryuhei decided to share their plans since he could do nothing else but gloat. He said that Nier's strongest skill is a contract with a demon. Demons could be summoned through sacrifices, their power depending on the quality and quantity of the victims. The world of the awakened was extremely cruel. They quickly descended to the level of genocide. Taehyung realized the true horror of what was happening, because there were many civilians in the building who might not have been there if he had reported the terrorist attack in advance. The traitor saw the confusion on the hero's face and was glad. This was what he needed. Yu Ah-young also knew this dark feature of the demon Neru well. And now the chairman and the head of the alchemists understood how dangerous it was to wait and do nothing. The enemy had captured hundreds of hostages and already possessed an army of high-level monsters. Such a wondrous world, where such villains can roam free. Everyone understood the scale of the catastrophe that could happen, and all that was left was to guess about the motives that drove the villain. Taehyung realized the same thing. Right now, preparations were underway for a mass sacrifice. Only soulless brats could serve such a scoundrel, and Ryuhei understood this perfectly well. So he laughed right in Taehyung's face, saying that he would lose anyway. The hero had little choice but to watch indifferently as innocent hostages were sacrificed while they begged for mercy. Or fight in a battle in which he will definitely lose and die like a dog, the traitor sarcastically said, and laughed again. The crimson sun slowly rolled towards sunset, foreshadowing a night full of nightmares and horrors on the lonely island. All the survivors were gathered in the hall. Now the demon Nier's preparations were complete, although he did not receive the Phoenix potion. The useless servants from among the henchmen reported to him that Ryuhei had most likely been captured. Taehyung is most likely keeping the potion for himself and hiding somewhere, the idiot reported, and asked what they should do. Demon Neru already understood what the guy was counting on by avoiding battle. He was going to wait for the association's help. However, the enemy had hostages in his hands, with whom he could do whatever he wanted. Since the hero did not show himself, the demon decided to force the hero to do so by killing several hostages. "Let the festival of the gods' names begin," he whispered, smiling with a smile as black as his soul. Suddenly the light in the entire room disappeared and it became as dark as a cave. The villains were alarmed. They were waiting for another bomb to explode. In the darkness, they could not understand anything. At that moment, Nier, who was holding several victims in his arms, noticed that they were missing. Using invisibility and chains, the hero quickly found himself behind the villain. He crept up to him as quietly as he could and tried to strike him with a stone fist from invisibility. However, at the very last moment, the chains rattled and failed to catch the demon, demonstrating miracles of flexibility and speed in close combat. He dodged the attack that should have caught him. The turban on the villain's head became disheveled and predatory snakes emerged from underneath it, breaking the hero's chains. At the same time, fireballs created by his magic appeared before the demon. The flames of the fire almost engulfed him, and Taehyung had to quickly retreat back. Even in Neru's head there were monsters. The guy himself ended up below next to the other hostages, who thought that the hero had come to save them. Many of them were rich, so they even offered the hero special services and conditions for their salvation. Their chatter was really bothering him, so he sent them all into one of the portals using chain magic. The monsters sitting above and seeing their food being stolen were very upset and jumped on the hero to deal with such rudeness. All the monsters were of a fairly high level and looked dangerous, and their actions were coordinated. But Taehyung, even though he was tightly surrounded, managed to get out of it and turn all the monsters into meat platter. The hero jumped high into the air and decided to suppress all the monsters with the help of the Spirit of the Lord skill, and the image of a dead man appeared above him. Feeling the familiar power, the monsters became despondent and pressed their heads to the floor. But the particularly furious ones only became more enraged and rushed at the guy from all sides. This time, he received a blow. There was a roar, and the hero himself was discouraged by the fact that the suppression did not work. The thing is that the monsters under the contract weren't ordinary. The sorcerer politely explained to the young and inexperienced one. These creatures had no morality because they obeyed the summoner directly and had no will of their own. Having absorbed the magic caster's power, these demons were much stronger than all the others. So Taehyung started having problems. The black-toothed magician considered himself a god and mocked anyone who dared to challenge him, a crooked grin dancing across his face. And now again, a crowd of monsters in a mad scramble surrounded the hero. Life had taught them nothing. Seeing the boy disappear, the hostages were horrified, thinking they had been abandoned. But one of the hostages objected that everything was not at all as it seemed, and urged everyone to look carefully. Both the monsters and the villains were completely distracted and completely forgot to keep an eye on the hostages, thinking they were tied up. Thus, it turned out that the guy's retreat was imaginary. He was only luring the enemies onto himself. Now they clearly saw that the hostages who had almost been sacrificed were hanging rescued to the side, swinging on chains. When people realized that he had actually come to save them, they even burst into tears, touched by his heroism, but only because they did not know the whole truth. Feeling guilty for their assumptions, the hostages began to encourage the hero and ask him for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Taehyung tried to tie a couple of monsters with chains to somehow slow them down. Having swung hard, the guy threw the monsters to the floor. He was quite distracted by the screams of the tied-up citizens, and he ordered them to shut up already. The hostages were just getting in the way. There was no end in sight to the monsters, and there was dirt all around. Taehyung was indignant. Demona Neru burst out laughing, thinking that the guy had given up hope and had finally decided to give up. But the guy didn't even intend to do such a thing, and gave a signal to his assistant Park Gunan. He just appeared at the entrance to the gate control office, surprising the villain quite a bit. The villain watched in bewilderment as some fat man prepared magic unknown to him. The preparations took quite a long time, so Park Gun-woong apologized to the hero for the delay. An hour earlier, Taehyung showed him the prisoners and called them supporters of demonic creatures. Park Gun-woon stared at the head of security in amazement and could not believe his eyes. They quickly realized that the gate control office was locked down, swarming with monsters and preventing reinforcements from arriving quickly. If it were just that, Taehyung would have easily dealt with them without looking back. But the demons won't sit idly by when they have a buffet of living hostages in front of them. Then how to free them in act? Manager Gonan asked anxiously. And then the hero said that his skill in manipulating space would be key in the rescue operation. Gonan immediately stated warningly that he did not know the exact point for constructing the gate back to the association, and this was fraught with distortions. The hero just grinned. He had already calculated everything, and stated that they did not require great precision. After all, the gate's target was supposed to be monsters. When the gate was activated, it began to pull Nier's monsters into itself. Due to the distortions of space, they were torn to pieces. So the snake-headed sorcerer was in a terrible rage, not understanding what was happening. A wormhole-like structure appeared in the hall, absorbing the summoner's entire army, depriving him of his main advantage. Gonun himself looked in amazement at the results of his work. When he first heard the whole plan, he thought that it was simply nonsense and that it wouldn't work. But now the enemy had lost all of his monsters. There was no need to worry about the hostages, and the path to him was open for the hero. Taehyung shouted at Gonwoon to run with everyone else. His job was done now, and they had to clear a space for him for the main battle. The ardent assistant began to object, because this time he wanted to join the battle on equal terms. However, Taehyung did not allow it, because the enemy had the highest rank. Just like himself, the weak would only get in the way and die without any meaning. Now the hero could fight at full strength without being distracted by the protection of vulnerable individuals, and the demon Neru no longer held back his rage. The air around him was on fire. So much did he want to incinerate Kim Taehyung, and the hero, striking with his fists, responded to the call of the dark sorcerer, confident in his abilities. After this, Pak Gonan no longer hesitated and began to lead the hostages to the exit, because they had little time. The hero turned towards them once again to make sure the people were safe. The next moment, the fight began. Nier threw dozens of fireballs at him, but the guy moved very quickly and therefore dodged. The grappling chains could be used not only on living objects, but also on inanimate ones. So the hero grabbed several heavy pieces of debris. He swung them as if from a sling towards the caster, thus creating a skill with a long-range attack. But the snakes on the demon's head reflected all the stones with their flaming heads. The spellcaster tore through the hail of debris without much effort, and then his flames took the form of a beast. The fiery dragon rose up in loops and attacked the hero, forcing him to retreat. This attack was very powerful and shook the entire building to its foundations, miraculously not causing everything to collapse. The spellcaster waved his hands, summoning new demons. He didn't care how many he had already lost. Taehyung leveled his back with the floor, feeling unwell after the hard landing. A new batch of freaks appeared before the director of this circus, who was still reveling in his power, instead of finishing what he had started. "The filthy infidel will be punished for his sins," said Nier, while the hero gathered his courage. "There is only one punishment for him. Death," declared the villain, and his eyes flashed like red coals. The monsters licked their lips greedily as they looked at the hero, so well that they wondered what had happened to their predecessors in the summoning queue. Taehyung stood up slowly and mockingly asked Narendra Nehru what was that incoherent muttering coming from his mouth. "He will be the one who dies," declared the hero, opening the enormous mouth of a true predator to be at the top of the world's food chain. The power of decay crashed down on the astonished caster, red thorn vines digging into his body. The pitiful brat emanated such power that it made even the demon summoner himself shudder. But then he waved his arms freely, as if nothing threatened him. The caster closed his hands in a summoning ring. Now he recognized the boy as a worthy victim for the demons. However, he was not the only one who hid his power, Nehru said, and Taehyung sensed something was wrong. The indifferent villains standing nearby who had not interfered with either the fight with the monsters or the rescue of the hostages suddenly fell. Right before our eyes, they were quickly decomposing, and it became clear why Nier had brought so many idlers with him. They were all his working assets for sacrifice. Once the power was gathered, Nier made his most powerful summoning. First, a huge skeletal head appeared from subspace, then clawed paws and wings that barely fit in the gate control room. The high-ranking bone dragon opened its monstrous mouth and prepared to throw green napalm. A minute earlier, the hostages had stumbled upon a terrorist patrol standing in the corridor, preventing their evacuation. Gonun had raised his fists and bravely shielded the civilians with his body. He was the real hero, without any cheats. The masked villains mocked the fat man and tried to figure out what was happening. Their organization was weak and their personnel inexperienced, but given their role as spare victims, this was not surprising. They had already decided to deal with all the fugitives, when suddenly an unknown force overwhelmed everyone and made them cough up blood. Right before the eyes of the citizens, they turned to ashes, surprising everyone, as it was completely unclear what to expect next. And not in vain, because at that very moment everyone again felt terrible tremors. From the second building, from where they ran here, debris of walls began to fall. A hole appeared in this building, and a huge dragon burst out of it. As if from a shell, it spread its wings and pursued Taehyung. The boy was falling rapidly, the dragon rushing after him in a steep dive, cutting through the air with a whistle. A storm-born spellcaster flew astride a dragon, laughing in revelry at his own power. The dragon was the most powerful creature in all the worlds, the ultimate trump card for which a high price was paid. Taehyung caught the chain on one of the walls and swung like a pendulum onto a solid foundation, interrupting his free flight. The guy was breathing heavily. He miraculously managed to survive, but there was no certainty that the miracle would continue to happen. The monster did not stop pursuing. The dragon changed course and headed straight for the building with its mouth open full of fire. Having rammed the skyscraper like an airplane, the monster again pushed the hero into freefall. Taehyung was falling along with a pile of rubble, with nothing to grab onto, and death was closer than ever. In order to somehow protect himself, the hero threw the predator straight at the dragon, but it was too big to absorb it, and spat back green flame with such force that the entire building was hidden in a green cloud of fire. The spellcaster, still sitting on the dragon, was amazed at the boy's resilience. Even after this explosion almost destroyed both buildings, the hero survived. The chains helped him cling to the walls again. Now Taehyung was barely holding on, hanging from the chains as if he had been crucified. He was breathing heavily and his situation was desperately dire. Taehyung barely managed to absorb the previous attack. His enemy was incredibly strong. It was hard to believe that they belonged to the same top rank. However, the hero knew that as long as the magic caster controlled such raging power, he himself was in danger. It was clear that Nier had also reached his limit. Taehyung thought that if he stalled for time, he could win this fight since his opponent would reach exhaustion first. But his enemy understood this too, and had no intention of giving the guy a chance to rest. Nehru saw through all his plans, and had long since felt that the hero had no strength left to resist in open combat. "Such tricks won't work on him!" he screamed like a madman, his hair fluttering in the gusts of wind. The dragon turned its mouth away from Taehyung, who was no longer a threat to it. Instead, He targeted the last survivors who were trying to get down from the skyscraper under their own power. At the same time, a rescue squad from the association gathered in front of the warp gate. They finally managed to establish contact with East Point. Unfortunately, only their country managed to establish contact with the trading house, which means they will have to deal with the entire threat alone. But Park Sung-jin despised all fears and risks. He was ready to go to hell right now. The dispatcher admired his courage and didn't even know what to answer. When the connection was completely stable, the Seeker Pack led an elite squad and ordered them to destroy all the monsters. The unfortunate people lay heaped among the rubble of the building. Many were unconscious and showed no signs of life. Park Gun-woon raised his wounded head with difficulty and saw the glow of discharges in front of him, from which Taehyung's power separated them. With all his might, he was forced to protect the hostages and expose himself to a direct attack from the dragon. However, the dragon's breath did not weaken. A stormy stream of flame spread along the predator's invisible barrier. Neru was jubilant. His trick had succeeded, and it was not in vain that he had relied on the hero's sense of responsibility, who could not stand aside and watch people die. It was a battle of endurance. Taehyung could have won it if he had simply dodged the napalm instead of keeping his defense, but he had put himself in a losing position. Gonun shouted at the hero not to think about saving them, because if the guy died, the same fate would befall the hostages. There was truth in his words, and Taehyung understood it, but he still hoped to wait until the demon Neru's limits were reached and rely entirely on the power given to him by God. Purple veins appeared on the caster's arms. His body was also crumbling under the strain, but the pressure of the attack did not weaken. The boy desperately thought about how to save everyone, searching for a solution, but then the world before his eyes completely went dark. A voice behind him coldly declared that he could no longer remain a mere observer. Taehyung turned around sharply but saw only Gonin there, and did not feel that ominous presence. "The Predator's rank has been temporarily revised," the system said coldly, and a piercing pain gripped his hands. The limits of strength were increased, first to the first and then to the highest rank. But at the cost of this was an overload on the entire body. The red thorns also intensified, and the sorcerer felt that something had changed in the guy. The volley of green napalm died down, and the enemy seemed to have become much stronger instead of falling from exhaustion. The power kept growing until it reached a transcendental level, a triple highest rank. It couldn't be cancelled, the system rudely declared. Taehyung screamed, feeling his body being torn apart. What kind of voice was that? And what kind of power did the king give him? Taehyung wondered again when he saw the light-faced man before his eyes. The hero was already on the brink of death when he met Asmodeus, and now he felt the same. His life would end here, in a senseless battle. Until the very end, he refused to give up, even when his body was falling apart. Neru watched the guy closely and thought that his own skill had killed him. However, the unusual energy did not disappear, but became even denser. The demon caster stopped understanding anything. He simply froze in flight and watched the guy. Seeing the boy pass out but his skill still active, Neru decided to act more confidently and end his life. He sent the dragon straight at the body of the defenseless hero, who refused to obey the gods until the very end. Suddenly, a powerful wave cut off the dragon's wing and part of its paw, shattering its bones. And then it was as if the abyss itself opened up in the sky, and from there appeared the ancient beast Typhon, whose many heads roared terribly with their huge mouths open. Even the magic caster was deeply stunned by such overwhelming power. It was the might of a demon god. Then he saw Taehyung stand up, but suddenly speak in a voice that wasn't his own. This wasn't Kim Taehyung, but someone else. And for him, Neru, who pretended to be a deity, was nothing more than a mockery of nature. Taehyung's arm was recreated from his own power. The sorcerer asked him in horror who he was, but the god with red eyes did not want to answer the dead man. All it took was a wave of the hand, and at first it seemed like nothing had happened. But then a column of red flame erupted in the sky, brighter than the sun, and the formidable dragon and its caster were reduced to ashes. A new skill, a contract with the devil, had been discovered, the system announced coldly. Taehyung no longer knew where he was or what was happening. He stood alone in pitch darkness, in the middle of nowhere. He had just been fighting with Neru, and now he was caught in his own chains. Following this, boulders fell on him and knocked the hero to the ground. As if that was not enough, His body was paralyzed, and then he saw the face of the dead knight, who was suppressing his spirit. All the forces he had absorbed went berserk and tried to take over. Taehyung didn't understand why his skills were behaving this way. And then the voice from above laughed at the fact that the guy still considered these skills his own. After all, he had never been awakened, and this power had never belonged to him, the god reminded, and he'd better spit it all out if he'd already forgotten about it. Taehyung watched helplessly as the huge mouths descended on him. In horror, he tried to escape, and only then did he finally come to his senses, finding himself on the floor in a hospital room. The hero's body was covered in sweat, and he looked anxiously at his trembling hands. The vision was so realistic that he could hardly dismiss it as a mere dream. The wounds had healed, and the lost arm had been restored, the hero also noted. Then the Seeker Pack, from the elite squad of the association, unceremoniously entered his room. True, he brought some fish pies with him. They smelled delicious, and so the Seeker was immediately forgiven for the intrusion. Park Sung-joon explained to him that this apartment was organized for the guy by members of the Alchemist Guild, as a special thank you for saving most of their property. Thanks to Taehyung's efforts, the traitor Ryuhei was arrested, although he claimed to have been deceived by demons. However, no one had any illusions about this. The terrorist attack was horrific in its destruction, although many managed to survive. For this reason, Taehyung had many visitors who wanted to show him their favor while he was unconscious. The family, and even the association chairman himself, also tried to break into the apartment and visit the boy. Everyone was screaming and crying, according to Pak. According to preliminary tests, Taehyung was not expected to have any health problems, but Park remained to keep an eye on him in case the demons came for revenge or reporters broke in. Taehyung wasn't the only one who was curious about what happened there, because right in the middle of the fight with the demon Neru, he lost consciousness. Gonan, who saw everything from the outside, also noticed that Kim Taehyung had changed, as if he had ceased to be himself. It was a supernatural being that was overwhelming just by its presence. Even being near him was beyond the strength of an ordinary association employee, so he lost consciousness. Soon the surge of ominous power stopped. This was the limit for Taehyung's weak body. Then the hero passed out and collapsed on the floor, where he was discovered unconscious by Pak, who had arrived with an elite squad. Their assistance in this matter ultimately amounted to rescuing the victims. Most of the hostages targeted by the demon survived, but were simply unconscious. Their lives were not in danger, but the arriving seekers did not know what had happened to the demon Neru and his monsters. Pak cursed as he realized the scale of the destruction and the prevailing uncertainty. It turns out there were not 2 but 3 bathhouses on the island, and one of them was half demolished and now stuck out like a rotten tooth. When things had more or less calmed down, the Seeker Pack conducted a survey of all the survivors to understand the overall picture of what had happened. Everyone clearly remembered that Taehyung tried to stop the demon near, but nothing more specific. It was as if something had interfered with their minds and made them forget what had happened. So everything that happened was ultimately attributed to the machinations of the magician, after which Pak wished the guy a good recovery and left him. In case anything became clear, he promised to let the hero know, but this did not add to his peace of mind. Although Pak attributed everything to Nir's influence, it was impossible. Taehyung remembered very well how his arm was destroyed under the flow of unstoppable force, and it could not grow back on its own. Considering the devil contract skill had appeared in his status, the caster's fate was also certain. The skill's description stated that it could open a gate to the abyss, which somewhat surprised the hero, considering it required 200 mana, while he only had 180. Here, before leaving, Pak looked out of the corridor again and called the guy. He asked if another guest could come in and looked meaningfully at Taehyung. It was surprising that the bodyguard suddenly decided to let someone in after a long siege. But when Taehyung approached the exit, he saw a girl's face there that he didn't expect to see at all. Lim Ayong handed him a basket of fruit and said that she had come to visit him. As usual, she acted with feigned indifference, like in Snow Queen. She may have come here under the pressure of guilt for her words during the exam, but then her mood changed dramatically, and the guy watched as the basket mercilessly crushed the remains of the fish cakes. The fish pieces scattered all over the table, and the girl coldly stated that she expected to see the patient dying, but the guy looked quite healthy. Taehyung was still dazed, but he agreed with her, and the tests confirmed the same. Rumors had already reached Lim Aeon that the hero had saved many in that event. Besides, he had two high-ranking opponents at once. At these words, her hand that held the apple trembled. Taehyung didn't know what to answer, so he decided to just listen. The apple couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces as the girl clenched her fist. Her mask of cold vanished, and she declared that she would catch up with him in a flash, so he shouldn't relax. It became clear that the girl was brought here not by sympathy at all, but by a thirst for competition. Apparently, her complex of being the best student in everything, an excellent student, a class monitor, an athlete, and simply a beauty played a cruel joke on her. Taehyung asked her directly why she was there, and the girl sheepishly explained that she was just visiting a sick person. Of course, she came here expecting to see a wounded man in need of her care. It could be the beginning of an interesting story. But the scoundrel was completely healthy and was now putting her in a foolish position, or so Lim Aeon thought. What's worse, he emanated an incredibly powerful aura that could be felt even in casual conversation. Compared to their last fight, which ended in Lim Aeong's defeat, this guy has definitely become stronger. She wanted to tell him so much more, especially about the time his tongue had made a brazen, uninvited intrusion, under the guise of a military ruse. But the apartment door slammed, and someone entered and began pacing the hallway. As soon as the chief spy peeked around the corner, she realized she'd arrived just in time, but was extremely surprised to see her sister there. Lim Aeon was equally surprised and let out a loud cry. The girl immediately hissed like an enraged cat and aggressively asked her sister why she was there, and, more importantly, how she knew the password to the door. Yu Aeon didn't answer the last question, but only reminded that one shouldn't call her sister. Here, her attention again switched to the purpose of the visit. Yu Aeon grinned, looking at Taehyung, and then, just like in their last meeting, she decided to play the game of dominance again, finding herself behind his back. Since Lim Aeong wanted to do the same but simply couldn't bring herself to do it, she became the loudest, indignant one. Yu Aeon approached the guy's ear and asked what kind of relationship they had, since two high-ranking seekers lived in the same house. Meanwhile, Lim was shouting that Taehyung was underage and therefore it was a crime to grab him like that. But it seemed like she was showing a little more fervor than she should have. Tired of these shouts and jokes, the guy sharply hit Yu Aeon on the hands and asked her to stop. The girl rubbed her hand in resentment. The hero made it clear again that he had no intention of joining her guild, and she would be better off stopping visiting him. Even so, he clearly went too far, said the brazen spy who broke into his house herself, after which she declared that she had only humanitarian intentions to visit the sick man. Besides, this time she didn't show up empty-handed, but with a gift to win his favor. That was more interesting, the hero thought. Lim Aeon already knew from Chairman Zhu that the guy would be competing in the Asian tournament, but despite his participation in the events at East Point, he still only took 30th place on the list of candidates. He still needed to achieve many more achievements to reach 5th place and represent the country. The cunning fox leaned close to the guy again and quietly whispered that she would give him the right to clear the double dungeon in the fire temple. A lone boat sailed through the waves around the island where East Point once stood, now only its ruins. The building stood for several hours after the events, then, unable to withstand the strain, collapsed under its own weight. Offadoro's location was still unknown, his henchmen informed the deputy of the villain guild. They suggested reporting this to their superiors, but Shadow refused. There was no longer any need for it. The goal had already been achieved, and in any case, the missing person was just a bag of money for the mercenaries. However, the villain's boat was tracked down by the island's coast guard, who ordered the sorcerers to surrender by radio. Only investigators were allowed in the area, and then they were to drop their weapons immediately, the captain said. However, the very next moment he was astonished to find himself and his subordinates floating head down in the water. The entire frigate sank rapidly into the sea depths like a shell. Under the influence of the magician's power, the sea's cruelty was selective, and their boat was not damaged. With a theatrical gesture, the magician with attention deficit disorder declared that he was very interested in that guy named Kim Taehyung. At this time, with the movement of his fingers, he controlled a huge black hole, whose power raised a storm at sea. A couple of days later, having recovered from all the shocks, Taehyung arrived at the headquarters of the Night Wanderers Guild. The guild members themselves welcomed the hero of East Point warmly, greeting him solemnly and shouting his name in chorus. The hero enjoyed such a loud ovation for the first time and was quite flattered. Yu Ah-yeon clearly had a reason for this, reminding him that they retained control over the award's distribution, while the boy was receiving prestige, achievement, and praise. But for him, even participating in the cleanup was a gift, so he didn't object. The Fire Temple was the second double dungeon, and was so named because the entrance was ablaze with fire. The Rogue Guild in Taehyung's past life succeeded in clearing them out, but it left them on the brink of destruction. Given the enormous risk, the increase in public value in the eyes of citizens must also have been significant. Perhaps because of the destroyed and newly restored arm, Taehyung's performance had dropped significantly, and he was even worried that he wouldn't be able to show himself in the dungeon. But he was not walking alone. Yu Ah-yeon herself and her entire cheerful team were with him, the very same ones who were now shouting his name, obviously on the instructions of their mistress. So now, Taehyung was confident that they couldn't lose when clearing the dungeon. About 300 people with banners and posters accompanied them to the very entrance of the Fire Temple. At the time, there were only 2 attackers, which was contrary to the boy's expectations, and he was already beginning to vaguely suspect Yu Ah-yeon's intentions and plans to throw him under the tanks and preserve the guild's manpower. Only 2 seekers had to sort everything out and risk their lives. Taehyung tried to object and find out why everything turned out this way, and then Mrs. Yu Ah-yeon coquettishly said that they were on a date, and she didn't want anyone to disturb them. So they went through the portal together. It would be stupid to retreat and abandon the whole idea. Besides, the fewer people, the more personal glory. When Yu Ah-yeon looked inside, she let out an admiring cry. There was something to see here. An unknown energy flowed everywhere, its blue veins covering all the walls of the cave. Even the atmosphere inside was different from that in regular dungeons. Although the guy actually objected that everything looked the same as in the first dungeon he cleared. Yu Ah-yeon looked closely at the gaping hole and wondered how they could get down, as there could be monsters and dangerous traps there. Before the hero could properly warn her, the girl was dragged away by slippery tentacles. Taehyung expected something like this, and then he rushed to her aid. He took out his trophy blade and set off in pursuit of the kidnapped seeker, but he quickly realized that all his worries were in vain. The hungry beast that had been waiting for random travelers for an eternity had already fallen to pieces. Yu Ah-yeon's eyes flashed with strength. She couldn't hold back here, and found a great way to go down. Just fall down. She emanated such a crazy aura that even the hero was horrified, and changed his mind about taking such a wild girl into his harem. They fell straight towards other hungry monsters who were already moving their claws and tentacles in their direction. Then Yu Ah-yeon showed everyone exactly how she became the guild leader, and smashed the monsters into mincemeat with a series of heavy blows. So wave after wave, level after level, she sank into a deep well. Its destructive power was great, and seemed to distort the space around it. The girl crushed even first-rank monsters with one blow, so the hero was once again amazed by her strength. Now he realized that last time she didn't show him all of her abilities. Even though Taehyung expected that Yu Ah-yeon was among the best in the top rank, he didn't think it would be that much. Now he understood that she had good reasons for not taking anyone else into the gate, and he decided to make more efforts to keep up with the lively girl. The landing at the bottom of the well was soft, because there was already a mountain of killed monsters lying there. Yu Ah-yeon even got a little out of breath. Now Taehyung didn't understand what had brought the Guild of Wanderers to the brink of destruction in his past life if their leader was so strong. Then she called him and threw some object, which the guy caught on the fly. Opening his fist, he saw a ring there, and easily recognized it as a warrior's ring, a unique rank that increased strength and endurance. With this item, the hero could restore the lost characteristics of his right hand. And Yu Ah-yeon declared that this was her true order. She was clearly flaunting her influence and power before him, and he couldn't help but give her credit. Even standing in front of him in bloody clothes, she looked charming. And with a sweet smile, she promised to get more items for him if the guy joined the guild. Instead of the words of gratitude that the girl expected, the hero grumbled and asked why she hadn't given him the ring earlier, since it would have been easier to fight then. At this point, it was time to think that Taehyung was simply a sociopath, but the guy preferred to think of himself as a pragmatist. As he approached the edge of another cliff on the way to the second gate, he told her that from now on, they should be more careful. Below was an entire ziggurat, resembling an ancient temple, with an egg resting on top like a nest. This, the boy believed, was where the dungeon's master resided. Yu Ayong followed him, but carefully, you never knew what to expect from double dungeons, which were an anomaly in themselves. The egg looked very strange. Incredible power emanated from it, and it was unclear what kind of monster was sitting inside. There is clearly the owner of the double dungeon there, the guy warned his partner. He wanted to suggest that she first gather information and examine everything, as scouts should do. But it seemed that Yu Ayong was obtaining information through other methods, because she had already disappeared without a trace. That's right. Instead of boring surveillance and reconnaissance, this girl always preferred to go straight ahead, and now she simply attacked the nest. However, when she tried to deliver a powerful blow, it turned out that the egg was protected by an energy dome, which reflected the attack. Taehyung cursed because the girl was behaving as willfully as always and followed her, changing his plans on the fly. The first thing he asked was if she was okay when he approached her in the smoke. The partner struck a striking pose that only emphasized her slender and toned figure and showed him the broken egg, clearly pleased with her success. In terms of strength, it was most likely a high-ranking monster, so her partner herself didn't expect to deal with it in one blow. But the hero was in no hurry to take her words on faith. Remembering the previous double dungeon, everything could not end so simply. Turning to the shell, they saw the activation of some kind of magic there, similar to a bright blue flash. The light grew stronger and stronger, and now it was impossible to even look in that direction. The cave was filled with a blue glow. Yue Yeon was confused because she thought she had already figured everything out. The puny humans managed to get to his true form, the unknown man growled, but only the hero could understand his words. Some winged creature flew into the air, obviously the boss of this place. He looked like a phoenix from Legends, and this firebird was surrounded by a fiery aura to match it. It seemed that he was entirely made of a raging clot of plasma. The creature was small in size, but judging by everything, it was made of very dense magic. These creatures were considered immortal due to their insane regenerative abilities and complete resistance to magic. Taehyung had heard something about these birds from the abyss, and this made him confused. At that moment, they were again blinded by a bright flash of blue flame, and then the guy remembered that this monster had mind control skills. Although he shouted to his partner, she no longer heard him. A powerful attack followed, and if not for the hero's reflexes, he might have been hurt. Now it became clear why so many people died here last time. In a way, it was good that they went only the two of them. That way, the guy had fewer enemies. Yu Ah-young attacked him with all her ferocity, as if she was facing a mortal enemy. Even her top-ranked resistance was no help against the Phoenix's hypnosis. Not knowing what to do, Taehyung tried to break the distance, but his partner stubbornly pursued him. Now the guy even regretted that he wasn't here alone, because the Seeker was exerting significant pressure. In order to somehow stop her, the hero called upon the Lord of the Dead for help. The spirit pressed Yu Ah-young to the ground with such force that her entire body was pressed into the ground. Taehyung tried to shout to his partner, but she still remained deaf to his words. As if that weren't enough, the fight entered its second phase, and Aeon clearly had a long-range attack in her hands. The cave hall was filled with a terrible roar and multiple echoes of the explosion that reflected off the walls. At the same time, the phoenix bird soared freely under the high vault of the cave, undisturbed by anyone. At the same time, the flaming monster also mocked people, feeling complete contempt for them. For a moment, Yue Yeon lost sight of the guy, and then a steel chain grabbed her leg. After one, others jumped out of the ground, tightly tying up the girl, so their game of dominance also entered a second phase. Taehyung spoke up from the cloud of dust. Now he knew exactly who had destroyed the squad of night-roving men that had gone on a raid. Without a doubt, Yu Ah-yeon had to blame herself for such a failure, and it could ruin her life forever. Having escaped from the rubble, Taehyung intended to deal with her with the help of chains and stone skin. "This will hurt a little," the guy warned, and hit the girl in the stomach, hoping for her extraordinary strength of the highest rank. It worked, and Aeon suddenly became weak and quiet, stopping twitching in her chains. So Taehyung managed to put chains and paralysis on his partner, but these skills would not be able to restrain her for long. Another way was needed to bring her back to her senses. Then his gaze slid to the phoenix, who was sitting on the rubble, waiting for the hero to decide, and the guy had just decided to deal with this arrogant chicken while his partner slept. The fire rooster asked him if he enjoyed the entertainment. And although Taehyung hit his impudent partner not without pleasure, he hated all the arrogant chickens who played with people even more. In order not to think about the girl's safety, he tied her tightly with chains to his back. In response to this, the phoenix filled the entire cave with napalm, so that even with the best desire there was nowhere to hide. He still remained a formidable opponent, and continued to mock the people and their pathetic attempts. Taehyung made a lightning-fast throw and ended up even taller than the phoenix. After this, he tied his blade to a long chain and tried to attack the bird from a distance. The roasted rooster crowed too weakly, for it was made of fire and mere physical attacks couldn't harm it. The hero tried several more times to hack at the impudent hen. In response to this, the fiery crown around the phoenix increased in size several times, and the hero's chains, unable to withstand the heat, burst. The monster suddenly approached, scorching everything around with its wings, and declared that a pathetic man would never be able to defeat it, after which he breathed out a straight stream of napalm again. Since Taehyung was in the air, it was very difficult for him to dodge such an attack. And yet, thanks to the chains, he managed to do it. So the similarities with Peter Parker and his fighting style increased many times over. The enemy possessed unrivaled powers of regeneration, but even for a legendary bird this was too much. It had to be killed somehow. Besides, the blue talking chicken talked too much, and the hero dreamed of shutting her up as quickly as possible. Here, a suspicion crept into his head that he had encountered a great phoenix. Unlike ordinary monsters, mutants with exceptional strength sometimes appeared. And if it really was a grand rooster, then with his current skills, the guy could not overcome its regeneration. He needed a tiny chance. Remembering how the uncontrolled surge of power happened last time, the predator should only be used in the final stage. At the same time, the undeniable fact was that without the predator, he was an ordinary seeker with mediocre skills. For the first time, Taehyung didn't know what to do and felt helpless. Then Yoo Ah-yeon finally came to and jerked in fear, finding herself hanging under the cave's roof above a sea of fire. The girl panicked and asked him why she was all tied up in chains and why her stomach hurt so much. There were also questions about the phoenix, which had increased in size several times. The girl started to squirm and really bother Taehyung, so the guy shouted at her to sit quietly, since he was now the host. Could he trust someone who so easily gave up control of her mind and tried to attack him? Yoo Ah-yeon tried to justify it by claiming it was just a moment of weakness, but she herself couldn't remember how it all happened. In any case, she promised not to make trouble with her anymore, and therefore asked to let her go immediately. The blue rooster prevented them from reaching an agreement and destroyed the stalactite Taehyung was hanging from. He continued to boast about his strength. But the bragging rights didn't last long, because the team reunited again and hit the burning rooster with all their might. Taehyung shouted at her to make sure she didn't let him take control of her this time. The angry warrior maiden replied that there was no particular need for such reminders. The phoenix flared up again, even brighter and stronger than before, as if it wanted to devour the entire cave. He also continued to obligingly shout that their attacks were useless, and that they needed to try something else. Now Taehyung could activate the monarch's heart, which enhanced the skills of his allies. As he made sure that Yoo Ah-yeon was in control, she grinned and gathered her aura into a dense clot, like a spear. And then a heavy spear actually appeared in her hands. And she also managed to grow her hair with the help of magic. Such wonderful abilities. It is not clear how they are connected, but they are beautiful. Even the fried chicken realized that this girl was not to be trifled with, and Yoo Ah-yeon decided to take matters into her own hands. The power was bursting out of her, and a mana seal lit up on the girl's forehead. It was a skill called Amazon's Magnificence Berserker Mode. Activating all skills by releasing magical power was called a surge. Most adventurers avoided this method of skill application because it could cause damage to the body if not done carefully. But if it was possible to control this force for even a moment, then it was an inhuman force that literally ground the firebird into dust. Time after time, Yoo Ah-yeon dealt such blows that the phoenix never had time to fully recover. Its structure, woven from pure magic, was torn apart. As a result, after several monstrous splashes, the pressure of the firebird weakened greatly, and the previous arrogance also disappeared somewhere. However, such excessive efforts had to be paid for with a complete exhaustion of stamina, and the girl helplessly collapsed to the ground. At this time, the spirit of the phoenix began to recover again, and the rooster was already crowing maliciously. He again rushed at the helpless warrior, who did not even look in his direction. But then he was caught by steel chains, which immediately became red-hot from the heat. The hero's pride was slightly wounded, so he decided to at least deliver one final blow. Now that the phoenix was weakened, the bird could no longer escape, and its regenerative abilities were overwhelmed by brute force. All this time, the crowd of hamster extras waited with bated breath for their leader to do all the work. They were all worried and didn't know if two top-ranked seekers could handle it, especially since they didn't have any support. Although they were most worried about Taehyung because their mistress became too reckless when entering battle due to her overwhelming strength. Finally, after a long time, the gate lit up with fire and Taehyung came out of it. The useless guildmates, who could only worry in vain, immediately ran towards them. The boy carried their mistress in his arms like a princess. Both looked exhausted, and it became obvious that clearing the fire temple had not been so easy. This appearance later became the source of rumors online that Taehyung and Yoo Ah-yeon had a secret date right during the clearing of the double dungeon. There was nothing more romantic than that place, to say the least. However, Yoo Ah-yeon wasn't too happy about this popularity when she woke up from the hospital and checked the news. She looked angrily at the members of her guild and promised to quarter the entire PR department for allowing such a disgrace. Not only was the raid supposed to be carried out secretly so that no one knew about it, but such piquant details came to light. The dummies justified themselves by saying that clearing the dungeons was an important event, and it was very difficult to keep it secret. Moreover, they told only their closest friends. The seekers justified themselves. Realizing that their excuses sounded weak, they started shouting and began to talk about how they were offended by the lack of trust in their loyalty after so many years of service. "It's okay," Yoo Ah-yeon said, softening a little, and suggested that they all just die together in a sweet voice. Then Chairman Ji himself burst into the room without knocking. He wanted to know more details about the surge in abilities, and at the same time to find out how the girl was feeling, but he quickly stopped when he looked inside. The showdown with the spies who couldn't keep track of information was very stormy and quick. The question of Yoo Ah-yeon's health disappeared by itself. She was obviously completely fine. They left the hospital together, the girl not even bothering to change her hospital gown. Although the chairman was worried that she had entered berserk mode, according to Yoo Ah-yeon, she had trained hard enough to be able to endure that state for a minute. There was another question that was of great concern to the chairman. He wanted to know the girl's opinion about Taehyung's abilities, which they had both been thinking about for a long time. Unfortunately, she did not see the end of the battle, and only knows about it from the words of the guy who finished off the phoenix after the warrior fell exhausted. Moreover, only 2 days had passed since the end of the raid, and the guy was already preparing to go on a raid through the abyss. He still wanted to become stronger, so he didn't even bother with rewards. The chairman admitted that the boy's growth was simply amazing, but he was still troubled by doubts about whether it was good for their association as a whole. Yoo Ah-yeon thought about his words and looked at the chairman. It was difficult for both of them to understand the hero's thoughts, because even the best of the seekers, having reached certain heights, took a break to rest. But it didn't seem to concern Taehyung. Even after all his recent victories, he didn't think about taking a break. And on the contrary, he does everything to become stronger. The key question was, what Kim Taehyung was so afraid of that he desperately wanted to become stronger. Then the chairman said that he had some guesses on this matter. Yoo Ah-yeon stared at him in amazement, and then the chairman roared, declaring that the guy was simply full of patriotism. He was born in an era filled with terrible monsters and awakening evil, so this filled him with a strong desire to help his country and survive the era of turmoil. Although the chairman spoke with fervor, Yoo Ah-yeon could hardly find his arguments convincing. Somewhere in the depths of the abyss, there was a real vampire castle, a gloomy medieval fortress with pointed towers over which terrible creatures flew. Inside, there was a throne room, the path to which was lined with a red carpet, the color of blood, and a carpet of corpses of people who fell right there with weapons in their hands. The scene of the massacre was ominous. An entire group of seekers died a cruel death, without even being able to inflict any damage on their enemy. The ruler who sat on the throne smirked haughtily and accepted the blood oath from the one who knelt before him. He was a prince of the abyss, a vampire lord named Igmun, and he generally fit the unwritten canon of what an aristocratic vampire should look like. The newly appointed servant immediately and obsequiously thanked his master. "What is it like to gain the power of a clan?" Igmun asked the servant, who, removing his hood, complained that there are quite a few people with similar skills. "However, now he has become the strongest among them," said the Chinese fighter-seeker, Zhang Linfeng, and also grinned evilly to give you suspense, although we have no idea who he is. The gates that led into the abyss even had guards in suits with stupid faces. Taehyung passed through the portal and found himself in an abyss that he had not yet managed to forget over these months. A dehydrated desert, a black crimson sun, and the base camp of the Seekers. This was his first visit to the abyss since he regressed. But now he was here in a completely different role, the hero thought. On this side of the portal, they were already waiting for him. One Seeker came up and greeted the guy. He introduced himself as a member of the World Association of Seekers and said that he was responsible for Zone 22 in the depths of the abyss. The first-rank Seeker, Paul Becker, gave his name to a strange, bespectacled man who looked at the hero with an impermissibly self-confident look. Apparently, Paul thought that since Taehyung was in the abyss for the first time, he could ignore ranks and status. He warned the hero that he should hire experienced Seekers as guides in the abyss and as guards. The World Organization monitors and maintains order in temporary camps located in convenient locations in the abyss, and it is safe there. However, the unexplored depths of the abyss are extremely dangerous. You never know where monsters might lurk, so even the hunter zones around the camps aren't completely safe. Paul spoke to the hero as if he were a child, imparting truisms. So, he argued, even a high-ranking Seeker needed accompanying guides and bodyguards. But Taehyung immediately rejected the useless parasites. As if to confirm Paul's words, a huge centipede jumped out from under a rocky cliff and set its sights on the hero's dinner. Paul only had time to scream at the boy to run quickly and avoid the monster. But before he could blink, the fight was over and the monster had turned into a pile of rubble. Taehyung smiled and said that he was just going for a short walk, so there was nothing to worry about. After that, he let Paul go so that he wouldn't be an eyesore, and he himself began to walk into the depths of the abyss, destroying the local fauna along the way. After absorbing the great phoenix in the fire temple, the hero felt great. Now he had reached the 200 mana requirement to use the devil contract skill. But the skill, instead of summoning a demon, like Nier's, offered him to open a gate in the abyss. Moreover, judging by the entry in the system, it could only be used once. Instead of lugging around a horde of useless monsters, it would be better to acquire one powerful beast, Taehyung thought, crushing several dense mana cores in his hand. These items temporarily boosted his mana capacity. Soon a gate appeared. With an original design of bones and skulls, Taehyung thought that it would be nice to decorate his house like that. The gate radiated incredible power, as if it had opened the entrance to some dungeon with a powerful monster. Confident of future success, the guy poked his head through the gates to quickly see what kind of exhibit awaited him on the other side. Then he found himself on the threshold of a luxurious ancient castle, to which a long staircase led, the most stupid way to arrange a route, because it is impossible to transport food along it, or conveniently bring in reinforcements. As Taehyung climbed the countless steps, he managed to see the pointed turrets of the castle and the strange aura emanating from the building. This place surprised the hero, and he became wary, not knowing what to expect next. Taehyung had never seen such a place in the abyss before, so it was something like a secret level for the especially gifted. Even though he had filled himself with mana stones, strengthening all his skills, he still didn't understand where it had taken him. All that remained was to find out for himself, thought the hero, not yet suspecting that 3 pairs of predatory eyes were watching him with interest. At that very moment, a crushing blow was heard that almost collapsed the stepped ascent to the castle. 3 ghouls in bathing suits hovered a couple of meters above the ground and mocked the hero with their entire appearance, especially the small size of his knife. Heroes used to carry big swords, not like now, the flyers complained. They were all high-ranking succubi demons. Taehyung knew these monsters that sucked out people's life force through mental attacks, illusions, and brainwashing. They say they came up with the idea of making cat videos using neural networks. Usually, succubi were no higher than 2nd rank, so Taehyung had something to fear. He prudently waited to see what the 3 seductive girls would do, who were also appraising the man and wondering how tasty he would be. But since the guy came here to lasso someone, He should have said hello first for the sake of decency, and he suddenly jumped straight to the gatekeepers. The blade of the sword flashed like a flash of lightning, but it never managed to hit anyone. The winged succubi also turned out to be quite fast. They stuck together and defended themselves well, all the while mocking the hero. Then one of them snapped her finger. The demonesses were even amused by the fact that the man was strong and therefore desperately resisted. The blow struck the very heart of the lonely hero, and he almost fell into the net of the succubi's magic. "This is his end!" the girls rejoiced and laughed heartily. But the guy still didn't fall to his knees, and his spirit continued to fight. His rose was not blooming for such vulgar females. While the girls were rejoicing that he would never return to his true self, one of them was hit in the face with a knee. Taehyung liked this direct influence on the mind more, and he smiled when he managed to bury one of the impudent girls in the ground. Seeing what had happened to their dear sister, the other succubi screamed piercingly. Then Taehyung pinned them down with his Dead Knight spirit skill. The power of the ruler left them no chance, and the succubi lay flat in front of the hero. They were in great pain, as if they had suddenly found themselves under monstrous pressure. Not a trace remained of their former playfulness. The insignificant man not only resisted their brainwashing, but also captured them with his skill. The hero merely laughed at their efforts and declared that he had never been interested in monsters, even if they looked like beautiful girls with wings and tails. Thanks to the power of the predator, he managed to bypass their charm, deciding that these three girls were the monsters he was looking for. The guy was already thinking about signing a contract. There were two ways to make a contract with a monster. The first was to give it what it wanted, or simply subdue the monster by force. Feeling his superiority, the hero had no intention of bargaining with the girls. The opportunity to summon a monster of a higher rank to serve was not so bad, but then the system informed him of a refusal, and the guy was amazed. The demonesses were only gatekeepers, and were not suitable for summoning. Then a whole squadron of vulgarly dressed winged demonesses appeared in front of him. They had already realized that he was not an ordinary person and decided to show themselves. The most important of them declared that the guy would be an excellent gift for the mistress and grinned cheekily, standing in front of the hero in some kind of tight-fitting torn rags. A long corridor led into the castle, the vault of which was supported by slender rows of columns, the upper part of which was densely overgrown with flowering rose vines. But the beauty of this place was not at all harmless. Thorny vines held the still living captives tightly. Even Her Majesty's maids were succubi of the highest rank, and obeyed her unquestioningly. The queen herself was on her bed, from the base of which thick vines also curled. Having received the report of a human intrusion into the castle, the lady licked her long and sharp tongue contentedly, anticipating the entertainment. The entire castle, floating on the heavenly island, shook from the roar of the battle that just one man had waged against them. Taehyung didn't fight everyone at once in the open, but instead entered the castle, where he could maneuver in the narrow corridors. The horned witches were outraged that he was not fighting fairly, and was running away from them instead of stopping and letting himself be defeated. As soon as the guy broke away from the pursuit, more winged succubi appeared in his path, flying in through the gallery windows. There were many of them, and they all wanted to grab the hero, but only with the help of his natural agility did he manage to slip between the legs of his pursuers. To somehow delay them, he again used the spirit of the Dead Knight, after which he dealt them such a blow that the succubi broke through the roof and found themselves outside the castle. Taehyung was finally able to catch his breath. All of his opponents were high-ranking monsters, and somewhere in the depths of the castle their more powerful ruler was surely hiding. The hero no longer doubted that the boss of this level would be a woman. He had already realized that none of the ordinary maids were monsters to be summoned. Thus, he fought his way into the depths of the chambers of the one whom even the highest succubi called Queen. Another servant stood at the entrance to her bedroom, her wings meekly folded, as if completely unfazed by the intrusion. Moreover, bowing low, she invited the hero to quickly enter inside, because he was expected there. Hearing that the queen was waiting, the hero grinned contentedly and decided to quickly see her in person. The bedroom was decorated with roses that bloomed profusely under the ceiling, and thick vines twined towards the base of the covered bed. There was something exciting in this whole situation. Especially the naked captives who hung upside down were unable to make even a sound. It was Taehyung's first time in a woman's room, so he didn't really know how to behave. The queen herself welcomed him into her palace and introduced herself as the mother of all creatures in the castle. Her name was Rosaria, and according to the system, she was the being summoned for the contract. Taehyung couldn't even dream of such a thing, so he was very excited. When he called her name, Rosaria repeated it again, singing it syllable by syllable, and her voice sounded seductively sweet. Taehyung had not yet seen her face because of the dark veil, but he immediately felt that the queen was beautiful. What surprised the hero even more was that the monster used human speech. But according to the queen, this was no more surprising than the fact that Taehyung himself understood the speech of monsters. It seemed that they were both endowed with an automatic translation system. But even so, Taehyung was amazed at how correctly and beautifully the queen spoke. She was by no means stupid. Having settled more comfortably on the bed, Rosaria asked the hero why he had come to her chambers. For wealth, or perhaps for fame. Perhaps it was the will of chance, or perhaps he wanted something more in his lonely bachelor life. But none of the above interested the hero. He firmly stated that he had come here to receive the oath of summoning. It sounded so insolent that the queen could not resist laughing out loud. She had never heard such impudence before. She praised the guy for his clever mind, but treated his words as if they were some kind of funny joke. Throwing back the curtains of her bed, Rosaria revealed herself to the hero. If you didn't count her wings and the tentacles protruding from who knows where, she could easily have been considered seductive. Everything has its limits, even jokes, the queen declared. Will he talk about the summoning when he himself becomes her toy, she asked. And immediately dozens of tentacles rushed towards the hero for obscenities. But this was exactly the move the guy was waiting for. The spirit of the dead man immediately came to his aid. Only thanks to the mana stones did the hero still not fall from exhaustion, having used his abilities so many times. At his command, all the raking tentacles were pressed to the ground without ever touching him. If the queen herself did not want to go to him, she had to be subdued by force, the guy said and grinned. Soon, a real battle broke out. Covering himself with stone skin and using the capture chains, Taehyung deftly dodged all of the queen's tentacles and chopped them with a dagger. He steadily approached her tent, although the owner herself did not even move. Taehyung aimed to end the fight with one quick strike, using his speed. But in an instant, all his skills were shattered. Both the stone skin and the chains with which the hero had bound himself for greater strength. The Queen of Rosaria arranged all this with just a snap of her finger. Her eyes sparkled like coals, and she even felt sorry for the guy. Completely defenseless and unarmed, he began to fall straight into her clutches. Suddenly the hall disappeared somewhere, and the hero realized that he was rushing towards the ground straight towards the city. Taehyung didn't understand how he ended up above the center of his hometown, and none of his skills were activated anymore. When he felt himself falling into the thickness of the water, he realized that he had fallen into the dense illusion of a succubus. Now the guy was in the middle of an endless sea, drowning, completely unaware of the moment at which he was taken under control. The queen sat in her box and again smiled contentedly in a haughty voice. After all, the hero fell into her net from the very beginning, and has long been lying with outstretched arms in the complete power of this lady with many tentacles. The genre of the work was rapidly changing, threatening to fail the age rating. Taehyung quietly moaned in his sleep. He felt himself slowly sinking into the water against his will. His arms and legs were getting heavier, and Taehyung couldn't do anything. He needed to quickly get out of the illusion before it swallowed him up completely. At that moment, he fell into a flashback where he was riding in the back seat of a car with his family. Taehyung saw himself as a small child next to him, but he was so disoriented by the vision that he didn't immediately understand what was happening. In those years, he was just a boy who, like everyone else, dreamed of waking up with a high rank and earning a lot of money. He imagined how he would feast when he became rich, how he would buy his parents goodies and everything. They were happy that they had such a son they could rely on. But at the same time, his loving mother wanted him to live a happy and healthy life. When you're a child, such things really do seem trivial and boring to death, but only when you get older do you understand their importance. Taehyung was very lucky with his parents. They put his happiness above achievements or commercial success, and wanted only a good life for him without asking anything in return. For a moment, Taehyung succumbed to the lulling atmosphere of peace, but it soon turned into a waking nightmare when their car was engulfed in flames. That's how everything he ever loved, Everything that gave him a reason to live burned up. The scene changed to another. His aunt and uncle pulled the boy from the burning car and were horrified by the tragedy. Of course, the details weren't quite right, but the vision conveyed the general meaning of those events. The uncle was Taehyung's mother's brother, and his wife accepted the boy as her own. Then the vision was replaced by another, this time during his school years, when Taehyung suffered humiliation because he never woke up. He was constantly beaten, and the difference in his abilities was so great that he could not fight back, and he had no friends to stand up for him. Thus, the vision showed him his own desperate life, in which there was no point in continuing the struggle. After school, he worked monotonously as a miserable porter for many years without straightening his back. Perhaps Rosaria herself wanted to understand his past in this way, penetrating into the deepest memories. Even in the abyss, where mortal danger awaited the seekers and everyone risked equally, Taehyung was an outcast. He was mocked. What was worse was that his new family did not believe that he could succeed. Of course, they were worried about him, and did not want him to die, as eventually happened. They could help him with his upkeep, and in general there were quite a few peaceful and useful professions for the unawakened. However, Taehyung most of all did not want to be a burden to those who extended a helping hand to him, especially since because of him the family was constantly having difficulties. His parents always wanted him to be happy, but could the hero himself be happy at the expense of others, sitting safely behind their backs? In order to become truly happy, he needed strength, which he hoped to obtain in the abyss, which was a cemetery of hopes for some and an El Dorado for others. Skill use detected, Queen's hypnosis detected, the system minted. The first attempt at resistance failed and his stats dropped, the indifferent voice said again. All of his skills except one were blocked, leaving only a predator whose power could not be suppressed. The pictures of his past were all gone, leaving only his last memory before regression. The Queen of Rosaria was puzzled by what she saw. She already understood that she had come across no ordinary guy. Looking into his mind, she clearly saw His Highness Asmodeus, and surviving an encounter with him was akin to a miracle. However, she immediately noticed the contradictory nature of the visions in which Taehyung had managed to live a long life. He looked much older there, while the guy who came here had only recently stopped being a child. Secondly, some memories of the same events seemed to be doubled, as if they were experienced twice, but with different outcomes. The Queen directed another tentacle towards the guy, wanting to look deeper into his rich inner world. Then she had her last vision before her rebirth, when even Asmodeus froze into a limp figure. The demoness laughed contentedly, enjoying the hero's helplessness and anticipating a fun game. And then the sun-faced side appeared before her, in its shining splendor. The stunned queen suddenly realized what kind of creature was in front of her and was horrified. This was the one whom everyone called the ruler, god, and many other names. There was a cracking sound all around, and the world so securely woven by her illusion began to disintegrate with a grinding sound. The sharp vines dug into the lady's body, and she arched in pain, letting out a slight groan. At that very moment, a light prick of steel near her neck reminded the queen that it was not good to spy on other people's memories. Especially for her high rank, this is a disgusting hobby, the hero declared as soon as they switched roles. Then Taehyung again asked her to swear allegiance to him, subtly hinting with the blade of his dagger what would happen if she refused. However, this did not have a noticeable effect on the queen. Even though the guy had escaped from her mind net, he still remained a fool, she believed. A toothpick in his hands would hardly be able to kill her, she declared. And then the hero promised to definitely try it in practice. Bluff again, said Rosarin, smiling seductively. Up close, her refined porcelain face seemed even more attractive. In an instant, she wrapped her tentacles around him like a snake and pressed him against her soft body, nearly drowning him. This power had an even stronger effect on his mind than hypnosis. The queen ran a gentle finger over his face, and despite her complete power over the hero, accepted his contract. Her razor-sharp teeth sank into his neck in a searing kiss. The terms of the contract have been accepted, the devil summoning skill has been replaced by the queen's man, and the skill rank has been adjusted, the system announced indifferently at such a touching moment. Thus the hero was completely hypnotized, and his attractiveness increased. From an excess of feelings and fatigue, he again fainted at the queen's feet. The scarlet eyes now looked at him almost tenderly. Rosarin wished the king's chosen one sweet dreams and smiled sweetly. The hero was awakened by that same first-rank officer, Paul, who so arrogantly asked to be the newcomer's guide. Paul was clearly alarmed but sighed with relief when he saw that the newcomer was safe and sound. Taehyung returned to the hunter's area near the camp when Paul was patrolling and found him unconscious there. So the guy realized that Rosaria had most likely sent him here when their contract was signed. As expected, what happened was not a dream because Taehyung received the skill of summoning the queen and full hypnosis, which meant he was already overgrown with cheats like a terry bush. With the summoning of this seductive demoness, he might be unable to overcome even the national powers he would face in the Asian tournament. And the power of Geas had endless uses, all hail Lelouch. This is what Taehyung was thinking about when he woke up, but what he couldn't understand was why the demoness witch changed her mind. He still remembered her words spoken as if in passing, sleep well, chosen one of the king. Here Paul got tired of waiting for the guy to come to his senses and called him again. This time he hoped that the hero would still take the experienced seeker as his guide. But Taehyung refused again, saying that he had already completed all his urgent matters. There was nothing else for him to do in the abyss, so he quickly went home. The city was drowning in the sun's rays and the morning bustle, as usual, not even suspecting what the seekers had to sacrifice for the sake of this peaceful life. At the same time, Yu Aeon was just leaving the hospital. She finally regained her full strength and passed all the tests. What she didn't expect was to be greeted, because the guild leader didn't like unnecessary attention. Deputy Chung Han-soo congratulated her on her discharge and smiled, causing the scar on her face to stretch even further. The lady, in her usual manner, asked how many more she had to beat to prove that she was okay and didn't need supervision. Han-soo chuckled nervously and quickly changed the subject, saying that he had news for the lady. Seeker Kim Taehyung returned from the depths of the abyss while she was resting in a sanatorium. The girl was surprised, because even for a genius like Kim Taehyung, exploring the abyss alone must have been difficult. Han-soo agreed with her. The abyss was considered a graveyard for high-ranking newcomers. But the problem wasn't that he had returned. The question is, who will the hero meet? The deputy said mysteriously. And Yu Aeong thought for a moment that he was talking about who the guy had a close relationship with. Han-soo immediately reported that Kim Taehyung wanted to meet with the leader of Indivisible, one of the 4 strongest guilds, the leader of which was Kang Hek, a mighty and fierce warrior. To match his strength, he had the same truly barbaric character and believed that brute force decides everything in the world, so he immediately offered the guy a fight. Without further ado, Kang Hyuk challenged the guy and moved menacingly towards him. The leader of one of the 4 guilds, a man called the best tank in South Korea. Rumors abound about him, about hours-long battles with monsters, all alone. But the most famous trait of this barbarian is that he likes to include defeated opponents into his guild without asking their permission. Here, the girl who came with Kang Hyuk abruptly interrupted his advances and called on him to come to his senses. This left the guild boss somewhat taken aback, and it became clear that he had a soft spot for his secretary. Although she was an ordinary second-rank seeker, she was the only one who knew how to deal with the guild leader's violent temperament. She immediately reminded him that he had recently reported to the Human Rights Commission. If Kang Hyuk continues like this, he'll be banned from the abyss again, said the sweet secretary. Taehyung watched the whole thing with great caution. Then Secretary Kim turned to Taehyung to calm him down a little. She admitted that her boss was surrounded by terrible rumors about forced recruitment. But this time, they were going to invite the guy officially and with full responsibility. If you agree, no duel is required, the secretary added. Then Taehyung asked if he would be forced if he refused. His suspicions of these people hadn't diminished. However, Secretary Kim didn't deny that if the boy refused, he would still be drawn into a duel, only clarifying that the offer was very lucrative. One could only marvel at their audacity and their ability to make such an absurdity seem legitimate. Moreover, Secretary Kim already knew that the guy was going to participate in the Asian tournament. Taehyung was surprised. He thought that only the chairman and Yu Aeong should have known about this. But if 2 know, then everyone knows. The hero understood. The Guild of the Indivisible, more than others, specialized in exploring the abyss. They maintain a busy schedule of raids and scientific missions. Collaboration with such an organization will certainly allow the guy to compensate for his lack of achievements, Secretary Kim firmly stated. Here, Kang Hyun himself stopped his secretary, seeing that her words were not at all conducive to advancing the matter. Since this guy doesn't respond to benefits, it's worth going another way, the guild leader said and grinned wildly. But then Taehyung unexpectedly showed rare compliance and announced that he had changed his mind. Secretary Kim was also encouraged, taking credit for this diplomatic victory. Then Kang Hyuk asked the boy if this meant he would be joining the Indivisible Guild. But the hero responded to this with a mocking refusal. He brazenly approached Kang Hyuk and declared that he agreed to act according to his method. The winner takes all. Taehyung knew well this barbaric but effective method of sorting out relationships between the higher ranks. The big guy chuckled contentedly, and he immediately became excited, anticipating an interesting match with the impudent youngster. Almost the entire guild gathered to watch this fateful match. They had an arena for such events. There were also journalists there who immediately began to bombard the hero with questions, because there were rumors about his connection with Yu Aeon, the leader of the Night Wanderers, and now everyone was excited about his upcoming battle with Kang Hyuk. Even though the guy was a rising star, his opponent was still the best tank in the country, and few people would willingly challenge him. Taehyung could barely restrain himself from squashing all the annoying flies with the help of the spirit of the dead. But then he heard a familiar voice in the crowd and turned around in surprise. One persistent girl tried in vain to push her way through the crowd to interview the hero. Otherwise, she would have been fired. Taehyung grabbed her hand like a lifeline. He recognized the girl he had interviewed right before the Seeker exam. The guy smiled and, without letting go of her hand, greeted her, reminding her of their last meeting. The excited reporter immediately blushed and was completely at a loss. Since they met, Taehyung had gone from being an unknown, awakened being to becoming a rising star among the top-ranked Seekers, so now everyone was interested in her identity as well. The girl was amazed that the hero was such a delightful person that he remembered her after just one meeting. She was very touched by such attention, completely unaware of her true intentions. It soon became clear that Taehyung had simply chosen a familiar face to answer all questions through her, effectively appointing her as his press secretary. After this, he left her alone, not understanding anything, to be torn apart by a curious crowd of idlers. The guy walked into the arena, where the head of the Indivisible Guild was already impatiently waiting for him. He already had a warlike aura around him, and he greeted the brat by praising him for his bravery. Taehyung was clearly hurt by the fact that he was considered a coward and a weakling, so he immediately made it clear what he intended to do to Kang Hyuk, and his body became covered in stone skin. The crowd sat in the stands and watched the upcoming fight through protective screens. The conditions of this duel were quite simple. One of the participants had to surrender or lose the ability to fight. The commentator got so carried away that he announced the start of the 120th forced recruitment, but then remembered that this was an ordinary duel. Both opponents clearly had no intention of holding back, and the atmosphere between them was heating up. The first thing Taehyung decided to do was to show off his power with the help of the dead king and suppress the enemy with his spirit. This skill, when used to its full potential, could suppress a high-ranking monster, so the hero was eager to test it on the enemy. Even the head of the Indivisible Guild should have a hard time resisting such a skill, the hero thought. But Kang Hyun not only endured it, but also laughed at the light tickling the guy gave him. He stood firmly on his feet, as if under a cool shower, unpleasant but nothing more. Swift as a cheetah, Kang Hyuk leaped toward the guy and landed behind him. Oh, those manga maneuvers with no logic at all. How do they do that when the opponent is looking straight at you and can simply turn their body in the direction of their movement? Only after this ridiculous and unnecessary maneuver did Kang Hyuk decide to attack with his fist. The blow had a bear-like strength to it, causing Taehyung to immediately fly back. The opponent had used some special skills to strengthen him. Taehyung then called upon the chains to help him, wanting to tie up his opponent. At once, a dozen golden fetters rushed towards Kang Hyuk, who was keeping up with the guy. He was surrounded by a dense red aura, and the barbarian believed that the binding technique would not take him. He continued to charge forward like an enraged buffalo, and tore all the chains as if they were a thin web. Taehyung felt real trouble when the enemy, like an elephant, decided to trample him and jumped up with a kick. There was a loud roar, and the long-suffering arena was torn to pieces. When the smoke and dust cleared a little, Taehyung became visible, still standing on his feet. Kang Hyuk laughed. The boy was good at running away, but with such skills he could hardly defeat him. The guy responded in kind. He was still standing on his feet, and if the head of the guild couldn't do anything else, he would hardly be able to bring him to his knees. Kang Hyuk dismissed this as the usual youthful boasting, the way boys who know nothing about the world speak. and moved closer to Taehyung. Then he showed him his true power and strength, his aura taking the form of a long-extinct predator, the largest that had ever existed on land. Seeing such power, the crowd screamed, anticipating the imminent end of the fight, since the leader pulled out his final trump card. But there were also those who were just waiting to see how it would all end, because when it came to the hero, nothing could be known for sure. Yu A-yeon watched the match with pleasure. In fact, she also wanted to see how the impudent guy would be defeated. There had to be a limit to his strength and self-esteem. If Kim Taehyung loses, she will join the Indivisible Guild, she said. And then her deputy realized that it was worth preventing this duel altogether. After all, Kang Hyuk had a special skill, the blessing of wild animals. In battle, he imitated various animals and demonstrated enormous power. Even Taehyung didn't stand a chance in close combat, the deputy concluded. However, Yu A-yeon immediately told him not to worry too much about this, and smiled with the corners of her lips. Having watched Taehyung for so long, she had long realized that this guy always had a trump card up his sleeve. And now everyone was tensely awaiting the outcome of the battle and how it would all end. The head of the Night Wanderers, unlike everyone else, remained completely calm. And then a gasp of astonishment swept through the stands, causing everyone to freeze in place. Even the presenter screamed in surprise, unable to contain himself. Only a moment passed, and the head of the Indivisible Guild himself fell to his knees. He was as amazed as everyone else. And Kim Taehyung snatched victory from his grasp, even though nothing seemed to foreshadow it. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Secretary Kim desperately tried to explain to the Human Rights Commission that the duel was voluntary. The arena's protective field weakened. The fight was over and there was no longer any need for it. The guild members who had gotten into it through beatings couldn't believe their eyes. They thought their leader was invincible, but in reality, he had only beaten weaklings whom he could defeat. Many immediately began looking for excuses. Perhaps there had been a violation of the rules or fraud, because the head of the guild, who had gone through hundreds of dungeons, simply could not, in their opinion, lose like that. There were demands to annul the result and continue the battle without tricks. Taehyung sighed heavily. He understood their indignation and distrust of his strength. No one had seen him do anything special. But what could he do? He had to do it, because the enemy had driven him into a corner with his superior close combat skills, the best in the country. Right at the moment of the last attack, the hero used Rosaria's full hypnosis skill, which he had only recently acquired, and it worked as intended. After this, he ordered the Abyssal Veteran to kneel, and he complied. Naturally, everyone considered this cheating or dishonest. But it was hardly to be expected that, given the diversity of skills, strength would always and everywhere be the deciding factor. The head of the Indivisible Guild was still trying to regain control of his body and mind, and was desperately resisting. He had absolutely no understanding of how he had lost, and how he had been taken out of action, not remembering the last moments of the attack. Then his angry scream echoed throughout the arena, and Kang Hyuk ordered everyone to shut up immediately. He still didn't understand how he had been defeated, but as a noble barbarian and a true warrior, he knew how to admit defeat. And so he himself declared that he took full responsibility for what had happened. All members of the Indivisible Guild must accept this outcome, since this is how they became members of their organization. He suggested that those who were dissatisfied come to a private conversation. In the end, there was nothing left to do but accept the results. Yu A-yeon smiled. She liked both possible outcomes, and the fact that the arrogant and uncouth Kang Hyuk lost and was now furious was great news. This outcome was unexpected, but it meant only one thing. The guy named Kim Taehyung still had some hidden aces up his sleeve, Yu A-yeon concluded. He never ceased to amaze her, and she eagerly awaited what else this impudent fellow would show her. At this time, such a strange manic expression wandered across her face that even the deputy began to worry. When the hypnosis wore off, Kang Hyun immediately approached the guy who defeated him. Defeat did not break the proud warrior. The hero extended his hand in a conciliatory manner. There was no need to boast about the vanquished. They had had an excellent fight. However, Kang Hyuk still wanted to know if the insolent man had planned to defeat him in this way from the very beginning. To some extent, that was true. The hero agreed with him meaningfully. This upset the barbarian, although he showed no signs of loss of spirit. But afterward, they shook hands anyway. "A promise is a promise," said this leader, and offered to pay with money or a special item. These were very generous gifts, But Taehyung did not strive for material goods, which he himself could have received. This surprised the barbarian, and he asked what the hero wanted. Just 2 words. But they made Kang Hyuk tremble, so much so that his expression changed. The Labyrinth of the Minotaur. Squeezing his huge palm, the boy firmly stated that he wanted to go on a raid to that place. Deputy Go reported to the head of the Seekers Association that this was the initial dungeon in the abyss. The labyrinth, as its name suggested, was a complex space with numerous traps and required a guide with detection skills. Although it was located at the very beginning of the abyss, many, even the highest-ranking Seekers, failed in their attempts to navigate it. The Indivisibles had now been given the right to make another attempt, and were preparing for the raid in complete secrecy, making it all the more surprising that Taehyung was able to find out about it. Even the head of the association didn't know what might happen in the abyss, or predict the outcome of the raid, so they were worried about the top-ranking newcomer. The only thing they could do was believe in the luck of the searchers, said the chairman. They couldn't do the work themselves. They already had plenty of things to do, like rearranging papers on the table. He used to be on a path of adventure, but then he got his eye shot out, the chairman said, deep in thought. But what worried him much more than clearing the dungeon was not its danger, but a certain human factor. Then someone contacted him through the system channel, and the chairman was distracted from his thoughts. They had some very urgent matter there, and everyone was standing there with worried faces, and that's what secondary characters were good at, conveying anxiety. They were only contacted by the Japanese Searchers Association, and everyone had these faces as if the apocalypse had happened. No one expected urgent calls, since the issues with the raid on the auction house had long been resolved. The whole point is that the saint sent an official invitation to the seeker Kim Taehyung, thereby committing an overt act of diplomatic aggression. Oh, horror! At the same time, Kang Hyun lined up his men in front of the gate and prepared to go on a raid. Secretary Kim quickly took the roll call and began counting everyone one by one. The cardboard people all stood there with faces of complete seriousness, building up the suspense. However, they didn't have cheats or a second life, so it's not surprising that they were nervous. 100 people were in perfect order and ready to move out, the secretary reported briskly. Kang Hyuk waved his hand like a true leader and led his warrior squad behind him to show the monsters where the crayfish spend the winter. Upon arrival, they were given a warm welcome, and a fierce battle immediately ensued. The gatekeeper's bulls were strong and numerous. Taehyung fought on his own. He didn't need any special cover, and he systematically destroyed his enemies. Using a dagger in his dexterous hands, he butchered the bulls one by one. All of them made excellent barbecue cuts, ready to eat at any time. He has excellent dexterity. The hero heard words of praise and turned around. Kang Hyuk clearly wanted something, because he didn't even look at his people who were stubbornly fighting the monsters. He asked the guy how he liked the weapon he received as a gift and grinned. The dagger was actually quite good, especially since the hero's old weapon was being repaired. This knife was called Aslan, and Kang Hyuk had originally intended to give it to the boy after joining the guild. But since they were going on a joint raid that would be beneficial to both of them, the chieftain decided it was a good idea to reward the hero. The boy, however, was worried about further progress in the labyrinth. For 30 years, this labyrinth had been the death place of many seekers, and it was obvious that emergency measures were needed to overcome it, but Secretary Kim told the guy not to worry. After all the participants in this raid were veterans of the second rank and higher. They knew their business well, the girl stated. Even in the conditions of the expedition, she did not change her office skirt. At this moment, these warriors were not only successfully defending themselves, so it was impossible to push them back. In addition, the deputy head, who had detection skills, allowed him to neutralize all the traps along the way. Although he looked quiet, he knew his business. Moreover, a few months ago they managed to find the key to passing the dungeon, the secretary added. And then the leader joined the conversation. He said that they had discovered the corpse of a monster in the depths of the labyrinth. The huge minotaur had tattoos with symbols that were found throughout the labyrinth, and when Kang Hyuk touched the minotaur, his entire body except for his horn crumbled to dust. Then, using tracking, they planned to follow the tracks of this monster and find the path that leads to the exit from the labyrinth, the hero realized. The logic behind the labyrinth's design was completely unclear, but Kang Hyuk was confident of his victory. Having gathered together, the searchers set out on a dangerous journey, led by a guide with a lantern in his hand. Thanks to the fact that they followed the secret boar trails, there were no incidents. Signs on the wall indicated that they had chosen the right path. At times, the passages were so narrow that we had to literally crawl, and it was unclear how the giant with horns got through. And so the guide in the hat, for whom the author did not want to invent a face, informed the group that they had arrived at their destination. They entered a round, spacious hall, where a minotaur with a broken horn stood kneeling. The center of the labyrinth was its end. The statue of a monster that could be the boss impressed everyone with its size. Obviously, the horn they brought with them had to be attached to this statue. The secretary immediately pulled out a cart with a huge horn from the unknown annals, as ordered by the boss. Taehyung watched silently as everything unfolded exactly as he had expected. According to his past life knowledge, the raiding party, using the horn, reached the center of the labyrinth. I wonder if there are stories of reincarnated people who truly know little about the world beyond their own lives, like ordinary people. Kang Hyuk didn't wait long, picked up the horn, and with a satisfied face full of excitement began to attach it to the Minotaur's head. The horn snapped into place, and immediately there was an electrical crackling sound, as if a short circuit had occurred. For some reason, all of the participants of the raid decided that this was the end of their journey, and were already celebrating their victory over the labyrinth that no one had been able to pass for 30 years. Kang Hyuk smugly called out to the master of the labyrinth to show himself, and laughed louder than anyone else. And then he froze in place because the Minotaur also began to disintegrate right before his eyes. The strange ripples of texture changes in the level affected not only the main statue, but the entire hall. Gradually, the statue turned into a pile of bones, which immediately scattered throughout the hall. Then the hall disappeared, and instead, everyone found themselves in a snowy wasteland, separated by a powerful blizzard that hid the groups of seekers from each other. Some of them got caught in the raging current and were carried downstream. Others found themselves in a very similar place, right at the foot of an erupting volcano. As expected, things couldn't be that easy, since no team in previous years had managed to complete this dungeon. Now everything didn't look so rosy for the searchers, who were used to working as a team, covering each other's weaknesses. They all fell into a spatial trap and were separated randomly, which brought a certain amount of confusion into their battle formations. Meanwhile, a villainous villain with attention deficit disorder who calls himself Shadow instead of his normal name received a report about Kim Tae-hyung, who was participating in the raid. This confused the villain's plans, and now they didn't know what to do, so a decision was required from their organization's deputy. However, Shadow wasn't worried about this at all. They were planning something bad, and they had sent 20 of their members, from first to highest rank, to the raiding party. So these forces should still be enough. No matter how strong Kim Tae-hyung and Kang Hyuk are, they still have their limits. After the adventurers exhaust themselves in the labyrinth, how will they deal with the threat in their rear? This is precisely what the villainous villain was counting on, impatiently idling instead of working. Tae-hyung found himself in a place with a group of 4 searchers, one of whom suggested that they introduce themselves to each other first. The girl in the squad called herself Miranda. She was a second-rank seeker, but the hero quickly tore the mask of pretense from her face with a kick. He already realized that these were cultists and traitors in front of him. In fact, her name was Milena, a triple wizard of the highest rank. From the very beginning, the villains had many questions about Tae-hyung, whether he was a hero who fought like the leader Kang Hyuk on the front lines and was a shield for the people, or he was one of those who are ready to sacrifice themselves to save people, as was the case in East Point, judging by the rumors. Be that as it may, for ordinary second-rank seekers, Taehyung was an example and a pinnacle that one could only dream of. And just now, without further explanation, the noble hero, in front of the other seekers, kicked one of them. They looked in horror at the one they knew as Miranda and could not understand what was happening. Park Sung-hoo, a second-rank seeker with magic bullet skills, screamed after coming to his senses. The hero just showed everyone a thumbs up and told them not to worry and not to thank them for eliminating the spy. But Park Sung-hoo considered these actions hostile and opened fire on the hero himself. He had no doubt, and fired a whole line of magic bullets that flew towards Taehyung in curved trajectories. Then the hero simply tilted his body slightly, and all the projectiles flew past. The bespectacled man realized what a mess he was in, but he wasn't even going to stop, thinking that Taehyung was just crazy. After all, how could Miranda, who was his precious comrade and companion in the abyss, be a cultist? Pictures of their shared adventures flashed before the bespectacled man's eyes. He leaned over Miranda and tried to shout to her, so that she would come to her senses sooner and help them escape from the abnormal hero. The bespectacled man promised to protect her without fail, although the cultist hardly heard him. But the guy tried, perhaps because he was in love with the spy. At that moment, his screams woke her up, and instead of gratitude, Park Sung-hoo received a fist to the jaw. Apparently, Miranda has decided not to hide her true nature from anyone anymore, and as soon as the dirty pig dared to touch her, the spy was indignant. But she could have continued to use the gullible seekers. Here the remaining two seekers also rushed at Taehyung, and one could only marvel at his luck, since 3 of the 4 people who had accidentally been thrown with him turned out to be enemies. As usual, the enemies used an area of effect attack, which immediately raised a cloud of dust, giving the hero a chance to dodge and suddenly attack for greater drama. Where did he disappear to? That's what the idiots thought, staring stupidly at the hole where the hero had just stood, when they could have simply changed their position for safety reasons. However, Taehyung also had no intention of immediately taking advantage of his tactical advantage. He spoke up while standing behind the spies. It was a stroke of luck that all the enemies immediately revealed themselves, because the hero only knew the faces of the biggest villains. Milena had already recovered from the blow, and was also ready to join the fight. She was surprised that after so many years of service in the rear of the Indivisibles, no one could suspect her. But some guy from the side immediately recognized them as spies. On the spy's shoulder was a skull with a lightning bolt. The hero smiled and asked the woman not to worry, because it wasn't her acting that had let her down. It was just that he knew the future. Milena smiled wryly, thinking that the impudent boy was simply making fun of them. She decided that it must be because of his special relationship with Yue Yeon and the Night Hounds that he had managed to sniff something out. However, it didn't matter, because everyone already understood that they would fight to the death here. Milena revealed her luxurious manicure and, despite her specialization as a magician, rushed into close combat along with the others. It's hard to understand what they were hoping for, knowing Taehyung's track record, who also defeated the head of the Indivisible Guild. The villains attacked him from all sides and hoped to pin the guy down, but he fought back skillfully. Neither fast nor powerful attacks could simply hit him, and the hero openly toyed with his opponents. It was time for the chains, and he immediately caught 2 of the 3 villains. The guy landed abruptly, while the prisoners, on the contrary, found themselves on top, although it was absolutely impossible to understand the physics of this maneuver. After this, Milena pounced on him, wanting to help her allies free themselves, but her claws were again useless, only scratching the hero's blade. Of course they knew the hero was strong, but they still significantly underestimated this guy, and now they were paying for it. The Witch's Claw, a spy skill that caused nausea, paralysis, and hallucinations, spreading its poison from the moment it touched. Even the highest-ranked seekers were no exception to this skill. Yet Taehyung didn't show even a sign of weakness. Milena even managed to leave a light scratch on the guy's face. That should have been enough. But in the end, she felt like she was losing the fight. The hero broke the distance and summoned the spirit of the dead knight to suppress them all at once. Thanks to the absorption of the predator, something like poison or paralysis could not affect the boy. And since the spy had no other aces up her sleeve except for her one and only skill, she was powerless against the guy with cheats. There was an explosion that raised a cloud of dust and tore all the leaves from the nearby trees. A deep crater had formed in the place where the spy stood, and the bespectacled pack carefully approached its edge. Nearby, he saw an unharmed Taehyung, who had tightly bound the helpless villain with chains. She demanded that she be released immediately and made senseless threats to tear the guy to pieces. Then Taehyung grabbed the spy by the hair and lifted her face to him. He had no time to play with villains. His voice sounded cold and indifferent, which made Milena even more afraid. "It's time to tell the whole truth," Taehyung declared, and used Rosaria's hypnosis skill on the spy. He wanted to know how many spies were in the raiding party and what their main objective was. 20 people, 5 of them high-ranking. 1/5 of the raiders were traitors. A simply insane number. Blood splashed onto the white flowers, and Secretary Kim was dumbfounded by the terrible scene she had just witnessed. The traitors' goal was to kill Kang Hyuk, and they immediately began to carry out the task as soon as the guild leader was left alone. Soon the cultist became silent and showed no further signs of life. 5 high-ranking spies were a strong threat. Before the reincarnation, There were no more than 3 of them in the raid, Taehyung remembered. As with the gate breaking, the future was changing slightly, and he himself was the cause of it, having an ever-increasing impact on the world. Now that the conspirators' goal was clear to him, the hero decided to first protect the head of the guild. Seeker Park walked with his head bowed, never imagining that the one who had endured so many trials with him in the abyss had turned out to be a traitorous spy. What was also astonishing was that Taehyung had known about this from the very beginning, although one wondered why he hadn't informed everyone of the betrayal beforehand. Meanwhile, the hero was pondering how to escape this place. By his reckoning, it would be easy as pie. Although the forest around them looked like the real thing, it was actually a small room, part of a labyrinth. So they soon found doors leading to a corridor that connected different parts of the tangled space. They were connected by a chain, so you just had to go in a straight line and go through all the vast rooms with different terrain. Before the boy stepped through the door, Seeker Pack shouted at him. He wanted to ask just one question. Why didn't the hero reveal the entire truth he knew before the raid began? Which seemed like a reasonable decision. Pack apologized for his suspicions about the hero, but still believed that if the hero had told him about the spies, many losses could have been avoided. In general, he stood with an offended and serious face, and demanded some kind of moral response from the hero, who, in principle, could not answer to anyone. However, Taehyung deigned to answer. Park could believe him or not in this case. But in fact, the hero had long ago warned the head of the guild about a possible conspiracy. So when Kang Hyuk was surrounded by a group of his own seekers, he was not very surprised. He was wounded, but it was not deep. There were only enemies left around, and there was no one loyal to the guild leader nearby. Kang Hyuk pressed his hand to the wound and laughed quietly. The jokes had gone too far, he said, since even the guild's deputy, thanks to whom they had come this far, turned out to be a traitor. His only faithful companion was Secretary Kim, who bravely ran straight to the head. But it was a rash decision because she was immediately attacked by her former ally. As a result, the country's best tank had to take a hit and receive another wound in order to protect the girl. She let out another alarmed cry. This blow was quite painful, the head of Khan admitted. Moreover, the enemies did not think to give them a break and immediately attacked, taking advantage of the fact that the guild leader was weakened. Then Kang Hyuk threw Secretary Kim aside, and leaving her in the rear, he himself went after the villains. He caught them in the air with the strength of a T-Rex, throwing them back like gnats. The fact that the guild leader started with ultimate skills right away indicated that things were bad for them. Realizing this, the girl shouted at her boss not to protect her, because she would also fight. But the leader understood perfectly well that he was facing an enemy who was beyond the capabilities of a secretary whose place was in the office at the boss's desk, and not on the battlefield. The flames flared up, and the unharmed villains emerged straight from the fire. The former deputy agreed with the girl. Now was not the time for the leader to think about anyone but himself. All this time, the man with the lantern and the hat hid his power. He and the other conspirators must have been infiltrating the organization for years. The chain he held his lantern on lengthened, and a huge fiery skull appeared at the end of it. The villain, who was too lazy to draw a face, grinned and declared that there were 4 top-ranked seekers gathered here, and the rest had first place. Elite guild members gathered here to kill the leader of Khan. The battlefield was surrounded by a wall of fire and smoke, and experienced assassins stood on all sides. Kang Hyuk could only lament his failed personnel policy. He thought he was a good judge of character, but ended up with so many traitors. The Hatter told him not to blame himself so much for what had happened. He almost sympathized with his boss, but at the same time he was already anticipating his triumph. He boasted of the cunning and treachery of their plan, which they had been preparing for many years, gradually raising the level of their members within the indivisible guild. Now Kang Hyuk was finally convinced that the guy who had long ago figured out all the spies as soon as he saw the raid participants was right. Now it was the turn of the traitors to be surprised. They did not think that Kim Taehyung could interfere with their plans. But what was more important was that despite the news of the betrayal, Headcan still did not take any action. The noble barbarian immediately replied that he had dismissed the warning outright because it cast a shadow on his dear comrades. That was the kind of man he was, with a nobility bordering on stupidity. Even his deputy was so stunned by this nonsense for first graders that he didn't know what to answer. The other traders also couldn't believe that they had worked for such a fool for so many years. It left a strong aftertaste. Secretary Kim was the most indignant about this, calling her boss an irresponsible idiot for not even bothering to take precautions and verify important information. Then the fiery mace in the shape of a skull on a chain began to move. The traders got tired of waiting and attacked first. The faceless deputy praised his former boss for his excellent mental work, thanks to which the conspiracy, even on the verge of being exposed, ultimately worked. He swung his fiery skull towards Kang Hyuk again, wanting to finish what he started. At the same time, the noble barbarian did not even flinch as he saw himself being attacked without any respect. His aura suddenly took on monstrous forms that no one had ever seen before. A real last trump card that the leader did not show even during the battle with Taehyung. He dealt such a crushing blow to his former deputy that he lost his teeth and his hat too, and now it became clear that his face was bored. Kang Hyuk took the form of a dragon, even though he didn't want to suspect his comrades and lose themselves in guesses about who the traitor was, but he also didn't intend to simply expose his chest to attack. Meanwhile, the Seeker Khan was also deeply perplexed by the complete inaction of the head of his guild, and the hero suggested that he personally ask the boss about it. It happened in one of the labyrinth tunnels when they were alone. Taehyung didn't understand why Boss Kang wanted to put himself in harm's way. Even knowing about the betrayal, he should have acted more carefully. But the boy's words stung the noble barbarian, so he asked the boy if he really thought he had seen all his strength. So, for someone who was absolutely confident of his victory, there was nothing strange in letting the conspirators' plan come to fruition. This way, it was possible to deal with all the enemies within the Indivisibles at once, rather than looking for each one separately. Soon, Taehyung and Seeker Park entered the room where Chief Kang was fighting. He received first aid from his faithful secretary. Bandaging the wounds helped stop the bleeding. Both were glad to see the hero. Kang Hyuk even began to grumble about Taehyung's long delay, because he was supposed to meet someone from the raid squad on the way and arrive faster. Many of them needed help, but the hero, having set his priorities, rushed to the rescue of the guild leader, although he had already sorted everything out perfectly well. The chief was once again amazed by the heartlessness of the guy, who did not think long about such dilemmas. Now, under the current circumstances, with the raiding party significantly weakened by the actions of the traitors, Kang Hyuk planned to retreat home. There could still be spies among them, and even after reaching the center of the labyrinth, they still did not find the owner of this place. Even though the barbarian was loath to retreat from the battlefield, he was responsible for his men and had to think through a retreat plan. He even apologized to the boy for not trusting him right away. However, the hero did not focus much attention on this. The main thing was that Kang Hyuk realized his mistake, but in the future he should be more careful. This was said in such a mentoring tone from the elder that Kang Hyuk instantly exploded, and only with Secretary Kim's gentle hand did he manage to avoid another squabble. In truth, the hero also regretted failing to achieve the achievement, but he understood that it was the best decision for everyone. Even though he warned Kang Hyuk about the betrayal, he ended up facing more villains than he should have, and ended up getting seriously injured. In fact, the hero's data on clearing this dungeon was fragmentary, and his participation in the raid only further confused all the cards. The moment Secretary Kim asked Seeker Park if there were any other traps and monsters on the way here, Taehyung felt a bad feeling. And indeed, even though they were scattered across different zones, there were no traps or monsters inside, so Pak thought that they would be able to return from the labyrinth without difficulty. But such circumstances were uncharacteristic in the Abyss, and even more so in one of the most difficult levels. Since they were thrown into different pockets of space, there should have been traps and monsters there, but all these places were empty and did not pose a threat to the Seekers. All this was a big mystery for Taehyung. He did not understand how in his past life Kang Hyuk dealt with the owner of the labyrinth in his past life. And then they saw something that made them fall silent in awe at the enormous size of the boss that appeared right in front of them. Foam flowed from the six-eyed bull's mouth, as if he were enraged at being disturbed. The mistress of the Minotaur Labyrinth, a great queen of the highest rank, had arrived to speak her mind. No doubt it was the boss of this place, cow or not, but it appeared suddenly and scared everyone. In each of the Minotaur's four paws was a heavy weapon, which he began to thrash about in all directions, so that soon the searchers had to run away quickly. Taehyung managed to grab Secretary Kim with a chain, but unfortunately the level boss destroyed the escape routes, making it impossible to send the most vulnerable members of the raid there. In the end, both of the strongest fighters decided to accept the challenge of the huge cow and turn to meet her. Kang Hyuk didn't spare any effort and immediately took the form of a dragon. Seeing that he was being attacked, the Minotaur took a defensive stance and covered himself with all his limbs, so that he did not have many vulnerable spots. An epic and completely unimaginable duel ensued between a giant and two mosquitoes. But the mosquitoes were nimble and quick, so it wasn't easy for the big monster to hit them. Together, they managed to delay the Minotaur's advance and draw him towards themselves. But then they saw that the boss was preparing a magical attack. As if its enormous size and ferocious power weren't enough, this monster also possessed magic. Under its influence, the skeletons of other giants became covered in a thick layer of flesh, rising from the dead. Thus, the previous king of the Tao Bulls, also of the highest rank, was resurrected. Now for every top-ranking fighter, there was a monster of his own rank, and there was no one to help them in this battle. To make matters worse, two more resurrected bulls were approaching Secretary Kim and Seeker Pak, targeting the weakest. The bulls surrounded them and cut off their escape route, putting the team in a very unfavorable position where they had to not only fight but also defend. Both of the strongest warriors rushed to save their comrades, leaving the main cow behind. She just growled arrogantly that she would show everyone who entered the labyrinth what a mistake they made, and continued casting magic. Under this influence, all the resurrected bulls went into a frenzy and began to rage. One by one, a whole army of monsters was resurrected, and the pitiful bullets of the pack seeker could hardly do anything to them. Then they saw how, having gathered all their strength into a fist, the best tank in the country broke through the ring of enemies, from the blow of which all the bulls turned into mincemeat. The hero, moving quickly in the style of Peter Parker on his chains, immediately burst into the resulting gap. In the blink of an eye, he tied the bulls with chains to open the way for Kang Hyuk to strike. The bulls were also recovering from the heavy blows with the queen's strength. To interrupt their regeneration, the noble barbarian spat fiery breath at them. It worked, and the room filled with the smell of roast beef, causing both men's stomachs to rumble. But this time, too, the regeneration proved stronger than the damage inflicted. The bulls did not fall into a pile of charred bones, even when there was no flesh left on them. The searchers were momentarily at a loss. They needed to do something urgently, but no solution came to mind. Kang Hyuk tried his luck again and smashed a couple of bull skulls to pieces, but even the most powerful blows were not enough to break the recovery cycles, which showed no signs of exhaustion. The battle of endurance was clearly not in the favor of the Seekers, the strongest of whom was also wounded. Until they destroyed the main cow, they would not be able to kill the rest. But getting to the main goal was quite a challenge, especially since the Queen of the Bulls could stand up for herself. And all this in a disadvantageous position where it was constantly necessary to protect the vulnerable rear. Even the fact that it was possible to destroy a bull with one blow did not make the task any easier. Undoubtedly, both warriors will soon reach the limit of their endurance, and it's time for the coolest and ultimate skills. It was then that Kang Hyuk remembered a rather unpleasant conversation with the association chairman, who kept grumbling about his methods of adding new members to the Indivisible Guild. He told him that people should be accepted into the guild not only based on their skills and personal abilities, but also on their personal qualities. But Kang Hyuk responded in his noble, barbaric manner, saying he wasn't one to suspect others. The chairman knew about such quirks, bordering on feeble-mindedness, and still tried to bring the strongman to his senses. The chairman knew what he was talking about, because in the past he himself had been a seeker and had seen a lot, and then his eye had been gouged out. There were times when one mistake forced him to lose everything he had, and he had to sacrifice something to protect what was left. Not everything in this world can be solved by force. Awareness of one's betrayal is very important for achieving ultimate goals, the head of the association insisted. These are all qualities that make a seeker outstanding, he claimed. But Kang Hyuk listened to him indifferently. It's all because he's too weak and old, Kang Hyuk said sarcastically and laughed openly. Now he understood what the chairman had told him, and he realized that he had made a mistake by not listening to him and allowing his self-confidence as an invincible warrior to get the better of him. Right now, no matter what choice Kang Hyuk made, his loyal comrades could still die. But filled with fighting spirit and determination, the noble barbarian could not simply stand and watch this. With the next blow, he blew off half the body of the nearest bull. after which he broke through to Taehyung and asked him how he was still holding up. The plan came to fruition. If they were pushed against the wall, they needed to fight back. Kang Hyuk was going to tear to shreds all the bulls that were running after them and interfering with their lives. Taehyung didn't quite understand what kind of madness the barbarian was up to, but he liked his attitude, and he expressed his suspicions to him that there was still a way to destroy the Queen of the Minotaurs. While they were standing there, a whole crowd of immortal bulls approached them and surrounded them from all sides. Kang Hyuk listened to the guy's words, but he was still unsure about his plan. There was always the possibility of error. Together, they made their way straight to the Bull Queen, who seemed to be waiting for their decision. The main cow swung her staff again, and another wave of resurrected ones rushed towards the two warriors. Like a dragon, Kang Hyuk treated them to an avalanche of fire, turning the entire hall into a barbecue room. While the main cow boasted about her inexhaustible life force, Taehyung broke straight towards her, through the wall of flame. The first thing he did was to summon the spirit of the dead king to shackle the sacred cow. This allowed him to knock the queen down and finally interrupt her magic cast. The undead knight, who had once also been a dungeon boss, grabbed the monster by the throat and squeezed with force. Eventually, they managed to break through the sphere that cut them off from the rest of the labyrinth. "What is this method?" Kang Hyuk asked before they started. According to Taehyung, the space they were fighting in was also connected to other parts of the labyrinth, and the Bull Queen was covering the gap so they couldn't escape. In this place where they were, under the influence of the magic of the main cow, the bulls could endlessly return to life. So if you drive the Bull Queen out of this space, the rest of the Minotaurs will simply disappear, Taehyung suggested. This plan sounded daring and very risky, because if the guy made a mistake, they would all simply die in this place, adding to the list of victims. Then Taehyung also chuckled and answered Leader Khan that in any case, their current situation was no better, which meant it was worth the risk. And they took the risk. Those who watched this epic battle of the Titans from the sidelines could only watch silently with bated breath. Right before their eyes, the bulls returned to the dust from which they had been created. Meanwhile, the spirit of the dead man held the sacred cow tightly and did not allow it to move. But the level boss still resisted and struck, one of which hit the Death Knight in the jaw. Here, a threat was created for Taehyung himself when he came under one of these sweeping blows. A powerful explosion separated them with the flash of 1,000 suns, and the air instantly heated to the limit. The Bull Queen landed on a pile of bones full of human skulls. Taehyung also fell there, on a terrible bed of human remains. This place was a crypt. However, the worst of all was for Kang Hyuk. He paid for his rescue with his own hand, and now blood was gushing from his wound. But the battle was not over yet. So the barbarian roared through the pain and ordered the hero to come to his senses. The two wounded and completely exhausted fighters stood shoulder to shoulder, and the monster was already approaching them. The sacred cow was in perfect order and could deliver a crushing blow. Hand-to-hand combat ensued again, as it had at the very beginning, with both fighters attacking with the remainder of their forces. But they were thrown back by a powerful shockwave, never managing to get close to the enemy. Kang Hyuk was once again sprawled on the ground, unable to rise to his feet, while the sacred cow mocked them, feeling completely superior. After all, the power that could not be used to resurrect the Bull Kings, she directed to finishing off the exhausted fighters. 4 heavy weapons immediately fell on the place where Taehyung stood, and a terrible roar was heard. Dust and bone fragments flew everywhere. The gap in skills was too great. The hero couldn't hold on and was also thrown back, saved only by his stone skin. To defeat such a monster, it was necessary to use a predator, but it was only good as a last resort, due to the fact that it could get out of control. Taehyung only had one strike if he didn't want what happened last time to happen again. At that moment, he remembered his conversation with Yu Ah-yeon after clearing the fire temple when she was admitted to the hospital, and she told him about the method of practical application. The description of the skill in the system was rather sparse, and the girl agreed to satisfy his curiosity. Each skill type varied greatly depending on how it was handled, and the mana cost also changed when adjusting its power. The only use of Aeon's immense power was the skill of Amazon Magnificence, but she was able to use this energy to strengthen her body and create magic bullets. In fact, there have already been cases where Taehyung himself mixed skills before using them. He used the same stealth skill only on his rings, and, stretching out comfortably on the couch, she added that one unstable skill can be wrapped around another, or around a weapon. Smiling charmingly, Yu Ae-yeon assured the boy that he would definitely be able to handle such a creative application of skills. A surge of new power stopped the sacred cow, blood-red lightning bolts striking in all directions. Ultimately, the hero realized that Aeon was right. The predator could take on different forms at will, meaning it could be used like any other skill. Another blast of power simply shattered the sacred cow's skull. Although the hero did not know the nature of his power, he strove to squeeze the maximum out of it for himself, and he succeeded. The predator devoured the body of the minotaur, and it quickly turned to dust, while at the same time the illusory space collapsed. And all who were imprisoned in it returned to the main hall of the entire labyrinth. The searchers were stunned by what happened. For them, it all ended quickly, although there were also quite a few casualties. Then they saw the hero carrying their wounded guild leader, whom everyone considered invulnerable. But fortunately, Kang Hyuk was alive. And that's the main thing. Considering all the risks, losing his arm wasn't such a big problem. When everyone finally realized that the battle was over, they rushed to the warriors to congratulate them on their victory and rejoiced with joy. After the battle, the raiding party discovered a mound of gold and silver, although in reality it was only possible to raise 1,000. However, the biggest reward was an elixir that, when drunk, could significantly increase one's stats. It was called the Fountain of Endurance, not to be confused with a potency remedy. Since the number was limited, this reward was split between Taehyung and Kang Hyuk, but they still made the biggest contribution to the raid by defeating the cow boss. True, due to the loss of his arm, the noble barbarian lost most of his stats, which he was able to replenish, so the elixir could be considered a consolation prize. All the cultist spies were identified and arrested for their treason, in disgrace. After this, the Indivisible Guild focused on treating the victims, giving preventative injections and enemas. Taehyung managed to fortunately avoid this and left the hospital after examination, together with his family. Thus, the eventful raid with bulls and cows came to an end, and on this occasion, the noble barbarian gave a press conference when he felt better. When he made the announcement, it caused shock and awe among all the journalists present at the conference. After all, the great warrior declared that he wanted to finish his work as a seeker and was retiring. True, he immediately corrected himself that this was a vacation for recovery and not a complete retirement from business. This also meant that he might not be able to take part in the Asian tournament that was supposed to take place soon. However, on this account, the noble barbarian said not to worry. He was still the best tank in the country. But there was also someone to replace him. And at that very moment, Taehyung came up to the podium, which was not surprising at all. His candidacy raised many questions among journalists about whether he was qualified enough for such a tournament, since he was still in school just a year ago. For his raid into the labyrinth, he was awarded 5th place on the achievement list, so all formalities were met, and the boy was eligible to participate in the tournament. Moreover, rumors circulated that, having consumed the Fountain of Endurance, the hero had already reached the national level of strength. Of course, not everyone was ready to believe that some guy, even a newbie, possessed such power. National strength level meant exceptional ability, even among the highest ranks, a class above all classes, and the boy was clearly far from that level. While the debate about him was raging, the hero did not hesitate or doubt himself at all. He went up to the podium and introduced himself. He understood all the debate and anxiety surrounding his candidacy. It wasn't a clear-cut one. Taehyung also understood the responsibility he had to the people. He didn't deny that he was a newcomer and lacked experience. It was difficult to say whether he would be able to perform as well as previous members of the team, but he had already attracted the attention of many important spectators and his future opponents. Taehyung modestly noted that he could not yet clearly demonstrate his level of strength. He himself could hardly confidently say that he had already reached this level, because it was not so simple. The hero was pulling the cow by the tail. But then he added that the Asian tournament would be the place where he would prove everything to everyone, and he said this with a ton of heroic pathos. Then, in his opinion, everyone will understand that among the high mountains, there are even higher ones. At the same time, one spy managed to escape, and she was kneeling before the shadow, apparently begging for mercy, but the outcome was expected. It would have been better for her to simply pretend to die on the battlefield and run away than to try to return. "Might is law," said the villainous villain over her body, another cliché from his stock of words for this occasion. Her death would serve as a good example to others. Shadow ordered the place to be burned along with the body before the association came on the trail of the fugitive. But the deputy himself was still angry, as he had been responsible for the entire operation. This time, more resources had been invested to avoid what had happened at the auction house. And even so, the assassination attempt on Kang Hyuk had failed. Even so, no one expected the raid to clear the labyrinth. Kim Tae-hyung clearly knew how to entertain, Shadow thought. This year's Asian tournament would be fun. He left, not looking at the mansion burning brightly. Later, the hero showed up at the meeting, where he was already expected, as the security guard at the entrance informed him. The best searchers in the country gathered behind this door, some of which the guy should already know. When he entered, he was introduced to the others, as befits a hero. The chairman himself sat directly in front of him, with Deputy Go standing next to him, and the 4 other tournament participants from their country sitting on either side. Chang Jin-soo was the first to make a skeptical remark, and looked sternly at the shaggy guy, who was ranked 7th in terms of achievements. On the other side sat Seo Han-gil, another guy with the 8th grader syndrome. He came to the meeting wearing a mask and glasses, showing no respect. He hinted that the boy was still too young, and that the Child Welfare Association might demand an explanation. Kwak Xian, a pretty sorceress with stars in her eyes, asked them not to push the newcomer so hard. She was ranked 4th. The last to comment was the seeker Park Sung-jin, the one who administered the exam and ranked 3rd in the achievement rankings. Park had expected the boy to join them one day, but he didn't think it would happen so soon. Now everyone was assembled, Chairman Ju stated, while the guy hesitated at the entrance, waiting to see what would happen next. Then he was asked to take his place, and the meeting regarding strategy for this tournament could already begin. Go Tavuk decided to start with general questions about what the tournament was and showed them the stand. In those years, when monsters filled the planet, and villains and cultists began to appear at every turn, the world plunged into chaos, and then punishers from different countries united for joint operations, laying the foundation for a friendly tournament. Currently, the tournament is run in such a way that participants are given 7 days to destroy monsters, each of which is assigned a rating and points. Thus, the usual hunt for monsters and villains turned into a well-publicized popular show and served the purpose of reassuring citizens around the world. And although we are talking about a competition, in essence, it is a small war. The tournament is a means of demonstrating the military power and potential of the country. All this becomes a means of propaganda and glorifies the country and the seekers. Everyone will inevitably face competition, as the winning country will receive colossal prizes, unique items, and access to dungeons. Considering the level of the event and the possible rewards, Taehyung had no doubt that he had made the right choice in deciding to participate. The succubus queen of Rosaria, whom he managed to bind to himself with a contract, knew about the king and his power. But he shouldn't expect her to obediently tell him everything. In order to ask questions on an equal footing, the hero needed to become stronger again. That's why the Asian tournament was so important for him, because here he could compete with strong opponents and win awards. However, their team had problems in this regard, Deputy Go said. Since the strongest adventurers like Kang Hyuk and Yu Ah-yeon were unable to participate this year, there was no one to take first place on the team, and their fighting power was significantly weakened. Here, Seeker Pack objected that the problem with power should have been solved, since a talented newcomer had joined them. This statement from the strongest member of the team caused everyone to silently question, and the other members stared at him. And then they turned their gaze to the guy, still very much doubting that he had a national level of strength. Taehyung immediately stated that all of this was just rumors and not true at all. "Nothing has been proven yet, and it's too early to talk about it," the guy mumbled, so the group was immediately disappointed. It was still too early to reveal their trump cards, and so the group thought about what to do, not to look for a new team member. The chairman slammed the table and took matters into his own hands. Even though they didn't have the rank of a nation yet, the tournament wasn't a full-fledged war anyway, so they could perform well, since the key was hunting monsters and villains. If everyone remains calm, there will definitely be a chance of winning. Seekers Park Song, Sorceress Kwak Xian, and Song Han Gil, as the more experienced ones, were to be in charge of hunting monsters. The rest were supposed to participate in the elimination of the discovered cultists. Once everything was decided, the chairman said that he expected good results from them next week. When it was time for the competition, the participants lined up at the World Association of Explorers Stadium. Teams from all over the continent, from all the countries of the East, gathered here. The main contenders for victory were teams from China and Japan, both of whom had national-level challengers. Shinji Nakato was known as an invincible swordsman. China even fielded 3 national-level seekers: Liu Feng, the Bloody Sword, Kai Mingming, and a certain god of great power, Shaishan. On the other hand, many great seekers withdrew from participating this year. Taehyung's family watched the competition on TV, and his aunt was more concerned about him returning home safely than winning. But their restless son Hwang, on the contrary, was full of fanatical enthusiasm. It's good that there's no need to look for a jester in the hero's retinue. He behaved extremely strangely and told his parents to root for Taehyung, who had become their benefactor, and to believe in his victory. Even their house was bought by the hero as a sign of gratitude for all these years, and he also supported the whole family with money. Of course, Hwang had a selfish motive. The more victories Taehyung achieved, the richer he became, and the more his favor flowed. The expression on his son's face caused his parents great concern, and they realized they'd taken a wrong turn in his upbringing, since he was so obsessed with money. After that, Hwang continued shouting at the TV for his brother Taehyung to show everyone there how to be a cool hero. During the opening of the tournament, a woman approached the hero and greeted him. She was dressed in a long, luxurious dress and was very sweet, and she also said that she was grateful to him for what happened at East Point. Saint Yoshikawa Sarara smiled seductively and expressed regret that she could not arrive at the scene sooner. It was she who resolved all the issues with the demon Neru in Taehyung's past life. Given her abilities, he understood why such a crisis was quickly resolved then. She spoke quietly and without hesitation, with a deep sense of self-confidence. And then the saint asked him why he had not accepted her invitation to Japan, where she could better express her gratitude. Taehyung understood what they were talking about and immediately remembered the end of the meeting, when the others had already left for their important business. The hero also wanted to go and rest already, and was the last to get up from the table. But he was specifically asked to stay, and the head of Ju informed him of the invitation from the saint. The saint possessed super regenerative abilities, and her skills could, in theory, restore Kang Hyuk's arm, which would, in theory, strengthen the country's defense, the chairman stated. It would be nice to build bridges and meet her before the tournament, since she herself invites us, they suggested to the hero. However, the guy in his usual abrupt manner refused. Deputy Go immediately tried to reason with the boy, claiming that Kang Hyuk had suffered while defending him, even though the saint hadn't yet made any real promises. Then the chairman stopped him. First, he wanted to hear the hero's reasons and patiently asked what was the matter. The reason was extremely complex, but the guy couldn't give a full answer. The whole point is that the just hero knew what an ugly reality was hidden under the title of saint, and he told Yoshikawa exactly the same thing to her face. Then her mask of composure cracked and her face twisted into a strange grin. As expected, the reason for the refusal was not at all simple, Yoshikawa realized. That guy obviously knew something about her, and this made the swordsman on his team wary. He suggested that they immediately bleed the hero by cutting off his head, but Yoshikawa quickly corrected herself that this was not what she had in mind. Everyone else was concerned about the boy's explosive growth and the limits of his strength and abilities, while the saint was puzzled by the boy's level of knowledge. The guy had made too many moves that couldn't be resolved by relying on strength alone, and in particular, the saint didn't understand how the hero knew about her true nature. However, she was very eager to make this guy hers, and she licked her lips greedily, as if there was a delicious steak in front of her. The announcer began the countdown. The tournament was soon to officially begin. "It's finally starting," Yoshikawa said, clearly plotting something against the hero. The tension was mounting, and some of the seekers were already thinking about starting the tournament with a couple of kills right there in the stadium. The Korean team stuck together. They had a plan, and they stuck to it. However, when Captain Pak inspected his team, he found one member missing. The searchers looked at each other and finally confirmed that Taehyung was nowhere to be found. The announcer finished his report and announced the start of the festival with a smile on his face, but at that moment his voice broke off mid-sentence. Seeker Taehyung made his move, which looked like utter madness, and blew off the poor guy's head. A heavy sigh of horror and incomprehension of the true motives of the just hero who eliminates only the bad guys hung in the stands. At the same time, some kind of skirmish began. The Seekers attacked each other as if it were a real war. Everyone rushed at the hero's team using their best means. As a result, instead of fireworks, the Seekers almost destroyed the entire arena, along with those who came to see the unforgettable show. In the ensuing chaos, people couldn't make out anything, and panic arose. Everyone saw how the presenter's head was cut off. The Korean team surrounded Taehyung and covered him from the attacks of other searchers. And judging by their appearance, things weren't going well for them. The sorceress from the team was quickly using up her strength. Even though Taehyung acted completely recklessly, they still didn't abandon him. Here, the strongest warrior from the Chinese team was already approaching them. He was amused by the idea they had arranged, so he hurried to join in the fun. He didn't care about excuses or explanations at all. Since all the Korean team's searchers supported Taehyung, they were guilty and subject to destruction. At the same time, Captain Pak confronted the saint and her swordsman bodyguard, alone against the strongest in the world. Yoshikawa smugly ordered the devil sword to kill everyone except Taehyung. Her eyes flashed greedily with a poisonous light at the thought of who the witch already considered her property. However, no massacres took place. The tournament organizers intervened and ordered everyone to remain in place. The Singapore Searchers chairwoman, Haley Tan, walked alongside Chairwoman Ju and stated that she would handle the matter herself, as it was their searcher who had been killed. Chief Ju desperately tried to convince her that his people would definitely not have done such a thing without a reason, and therefore what had happened was clearly a misunderstanding. However, in Haley's opinion, it was all pretty obvious. A murder had taken place before their eyes. Here, Taehyung finally spoke up. He stated that only so that the cultist Wang Zai, who brutally killed and tortured to death many people on a cruise ship several years ago, would be eliminated. A reward of 30 billion tugriks was offered for him, but the criminal himself disappeared, having managed to profit from the information he obtained under torture. However, Haley still didn't understand what was going on, and rudely said that it had nothing to do with them. Then the hero kicked the scoundrel's severed head, and everyone saw that his face had changed. His ability allowed him to change appearance, which is how the killer managed to hide in the past. This meant that the murdered presenter was definitely not who he claimed to be, and one can only applaud his tyranny for participating in the large-scale organization of a tournament, in full view of everyone. Taehyung asked to thank the Nightwalkers Guild for providing the information. Now that the truth became clear, everyone was even more amazed that they managed to catch the criminal who was hiding under everyone's noses. Some weirdo with red eyes like a vampire and a piercing on his face watched the hero with obvious malice. As a result of the trick, the hero's team received their first 1,000 points and took first place in achievements. And all this before the monster hunting grounds were opened. Of course, the name of the Nightwalkers Guild was used as a cover, and without warning. Yu Aeon herself did not understand why this madman did this, and she promised to remember everything to him. Work in her guild immediately came to a standstill due to the number of calls that descended on their headquarters. The girl grinned and maliciously imagined what she would do to the impudent boy when they met. This city needs a new hero, Taehyung thought, as he looked at the evening lights of the criminal city. His work did not end with the first murder, and he found several more criminals hiding in the shadows. They were all caught off guard, even though every screen in the world was blaring the start of the tournament hunt. Such was the price they paid for their carelessness. Taehyung mockingly told the bastard that he simply smelled his stench, and that's why he revealed his true identity. Then the hero received a call, and when he picked up the phone, he almost went deaf from the screaming. The guy was glad to hear from Yu Aeon. This was also part of his plan, although she was a little late due to the piled-up work. Then the spy grinned, because she knew that the guy would be waiting for her call. The whole point is that he couldn't connect to a secure communication channel from a regular phone. The hero had only 2 requests. The first concerned a small investigation, and the second was a search for information on a certain cultist. Aeon snorted in displeasure, having already passed on all the information through the association, as if it were easy to find people who openly identified themselves as criminals. It was obvious that Taehyung wanted to get more points, and catching small fry gave too little bonus, since time was limited. So he aimed at nothing less than the Dark Guild, and at that very moment, a cloaked figure stood before him. This unknown person had watched too many samurai films, because he was dressed in clothes from a long-gone historical era and also called himself Kimura. Taehyung knew nothing about this strange man who walked around the city in a straw hat, never attracting attention to himself. Since he was not recognized, the stranger shouted at the top of his lungs that he had come to take revenge on the one who had defamed the saint's name, and so the hero realized that he was facing yet another insecure weirdo. Tiger Sword, Ren Kimura, a top-ranked swordsman and member of the Japanese team, immediately assumed a fighting stance. It was a shame he hadn't read about Miyamoto Musashi's exploits. If he had, he would have attacked from ambush. Maybe then he would have had a chance. But his daring self-confidence and fierce, fanatical devotion to the saint led him to openly challenge the hero. While Nakata Shinji's sword was beautiful and laconic, Ryan Kimura's was furious and chaotic, aiming to destroy and resolve the enemy. So the samurai shouted menacingly, assumed impressive poses, and tried in every way to suppress his opponent with his appearance. However, the presence of the sword in his hand did not help him in any way. The hero dodged all the sharp attacks playfully, and since the blows did not reach their target, their power was of no use. All this time, the hero did not stop talking on the phone with Yu Ayong and was rejected by her. Here, Kimura realized that something was not going as it should be. The enemy was not yet dead like all his previous opponents. His sword was being brutally ignored, and this angered the samurai even more. The spy immediately began to dissuade the guy from the stupid idea of targeting the guild of villains, even leaving alone those who so openly called themselves villains and criminals. As soon as you approach them, they immediately bite off their tail and hide in the shadows. In general, tracking takes a lot of time, and no one acts with certainty until they have checked everything thoroughly. Since there was a risk of losing all traces forever, the association switched to a wait-and-see and restraining strategy, the girl said, while the boy continued to elude the samurai's blade. Then he caught the right moment and hit Kimura in the jaw with his palm, ultimately defeating the man with a sword with one hand. The difference in speed was too great, after which the hero declared that he was ready for the consequences. Although he couldn't let anyone in on his plan until the very end, he promised to catch the villains by the tail. Taehyung asked her to believe in him, because all the previous results should have convinced her that he was capable of doing the impossible. In the end, she agreed. Although Yu Ayong did not have enough information about the Dark Guild, she could direct the guy to another place. She had information about the Triad, 3 occult leaders who influenced Asian politics from the shadows, blackmailing and bribing government officials. This revealed just how corrupt the world of the Awakened had become, and how impossible it was to control human greed. Unraveling the trail, the spy managed to find out where one of the leaders, Kenji Miyazaki, was hiding, but warned that extracting information from him would require intense effort. And during this time, the hero would acquire even more enemies. The Triad wasn't quite up to par with the Villain Guild, but it was still worth something in terms of tournament points, so the hero agreed. And the spy, having resigned herself to his persistence, promised to find out the rest regarding his previous request. The hero thanked her for her support, and they agreed that he would repay her with dinner, but only after the tournament. Even after the heavy blow, Kimura miraculously survived and managed to get to his feet, still cursing. He was terribly angry that not only had he been defeated, but his pride had been trampled as well. The enemy had paid him no attention at all. It was a true mockery. Ultimately, the samurai decided to destroy everything around him, and the alleyway filled with the blasts of his power. After that, he used some technique, obviously hoping to affect all 5 of his opponent's senses, and the corresponding seals appeared in front of him. All this time he stood still, so the guy could attack at any moment, but he didn't do it in order to show off. Taehyung chuckled and asked Kimura if he remembered the rules that prohibited participants from fighting. However, when he still did not heed the persuasion, the hero decided to show his true skills and became a little more serious by summoning the spirit of the dead man, after which the duel quickly ended. At the same time, the saint's bodyguard informed her that Kimura had dropped out, but they took action and reported to the media that he had been ambushed by cultists. After Taehyung's defeat, the poor guy completely lost his mind and kept repeating the same phrase over and over again, obviously having fallen under the influence of a mental attack. In such a state, there was no hope of returning him to action for this tournament. It could have been a major problem for another team, but the saint took the news indifferently. They'd simply tested the limits of their abilities. One tool is broken, you can always use another. The saint's bodyguard wanted to deal with the boy personally, but Yoshikawa only laughed. It was impossible to lose the second samurai as well, she said, and playfully hit him in the chest, causing the swordsman to blush embarrassedly. It was all part of her big, bold plan, so Yoshikawa had already prepared a new bait to replace the one she had used. They walked up to some steel door and opened it together, going inside. On the wall opposite the entrance hung a naked, chained man. Raising his head, the prisoner recognized the saint, but was too exhausted to be surprised by anything. "It's time to work for her," Saint Isaka told Ryuhei, the one who carried out the terrorist attack on the auction house, while a strange and mad expression appeared on Yoshikawa's face. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of the abyss, in the middle of a nameless, endless wasteland, a battle of its own was raging. Two female seekers were fighting an unknown enemy, and one of them was already wounded. The seeker from the Philippines, Regaya, asked the enemy why he was doing this, completely perplexed. Their opponent was a strong man from another team. He could have easily achieved first place without such vile adventures, so his behavior was completely incomprehensible. But Shishin enjoyed the hunt. Rather than thinking about victory or anything else, he played his own special game. He grinned and said that he was simply carrying out orders from the head of their association, who had long since gone out of his mind. It all sounded like madness for the head of the association to incite his seekers to attack others, which could be considered a declaration of war if it became known to the general public. That's why Regaya told her ally to run, because someone had to tell everyone what had happened. She herself hoped to hold back Shishin, who did not even think of letting anyone go and rushed at the girls. In the end, the fight ended quickly. Despite the fact that everyone had the highest rank, the difference in strength was too great. Having dealt with this team, the giant thought about his next target on the list. Only Kim Tae-hyung remained. So a crazy week passed, and according to the ratings, the Korean team was in the lead, while the others at the bottom of the list dropped out of the competition altogether for unknown reasons. The battle was hot and fierce. The hunt was broadcast on large screens, and many were surprised by the leadership of the previously weak team. But otherwise, people didn't care about this very strange sport, which was no different from the everyday routine of all hunters and seekers. People continued to live their quiet, peaceful lives and bustle in the real world, where there were no villainous villains or heroic heroes, and all morality was in shades of gray. Taehyung stayed at the hotel to catch up on the latest news from the tournament and learned of the ongoing investigation. But in the case of the strongest adventurers, there was little hope of a fair outcome. Watching as members of other teams began to disappear, the guy realized that the events he had been waiting for had begun. If this time there were no particular differences, then he already knew who was behind all the disappearances. The reasons for their motivation could be different. Weakening of neighbors, intimidation. But the hero knew that it was all about the ambitions of the leader of that team. Like a saint, they would not let him rest for a moment until the end of the tournament. And since events were unfolding this way, he needed to prepare for them, thought the hero. Then there was a knock on the door, though he wasn't expecting anyone. When the guy asked who was there, it turned out to be his partner, Jang Jin-soo. He said that he found out where the hero lives through the association and came to talk. When they went out onto the hotel roof, clearly not for a simple conversation, Jin-soo began to reproach the guy for his unauthorized behavior at the opening of the tournament, which sounded strange because so much time had passed, especially since everything worked out. Jin-soo was also understandable. The young and arrogant newcomer didn't take their opinions into account at all and acted alone. Although he should have worked as a team, Taehyung immediately remembered how the deceased examiner treated him, who fell victim to his own ambitions. Now Jin-soo took out all his anger and resentment on him, because no one had shared information about the cultists with him, although they were supposed to act together. Here the hero interrupted him and unexpectedly admitted that he had previously been attacked by Kimura from the Saints team. Jin-soo suddenly realized that the proud samurai had not been eliminated for no reason, but that this guy in front of him was to blame for everything. Although Taehyung managed to fight back, it remained unknown how exactly the enemy found out his location, and these words of the hero were a subtle hint. So, there's a fat, shaved rat in the association? The hero stated bluntly, and Jin-soo immediately replied that he wasn't fat at all. He immediately began to express indignation that the boy so brazenly suspected him of betrayal, but the hero responded categorically. Anyone with access to information was under suspicion, and the guy didn't exclude himself from the list either. From the moment he learned that Wang Zai was hiding in the Singapore Association, he began his own investigation, as he suspected that there was a spy in their association as well. If the missing and killed adventurers weren't defeated by the evil cultists, they were incapacitated by other adventurers with national-level power. In that case, if they were attacked by multiple opponents with national-level power, traveling together would be dangerous. That's why he acted alone, and that's how they reached first place. In this case, Taehyung saw no point in changing the strategy and waved goodbye to Soo Jun. At this point, he left the Seeker to think about his words and left. He wanted to say something else, but he couldn't find any intelligible argument. As a result, all the rage that burst out of Soo Jun went to the roof under his feet. He began to angrily shower the impudent boy with all sorts of curses, not even suspecting that he was being watched. It's just not clear how Taehyung pulled off this maneuver because he hid behind the door, which means he had to take a different route to the roof, and very quickly. But in any case, with the help of invisibility, he saw Soo Jun's true face, although this could not serve as proof of this seeker's guilt. Without a doubt, Kimura's finding of Taehyung supported the spy hypothesis. In the current situation, he couldn't trust anyone, not even his team members. All these games, however, should not distract him from his main work. Just at this time, the hero received a message from the beauty Yu Aong, who gave him a file with information about the triad. In the morning, the guy showed up to have breakfast with tasty but unhealthy food at a local eatery. He came here with a hood pulled over his cap and hoped that he would not be recognized. There were a lot of people in the eatery, despite it being early in the morning. But Taehyung was interested in the two sitting next to him, arguing loudly. They were puppets of the triad's creator, Kenji Miyazaki. It was hard to believe they were high school students. The bag at their feet was clearly filled with a bunch of illegal items. Taehyung hoped to simply follow them when the messengers arrived to their boss. He sat down at the counter by the window, with his back to the target, and then the man sitting next to him spoke to him. He grinned and noted that the guy was as cautious as always, despite his slightly homeless appearance. It was hard not to recognize the snake-like face and long white hair. It couldn't be a coincidence that a person sentenced to life imprisonment was here. So Taehyung became quite worried. Since he wasn't in the mood to chase after a petty escaped criminal, he whispered to Ryuhei to get out quietly. But the impudent fellow, already defeated once, only grinned. He had no intention of leaving, knowing that the guy had set up surveillance here and couldn't make a fuss. At that very moment, Ryuhei broke the window, disturbing the peace and quiet of the establishment with the sound of broken glass. This immediately attracted everyone's attention to them. People thought that a fight was coming. Some even recognized Ryuhei by face. The others recognized Kim Taehyung and realized he might have come here to take them away. Incidentally, if the guy had used his invisibility, this whole scene would not have happened. As soon as the triad's puppets realized they'd been exposed, they started fleeing. It's clear that none of them would have gone to their boss. However, Taehyung would have only needed to capture one of them and hypnotize them. Then the stupid surveillance wouldn't have been necessary. Ryuhei laughed, even though he hadn't intended to fight in the first place. But he was still burning with the desire to get even for his defeat. He used some ability, and all the fugitives of the establishment were struck by a discharge of chain lightning, causing them to squeal like pigs. With just the energy and one blow, he managed to put everyone to sleep, which surprised the hero. It was obvious that Ryuhei had become stronger since their last meeting, but then the villain stated that he knew about the guy's plans to find the head of the triad. Then he offered to listen to him and promised that this time would not be wasted. However, after such a stunt in front of the just hero, he could hardly hope for an open and honest conversation. The guy grabbed him with chains. Just 1 minute. That's exactly how long Taehyung gave him, making sure that now the villain definitely wouldn't run away. Otherwise, if he continues to spout useless nonsense, he will have to answer for allowing all his plans to happen, the hero warned and grinned maliciously. Ryuhei also chuckled. The chain brought back memories, since it was this skill that ultimately got him caught alive. He wanted to break free with renewed strength, but suddenly he felt an even stronger pressure than before, and the villain's legs failed him. Ryuhei suddenly realized that not only had he become stronger during this time, the guy had not been idle either, and was now overwhelming him with pure power. Time passed, and Taehyung gestured with his hand that there were 50 seconds left. Having realized the true state of affairs, the villain began to quickly explain, First of all, he tried to convince the guy that those he was looking for were small fry, and most likely this thread would lead him into traps and would not give any benefit. Ryuhei himself was another matter entirely, having long made deals with the cultists and, of course, with Miyazaki, whom the hero was hunting. Time was ticking by, so the villain tried to keep up the pace. He offered the guy a deal, saying that he could take him straight to the head of the triad. Taehyung continued counting and made Ryuhei even more nervous. When the time was up, a jolt of pain and shock rolled through Ryuhei. He felt like he was the dinner of an evil monster that was about to tear him apart and eat him. However, the proposal even seemed funny to Taehyung, so he loosened the predator's grip and allowed Ryuhei to breathe. But could there be trust between them to help each other? Because at any moment the villain could stab him in the back. Then the hero called upon the skill of the beautiful Rosarine and asked with the power of hypnosis what the real plan was and who was behind it. Sometime later, a group of suspicious-looking people who were in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city tried to escape from there in panic. But no one managed to do this. Just one sharp gust of wind ended all their hopes. The sword clicked softly as the saint's bodyguard slid it back into its sheath. Only after this was Yoshikawa able to enter inside and applauded his success. She liked the red carpet he had rolled out for her arrival. All these small fry cultists were destroyed with one swing of his sword. This samurai lived up to his nickname of the Sword Demon. But the swordsman himself still doubted that everything was going according to their plan, and that the bait with Ryuhei would work. After all, the insidious snake had already lost to Taehyung once, and was captured. Compared to him, the boy, according to rumors, had already achieved national power. No matter how much stronger Ryuhei became, thanks to Yoshikawa's holy revelation skill, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the boy. So instead of gaining power, the saint put herself at risk due to the oath of the awakened, which obligated Ryuhei to bring Kim Taehyung to her. As before, the samurai bodyguard thought he had to deal with the boy personally before Yoshikawa got hurt, but she calmly told him not to worry about such trifles. It didn't matter to her at all whether Ryuhei won or lost. The saint already knew that Taehyung was targeting the triad, and the same information had already reached the villains themselves. Ryuhei is none other than a former member of a gang of cultists and maintains direct ties with Miyazaki, so he most likely should have simply lured Taehyung to their lair in order to deal with the guy there. Of course, even in this case, their chances of success were slim, because there were many rumors and questions about this child, the saint said. But that was precisely why the information she hoped to obtain was important. Starting from the fighting style, values, coping skills, the guy's nature, all his weak points and sensitive spots. Her imagination was especially excited by the hidden power of this boy, which the saint dreamed of taking possession of by subjugating him. That's why she didn't care what happened to Isaka Ryuhei. What was more important was getting information about the target, Yoshikawa stated and stroked her bodyguard's cheek like a pet. In any case, that child has no choice, she said smugly. The triad's trap was located in an abandoned, unfinished building away from prying eyes. The whole gang gathered around their boss, as if for a group photo, but instead of doing their job, they stood there with serious faces. Miyazaki himself made an even more menacing face, like a man who had chosen the wrong chair. Ishikawa Ryuhei was the first to show up at the meeting, and the boss told him with displeasure that he was late and that he had even shown up alone without the boy. The world operates by the principle of natural selection. The strong trample, the weak are destined to be trampled. That's the unfair world. Ryuhei delivered his prepared line as if scripted and nearly burned with shame. When the villain came out into the light of the lantern, everyone saw his pitiful appearance, and Ryuhei advised everyone to do as they were told for old time's sake. Before the boss could even comprehend what was happening, the ceiling above them collapsed, and the hero began falling amid a pile of rubble. And all because they needed to set up lookouts, guards, traps, and at least tin cans on fishing line. Taehyung came right out with his trump cards and pinned everyone to the ground with the help of the spirit of the dead. Then he repeated what Ryuhei had already said, that it would be better for them to submit to the power of the strongest, so that they could avoid pain. Descending from heaven to earth like an avenging angel, he began to study the villains, trying to figure out which of them was Miyazaki. It wasn't hard to determine this. The boss was the only one who wasn't lying flat out yet, and even put on a brave face in front of the hero, leaning on his sword. With a menacing look, He called the guy an upstart and promised to finish him off today, or tomorrow, as it turns out. There was an explosion, as if someone had blown themselves up with a stick of TNT, and then a flashback began in Ryuhei's head. Before the fight, he crawled on the floor for a long time and humiliatingly, while the just hero ate his french fries. Through hypnosis, Taehyung learned of the Saint's oath and already understood the true reason for Ryuhei's appearance before him. Since ordinary adventurers essentially possessed one skill, and related ones, the hero's emergence as a hypnotic force disconcerted the villain. After some thought, Taehyung decided to accept Ryuhei's offer, understanding his subservient position in this case. At least the villain really was going to take him directly to Miyazaki, which meant he could be relied on. In exchange, like the last dog, he will have to change his master and serve faithfully and truly to the strongest master, said Taehyung and grinned maliciously. Ryuhei still didn't understand what kind of trap he had fallen into, and he began to fidget on the floor, declaring that he wouldn't do it. For some reason, he feared the wrath of the Triad, the Saint, and her sword demon more than anything else, even though he was currently in the hands of a just hero. Apparently forgetting that justice doesn't always mean mercy. Refusal meant death for him, the boy calmly warned, but told him not to worry. Even though Ryuhei was the last piece of trash, the hero was still willing to give him a chance to atone for his crimes. Now he was obliged to serve him until the end of the tournament, and then live the rest of his days repenting before his victims and cleaning public toilets. And only in this situation, Taehyung promised to save him from the Saint and the Triad. Such were the words and actions of a true just hero. Ryuhei started shouting again that their enemies were awakened powers at the national level. No one could defeat such monsters, the villain was sure. But right before his eyes, that's exactly what happened. The entire Miyazaki gang, along with the boss, was defeated. Considering how quickly and easily it happened, Ryuhei could only let out a nervous laugh. Without a doubt, the boy was a real monster and was terrifying. Taehyung grabbed Miyazaki's face with a stone palm and politely asked him to open a portal directly to the Triad. The main hideout of the Triad criminals was located in the abyss and resembled an ancient pagoda. However, these villains felt protected here for too long, and were eventually discovered and defeated by Shishin, the giant sitting leisurely on his throne. He demanded an answer from the man who had fallen prostrate before him, as to why he had called him to this place, promising to crush his head if the reason turned out to be empty. The high-ranking cultist Tetsu raised his head and humbly said that he simply wanted to give Shishin a legendary item. This item was currently stored overseas for security purposes. The Triad had recently taken possession of it. It was a legendary rank artifact. But in exchange, they wanted to ask the formidable seeker to deal with the midge that was threatening Tetsu himself. They had also set a trap for it, but they didn't expect much success, meaning this place would also be at risk. Shishin laughed. He didn't expect that the Triad would have those it feared. Except for him, of course. Now this midge aroused more interest in him than even the legendary item that was offered as a reward. However, before Tetsu could name the fly, a loud noise was heard in the hall again. Somewhere a battle was raging and quickly approaching. And now the main paper shutters were knocked out and scattered into pieces. Taehyung and Ryuhei politely knocked on the door and showed up for the meeting they had invited themselves to. Tetsu, who encountered his former accomplice, was extremely surprised. He didn't think that they would be attacked so soon, and by former allies at that. Ryuhei screamed desperately at the hero that since everything had turned out this way, he had to win. Otherwise, a slow and painful death awaited them both. Taehyung, who was busy with Shishin, only replied that they needed to act according to the plan, and ironically called the villain a partner. The first clash ended in a draw, and the room was filled with a terrible crash and roar. The fighters broke their distance, and it was somewhat unexpected to encounter a player from another team in league with the criminals at the Triad's base. Besides, the guy certainly didn't expect to meet Shishin himself here. The same could be said for the giant, since he'd already received orders to eliminate the guy from the chairman himself. And now the Triad was asking for the same thing. It was hard to believe such luck, and Shishin did not hide his intentions to deal with the guy right now. Ryuhei was completely horrified when he saw the world's strongest awakened being, who was also clearly in cahoots with the Triad. What was more important for Taehyung was to understand whether Shishin was behind the murders of other players in the tournament, which he asked directly. Shishin chuckled. He had only mentioned the chairman in passing, but the guy had already drawn such far-reaching conclusions. He clearly had a well-developed intuition. Now Taehyung understood the villain's general plan, which meant his team was next in line. However, the hero was not at all afraid. On the contrary, he declared that he was incredibly lucky to have met his target here, and that he would be the last person Shishin would see in his life. The stakes were placed, and the epic battle immediately began. Shishin was a close combat fighter and clearly surpassed the guy in physical strength. A member of the Tetsu triad decided to take advantage of the confusion of the fight and quickly escape, but Ryuhei was in a hurry to fulfill his part of the deal and stood in his way, drawing his blade. "Is he afraid to see Shishin lose?" Ryuhei asked his former ally mockingly. The snake bragged and openly boasted about his new master. So Taehyung was distracted for a moment and pressed everyone with the strength of the dead man so that they would not escape. Ryuhei also got caught in the heat of the moment. But at that very moment, Shishin reminded him that he wasn't an opponent worth distracting himself from, and nearly destroyed the entire hall. It always amazed him why they destroyed the building when they fought, when they should be aiming at each other and, if they miss, simply falling into thin air. The god of great power lived up to his nickname. Even in simple swings, one could feel the power of dynamite. Tearing off a piece of a stone slab, Shishin threw it at the guy. He was the strongest melee fighter in the world, and he had killed countless monsters and people with his bare hands. But he received his nickname not because of his ordinary physical strength. The big guy's true strength was a ghostly skill that possessed a power superior to his own. It was a kind of death side. It would have been more correct to call him a reaper, not a ghost, the very inevitability, as Shishin pompously called himself. Death's side was a weapon materialization skill that greatly enhanced the caster's stats, and its power was at a unique level or higher. However, the right to possess such a skill came at the cost of degrading all others. So for the predatory Taehyung, it was rather a harmful skill to absorb. An explosion was heard at the very top of the pagoda. Shishin simply cut off the top of the building with his scythe, and it was only by a miracle that Taehyung managed to dodge. They continued exchanging blows in the air, where each had no foothold, and sent the physicist to rest. An exchange of powerful attacks followed, but then it turned out that Taehyung's weapon was much weaker than his. The Aslan blade given to him by Kang Hyuk cracked, and Shishin felt that he was winning. Taehyung had already used both of his weapons to somehow hold back the enemy's attack, but at this rate he could soon lose. He then tried to tie up the strongman to slow him down and try to counterattack. This required all his strength, and the hero became quite tense. To enhance the binding effect, he pinned Shishin with the dead man's skill, while still holding him with the chain. But such tricks did not work on the strongman. He easily broke the chains, and did not succumb to the spirit of the King of Knights. Taehyung was thrown back. This only convinced the enemy that the guy was not of any national level, since he was using such cheap tricks. In the end, the scythe's skill hit the Death Knight directly and tore him apart. At this time, Tetsu watched the fight from a hole made by two seekers. It was all going to be over soon, and he was overjoyed, because Taehyung was rumored to be a promising seeker and could cause a lot of trouble. But in the end, he lost to Shishin, who had a national level of strength, and Ryuhei was also captured in the meantime, and Tetsu ordered that his life be spared for now. He was still useful as a hostage and a valuable witness. Ryuhei only cursed weakly. What Tetsu couldn't understand was why such a corrupt villain would betray them. Knowing that he would suffer the wrath of Saint Yoshikawa, what could he possibly see in the boy? In any case, the head of the triad considered this a huge mistake and smiled at the gods of fortune. All that was left was to wait for Shishin to finish cleaning up the trash in their path, he thought. But then he saw that the gods were not smiling at him. Luck had turned away from the strong man. He was defeated and on his knees, clearly feeling unwell. The moment he tried to strike Taehyung, red mana gushed out of the boy's blade. Up until that moment, all the initiative was in Shishin's hands. Proof of this was the fact that with each blow, cracks appeared on the boy's dagger. This meant that the arrogant newcomer had dared to hide his strength from him, and this enraged the strong man. He rushed straight at the guy who stood with his back to him, and didn't even turn around, as if he had already won. The boy's daggers were only rare rank weapons. Even during the fight with the sacred cow, he noticed that if he restrained the predator's power, the weapons would not withstand the onslaught of mana and would crumble. Now the boy has learned to control the flow of mana, just like Yu Ayong did in her signature move. The scythe and blades clashed again, and the sound of breaking steel rang out, causing Shishin to freeze in place, stunned. Taehyung's blades were also damaged, but in return he promised to take the life of the culprit. Shishin furiously shouted his name, but his weapon materialization skill was already destroyed, and he had no defense left. The hero slid past and hit his target, completely crushing him. It was an easy victory. Ultimately, he surpassed his opponent in skill level, and thus Taehyung ascended to the level of national power. Another seeker from Shishin's team was chilling out at the hotel with a woman at the time. Tsai thought that since their captain had taken on the case, they no longer had to worry about anything else. He was already aware of their deal with the Triad, and did not object at all, which spoke volumes about the moral character of the upper echelon of the Seekers. There were few good people among them. They relied on force in their actions, and were accustomed to getting what they wanted at any cost. Even Tsai's companion belonged to the Triad. Then they both jumped when Tsai's phone rang shrilly, and they were overcome with a sense of anxiety from this unexpected call. Tsai stood up and walked to the window, picking up the phone. He already knew who was calling him, although the number remained hidden. The interlocutor immediately made it clear that he knew where the morally unburdened seeker was and what he was doing. And the person calling him was none other than Chairman Chang Rong, who led their team and was also a holder of national power. He told Tsai the alarming and impossible news. "Shishini is dead." The message sounded short as a gunshot. "That means it's his turn to go for Kim Taehyung's head," said the chairman, making it clear that he would not tolerate refusal. At the same time, the hero fed the predator a possessor of enormous strength and inherited his muscle strength. Everything was as the guy expected. If you absorb the already dead, then their skills are not absorbed. It's just that Shishin's ability would only harm his skill network. Of course, there was no guarantee the skill would be absorbed, even while Shishin was alive. But the boy didn't want to take any chances. He also wasn't particularly thrilled about absorbing a human body. But when it came to villains and murderers, he considered himself entitled to do as he saw fit. He was far more concerned by the voice of the owner of his key skill, the king. But all the boy could do now was use his power to the fullest to discover the predator's nature. After Shishin's death, the rest fell on their faces and begged for mercy. Everything went like clockwork. The pathetic dogs were ready to humiliate themselves even more. They were saved only by Taehyung's hypnotic powers, which allowed him to use his gas to compel others to serve him. He erased all witnesses' memories of the predator, then handed them over to the Tournament Association to gain valuable points. There were no tasks for Ryuhei, so the hero ordered him to return to the saint, and he realized in horror that he was being sent to his death, especially since the saint could read all his memories and understand that she had been betrayed. But the hero told him not to worry about it. After all, Yoshikawa was interested in himself, not the villainous Midge. Moreover, the condition of the oath between the saint and Ryuhei was that he would bring the hero to her, meaning that in order to save him, he had to do just that. Even if Yoshikawa saw everything in his memories, she would spare his life until she and Taehyung met. In any case, she didn't expect much from Ryuhei, the hero was sure of that. The main problem was the remaining member of the Triad. With Tetsu's help, they managed to identify all of their hideouts, but there was no strength or opportunity to check everything, especially since the enemies already knew that they were being searched for. But first, Taehyung decided to relax and calmly think everything over. The tournament news continued to amaze everyone with its twists and turns, as the strongest participant disappeared into the abyss, and an official search began for him. The hero understood that Cha-ran knew exactly how Shishin had disappeared, and of course, he didn't want to expose his seeker as a hunter of other players, so he hushed up the matter and covered his tracks. The hero himself hoped to focus on finding the remaining members of the Triad when his phone rang. It was Jin-soo again who called him to a meeting, although he was afraid that the guy simply would not come. But since we were talking about information that was important to him, he couldn't help but come. But it was much more important to make sure that Jin-soo himself was not deceiving him, and that there was definitely a Triad member in that place. They arrived at the building where Pinky was supposed to be hiding, and although Jin-soo couldn't reveal the source, he claimed that he could be trusted. Pinky entered this building yesterday and intended to hide here until the very end of the tournament. Taehyung had seen this building in Tetsu's memories, so everything fit that part. It was unclear, however, why the villainous villains didn't flee to the ends of the earth, but remained in the country, knowing they were being sought. What also surprised Taehyung was that Jin Soo, who clearly didn't like him, shared the information with him. But he fervently declared that he was doing this solely because he wanted to prove that he was not a spy. Jin Soo was deeply moved by the problem and imagined himself in the place of Kim Taehyung, who was suddenly attacked by a seeker from another team, which could not help but arouse suspicion. Thus, after their joint raid, the guy also had to recognize him as a comrade. This news surprised Taehyung very much, because in fact he already knew that this scoundrel was a spy. Last time, he received a call from Yu Aong, who warned him that there was a mole in the team, as he suspected, and it was none other than Jin Soo. The guy thought that since Kimura attacked him, it was a spy of the saint who was digging under him. However, the reality was different. Jin Soo sold out to Shishin's team. There were reports that several years ago, this seeker visited a casino in their country and lost heavily, so he had a clear motive to pay off his debts. But that meant there were more spies, since Kimura was from a different team and couldn't cooperate with Jin Soo. Taehyung didn't even know what to say to that. His team was full of spies. Maybe he was the only non-spy on it. Yu Yeon suggested informing the chairman immediately, but the guy abruptly refused. Obviously, it would ruin the whole game. Firstly, with the arrest of Jin Soo, the second spy will immediately go into hiding and not make a mistake. And secondly, the skinhead could definitely be used. The triad cultists had prepared many traps, the spy said, but then declared that there was no need to worry about that. After all, he had obtained not only precise information about Pinky's location, but also the optimal route to get to her, and he hit himself in the chest with his fist. Of course, in his soul, Jin Soo could barely contain his glee, already anticipating how the place he would lead Taehyung to would become his grave. Now, not only Pinky was in the building, but also her lover Kay, also a national-level powerhouse. For some reason, the villains were confident they would succeed. However, the hero did not wait to be led by the hand and used his strength. With the help of the dead man's power, he simply crushed the building with all its traps and ambush squads. Because he could now channel the power of the predator into other skills, their power increased many times over, and the boy discovered new levels of strength. Seeing such an ultimate power, Jin Soo lost all his confidence, because his cunning plan had essentially gone to waste. He immediately yelled at the guy that he was acting completely insane and must be crazy. But Taehyung countered that they had found the enemy's base, where everyone was waiting for them inside. So why infiltrate that lair? It would be better to simply demolish the entire building, the hero declared, grinning maliciously, pleased with the effect he had produced. Jin Soo was still mumbling something about human rights, but the hero had already found Pinky under the rubble and wasn't listening to the idiot traitor at all. Pinky herself, coughing up blood, cursed the addicted gambler for such a betrayal. The hero immediately asked Jin Soo what the woman was talking about, and he immediately stated that he knew nothing, already regretting that the explosion had not killed Pixie immediately. The villain promised the hero wouldn't have much longer to get cocky, and that he'd soon be dealt with. Little did she know that hundreds of chapters of pathos and taunting lay ahead, since the hero's main skill is plot magic. The guy must have understood this too, because he wasn't too worried about Kai Ming Ming, since he already knew everything. Here again, it was time for the woeful spy to be surprised, and he, along with the villain, asked him how he knew this. Then Taehyung stopped hiding the fact that he knew about Jin Soo's role, and he couldn't resist, so he immediately took on the character. True, at that very moment, Jin Soo was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning, and blood began to flow from his eyes and ears. You've fallen into the sway of a world without feelings. You've made some progress in resisting the mysterious force, but all your key abilities are impaired. Even with the Predator passive skill, Taehyung is still significantly affected. His vision, hearing, and sense of touch are weakened. Then an enemy appeared behind him and spoke, taking advantage of his confusion and weakness instead of simply attacking. But he admitted that he was curious to understand who defeated Shishin, and now he saw that the guy was definitely crazy since he destroyed an entire building. But Taehyung had no intention of listening to such statements from someone who collaborated with cultists. He had no interest in Psy at all. All he was interested in was his sense-blocking skill, so Taehyung smirked and looked at him greedily. Meanwhile, Ryuhei met the saint in a beautiful garden, in a cozy gazebo in the middle of a pond. Yoshikawa had already looked through all of his memories and found them interesting. Not only did Taehyung turn out to be the owner of a national level of strength, but he also executed Seishin. What she didn't understand was why the guy decided to help Ryuhei and promised to meet her. The villain began to tremble with fear, but the saint, bowing to him, told him there was no need to fear her. It was as the boy had said. She had no interest in the life of a third-class villain. It was even commendable that Ryuhei had somehow accomplished his task and invited the hero. However, the fact that her actions and thoughts were so easily read greatly irritated the saint, and Ryuhei shrank even more from these words. Since the guy's target was the triad, she was going to go and meet him herself. Choran set 3 goals for his team. First, to win the Asian tournament. Second, to weaken the power of the associations by eliminating the country's key prospectors. And finally, to prove to everyone that they were the best team in the world. Once they completed these 3 tasks, they were to monopolize all the dungeons, including the trade in magic stones. To achieve these goals, Choran allowed them to do whatever they wanted and promised to hush up any matter. Shishin then said that he liked all of this. The main thing was that he could fight strong opponents. The others also approved of this ambitious and brutal plan. Only Tsai believed that their entire team had gone mad under the influence of their own strength and ambition. But he didn't care what he did, because he was protecting his relationship with Pinky. From the triad, Tsai had already eliminated quite a few people who stood in his way. This time his opponent was just a boy, a recent schoolboy, who nevertheless managed to attract attention. And now his path will end here, Tsai decided and rushed at the enemy with a sharpened blade. However, at that very moment he froze in place. In horror before the previously unseen power, an ominous aura surrounded the guy. He realized that the power of his skill, world without feelings, no longer worked on the boy. Such power was unimaginable, even for the national level. All this went beyond common sense and the human level. The skill of blinding the target would have been very dangerous if the guy had not learned to use the predator. But without him, Tsai had nothing else, meaning that in theory, he could be defeated by a man with earplugs and glasses, while Taehyung hoped to find a better use for his good skill and clenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, the predator's mouth slammed shut, swallowing Tsai. There was no defense against this skill, and the system registered a new skill. On top of that, the hero also picked up Tsai's knife to replace his broken blades. This one had a unique rank. After Taehyung dealt with Tsai, there was only one national-level seeker left in the game, and no matter how strong he is, he certainly won't be able to overcome the gap in points with his team on his own. The hero also eliminated Pinky, and the last of the triad remained, for which he should also have received a generous reward. What he feared was a lull from Yoshikawa and her samurai. The lull did not last long and was broken by the noise of helicopter blades hovering directly above the hero. Without further delay, the saint jumped down from a great height, after which she performed a superhero landing in heels, which is also worth a lot. Yoshikawa Tsurara was very happy to meet the guy and cast meaningful glances at him. In the eyes of the public, she was a saint who could heal even severed limbs. In addition, her skills allowed her to treat psychological traumas, such as post-traumatic stress disorder and enuresis. They say she cured hemorrhoids without surgery and strengthened potency, which is probably how she earned her nickname of Saint. However, in reality, her skills allowed her to influence the memories of her target. And by brainwashing those who used her services, Tsurara acquired a crowd of devoted fans, although some served her quite sincerely. This is how she acted. Having united all the power in her country, replacing it with veneration of her person. And now it was Taehyung's turn. It was surprising that she was able to find him, even though he hadn't given her precise location information. The saint noted that she hadn't attacked the triad because she didn't know where they were. Just knowing his goal, Tsurara understood where he would be, and the guy admired her tenacity. This woman was not at all interested in the tournament or other opponents. She simply came here without giving a damn about anything. How could he act so calm in her presence? She asked the boy. After all, it was she who, with her power, granted people the ability to live in their ugly world. And the whole secret of this power is that everyone must obey it without question, Tsurara said, striking her chest. And then the hero realized he was facing yet another freak with a megalomaniac complex. After all, happiness will meet everyone with such a dazzlingly beautiful she-wolf, lioness, tigress. Only worship of her becomes the driving force throughout the world, the saint believed. Then the guy realized that she had problems with her head, and cockroaches had built a dense nest in her skull for a long time. But no matter, Sarara suddenly said. It's a saint's duty to explain to a lost sheep who its shepherd is. And then the entire cavalry arrived at the site near the ruined building. A crowd of obsessed fanatics emerged from their cars with heavy minds on their faces. Although the saint had seen a lot in Ryuhei's memory, she still did not understand the source of the boy's information and what hidden powers he was hiding. That's why she prepared herself, confident that this time she would be able to find out everything about the one who dared to reject her. And if it doesn't work, it will simply break what can't be used. The world of Seekers has long been rotten, since absolute power and subordination within it, without any restrictions, are given to people who wouldn't even pass a psychiatrist. Sarara reveled in the fact that she commanded people. She didn't care whether they were Seekers or civilians. Everyone served her like a goddess. In fact, all the people under her control were taken hostage and used as human shields. Meanwhile, 2 Seekers from the Nighthounds Guild were conducting their own investigation and found something. They searched diligently and finally managed to locate the hideout of the last of the triad, named Shadow. The villain had pulled off a brilliant trick. They'd used concealment magic on an entire building right in the middle of the city, which is precisely why no one had been able to discover this base for so long. Not hearing the bell, the Seeker of the Guild of Wanderers turned to his partner to hurry him up. But it was too late. They had allowed themselves to be discovered. This was the second reason why no one could find shelter. The villain in the villainous mask took care of the sneaky bloodhounds himself, but he once started out by painting graffiti on walls, thus raising public protest and engaging in what he thought was art, but in reality was vandalism and tyranny. Although Shadow possessed the true level of power, he was still able to be tracked down by members of a regular guild, and he realized that there might have been a leak through Tetsu. Ever since Kim Taehyung appeared on the scene, all their plans have gone awry. And it's only right that villains make plans and obligingly wait for the heroes to gradually gain the strength to defeat them. The guy managed to defeat the strongest, but Shadow still had no fear about him as he walked towards the portal. After all, in this world the boy is not the only talented one. After all, he, the Shadow, reached the peak of his talent 10 years ago, thought the man with a bunch of complexes, and stepped into the abyss. At the same time, Taehyung found himself in difficult circumstances, surrounded by enemies that he could not kill, even to protect himself. He soon found himself buried under a pile of bodies that simply fell on him from all sides. Although given the strength of the high-ranking Seekers, the Saint's subordinates could have suffered more from the crush. Sarara knew perfectly well what she was doing. A just hero who had already sacrificed himself to save the people in the auction house would not have killed the Seekers she had enslaved. She expected the guy to simply run out of steam under the onslaught of the believers. But then the hero showed that a couple of punches wouldn't hurt the brainwashed puppets and scattered them. The saint indignantly asked him, in an offended tone, what he was doing to civilians. But the boy claimed he was simply defending himself from those attacking him. Then he grabbed her herself, with the help of gilded chains. Since without her bodyguard the saint could do little, she was defenseless. Taehyung quickly corrected her expression by kicking her, the blow made even stronger by the fact that he pulled the saint towards him. Here Sarara realized that the hero was a much tougher person than she thought, and that violence was no stranger to him. Despite this, none of the civilians died. They simply lay unconscious. Then the saint went to the backup plan. She threw 3 seeds on the ground, and they grew with such speed as if there had been an explosion. Dense, woody shoots sprouting from the ground in all directions. Cars, clods of earth, and people who had been brainwashed by Sarara, who wasn't very worried about their safety, flew into the air. That's why Taehyung had to save the unfortunate people, because ultimately, that's the role of a just hero. It was a surprise attack, and the boy realized the saint had applied super regeneration to the seeds, accelerating their growth. Moreover, she had no regard for those she subjugated. Having wiped the blood from her face, the saint confidently approached the hero again, surrounded by her puppets. Now she realized that the hero was simply feigning unscrupulousness, so that he wouldn't be influenced by blackmailing civilians. But in reality, the guy was still worried about their lives. Sarara recovered from the blow, using her abilities, as if she had suffered no damage. In a sense, she was the most vexing opponent, someone who couldn't simply be destroyed along with her puppets. Here, the girl who had just been saved again reached out to the hero's neck, Despite her wounds and the fact that the hostage could not move properly, she acted without regard for her own life. Along with her, those who were unconscious rose from the ground. No matter whether they had mortal wounds or broken bones, Tsurara's will guided them. So holding everyone hostage as a human shield, the crazy fanatic with complexes ordered Taehyung to obey, otherwise all these people would die. There was something disgusting in the fact that the Seeker publicly called himself a saint, but in fact had no moral burden in his soul. This could not be allowed to go unpunished, declared the just hero, and a predatory aura surrounded his body. Suddenly everything changed. Tsurara felt a blow that she had never experienced before. It was a world without feelings. Her eyes, ears, touch, everything went out. At the same time, even the control over the flow of mana was disrupted, and her abilities weakened. Screaming in pain, Tsurara shrank and bent to the ground. She knew this skill, and she knew who it belonged to, which amazed her even more. It's obvious that the guy had Kai Mingming's skill for a reason. It wasn't a coincidence. If he had it from the start, he would have put it into use long ago. Taehyung pinned the witch with the power of the dead man and advised her to clench her teeth tighter so as not to lose them. The guy waved his hand, and with it, the spirit of the dead knight gave Tsurara a juicy slap in the face. All her puppets were tied up, the witch herself was deprived of feelings and strength, and had received enormous damage. She lay prostrate before the hero. Of course, her regeneration was still working, so Tsurara quickly recovered like a hydra. Even after such a slap, she could still move and tried to get up, without taking her angry and humiliated gaze off the guy. The witch demanded an answer from him. She wanted to know how he had acquired the world without feelings, and what his true nature was. The fact that there was another person with cheating skills besides her drove her crazy. Taehyung chuckled. He himself would like to know the true nature of his power, and after all, that is exactly why he came to her. Since Tsurara came here to test her brainwashing skill on him, the hero suggested that she do it, taking advantage of the sacred fast that drove so many people crazy. From the very beginning, the hero wanted to meet this witch. He just didn't know it would happen so soon. Holy fasting is a subtle skill of manipulation and illusion capable of seeing the target's memories, meaning Tsurara can see their inner spiritual world. Taehyung wanted to know about the dream and the memories lost in East Point, as well as the reason why Rosaria changed her mind. There was a secret about the nature of his power hidden from him right in his mind, so he wanted to delve into his inner world and find the answers. Tsurara laughed. It was the first time she had experienced such humiliation. She had to admit her defeat. But since the guy looked down on her, she agreed to use her skill on him. But in return, he must become her believer, the witch screamed and folded her hands into a seal. The world around was immediately covered in a white haze that seemed to see right through him. She no longer cared what the guy had in mind. Tsurara knew that being hit directly by her skill would neutralize any resistance the target might have. And then something went wrong, and she found herself in a completely different dimension from the one she wanted to get to. It was a world full of blood, where a high staircase led to a lonely throne. The throne of bones and skulls was occupied by someone who looked very much like Taehyung, but at the same time it was clearly not him. The seated ruler laughed. He hadn't imagined the hero would try to find him with the help of some tiny insect. He spoke with such force that even the bloody sea began to stir. Tsurara was horrified by her self-confidence. There was no trace left. The creature in front of her was clearly not even human. The Lord said simply, absurdly, and extended bloody, thorny tentacles towards the sent witch. The huge wolf's mouth snapped shut and completely swallowed the witch. Taehyung woke up in the hospital. It was a bit surprising, and he thought about what had cleared out and what was appearing here. She wanted to know immediately what had happened, where Yoshikawa Tsurara had gone, and what she'd managed to find out. The fact that he was able to think about her indicated that her skill hadn't worked. The first to enter his room was Yue Young, dressed as usual in a formal suit, which only made her look more attractive. Seeing that the guy had finally woken up, she was happy and smiled sweetly at him. Yesterday, his family members stayed by his bedside all day. Everyone was very worried about the boy, who had apparently been unconscious for more than a day. In general, he caused everyone concern, because his condition was more like a coma. Yoshikawa Tsurara was also found unconscious next to him, Yue Yan said. The same thing happened with Jinsu. Kai Mingming disappeared without a trace. and Pixie was under the rubble of the building. It is not surprising that the charming spy had a lot of questions for the guy. So Taehyung realized that his plan to dig under the fair-faced one had failed, although they had considered such an outcome. A negative answer was also an answer. It was now clear that even someone who possessed a national level of strength could not come close to unraveling his abilities. Taehyung couldn't imagine how much stronger he'd have to become to figure this out. Seeing his emotional torment, the beautiful Yoo Ah-yeon rushed to hug and comfort him. Now he had to think about recovery, because even without him, their team would cope. The guy was a little taken aback by the tenderness shown, but the moment was interrupted by Go Taewok, who burst into the room. He was also very worried and waited a long time for the guy to come to his senses, sacrificing his responsibilities. In fact, Deputy Joe urgently needed the help of the Nightwalkers to send a search party into the abyss. Their entire country's team was missing, including Park Sung-jin. He stunned them with the terrible news. Since Taehyung felt fine, he immediately declared that he would go into the abyss where his team members disappeared himself. It was obvious that even if they sent a search team for the missing searchers, they would only increase the number of victims, the guy thought. After all, the country's strongest team, all veterans, disappeared into the depths of the abyss. If they couldn't cope, there was no point at all for ordinary searchers. And since the team disappeared so quickly that they were unable to even leave any news of themselves, national-level searchers from other countries could have been involved in the case. That is precisely why the hero had to go alone. Ultimately, the path of a cheater is always the path of a loner. Go. Taewook immediately protested. After all, the boy had only just regained consciousness. How could they let him go on such a reckless adventure? I wonder why all modern authors are so obsessed with the solitary path. What kind of attempt is this to break away from society and show that you can do everything on your own? His relatives also spoke out against the decision to go into the abyss. Hwang burst into the room when he heard the noise of arguing inside and realized that his brother had woken up. Of course, they were worried about him, because they were ordinary people and did not even imagine what was at stake. Just yesterday, they were trembling with fear for him, that Taehyung would never open his eyes again, and now he was getting ready to go to war again. Yoo Ae-young brought them in the morning, because the first people Taehyung should see were his family. In general, everyone began to press him with such zeal that the guy felt awkward. Here he thought that in his past life he was surrounded by those who constantly mocked the unawakened. But this time, everything was the other way around. He always received only mocking looks, reproaches, ridicule, and condemnation. But the way his life had turned out now warmed his lonely, heroic soul. While the boy was touched by their attention, his family had no say in the matter when the stakes were so high. So he thanked them softly and said he had to go anyway. Even though they had only recently become a team, we were talking about good people who had disappeared into the abyss, and he was the only one who could save them. The way his aunt and uncle raised him was not such that he could simply abandon his comrades in trouble, the boy said. It was such a touching scene that everyone was ready to burst into tears. So Yoo Ah-yeon gave the guy a hard slap on the back. Once he has made his decision, he must promise to return safe and sound, she told the hero. Her words cleared the air, and the boy chuckled in response. Somewhere in the middle of the endless wastelands of the abyss, there stood an Italian-style tower that reached into the sky. And at its foot, Pak's team fought bravely, but then he received a blow and fell onto the sand. Although he lay there without strength, and blood flowed from his broken mouth, the sorceress still asked him if he was okay. Then their opponent appeared on the stage and praised the team for holding out for so long. But this game of hide-and-seek was over, the enemy said, and a bloody blade appeared in his hand. It was a member of the other team named Liu Feng. He was so strong that he even offered the defeated seekers the condition of serving him and sparing their lives. Such was his mercy. But could Captain Pak ever trade his country and comrades? He was as loyal to them as he was to his sunglasses in the twilight of the abyss. Liu Feng appreciated his courage in giving his life for his beliefs, but did not particularly welcome this approach. However, unlike Park, So-han-gil had no intention of dying here and agreed to surrender. He considered it stupid to die like that. They were modern people and not medieval barbarians. It was clear from the first glance that Liu Feng was a monster, and it was impossible to defeat him. There was simply no other way for them to survive, especially since So-han-gil had already betrayed his homeland once, falling into the hands of a saint. He knew better than to trust strange masked figures. They always have a vile side. The saint, with a sweet smile on her face, turned him into her own spy, ordering him to report on everything, including Taehyung. She also threatened that if he refused, there would be a way to force him. So in this regard, voluntary service was much more profitable. He who betrayed once will betray again. There was no doubt about that. Captain Pak put his hand on his shoulder and said that he understood everything. He promised to put his life on the line and give them time to escape. This man was ready to risk it to save some scum. Truly the best die first. Pak stepped forward with the sorceress so that at least one could get out of this mess to the others and report what happened. The girl grinned. Captain Pak knew how to show off. He always chatted as if he was already dead. In the end, the traitor was so touched by his example that the incredible happened. He also decided to fight shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Lu Feng shrugged his shoulders in disappointment. He didn't understand those who so easily gave up their lives, but he decided to show them what the reality was like in which the Seekers found themselves. The bloody swordsman snapped his fingers and 100 red blades appeared in the sky above them. It was then that the team realized the true difference in their strength. Seeing such overwhelming power. They were breathing until this moment only because of him, Liu Feng said smugly. Suddenly the world disappeared before his eyes, and the bloody swordsman, in confusion, recognized the skill of his former ally, although he thought him dead. Looking up at the sky, he saw a hero there who, as always, arrived on time before anyone died. Liu Feng immediately realized who was in front of him. It was obviously Taehyung himself, who killed Kai Mingming and Shishin. He had long wanted to meet this guy, but the hero didn't want to see all that rabble at all. So as a good morning, he set off an explosion like a barrel of dynamite. Liu Feng survived, after which he cursed foully in his native language. Not funny at all, Liu Feng said disappointedly when he realized that he had been tricked. The opponent simply disappeared into the cloud of dust raised by the hero, because initially he came here not to fight, but to save people. To hide from their pursuers, they fled to an impregnable tower, a place that no one had yet managed to conquer. When Park came to his senses, he immediately began to scold Taehyung for his recklessness. But the guy didn't listen to him and quickly poured in healing potions, because he was still going to use the captain's power. Even though the hero had saved them, they had now entered the dungeon, and it was unclear what to do next. After all, this place was called the Impenetrable Dungeon. Many veteran explorers had broken their spears on it. They wouldn't be able to leave until they found the gate, so it could hardly be considered the best refuge. But what can you do? The hero told them and shrugged his shoulders. Even he was not able to protect hostages in a national-level battle, especially since he did not want to show his abilities anyway. Having nearly killed Captain Puck with potions, the boy confidently declared that they would simply clear the dungeon and leave the abyss. It sounded like the hero had completely ignored all the warnings that they were in an impenetrable dungeon, and it looked like the guy was just acting spontaneously without any plan. The Dragon Tower, as it was called, had two peculiarities. The first being the traps that were quite common in such places, which were encountered at every step. The second characteristic is intelligent dragon-like inhabitants, creatures capable of organized defense and flexible, adaptive tactics, rather than simply sitting in their base and waiting to be cleared out by a small group. Of course, this isn't a joke. It's a manga for kids. Despite all the team's worries, their fears were unfounded, and clearing the tower was a walk in the park. After all, Taehyung ran ahead and cleared the way for them. It didn't matter that the monsters were called intelligent. They still couldn't do anything against him. Even though the hero had been an ordinary mule porter all his life, he had read survivors' reports about clearing this dungeon many times in the past. This tower was considered impassable, but it is quite possible to survive here. He also knew that somewhere in the middle of the tower, there was an exit hidden that led to the real world. Knowing the main traps, Taehyung spent his energy only on eliminating the monsters in their path, and with this, he believed that escaping would be easy. In the end, they walked, and finally arrived where they needed to go. We found ourselves in a room where the portal gates were burning brightly. Once they reached the portal, everyone breathed a sigh of relief that they wouldn't have to climb any higher up the crazy tower. Of course, there were questions about the hero, who acted as if he knew from the start that he would find a way out. Naturally, the guy claimed he simply believed in himself. It was high time to get out of this place before the monsters figured out their trick and came running here. The guy watched as the others left the zone one by one through the portal. But before Puck stepped into the portal, he turned to the hero and thanked him for saving him. Coming from his lips, it sounded like a tribute of respect and recognition of his powers. Captain Pack promised to repay the service one day, but the just hero immediately declared that he did not expect any gratitude. Although he was pleased to hear these words from Park Sung-jin himself, since everyone had returned home, he could now breathe a sigh of relief, Taehyung thought. Moreover, the repentant So-gnil admitted that he had spied for the other side under the influence of emotion, meaning there should be no more problems on his end. All that remained was to end the tournament by blocking the actions of the bloody sword, which would clearly want to take revenge for its failure. The situation isn't so bad, the hero thought as he heard a crack behind him. You didn't think everything would just end smoothly, did you? Unexpectedly, the portal did not let him in, remaining an impenetrable wall. The system indifferently reported that the portal could not be used. The Tower Lord Kaiselin is watching him. The system chimed again, and Taehyung felt an ominous feeling. And it was not in vain, because the walls shook and collapsed, and a huge dragon flew into the hall, apparently tired of waiting in his penthouse under the roof. The hero was extremely stunned by such an appearance. Although this was already the second dragon on his path, this time very much alive and evil. The master of the Dragon Tower, Kaiselin, a double highest rank, arrived to see what kind of impudent mouse decided to walk into his domain without permission. Dragons were the highest race among all the monsters of the abyss, possessing intelligence, enormous size, armor, and an entire ocean of mana. Even dragon hatchlings were equal to the highest rank. The one in front of the hero clearly belonged to the upper class in his own right, and was much stronger than the knuckles the guy had fought with before. Based on the information Taehyung had, there shouldn't have been a boss here. Monsters rarely left the main room to defeat those who tried to invade their domain. And although the guy initially thought about entering into negotiations, the dragon preferred to kill the intruder without further ado. The dragon filled the entire hall with napalm breath, turning the hall into a blast furnace. But Taehyung couldn't be taken in like that. With the leveling up, he had long ago acquired fireproof hair, skin, and lung mucosa. Since there was no other choice, the guy decided to fight and rushed at the lizard himself. With the help of the spirit of the dead man, he hit the fossil in the jaw, and a deafening clang was heard. Having chained the lizard, the hero began to cut into its armor, looking for weak spots on it. The guy used all the skills he had, except for hypnosis, paralysis, and a world without feelings. He was sure that even though the dragon was a creature of the double highest rank, a mortal wound was guaranteed for him. But in the end, it only angered the monster even more, who was not hurt in the least, and was deeply offended by the lack of respect. The heavy blow of the paw almost brought down the tower, and the blast wave blew Taehyung back. Even for the super highest rank, such armor strength was beyond the pale. Then Taehyung decided to buy himself some time with the help of the concealment skill, but at that very moment, someone with fates appeared right behind him. The guy didn't expect another enemy and received a hard slap without having time to defend himself. It turned out that Kaiselin had managed to take on human form, which made it easier for him to keep track of his opponent. All the power of his fire magic remained with him, so he immediately treated the hero to a fireball. Soon the polymorph grabbed the guy by the throat and pinned him against the wall. The situation suddenly became catastrophic. It was impossible to even compete with such an opponent, and Taehyung realized with horror that he could do nothing. "It's time to check," said the dragon in human form. The system mercilessly beeped in his ear with a stream of messages that he had been exposed to the dragon's power. His resistance was gradually broken. His skills were blocked. Kaiselin was not surprised. The magical power that had engulfed his tower when the invaders entered had not faded, even under the influence of his magic. Now that he'd considered Taehyung's special power, only one person came to mind. So the dragon demanded to know the name of the person who had given him this power. However, the hero was not going to give up so easily. He abruptly removed his hand from his face, and long tentacles wrapped around Kaiselin, who was in his human form. If he had remained in his dragon form, it would have been impossible, and the polymorph stepped back in surprise. But then he received a long tentacle that struck like a whip. It was hard to believe that such a puny man had such power that he could send him flying. Then they heard Rosarin's quiet, soft, but commanding voice. She needed a dog to guard the palace's backyard. The demoness peered out from the hero's shadow and grinned, already anticipating taking possession of her new servant. Here she reproached Taehyung for calling her only now, although he should have done it much earlier. The guy brushed off of these reproaches. After all, they were separated by the abyss of their origins. It was not so easy to trust the charming succubus. At the same time, the chairman of the association was deeply shocked by the news that Kim Tae-hyung, who had left on a rescue mission, never returned from it. No one knew how it happened. Everyone crossed the portal, but Tae-hyung never appeared from their side. Captain Pak himself recklessly tried to return to the abyss in his state to come to the aid of the hero. At the moment, Yoo A-yeon was having a hard time stopping. The chairman ordered to help her immediately before it led to another disaster. The chairman sat down and clutched his head. Managing a group of reckless daredevils was no easy task. Right now, they had to hide the fact that their team had managed to survive, as they had no idea what Cha Rong and Liu Feng were up to. It was already the 6th day of the tournament. Its end was approaching, and Tae-hyung needed to be returned before that moment. Without this guy, they clearly would not have been able to achieve a leading position in the competition. In his mind, the chairman prayed for the hero to return safe and sound, while in the meantime, a storm broke out in the abyss around the impregnable tower. The summoned demoness entered the battle and used her long tentacles and charm to the fullest. The charm, however, had no effect on the dragon, and he fought off the tentacles with his fire magic. The battle was very intense, with both sides exchanging heavy and costly attacks. Tae-hyung suddenly felt like a fly. If he got into a fight now and made even one mistake, he really could die. Even though he understood that it was two supreme beings in the monster world who were fighting, their battle was truly of an unimaginable scale. Now he understood that it was not in vain that he kept Rosaria away from her homeworld. Otherwise, she would have caused real chaos there. She had already rewarded him with 2 useful skills. Hypnosis, in particular, was extremely effective. The summoning consumed a huge amount of mana, so the guy refrained from it. Maintaining the summoning required a huge amount of mana. Such skills were more suited to mages or alchemists who had reserves and potions. At this time, Kaiselin raised his hand and decided that it was time to play his trump card. So he called upon the meteor spell. The tower had long since been destroyed, so the stones had somewhere to fall straight from the sky. The hero would have certainly died under such a bombardment, but Rosarin saved him by simply cutting the stones with her claws. She was incredibly strong, so after overcoming this attack, she caught the dragon again with her tentacles. Then she brought him down to earth with a sharp throw. Looking at this, the hero realized that her excessive power was too dangerous, because at some point he could lose control of the one he had summoned. Entire cities will be reduced to ruins, and he himself risks becoming her puppet at every call. And yet she was an incredibly useful ally to him. Even after a difficult battle, Kaiselin showed no signs of fatigue. Now that he understood who he was fighting, the situation became clearer. What he didn't understand was why the former Duchess of the Abyss was helping a human. No shame, no conscience. Kaiselin reproached the demoness and called her a bad word. Rosarin just snorted at the fact that the lizard was talking too much. Hearing her title, which meant only one step below the king, he realized that the succubus definitely had some connection with the sun-faced one. The guy really wanted to know what she knew and looked at the demoness with curiosity. As if sensing his heavy gaze, Rosarin answered the guy that she understood his thoughts perfectly well, but at the moment he had no right to know all the answers. And even if he did, he still couldn't do anything about it. And no matter where the answer is, he still has no choice but to go his own way, said this luxurious woman and smiled seductively. It's just that the current situation is not as simple as it seems, she added and turned away. Looking at his hands, the boy realized that he had been subjected to a reverse mana flow. The fact that such a powerful being, one step below the king of the abyss, could be summoned by a human was already a miracle. Realizing that this power had a limit, the dragon decided to crush it with a final blast of fire magic and again turned into its true form. Instead of taking half measures, he decided to fight them to the end and burn them both. The size of this monster alone was shocking. A tailed beast bomb, a ball of concentrated mana, appeared in his mouth. A new explosion destroyed another level of the long-suffering tower, which only miraculously did not collapse under its own weight, held up by magic. A dense ball of tentacles entwined them both, so it's possible that Taehyung and Rosaria survived the firestorm. Dragons were indeed intelligent, Rosarin admitted ruefully. She too had had a hard time due to the restrictions of the contract. Because of this, they had long since reached the threshold at which they could somehow resist Kaiselin. Continuing the fight further meant the risk that the summoner would fall from mana exhaustion. Before disappearing, the demoness decided to give him one last gift. She hugged him tenderly and pressed her cotton-soft body against him, whispering in his ear, "Don't you dare die, contractor." He received the queen's kiss, the system stated in a boring voice, ruining the entire mood. The rank of full hypnosis temporarily changed. Now the power of his hypnosis had reached its highest level. The hero opened his Gias at full power. The dragon did not immediately understand what was happening, and then was blinded by a bright flash. He assumed human form again, for that was his spiritual world, and stepped onto a sea of blood, in the midst of which stood a solitary throne of bones, at the top of a long staircase. "What a funny game," came the voice of the one sitting on the throne. "Just think that the scoundrel succubus would dump all the dirty work on him," the Lord said indignantly. Kaiselin already realized that he had been caught, and most likely he was in the spirit world of a pathetic little human, but this place was completely unusual, and it was even more unclear who was sitting on the throne. Although outwardly he looked like a hero, yet it was clearly felt that it was someone else, more powerful and evil. The huge beast's mouth snapped its teeth. "Kurama, it's your turn." The Lord waved his hand. He had nothing to talk about with the dragon, so he simply drove him away from his world. The bloody sea began to swell, and then Kaiselin saw the abyss opening up. Mental damage was received. Returning to reality, he felt pain and growled. The dragon's head bowed to the ground, and he himself thrashed in rage from the humiliation he had experienced. Taehyung himself would like to know what happened, because he still couldn't talk to the one who visited his rich inner world. Kaiselin's condition was also strange, and the guy took advantage of this to replenish his mana and health reserves with the help of potions. There was no point in thinking about what had happened for long. While the lizard was weakened, it was necessary to defeat it, so the hero bravely rushed at the enemy, who was growling with pain and rage. His skills worked again, and he managed to do some damage, but it was clearly not enough. Kaiselin felt pain again and let out a loud scream, almost deafening the hero. Here the guy remembered the demoness's parting words, that he should not dare to die, and he really had no intention of doing so. He has not yet discovered the essence of the king's power, and has not yet taken revenge on the master of the abyss, Asmodeus. And he couldn't live a normal, ordinary life either. His whole life was war and hardship, digging in the dirt. So, of course, the guy wasn't planning on leaving for another world. He hadn't even found a girlfriend yet. He'd kissed a schoolgirl once, and that was in battle. And he'd fallen under Rosarin's spell. But she was a succubus, so that didn't count. To crush the dragon, the boy used the final attack. The predator's essence also took on a beastly form. All this power fell on the lizard, and eventually his body could not withstand it and flew into pieces. After the fight, Taehyung collapsed to the floor and looked up at the sky through the shattered ceiling. His predatory nature had reached a new level, and this time he truly almost died. All that remained was to return to the real world. So the last day of the tournament arrived. The final scores of all the remaining teams were being counted. There weren't many of them. They were assessed based on the shape and weight of the crystal stones that dropped from monsters, although in theory they could have simply been purchased. The Lone Samurai's team remained in second place, unable to overtake Liu Feng's team. The samurai really wanted to avenge Sarara, but Taehyung was still listed as missing in action, and they ended up in second place in the tournament. Leaving all this behind, the Sword Demon decided to leave the event as quickly as possible before it ended. Despite Taehyung's best efforts, his team only finished third. Due to security measures while they were holed up, they were unable to earn any extra points. And eventually, other countries caught up with them in terms of points, and to regain the lead, they needed 100 stones or at least one double high rank. As hard as it was for the chairman to admit, despite all of Taehyung's efforts, they still lost the battle. A croaking, nasty laugh came from behind him, and Chairman Ju turned around to see Cho Ran. He walked along, pleased with himself. Together with the last member of his team, Liu Feng, they felt like winners. Cho Ran mockingly sneered at the talented newcomer, who had now disappeared into thin air, about his unfulfilled hopes. "Who would have thought that he would die due to an accident?" Cho Ran said, and his words made the chairman shudder. They both knew that entering the Dragon Tower was a death sentence, but it wasn't an accident that had driven Taehyung there. The fact that they were mocking the young man like that really angered the chairman, and he could barely keep from throwing his fists at them. because he knew that all the disappearances at the tournament were the work of their team. "It is the destiny of the weak to be doormats," said Cho-ran in a sarcastic voice and walked on. He laughed loudly, realizing that all his plans had succeeded. He had defeated everyone and got what he wanted, and no one could even object to him. However, right in the middle of the arena, a gate opened, and out of it, out of nowhere, a real hero appeared. Taehyung immediately told the chairman not to listen to the chatter of various scoundrels. He had just appeared and had not heard most of the conversation, but he understood what they could say. Seeing their enemy safe and sound, Cho-ran and Liu Feng made faces as if they had been constipated for a week. The hero held a large cobblestone in his hands and grinned contentedly, delighted by the effect his appearance had produced. At this time, Huang was depressed and lying on his bed, because his brother never showed up until the very end of the tournament, so he did not want to see the team lose. Since Taehyung had disappeared without a trace, there was no point in keeping track of who won. It was like eating pies without filling. He also passionately accused his parents of being traitors for inviting him to watch a tournament where Taehyung was not present. Then the mother abruptly cut off his grumbling, because just now their nephew had returned to turn everything upside down. Not believing his ears and eyes, Huang stared at the TV screen where the broadcast from the arena was on. The cameras focused on the object the hero had brought, and they identified it as the heart of a double highest-ranking dragon. Such a monster had only been spotted a few times before, but defeating it was a first. Yu Yeon, who received the report from her men, couldn't believe her ears. The boy had appeared not in the abyss, but right in the middle of the stadium. The next message was more like a dream, because this trophy immediately awarded 1,500 points. Thus, the victory went to the Gryffindor house, as always, because they are on the right side of the force and are simply cuties. Taehyung kept his gaze fixed on Cho-ran, who was trembling with anger and arrogance. The villain immediately began looking for the culprit and began yelling at Liu Feng, who said that he had figured everything out. But Liu Feng himself didn't understand how it happened. Not only had the boy returned alive from the tower, but he had also successfully hunted the monster. Now it was the hero's turn to tease his enemies and ridicule their efforts, for he had snatched victory from their hands when they had already believed in it. It was lucky that after the predator was activated, the Kaiselin stone was preserved. This must have happened because the dragon was too strong. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to win the tournament. However, this victory only made him new enemies, and the boy knew it, but he could think about that later. For now, Chairman Ju gave the boy a tight, fatherly hug. He was glad to see him safe and sound, as he had been preparing for the worst, and blamed himself for dragging a newbie into this competition. The old chairman, one-eyed as one, even shed a stingy, manly tear. They stood like that for quite a long time, and the hero also succumbed to the moment, because they were incredibly lucky not only to survive, but also to win this war, which was called a tournament. This dramatic appearance, with its reversal of the tournament results, made Taehyung a world star, and his name was in the tabloids for a long time. Upon learning this news, the hero's friends joyfully celebrated his victory and congratulated the guy. Kang Hyuk was the loudest of all, as he'd never seen Chairman Ju cry before and couldn't help but mention it. Apparently, he'd already recovered from his injury, so he was having a blast. After all the celebrations, Taehyung went to Singapore where they were waiting for him. Halen thanked him for taking time out of his busy schedule for them. They sent him a request because they wanted to ask for cooperation. As expected, in this part of the events developed as before the regression. The guy already knew what they would ask him for. It was obvious, since this country had lost all its key searchers. They sent requests for cooperation, but Cho-ran and Liu Feng couldn't just let it go. Taehyung already knew what Halen wanted, but he had to deal with the uninvited guests first. At first, she didn't understand what was going on, but then the doors to her office flew apart, showering them with shards. When the chairwoman saw those who entered, she was even speechless. It was Liu Feng himself who showed up with a whole gang, not at all afraid that the general public might find out about it. He was also very happy to meet the hero here, and promised him a quick death. "Here come the uninvited guests who need to be dealt with," Taehyung said, and grinned. He was not at all scared, unlike Chairman Halen. Before she could answer, the windows of her office were blown out, and the sound of broken glass was heard. Several searchers from Taehyung's team burst into the room at once. Among them was even that guy with the 8th grader syndrome who played the hero. Oh yeah, they're all like that. Go Taewuk spied on this hodgepodge of seekers and tried his best to keep them all under control because they were young and wild-tempered. Lu Feng became even more furious that he was caught off guard and now had to fight the entire team. So the hero assembled his dream team, and they all lined up as if for a photo, striking poses. Even at the preparation stage, everyone was amazed by the knowledge of the guy who predicted Cho Ran's actions, that he would attack Singapore. Of course, hearing about the attack on the chairman right after the end of a friendly tournament was terrifying. But knowing Cho Ran's desire to gain a monopoly on the continent, it was not so surprising. Having destroyed other associations, his goal was closer than ever. After the tournament, many suffered losses that no one could replace, so all the survivors were also in great danger. And without the association of seekers, any country could plunge into chaos because there would be no one to clear the gates. When Chairman Zhu asked the guy what he would do, he replied that it was pretty obvious. The bastards needed to have their legs cut off all the way to their necks. After the spectacular formation, a coordinated group attack followed. The team had rehearsed it for a long time. Since everyone's strength was great, the numerical superiority of Liu Feng's fighters no longer mattered. But the association's building was not at all prepared for such battles, and its architecture had to be sacrificed. Captain Pak ordered them to take Chairman Hailey and retreat. That was their main objective. Hansu, playing the hero, caught the damsel in distress. Even though she was a bit old for him, she still needed saving. In the chaos of battle, Liu Feng was unable to interfere with the enemy team's actions. In the end, he got so angry that he decided to slap everyone at once. But the plan failed, and unexpectedly the bloody swordsman found himself captured and dragged out into the open. There was enough space here for the strongest fighters to play, and the hero chuckled contentedly. Liu Feng snorted angrily, because before this, the boy had simply run away from him into the abyss, and now he was challenging him. He told him not to have any illusions about himself, and despite the chain on his hand, he managed to summon his bloody blades. Although Liu Feng hadn't seen the boy defeat his allies, he had already observed him enough to assess his level of strength. However, Taehyung wasn't going to listen to all this boastful chatter. The predator's blow destroyed all the blades that flew at him. Before the bloody swordsman could even blink, he lost his arm. The next moment, the spirit of the dead man slapped him with his hand like a fly. Then the stunned enemy lost consciousness. Caught in the action of Taehyung's next skill, the whole fight turned into a cascade of beatings. In this tight combo, he had no chance of winning. Now the guy was clearly not acting with the same level of strength that he showed in the abyss. In just a few days, he had become stronger. The hero swung his dagger several times, and the fight was over when Liu Feng received a mortal wound. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move anymore, still unable to believe his defeat. Taehyung himself was surprised at how easy it was for him to win at the national level. In the end, even Liu Feng was powerless against the many cheats. The villain laughed. Now he realized with a clear, belated lag how all the members of his team had fallen. And if they had all fought together, they could have won. Who would have thought, Liu Feng said as he left, that he would have to use the Duke's power against such a boy? He laughed. At that very moment, his body began to transform. It turned out that this scoundrel also had one last ultimate trump card, and he turned into an ugly pile of meat, to the glory of Salanesh. Meanwhile, the beautiful Yu Aeon, in the form of an Amazon, finished the battle. Then Captain Pak called her and said that something strange was happening in the hero's battle. The place where the guy was fighting was completely covered by a red, impenetrable dome. None of them knew what it was. They were seeing this ability for the first time. Inside the barrier, the ugly creature tried to hit Taehyung with all its limbs and appendages. He deftly dodged everything and prepared to counterattack. It was not the first time he had fought with large opponents, especially against a huge, useless carcass whose two greedy paws he immediately cut off. But then some bad news came to light. Of course, the demonic spawn of the warp knew how to regenerate. He also had overwhelming power due to his superior size and mass. The hero was confused. He was clearly no longer fighting with Liu Feng. The surge in strength had been too sharp. Moreover, the size and shape of the space around them had changed, as if they were in an abyss, especially since Liu Feng used the title of Duke, just like the dragon Kaiselin. Apparently, besides Rosarin, there were other holders of this high title in the abyss, the guy realized. They were all connected somehow to the king, he thought as the dead man's spirit took a blow right to the jaw. Then the hero saw that another hand was flying straight towards him, which could grab him. This time he failed to escape, and the demon brought him to his face to chat. He was, of course, reveling in his power. His actions were too slow. It couldn't have been any other way. A man cannot surpass the one chosen by the Duke of the Abyss, the monster said, bringing the boy to its mouth. Then the hero spoke up and declared that he would ask only one question before he killed him. What is known about the king? That was the question that was shrouded in a veil of terrible secrecy. But even Liu Feng, who spoke from the depths of the meat carcass, did not understand what the guy was asking, deciding that he was impressed by the Duke's strength. It was foolish to assume such a monster could know anything, the hero said, but at least he tried to find out. At that very moment, the carcass began to decompose under the predator's devouring power. The carcass recoiled as if from fire. Liu Feng had never heard of such a thing before. The hero smiled. Thanks to Liu Feng, he now had the need to see the Duke. And although the arrogant scoundrel who sold his soul to the devil still tried to say something, the conversation was over. The predator's power simply tore the carcass apart, having had its fill of it. Only pitiful pieces of demon flesh remained. Nothing could stand before the king's power. Taehyung replenished his mana reserves. It turned out that only Rosaria knew something about the king. According to the villain's words, in addition to the succubus demoness, there were other Dukes of the Abyss, and if they were equal in strength to her, then they were simply unimaginably strong monsters. It is unlikely that these creatures will give him a warm welcome, especially if the guy comes to them with a question. Then he saw how, right before his eyes, the carcass was regenerating again, and pieces of meat were intertwined into a tight ball. And then the guy heard a terrible voice that pressed on him like a press. I was curious how strong he was, but in the end his limit was too close, said someone who appeared in place of the pieces of meat. Dressed in noble robes, the one who gave Liu Feng the contract for his summoning appeared before the hero. The vampire lord Igmun. Taehyung froze in bewilderment. It was clear that this was clearly not Liu Feng in front of him, but some kind of monster. And his overwhelming magical power left no doubt that he was the Duke of the Abyss. Fighting another mad spawn was not really something anyone wanted to do. First, Igmun wanted to evaluate the boy's skills, and summoned the true bloody blade. Dozens of swords appeared above the hero. Taehyung had to quickly dodge these fast and powerful projectiles. The size of the blades was astonishing. They clearly surpassed those used by Liu Feng. The hero dug his feet into the ground and fought off the maddening onslaught, barely holding it back. And there was reason to be nervous, because the guy, without wanting to, got into a fight against a monster on the level of Rosaria and Kaiselin. The enemy was clearly slow, but the guy had no time to think about the reasons for this. To survive, he had to use everything he had, so he rushed at the enemy with the spirit of the dead. Seeing the hero's abilities, Igmun chuckled when he fell into the world without feelings, but he was not at all embarrassed by this skill. There is a link between the contractor and the summoned monster. If the monster is weaker, it receives strength from the contractor. Conversely, if the summoned monster is stronger than the contractor, the backflow of mana can destroy the summoner's own body if the summon is not interrupted. If Taehyung's calculations were correct, then Liu Feng was already dead, and he was now dealing with forced summoning over a corpse. Thus, there was a time limit on the summoning, during which the hero simply had to hold out. That was his calculation, and Igmun even praised the guy for his intelligence, but then arrogantly said that trying to survive in a fight against him was great stupidity. Taehyung recoiled from the vampire again as strange magic appeared in his hand. The handheld blood tornado descended from Igmun's palm and turned into a real typhoon. The guy couldn't resist and was caught up in this roaring stream. Even if he has power, since he speaks without any respect, he must be punished, Igmun declared arrogantly. He already expected that the guy would simply die, but then he stopped mid-sentence. Quite unexpectedly, the bloody tornado turned into flower petals, and the storm itself suddenly died down. This made the vampire think he did not expect to see such a transformation. When the petals dispersed, it became clear what had happened. One duke can only be defeated by another. Rosaria smiled seductively. She already understood that she was called upon only in the most difficult situations, and not on a date. Then the vampire summoned more tornadoes. He was not going to retreat just like that. Of course, Igmun's contractor couldn't die at the hands of a simple seeker, so he suspected something like that, but he couldn't even imagine that the guy would turn out to be Rosarin's contractor herself. Then the vampire suggested that she leave herself and leave the guy. Otherwise, she would have a hard time. The demoness only grinned. This was their first meeting in almost 1,000 years, And Igmun was still as petty as ever, and was simply trying to get even for choosing the wrong person. Of course she refused, but he should have known that himself. Taehyung couldn't resist asking the demoness who their enemy was, and she answered the obvious, that it was one of the dukes. At this time, Ijimun undoubtedly wanted to kill the hero, and played his trump card. Having gathered all his power, the vampire wished Rosaria a safe journey to the next world. Their forces converged in the center of the field, tentacles against daggers, waves of power knocking Taehyung off his feet. To prevent him from flying too far, Rosaria caught him with one of her shoots. The situation was still difficult. The hero again experienced the reverse flow of mana, his body was breaking down, and he was perplexed how the vampire still retained his summoning. The boy almost lost consciousness when Rosalind brought him back to his senses, because the amount of power she could use depended on him. Even though the guy had become stronger after previous battles, their opponent was not one that could be dealt with easily. The demoness encouraged the hero with a smile and said that he should hold on, and then he would see the power that he would one day possess. A flaming flower blossomed in the sky above her. Here Igmun himself admitted defeat. The time he had left was running out. On this note, the Duke's meeting was decided to end, and the vampire tried to maintain a confident face. To entertain them one last time, he summoned some final attack from the sky, hands of blood that held a huge spear. Rosarin responded to this with a volley of her turbo laser. In essence, a high-ranking battle was not much different from a low-ranking battle, they just had more energy in their attacks. The forces collided and another double explosion followed, which was supposed to add an epic touch to the entire battle. There was a bright flash in which everything disappeared. The system mercilessly announced that he had lost his mana, his skills had decreased, and then the hero felt like he was drowning, not once again losing consciousness on the battlefield, giving his all to the fight. He reproached himself for finding himself in this situation again. And then he heard the voice of a predator who called him pathetic, because even with the strength of a king, the guy brought himself to such a state. Even the national level of strength was not enough for him. The one who wore the hero's face as his own rudely declared. He reminded him that if the boy didn't do well, his body would be taken away. From this nightmare, Taehyung woke up abruptly and once again found himself in the hospital. He should have gotten used to the hospital clothes, because he spent the night there more often than at home. The voice he heard was exactly like the one in the previous dream, and the one speaking looked exactly like the guy himself. He would like to know what connects the double with the king. But then he turned around and saw in his room a bunch of attendants who had been on duty at his bedside all this time. As soon as the battle ended, the impenetrable red barrier disappeared, according to Yu Ayong, with a bright flash. Inside, they found evidence of a massive battle and an unconscious hero. Overall, the entire mission could be considered a success, as the attempt to assassinate Chairman Haley failed, and all the attackers were killed. This time, Choran did not escape suspicion, and the World Association launched an investigation. After some time, the hero fully recovered from all the adventures. The closer he got to the secret and capabilities of the Predator, the more dangerous his enemies became, from the double inside to the Dukes. The good news was that his rank was gradually rising. Here, the hero decided to check his status. If you're interested, you can read it too. He'd gained a new skill called Bloodburst, but it wasn't available yet. Later, as promised, Taehyung invited Yu Ah-yeon to dinner, as he owed her for spy services. The guy knew how to surprise, because he recovered very quickly, and then the girl asked him what he intended to do next. His plans were Napoleonic. He was going to clear out the unexplored dungeons in the territories of other countries, which he received as a reward for the tournament. Yu A-yeon immediately made a fuss that she hadn't asked about that. She had been expecting a date, not just dinner, but for the hero. It was nothing more than one paid meal. Then she reminded him that conquering the dungeon wouldn't be easy, because they serve as a source of magic stones. And even with raid rights, the hero would have problems. It's expected that other countries will try their best to delay his visit until the treaty expires. However, the hero said he knows how to deal with this. Moreover, while he was waiting for permission, he had his own business, he said, which surprised the intelligence officer. He may have been a cheater with superpowers, the strongest in the country, but he still lacked a lot. Blood ejection, the skill that Liu Feng used, still couldn't activate, even though the guy had already tried many methods. Since we were talking about the Duke's power, even if it was stolen, perhaps special conditions were needed for its use, but the system did not say anything about it. Even after reaching national level, the hero couldn't stand up to the Duke, and that was the only way he could learn more about the king. He needed to become stronger again. So after their conversation, he went about his business as he had planned. It was some old building, and the guy read the writing on the wall. It said it was Banchisu Brewery, and it was raining, so the mood was gloomy. Production had long since stopped, so the heavy gates creaked when the hero opened them. Inside stood a statue of Buddha, next to which an old man was busily occupied in the darkness. Beer vats and pots stood around. The old man was not pleased with the uninvited guests, and, as the sign on the wall read, production had been suspended. He advised the young man to return to where he came from. Then the guy told the old man that he didn't come here to work, and not for beer, but to ask for a service to merge skills. When the old man heard these words, he slowly turned around, as if surprised that someone knew about this. He asked the guy who he was, and the hero introduced himself, not forgetting to mention his title as the strongest in the country. And he added that he was the man who came to save him. Full of heroic pathos, the guy smiled. Banchisu was an ordinary old man, the owner of a brewery, who was just waiting for his death. He was also an awakened fragment of the world, the only top-tier skill in the world that allowed skills to be combined. However, instead of focusing on this, Banchisu was busy making beer, which raised many questions from those around him. The old man could have lived happily ever after, but he gave it up and lived like an ordinary person. Eventually giving in to the persuasion of his only son, he decided to use his powers on one of the cultists he had brought. But something went wrong during the process, and the cultist became ill, and it seemed that God was with him. Due to the reverse magical flow, everyone Banchisu touched died or became disabled. After this, his son went on the run, hiding from the cultists. His father blamed himself for what happened and refused to use his skills. That was his story. And Banchisu was quite surprised that the stranger knew so much. It was even worse, because knowing everything, the guy still asked him to repeat the terrible experiments. The old man didn't care what rank the hero had. He told him to get lost immediately. He had already ruined so many lives, and he did not want to repeat such a fate. Then the hero showed him his terrifying aura and declared that the old man would never be able to harm him with his skill. Then he finally agreed to listen to the boy, and they began preparations. The hero told the old man that the reverse mana flow into the test subjects wasn't his fault. The problem was that Banchisu's rank was much higher than that of those he worked with. This was merely a side effect of the sharp increase in skill levels among the cultists themselves, whose bodies could not withstand such power. With Taehyung's current stats, such a problem wasn't expected. Even if a mana backflow occurred, it wouldn't do much harm. The old man thought his hands were a curse that ruined people's lives. But now he met this young man who solved all his problems and doubts in the blink of an eye. This guy looked like he came from the future, Banchisu thought, and got to work. Finally, the hero admitted that he came here in secret, so the old man had nothing to worry about. If something went wrong, no one would know it was his fault. The fact that Banchisu's abilities could be used in Taehyung's past life was revealed only after an investigation 10 years later, by which time the old man had already drunk himself to death from grief over the loss of his son. So if all the misunderstandings are not resolved now, the old man will live with a feeling of guilt for the rest of his days. Taehyung was glad he'd arrived in time to help this man. He then closed his eyes and concentrated on combining his invisibility and stone skin skills and the spirit of the dead with paralysis, the world without feelings with the heart of a monarch. The old man was amazed when he realized that the guy had decided to combine 3 pairs of skills at once. He couldn't even imagine that a seeker could have so many skills. As the hero had expected, the system couldn't detect skills like Predator, so it wasn't available for fusion. When everything was ready, he shouted to the old man to begin, and although he still doubted and thought that he was committing madness, he agreed. The process began, and the room was filled with the light of the fusion animation, which still had no content. Somewhere in the main office of the world's best association of seekers, a meeting was taking place. Kevin Yang welcomed the best forces of the new Roman Empire, who had not gathered here for a long time. Gregor Gale, who was lounging in his chair, asked why they had been called. Dylan Gray demanded to speak to the chairman politely right away and slammed his fist on the table. Ricky Harley's was grumbling that this kind of squabble was happening every time they got together and asked Cody to calm it down. Cody, the leader, waved it off indifferently, saying that these weren't kids here, but grown men who knew what they were doing. He considered the power rankings a mere formality. The topic was related to the fact that another empire of the East suffered a defeat in a recent tournament and lost many of its strongest fighters. Montel Romont even named the names of those killed at the national level, although the fate of all these characters is to be forgotten after the first arc. They also heard about the failed attack on Singapore, during which Liu Feng was killed. Gregor still didn't understand why they had gathered to talk about the dead. Then the chairman of the new empire told them the real state of affairs, not the official version, according to which these seekers were killed in the abyss. In fact, one man killed them all, and this despite the fact that Liu Feng had entered into a contract with one of the dukes of the abyss. Ricky was surprised and exclaimed, perplexed how anyone had even found out about this. They were even more surprised that a single, previously unknown newcomer had wiped them all out. Meanwhile, the hero was leveling up, and a red barrier of his power appeared around the building. Even Ban Chisu, shocked by what he had done, recoiled from the guy in horror. He saw with his own eyes why the world's top associations were interested in the hero. The leveling was successful, but instead of achieving the highest rank, the hero received double the first rank. Envoys from the new empire arrived in the hero's homeland to investigate everything connected with the young talent. They sent Gregor because he had a power level of 10 and one more. Gregor suggested simply finding the guy and giving him a dressing down. He was too lazy to figure it out, but his comrade objected, saying that wasn't the right thing to do. He was far more reserved. Marcus Gore suggested they watch for now. He was the senior member of their squad, ranking 8th. After successfully fusing his skills, Taehyung returned home, eager to use the skills he'd acquired through the fusion. His shadow skin simultaneously concealed and strengthened him. The monarch's world created a special field around him, and the ruler's spirit radiated a spirit enhanced by mana, all seemingly dubious enhancements. It's especially unclear why invisibility and stone skin are combined, as their use would be counterproductive. In any case, it would be impossible to use and test everything directly in the city lest it cause a stir. Then the guy noticed that there were guests standing outside his house, and they were waiting specifically for him. Looking at these suspicious-looking foreigners, the hero thought that perhaps he would soon test his skills in a real fight. Gregor immediately began to smugly clown around, saying that such a brat couldn't have defeated Liu Feng, and that their informants must have gotten something mixed up. The guy already understood that in front of him were seekers of national-level power from the new empire. However, he agreed to meet with them and talk, and the bespectacled man started talking to him. The hero asked the seekers why they had come such a long way. Marcus, on the other hand, was in no hurry to get down to business and just wanted to chat first, to get a sense of what kind of person Taehyung was. But first he used his skill, covering them with a green wall, and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. This skill was called Ziggurat. It showed the characteristics, rank, psychological state of the target. In general, it was a skill for viewing status. Marcus thought about what he saw. It was the first time he encountered a double first rank, and the guy's characteristics, although they corresponded to the national level, were not enough to defeat Liu Feng. Then he decided to test his skills, and that's when his ziggurat misfired, several times at once. Taehyung chuckled and suggested that the foreigners stop their brazen spy games, especially since the data they had received should have been enough to assess his abilities. Marcus, feigning politeness, claimed he'd simply fallen into his habit of checking up on everyone. But now he understood why his chairman, Kevin, had been so concerned about this guy. Taehyung again insisted that the guests get down to business and not drag the cat by the pubic area. It turned out that they wanted to gain the right to raid an unexplored dungeon in the Eastern Empire, the very one that the hero had recently won. Their leader wanted to explore the region, but the Imperials were reluctant to share much information, their arrogance and self-importance showing. But they tried to talk the guy into it because they knew that Cha-Ron wouldn't give him access to the dungeon, and then no one would get it. In this way, it was possible to organize a joint raid. Marcus planned to enlist the guy's support and establish a good relationship with him. It was a win-win proposition, and the new empire would gain power that could be used. Even if they refused, The guy had to understand that they had no hostile intentions towards him. Of course, Taehyung refused, briefly and categorically, as he always did with everyone, but then he still cooperated. Marcus accepted his refusal calmly. It was enough for him that they simply met and talked. But the arrogant and unbridled Gregor had a different opinion, so he intervened in the conversation. He was extremely irritated by the young puppy, for whom they had come such a long way, and now they had to fly away empty-handed, so he even grabbed the guy by the collar of his shirt. And although Marcus tried to stop him, Gregor didn't listen. He leaned towards the guy and declared that since words were useless, it was worth settling everything by force, as is customary among seekers and real men. Taehyung was somewhat taken aback by this pressure. On the one hand, Marcus wanted a friendly relationship, but on the other, Marcus was clearly included in the delegation for a reason. After all, those who sent him knew full well what could happen. Looking at Gregor, Taehyung remembered how people looked at him when he was a simple mule. People like this bully, always ready to fight without any particular reason. It had been a long time since Taehyung had received such special treatment. If the man in front of him didn't want to see him as an equal, he needed to be convinced. And so, the hero agreed to resolve the matter by force. After all, for him, this was the best way to test his skills, especially since nothing important was at stake except the honor of the winner. It wasn't even a mortal battle, just a sparring match for which the seekers went to the arena, although a crowd of spectators quickly filled the stands. To prevent the city from being damaged, the fighters visited the Indivisible Guild, where the boy had once defeated their leader, Kang Hyuk. And although the charming Miss Kim was worried about the consequences, her boss enjoyed what was happening because the glory of the arena and this fight could attract new supporters to the guild. But her worries were not in vain, because after the battle of national-level seekers, a lunar landscape could remain in place of the guild building. Gregor scratched the back of his head. He was completely relaxed. He was amused by what was happening. The guy promised him that Gregor would also like the results of this battle, and smiled mockingly. Without further ado, Gregor transformed into a huge wolf, and their fight actually began. He immediately rushed towards the guy, wanting to grab him with his claws. The blow from that paw nearly split the arena in half, and the repair bill quickly climbed. Secretary Kim was horrified by this because it was unclear who would pay for everything. Marcus politely explained that Gregor's skill was called the Heart of the Wolf. The skill, honed to the limit, transformed the seeker into a werewolf and significantly increased his physical capabilities. Although the negotiator regretted that he had not been able to establish a friendship with Taehyung, perhaps it was even for the best. Watching this battle, one could understand how exactly the hero managed to defeat the Duke of the Abyss's contractor, Liu Feng. Gregor felt very confident. Even though Marcus hadn't been able to read the boy's skills, if his mana were ignored, he was no match for him physically. So Gregor thought the key to his plan was to ignore his mana. Moreover, the werewolf activated the wolf's heart, which further enhanced his physical characteristics. And soon he managed to grab the guy, pinning him to the arena. He intended to end the fight quickly, simply by finishing off the one lying on the ground, and had already swung his paw, but the hero showed no signs of panic. It was no coincidence that his enemy was at the 10th level of power in the new empire, so he himself decided to use his trump cards. At first, the entire arena was covered by an impenetrable dome, the Monarch's Zone. Suddenly, the werewolf found himself locked inside a terrible place, with statues of kings looking down on him and a whole lake of blood splashing under his feet. It was an area where the enemy's stats would drop and the caster's stats would increase. Overall, a pretty useful skill. Taking advantage of Gregor's confusion, Taehyung went into invisibility mode and attacked him with a stone fist. One blow was followed by a hail of attacks. The wolf didn't know where it was coming from, so it took the damage without being able to defend itself. Stealth is the most annoying thing in any game, so it's always useful to have skills for detecting hidden targets or attacking areas. In order to somehow resist the guy, Gregor began to beat his paws in all directions, in circular movements, and growled at the guy to show himself, the vile coward. Then Taehyung used the third skill, the Spirit of the Dead. The knight's image was transformed and became much more impressive, and a sword appeared in his hands. He still suppressed fear, but now he also inflicted paralysis. The combination of his skills effectively allowed them to be used together effectively and at a low cost. so Gregor could only gape in shock. "The end is obvious," said the hero, and slammed the trap over the wolf, causing a monstrous surge of power that even went beyond his barrier. When the smoke cleared, the stands gasped and saw the hero standing triumphantly over his defeated enemy. Nobody understood what was happening or how it happened at all. Many were disappointed because they did not see how the fight went. Marcus was the most disappointed of all. He never received any important information other than the fact that Taehyung lived up to his reputation. Here, Gregor somehow got up and spoke up, declaring that the winner had not yet been determined. He made one last attempt to continue the fight and swung his wolf paw at the guy again. But this time, 3 of the strongest seekers stood in his way to prevent the battle from escalating into a fight to the death with diplomatic consequences. Yu Aeon didn't think that the threat to kill Taehyung was just words and intervened in the fight. Captain Pak also insisted that Gregor stumble and not allow personal animosity to take over. The hero was surprised to see his dream team there and asked how long they had been there. Chairman Zhu then appeared and said that they had been watching him from the very beginning. Initially, they just wanted to enjoy the fight like everyone else, but they intervened as the situation was getting more and more tense. Gregor took on his werewolf form again and breathed heavily. If he continued to fight, he would make enemies of the entire country. And it seemed like he wasn't going to just stand there. The fact that someone stood in his way only made the werewolf even more angry. At this point, Marcus stepped in and coldly ordered the wolf to shut his mouth. He threatened Gregor that he would actually end up in Cody's sights if he continued. Even his recklessness had to have a limit, Marcus insisted. In the end, the werewolf cursed one last time and became human again. His partner's threat worked, and he had to leave the arena in disgrace. Marcus, however, offered an official apology, although it was difficult to understand the value of these words. Nevertheless, he decided to back them up by making the guy an offer, although he was hardly authorized to do so. Marcus invited him to become a member of the new Empire Association, changing his country of residence. Such a blatant and overt attempt at recruitment was in the spirit of these people who considered themselves the rulers of the world. It is not surprising that Chairman Zhu began to loudly protest against such impudence, especially in his presence. But Marcus was persistent and immediately declared that he would satisfy any demands for dungeons, resources, and the best raids. He spoke frankly and confidently, believing he had something to offer the hero. Taehyung smiled softly and accepted the offer as an acknowledgement of his abilities, yet he was grateful for the opportunity to test his skills. He didn't refuse outright, but only said that his destination would be the land of the setting sun, since Yoshikawa Tsurara had just come to her senses after their last date. That time, she found herself in Taehyung's eerie inner world and encountered the terrible monster that lived there. Accustomed to manipulating others, she did not expect such a nightmare and desperately tried to escape, but in the end she was captured by a mysterious and terrifying force. And although Tsurara begged for mercy, Taehyung's double refused, and besides, he wasn't the one who started it. She lay sprawled in a lake of blood, unable to even raise her eyes. From the top of the bone throne, it wasn't a man who looked down upon her, but something alien to this world. In a commanding tone, he said he had never seen a more pitiful creature in his life. And then she was pierced by the most terrible pain in her life, and for a very long time the saint could not come to her senses. And the echo of those nightmares continued to affect her, causing concern among the remaining servants. The same nightmare tormented Tsurara every night, which almost drove her crazy even after she came out of her coma. Every night she passed through countless tentacles that belonged to an unknown creature and crawled into the very depths of her soul. Afterwards, Tsurara experienced her death in her sleep and woke up in pain, but there were no signs that these symptoms would subside, meaning she could suffer like this for the rest of her days. When she finally managed to get up, she began to ask where the devil's sword was and why it was not with her, and then she ran into another room, and again horror seized her. For at that very moment, the enslaved samurai was fighting her mortal enemy who had come for her again. Taehyung, however, tried to start a conversation and said that he did not come to fight, but the white samurai did not listen to him. The fanatic did not believe his words and rushed at him again and again to take revenge for the pain that the hero had caused the saint. The samurai ran and jumped, for some reason believing that an attack in the air made at least some sense. He used some special skill, and at that moment, translucent souls appeared around his sword, Rumor had it that this skill filled the samurai's blade with mana so white and pure that it could cut through a soul. Taehyung sighed heavily. The world of Seekers was based on primitive norms of behavior. Everything was decided by force, so without victory, conversation was impossible. Activating his stone skin, he simply grabbed the samurai's katana with his bare hand, after which he treated him to a foot in the face instead of 1,000 words. This should have been enough to send the dentist on vacation to the Maldives. The samurai flew past the stunned Sarara, who had just lost her last line of defense. The hero threw away the sword, which was useless to him, and approached the saint. Having come to this place, he pursued 2 goals. The first was to find out from her what she saw in his subconscious, what was hidden in his soul, and the second was to prevent the biggest gate breach that was about to happen. Meanwhile, a colossal tornado raged at sea, which could easily have destroyed a couple of cities before subsiding. This place was the entrance to a dungeon, and resembled an endless storm, at the center of which lay the entrance. The flow of mana that flowed from there was the cause of this terrifying phenomenon. The dungeon's monitoring team had been constantly monitoring its condition to ensure it didn't suddenly get out of control, and up until now, nothing had happened. Suddenly, they saw something inside the gate. Warriors similar to centaurs were waving their hands. The next conquerors, who had been accumulating strength in another galaxy for decades, came to die. And they were led into battle by another centaur, only ugly and larger, whom they called the ruler. The lord ate a couple of his subordinates, after which he loudly ordered the warriors to go and eat all the people for the sake of gaining strength and for the glory of the duke whom they serve. This freak was called Kentares, that is, literally a centaur, a creature with a double higher rank, just like the dragon that the hero defeated. Since Sarara still wanted to live, she decided to tell the hero everything he wanted to know and told him about the double, whom he himself had already seen. Neither man nor monster, he looked like a different creature. This information hardly added anything new to what the boy already knew. The witch could no longer stand on her feet and fell to her knees, the mere sight of the hero's face evoking painful memories in her. Even without using the predator, Taehyung could feel the presence of this evil aura inside the witch. Then he removed the remaining mana. Perhaps this would eliminate the cause of the nightmares, the boy said. And Sarara was very surprised that he was helping her. But it wasn't about her at all. The guy was more worried about breaking through the gate, so this help was not just for nothing. When the earthquake began, it served as a signal to him that the events for which he was here had begun. First of all, the hero ordered the saint to bring his stupid and loyal samurai to his senses. But then some other very important people appeared in the corridor, pretending to be someone incomprehensible, and said that the guy would not be allowed anywhere after what he had done. It was the association's chairman, Matsuda Kuro, whose surname translates as Black, and who had also been a national-level seeker in the past. It was this man who, after retirement, discovered such talents as the Devil Sword and the Saint, and was considered one of the best heads of his country's association in history. But in reality, he was a rather unprincipled man, unconcerned about human casualties as long as it didn't interfere with his plans. Taehyung reminded the chairman that the gate had been breached and declared that he had come to help. Then Matsuda showed him the phone that was ringing off the hook and nodded in agreement. He already knew about this event, but didn't think it had anything to do with the guy. He reminded the hero that his rights to unexplored dungeons only apply if they're stable. If they're breached, they're useless. Moreover, it was because of him that their team lost ground in the tournament, so that hardly warranted trust. Matsuda wasn't going to risk his reputation by letting the guy deal with the gate breakthrough as well. That's why I decided to take him into custody for a little while the breach was being cleared, and the reason was the attack on the seeker of their association, although it was self-defense. Even Sarara tried to intervene here, realizing that breaking through the gate would lead to a large number of casualties. I wonder when her humanity returned to her, because just recently she was using civilians as a human shield. Seeing her protest, Matsuda harshly cut it off and declared that he was aware of her manipulation of other people's minds. He warned that he would destroy Sarara and her samurai if she dared to side with the youth. That's why he ordered his men to take Taehyung away, because they timidly approached the guy, already figuring out how much the treatment would cost and how to quickly faint. However, Taehyung did nothing and meekly gave in, yet he wanted to wait for the official investigation so as not to put Chairman Ju in a difficult position. She wished the witch to go to the breakthrough site first, taking the samurai with her. And Matsuda, pleased with the hero's compliance, was delighted, believing that he had made the right choice. He even promised to immediately release the guy as soon as his innocence was proven. Taehyung merely chuckled and warned that Matsuda had been the first to refuse help, meaning all responsibility for the failure would fall on his shoulders. The boy already knew what would happen next, so he could only benefit from this situation. But the greedy and unprincipled chairman only snorted contemptuously, considering these words nonsense. Soon, as usual, the good old restructuring of large cities began. The monsters laid out the outlines of new streets, destroying everything they didn't like, and the Seekers tried in vain to delay this invasion. In this case, the initiative was on the side of the attackers. They came in a large horde, while the defenders, raised by the alarm, arrived in haste and without order. Despite this, the people fought bravely, defending the city and its inhabitants, who hadn't managed to find shelter. Meanwhile, monsters of the first and highest ranks continued to arrive in an endless stream. Here, the biggest and ugliest centaur grabbed the leader of the border guard detachment and lifted him high into the air. This was an excellent start to the meal, the monster thought, and licked his lips carnivorously. The centaur deliberately did not kill the man immediately, but slowly squeezed his hand in order to plunge his subordinates into despair and break their spirit. But such self-confidence backfired on him. Something flashed very quickly, and the centaur lost the fingers on his hand, and the injured seeker began to fall. Everything happened so quickly that no one could believe their eyes. The white samurai arrived on the battlefield in time. After all, he was a seeker of national strength level, so he could compete with such monsters. At the same time, Tsurara instantly healed all the remaining seekers and replenished their strength reserves. Despite not having fully recovered, she looked like she was going to fight with all her might. Her samurai immediately returned to her, realizing that she was a much more important player on the battlefield. Since she no longer had the strength she had felt before, the effect was immediate, and she quickly returned to normal. At least Tsurara could support her samurai in battle, and this meant that Taehyung had not deceived them. However, it was still too early to rejoice, because the ugly centaur with a huge mouth on his belly had not gone anywhere, and was very hungry. Opening this belly, he took out from there a long sword, which was somehow hidden in this abyss. The saint gave a sign, and her samurai immediately rushed into battle to prevent the enemy from having any freedom of action. And again, skills clashed in the air, physics went out of the chat. Who cares if the enemy is bigger, and there is no fulcrum in the air when you need to show off an epic fight? While the samurai kept the centaur busy, the rest of the team had to deal with his henchmen. After the collision, the devil's sword lost its arm, and it was lucky that, given the difference in size, it wasn't simply smashed across the asphalt. Worse, the centaur was repairing the small cuts he had received, so it was hardly likely that he would be stopped. One swing of his curved sword would pave a new avenue. But when the smoke cleared, the giant was surprised to find that his enemy could still stand on his feet. Thanks to the saint, the samurai restored his arm and gathered his strength for one cut to cut down the centaur. He trained for 5 years after failing in a dungeon, and now that he had the saint's blessing, he believed he could defeat the monster. Gathering his strength, the samurai made his sharp cut, and half of the centaur was separated from the body. It was an impressive victory, broadcast on every screen in the country. Matsuda rejoiced. The devil's sword had just cleared the breach of the double highest rank gate. This meant that Taehyung's help was not needed from the very beginning, and the chairman was quick to point this out. Taehyung modestly noted that it was a great luck to defeat such a monster. But why did they think that this was the end of the battle, he asked. In recent years, people have been misjudging the accuracy of the gate level. When a breach occurs, it increases, but this estimate is approximate. So this top-tier dungeon had the potential to become even more dangerous if broken through. As soon as the centaur's carcass fell to the ground, some vile creature crawled out of its insides and began to devour the corpse. It was this spawn that was the master of the dungeon, and it had a double top rank plus. The sword devil looked in amazement at the unprecedented creature, which evoked nothing but disgust. This freak cannibal devoured his father, in whose womb he lived, as if that was how it should be, nothing sacred. The sword devil could not stand such ugliness and decided to deal with him immediately, despite Sarara's warnings. But the samurai did not listen and used his cutting skill against the younger centaur. However, this time the ability did not work. Although the freak was inferior in size to his father, he was superior in strength. He stopped the blade with his bare hand, and his appearance became even more disgusting, with this smooth skin stretched over his skull without ears, nostrils, and lips. Since the samurai stood there like a statue after the unsuccessful attack, he immediately received a slap and was thrown into the wall of a neighboring house. Sarara wanted to intervene, but the centaur's hooves pinned her to the ground, leaving her without a protector. The monster told them in a human voice that they should not worry, he would swallow them all. The appearance of another boss, straight from the belly of the defeated one, caused a stir at headquarters, especially since the second boss was even stronger than the first. This was treachery from the abyss. The monster was of a rank that no one had ever encountered before, and there was no longer any certainty that the saint and her swordsman would be able to defeat the enemy. Of course, Taehyung expected Kentamion to appear. He knew about it in advance, so he was not surprised. At first glance, this newborn monster does not look as dangerous as its father, but by eating people and other monsters, it becomes stronger. Given this circumstance, the sooner Matsuda realizes their dire situation and asks for his help, the less damage the city will suffer. But the hopes that the proud and arrogant chairman would take such a step that would call his competence into question were minimal. Now he was experiencing maximum pressure from his worried subordinates, and he was grinding his teeth in anger. After all, in the end, everything happened just as that arrogant boy had told him. So Matsuda wasted precious minutes wondering whether it was worth calling on other associations for help. It is obvious that a monster capable of defeating the saint and the devil of the sword will destroy the entire city before reinforcements from other countries arrive. The losses will be so huge that Matsuda will lose his political influence after this anyway. Then he made the only decision for himself, to run away, and he informed everyone present about it. This sparked even more controversy, as the Seekers understood their duty to protect people. But from the chairman's perspective, there was no point in fighting a losing battle and increasing losses. This is precisely the difference between the inept Seekers associations and the army and police, which lack such an option. Taehyung no longer waited for the feeble-minded chairman, who had been sitting on the throne for too long, to decide to fight the monster and fulfill his duty, and simply put him to bed. The guy had intended to stay out of it for Chairman Ju's sake, but seeing how things were unfolding, he couldn't bear it anymore. The thought of pointless sacrifices due to bureaucratic red tape and Matsuda's personal ambitions was too unbearable. Having freed himself from the remaining shackles, the hero calmly confronted everyone with the fact that he was going to go and destroy the monster, and he didn't care whether they tried to escape or decided to help him. In any case, he himself was going to save many innocent people, as befits a true, just hero. It was necessary to hurry to eliminate Kentamion before the dungeon completely burst into flames. The destruction increased with every minute. The monster was in no hurry and was enjoying the feast. Without help, the holy samurai himself could do little, especially since he lost consciousness from one blow. Sarara was barely holding on, and she understood that her death was approaching, because even if she restored the sword devil and strengthened it, it was all useless. The creature that grabbed her and kept growing was no longer able to be defeated. Sarara thought about Taehyung, who had come here to help them and was really helping. Despite their open enmity, he was the first to go to the meeting, but was ultimately removed. Having just become an awakened being and then a seeker, Sarara also wanted to help people with her power. Looking back, looking at the road paved with the corpses of enemies, she did not understand when she had taken the wrong turn. But now it was too late to think about it. She watched as the monstrous mouth opened. And only at the last moment, as befits a hero, Taehyung saved her, snatching her from the clutches of the monster. The plot returned to the classic channel. From the very beginning, the hero did not expect much from Sarara and her samurai, but he still praised her for having gained enough time. Along with him arrived the rest of the members of the local guilds, long-awaited reinforcements. Left without the leadership of a foolish chairman, the Seekers drew the right conclusions and joined the battle, if only to save the wounded. They didn't have any combat power, but even a simple evacuation was enough to keep the hero from feeling constrained. Angered by the fact that his food was being taken away, Kentamion galloped towards Taehyung. Even he alone would have had a hard time defeating such an enemy, and Sarara shouted after the boy. Here, the hero shouted out the name of the one who had not appeared on the pages of history for a long time, and who had already been forgotten. A wall of ice surrounded the centaur and Taehyung, limiting their battlefield. Soon, the high glacier completely surrounded Kentamion, and the people outside the ring received temporary shelter. Lim Ayan asked if this was really all that was required of her. She originally came here on her own business, but by chance they met. Chairman Ju made a special request to her when Taehyung was arrested for assault. The old man understood Matsuda's goals and could not leave the boy alone in a foreign country, so he sent him support. Why Lim Aong? Maybe he was counting on a marriage. Or maybe the author just needed to somehow bring the remaining character back into the fold. Taehyung was surprised that the girl was not going to break through the dungeon, especially since they had officially refused their help. The chairman ordered the boy to be returned at all costs, and the hero was grateful for this. Meanwhile, Kentamion paused dramatically, letting everyone finish their chatter, and only then asked the hero why he didn't run away if he knew that they were all just fodder. But to such arrogance from the freak, Taehyung sharply responded that only one creature here does not realize its place. And now it will become invaluable experience points for the hero, warned Taehyung. Meanwhile, the wounded were being evacuated. But Sarara hesitated, unsure whether it was worth leaving the boy alone. But then, inside the wall of ice, a black dome appeared from his monarch zone and cut off the way inside. The battle began. The enemy tried to reach the guy with a spear, and he deftly slid to the side. Thanks to his speed, he managed to land the first blow, but as expected, it was not fatal. The monster quickly regenerated, and even more so, Kentamion seemed to sense the enemy's presence. Despite his invisibility, his blows became increasingly accurate. Combined with the huge size and length of the spear, the centaur should have very quickly dealt with the flea that was jumping around. Then the hero summoned the spirit of the dead, and a majestic knight with an overwhelming aura appeared before the centaur. Taehyung ordered the enemy to fall on his face, but he stood firm and withstood the pressure of the dead man. However, the monster recognized the hero's strength, and he held on with dignity, even though he was food. Then it's time for the predator to get down to business and show who's at the top of the food chain. Once again, the guy came up with trump cards that the monster had never had. The power of the predator, which had grown to the size of a dragon, could not be blocked. However, all these abilities required a huge amount of mana, and a long fight was not beneficial for Taehyung. He was about to snatch victory from the clutches of the enemy, when suddenly everything disappeared, and he found himself in a strange place. From atop the bone throne, someone looked down at him, and a commanding voice reminded the boy that the power he wielded did not belong to him. Then, stunned, the boy asked the stranger what he wanted. The double in the subconscious wanted the hero to get to that scoundrel, but for this, he needed a person with his own strength, and not someone intoxicated by the skill of a predator. For this, he was ready to arrange a small test and grinned. Taehyung snorted. He had no idea who this was or why he was sitting inside his head. There was no reason to listen to him. But as soon as the guy moved towards the throne, the system reported that the mysterious power had been activated and the use of the predator was impossible. Then, one by one, all of his skills were blocked. Obviously, it was the work of the one who sat on the throne. Immediately after this, Taehyung returned to reality, where a huge freak was already jumping on him. Left without protection, the boy received such a monstrous blow that he shattered the ice wall. Even the centaur's spear couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. Lim Ayeon saw this and shouted at Taehyung as if it could help him somehow. But the guy really didn't expect such meanness from the system, which sometimes activated and sometimes turned off his skills, as if training him. A severe wound opened up on his body as he tried to figure out what kind of bastard had disabled his skills. Of course, from the very beginning, Taehyung knew that the power of a predator did not belong to him. It was given to him by the sun-faced one, but no one explained to him the rules for its use or its purposes. In reality, he was never awakened, and it was actually an artificial transformation into a seeker. If it all ended like this, then what was the point of putting in so much effort? The hero wondered, as blows rained down on him, one after another. One of them could have been the last, but Lim Ayan managed to protect him and cover him with ice. It was very opportune, although unexpected. The guy didn't think she would interfere. The girl, who did not even have a national rank, declared that she would buy him a little time, while he himself should heal his wounds with the saint. Lim Ayong understood that the enemy was beyond her capabilities, and that is precisely why she tried to help him. because only a hero could deal with him. Hearing her words, the guy came to his senses. No matter what the scoundrel who suddenly turned off all his skills told him, no matter how offensive it couldn't help the matter. There was an enemy in front of him that had to be destroyed at any cost, and Taehyung had to find a way to defeat him at any cost. But he didn't know how to do it yet. He was covered in wounds, without any skills. What could he do at all? One skill still remained with him, Taehyung suddenly remembered, the one he hadn't been able to use initially. The blood ejection required powerful blood for its use, and the hero looked towards the defeated centaur who lay there doing nothing. At the same time, Lim Ayeon received such a blow that she could no longer defend herself from, and yet she managed to inflict some damage on the monster. He lost one arm and was very angry at the little girl, but it didn't matter. He was counting on eating her and regaining his strength. Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped the centaur, as if one of the dukes of the abyss was looking at him greedily. As soon as he turned around, he saw the hero who had managed to get to his feet, and was now surrounded by a strange power. The absorption of blood had replenished his strength and lost limbs. It was absurd, but Kentamion clearly felt the duke's strength and his power. He was confused because he did not understand what the true essence of the hero was. When all conditions were met, the blood splash skill was activated. Despite the risk of losing his body, the hero's double who occupied the bone throne was not at all worried. He even considered giving the guy one of the blocked skills back, but in the end it wasn't necessary. From his throne in another dimension, he saw everything perfectly and was pleased with what was happening. It's surprising that the boy thought to devour the centaur to gain Igmun's power, but that's exactly how he should have been, in the Predator's opinion. Ferocious and cruel. This settler wanted to show the boy how pathetic and arrogant he'd been up until that point, and now he had to realize how fickle the power he used was. But this was the only way to catch up with him. The hero's soul double believed. Meanwhile, Taehyung was making a dramatic turn in the battle. As a result of the last blow, the centaur's hooves gave way and he fell to the ground. Then he swore foully and began cursing all the cheaters in the world who were not being watched by the admins, and also promised not to visit the server anymore. Just a moment ago, the boy was on the verge of death, but now he possessed the power of a duke, so the centaur's bewilderment and anger were understandable. But he wasn't about to give up yet, for he still had one last trump card. Duke Orgyle himself had created his body. The centaur quickly devoured all the nearby bodies and absorbed their magical power, and immediately underwent profound changes within himself. Lim Ayeon was lying nearby, unconscious, possibly injured, and in need of help. The fight couldn't be dragged out, especially since the guy didn't know how long his skill would last. The blood was boiling in his veins, and he felt it rushing to his heart, which could burst at any moment. This was definitely not an ability that could be abused. And yet, even though the strongest enemy was rushing towards him, swinging huge axes as tall as him, Taehyung felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. He simply dodged the heavy blow, and the axe sank deep into the ground, only cutting through the asphalt. The hero slid close and inflicted a deep wound on the centaur, from which his bodily fluids gushed. The monster launched several more quick, sweeping blows, but still missed its target, which made it even more furious. Even after absorbing new corpses and becoming stronger, he was still inferior to the cheater, and once again the monster cursed the toxic server. As a result, the guy simply ran up and delivered a direct blow to his chest, aiming for the heart. The thing is that along with the release of blood, Taehyung received not only super strength and speed, but his right eye turned red, as if he had used the Predator skill. But there was something else, too. Unlike before, this time the boy could clearly see the flow of mana. Thanks to this, he could see where the enemy's power was gathering and anticipate their moves. Using the same vision, he was able to see the location of the mana crystal, which is the heart of the monster. Having received a mortal wound, the centaur asked him who he was, and the guy wished him a good journey to hell, where everyone was supposed to tell on the spot. From the overexertion, the mana that burst out of the crystal tore the centaur's body to shreds. Of course, Taehyung himself wanted to find out the nature of his powers, no less than the others. Once such a powerful dual boss was defeated, the gate breach crisis could be considered resolved. The local association did everything in its power to overcome the aftermath and provided assistance to the people. After the investigation, Matsuda was removed from his post and sentenced to prison, although it was unlikely that there was a prison capable of holding him. In Lim Aong's case, she suffered minor injuries and recovered quickly, but was more worried about being scolded by Chairman Ju. But the one-eyed old man was simply glad to see her return. The silly girl had only been a schoolgirl yesterday and didn't understand much. As for the couple of the saint and her samurai, they publicly apologized. Immediately after the battle, they confessed to all their sins and abuses of skills. The saint herself reported that she had manipulated people's memories. Sarara agreed to accept any punishment, and afterward promised to responsibly fulfill her duty as a seeker, even if she was sentenced to life imprisonment. On the other hand, she and her samurai were the only national-level seekers, so she could be forgiven anything. Meanwhile, news of Taehyung's victory, his victory over a double high-rank monster, which was also recorded live, reached the new empire. The head of their association recognized the young man's strength, although he had previously thought only Cody was capable of such a feat. Marcus noted that the young man had grown not only since the tournament, but even since his fight with Gregory. Moreover, they immediately realized that the red power that Taehyung used belonged to the Duke, which made the chairman's desire to get his hands on such a young talent even stronger. But he understood that people of such stature do not seek money and status. They are driven by strong ideals. One could only hope that these ideals are not contradictory. Then, after a short meeting, the chairman told Marcus not to do anything about this guy. In any case, every step they took was for the good of humanity, he said as he entered the hall where the figure of the creature stood, as if created from pure gold. After his long, grueling battle, Taehyung replenished his mana reserves with potions. But even then, the predator's skill no longer responded to his commands. After the blood discharge was complete, his body returned to normal. Fortunately, the lost limbs returned to their place, but the skills remained blocked by the double. That's why the boy turned to a potion maker to somehow solve this problem. But the results were negative again, and a huge line of bubbles formed on the floor. Of the skills, only the blood ejection and red eye, another skill related to it, worked. So Sangik was the leader of the Alchemist Guild, and he also seemed disappointed with the failure. His primary skill was creative potion making. By combining special ingredients, he was able to create potions of exceptional quality. Effects ranged from simple stat boosts to the removal of curses and incurable diseases. The old alchemist was extremely upset that he hadn't been able to help the boy when he approached him for the first time in a long time. But the hero told him not to worry. The curse that had befallen him was simply of a different nature. Since this didn't solve the problem, there was only one way left: to meet with his double, who didn't want to let him go. But first, the guy was planning to go to a foreign sanatorium and undergo various examinations there. Of course, we were talking about the most powerful country in the whole world, the old alchemist realized. The world's best curse-removing expert lived there, and Taehyung intended to visit him. Ricky Harless was standing right in the middle of the pile of bodies that were spread out around her, and a strong fighting aura surrounded her. And this girl came here to see Chairman Cha Ran. The spell ball in her hands looked threatening. She told the scoundrel that she had come here not as an ordinary seeker, but as an investigator for a global organization, and accused Cha Ran of murdering seekers at the tournament. She also came here to investigate the unauthorized experiments that Cha Ran was conducting near the unexplored dungeon. Now he had a choice: cooperate with the investigation or die. The old man, of course, cheekily asked what would happen if he refused. Taehyung, like no one else, knew what this would lead to, and that he needed to hurry before Ricky Harley's went missing. Before heading to Cha Ran, Marcus informed her that they had the right of access to the unexplored dungeons. One of them was provided by Taehyung, and was called Kenta Canis' Storm, which he himself cleared. The second was called the Grey Pit, and many raid teams had already perished in it. It should be taken into account that illegal mana research centers were discovered around the second dungeon. Apparently Cha Ran was behind them, and was conducting some kind of vile experiment. This could not be tolerated any longer, and it was necessary to intervene. But for some reason, they decided to do it under the guise of an investigation and even sent the girl alone. Ricky might have been at the top, but she knew the risk she was taking. It felt more like an outright provocation, as if she'd been sent there specifically to give them a pretext to destroy Cha Ran if he attacked. However, it was also impossible to call Ricky an easy prey. She immediately showed her dominant power. She made no secret of her intentions to bring Charon to justice, even if it happened after the battle. Charon just grinned. Of course he was preparing for a battle with the strongest. But Ricky was an outstanding magician, and he understood that he would not be able to cope with her. However, this girl was perfect for his plan. So the old man suddenly laughed and said that he was just joking. Could they resist the World Association? He said with feigned gentleness, and agreed to cooperate. He even suggested that she see everything with her own eyes, so that she could draw accurate conclusions. Tomorrow she will be able to personally observe the experiment and then draw conclusions, Charon said, and smugly ran his hand through his beard. As an investigator, she shouldn't have agreed, but in the end she returned to the hotel. After all, Ricky couldn't fight the entire organization alone. She wasn't stupid, and she knew that Charon's words were just a pretense, and he was clearly plotting something. It was hard to tell what was on his mind, so she decided to wait and be careful. A person only has one life. Leaning back in her chair, the girl could relax. But another circumstance of this matter did not give her peace. Someone named Kim Tae-hyung very tactlessly invited himself to visit a lonely lady at her house. Of course, the guy had already made a splash in the world and was on everyone's lips. Ricky herself wanted to meet him if the opportunity arose, but not so quickly and not under such circumstances. So she kept a suspicious look at the guy. The culprit of her anxiety, without any preludes, declared a terrible thing, that she would die tomorrow in that place. At first she thought the boy was just joking, but his calm and confident face said otherwise. Riki was known as the world's #2 seeker, but her main specialty was the cancellation skill, which could cancel even the oath of an awakened person and the celibacy dinner. Tae-hyung, however, was currently unable to use any skill other than the eye and blood discharge, the latter of which was quite specific and required the corpse of a strong enemy. Rika's skills were desperately needed, but she was also known to be taciturn and rarely interacted with anyone outside of her circle. The guy only knew that when she disappeared into the Guangzhou dungeon, the whole world was in an uproar when it heard this story. With his harsh statement, the hero hoped to attract her attention. Riki herself should have understood the precariousness of her position. Tomorrow she would have to stick her head into the tiger's mouth. However, the answer was a piercing look. In Rika's opinion, the searchers were at risk every day, regardless of whether she believed the guy or not. She considered it her duty to conduct the investigation. This surprised the guy greatly. He thought that anyone who considers themselves human would think first and foremost about their own life. But then the sorceress showed him her magic and asked if he thought they were still human. With a single click of a finger, the entire hotel building, which was filled with people, could collapse. With such power, the seekers were little different from monsters. Whether it was money, fame, a dream, or a mission, all seekers needed something. This was what most limited each of them, as if their hands were bound with chains. But what is it that binds him? Is he able to control himself? The sorceress asked him, and gently touched his shoulder. Or maybe he's just a monster, possessed by a thirst for something incomprehensible. Riki's hand pointed eloquently at the back of his head, and the hero felt as if he were under the barrel of a gun. The hero didn't immediately find what to answer, and was somewhat puzzled by such a question. Although everything wasn't as bad as with the cultists, the seekers also often lost their humanity during battle. Riki turned out to be quite straightforward and went straight to the point, which the hero liked. The girl nodded, her lush golden hair swaying, falling in soft curls across her face. Riki adjusted it and asked the boy what he wanted. What more could a high-ranking seeker ask for? So the guy quickly introduced her to the essence of his problem, and even though he dared to demand such a thing on their very first meeting, there was nothing wrong with it. Taehyung knew what to offer her, and he knew why Riki was in a hurry. There were many prisoners in the laboratory basements who were being experimented on. This was her main concern, so the guy offered his help, and Riki looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he thought she needed it. The hero left this to her discretion, but still offered his services as a backup. Only his impeccable reputation allowed Riki to take him with her. At the portal that led to Charon's laboratory, the employees recognized her and greeted her, asking who was with her. Riki glanced at the young, fit guy who had put on glasses and slicked back his hair, hoping that this masquerade would deceive someone. and replied with a smile that she had acquired a bodyguard. Upon arrival, they began a long descent in an elevator. The scale of the dungeon was reminiscent of various works of art where giant robots fight. Only Ricky was invited to this lab. Otherwise, they would have had to gather an entire army and storm it like a fortress, risking letting the enemies destroy all the evidence. Even though the boy risked being identified, it was the only way to get into the lab without making any noise, since he couldn't even use his invisibility skill. Charon came out to meet Ricky and mockingly asked why the great sorceress needed a bodyguard, hinting at her cowardice. Ricky just chuckled. It never hurt to be careful, and she wouldn't accept any objections. The hero really wanted to grab Charon by the throat right now. This bastard was behind many deaths in the tournament, and he was making an attempt on Taehyung himself. To enter inside, they were required to take the Oath of the Awakened, which was a very dangerous condition. But Riki immediately showed her overwhelming strength. Hardly anyone could cope with her. Even the hero had a hard time in her presence from the pressure of magical power. The energy flow exceeded all expectations. After all, it was not for nothing that she was the best sorceress in the world. Charon had to admit that Ricky Harless couldn't be stopped by the Awakened One's oath due to its overwhelming power. He then apologized for his rudeness and opened the doors to the laboratory, which he called the place of awakening of the highest rank. Inside, they found rows of glass flasks for experiments, and there were people sitting in them. The number of test subjects was astonishing. Ricky had expected something similar in the spirit of 20th century Nazism, but she hadn't thought there would be so many people there. Through experiments, they artificially created awakened beings here, injecting them with the magical power of monsters. It was a power that defied gods, the old scoundrel boasted. Ricky grimaced with disdain. Taehyung asked her not to use her skills here, seeing how indignant the sorceress was, because the test subjects themselves could suffer from this. Another awakened one was about to be born, Chaorong said, and showed them this flask. His indicators were rapidly growing. Magical and physical strength. Riki couldn't believe her eyes. But instead of success, a sickening sight awaited them. The subject's body couldn't withstand it and turned into bloody mince right before their eyes. Failure again, Charon stated with feigned regret. This instantly enraged Riki. Taehyung, realizing where this was all heading, tried to whisper to her to bring her to her senses before the carnage began. But the sorceress could no longer be stopped. Charon had crossed the line, violating the main laws of morality. Taehyung caught the canceling skills in her magic. But there were others. The atmosphere around him was rapidly heating up under the influence of her power. Even the walls of the lab began to shake as Ricky finally broke loose, calling the old bastard to account. People are not equal in the first place, Chaorong said, and the seeker system should be applied to the entire world, dividing people into ranks. A person's life is determined by the moment they achieve a rank and a place in the rankings, but no one wanted to remain at the bottom of the list with no hope of improvement. That was his answer to their request, the madman said smugly. However, Ricky understood perfectly well all this demagoguery, behind which stood only personal greed and inhumanity. But today it will come to an end. She struck in all directions with streams of an energy mixture of unprecedented density. All these lightning bolts rushed towards Charon, but he managed to use the black hole skill because he was also watching Interstellar. This skill nullified everything nearby, and the air in the room became thin again. It was a rare acquisition, and it took years of training to master it. Taehyung had no idea where the old man got such a skill from. Ricky was clearly discouraged because she thought that her magical power was higher than his, and Charon understood this. He helpfully showed her the black hole scroll he carried in his pocket and stated that he had another gift. As if sensing something was wrong, Taehyung moved in that direction, blocking Ricky. Before this, he was at a loss to understand why the laboratory was located underground, which required a lot of effort. But when the partition opened, the gates to the dungeon appeared behind it. This way, the laboratory could effectively use the dungeon's mana, and most of it belonged to that same scoundrel. Charon chuckled again, hoping that Harless would share his ideals and aspirations, and then turned to the hero, making it clear that his humorous masquerade would not deceive anyone anyway. So Charon hoped to deal with both of them and close his debt to the hero. He ordered the entrance to be sealed, despite the fact that not only the test subjects but also ordinary laboratory employees remained inside. However, the old bastard considered it all a reasonable price to remove two dangerous enemies. It was obvious from the very beginning that they were walking into the tiger's mouth, and now that mouth has slammed shut. What's worse, Rika's skills were sealed. The situation was difficult. It was the first time she found herself in such a situation, so she was a little discouraged. Then a large orc, twice the height of a man, with glowing eyes, emerged from the dungeon gates and clearly did not come here to make acquaintances. Several lab technicians bravely armed themselves with some junk and hoped to repel the attack of this monster. But then they discovered that the ogre was infected with some kind of parasite. The green wave touched the lab technicians, and one of them immediately became ill. His face turned green, and his face became terribly swollen. The infected one immediately rushed at his comrade and bit him, spreading the infection further. The orc also did not stand still, and attacked with his green power, touching which one could become infected. And although the monster was aiming at Riki, who was unable to defend herself from it, the hero saved her at the last moment, honestly fulfilling what he had come here for. The girl looked at her savior's face in amazement, her blue eyes wide open. She did not expect at all that he would be able to use the skill. The fate of all the lab technicians was unenviable. They turned into monsters, which is ironic since they themselves rejected humanity and conducted illegal experiments on people. Yet Taehyung wanted to stop the infection by eliminating all the parasites, and with his eye he could clearly see the source of the infection. The orc was the main body that gave orders to the others, and pushing aside the converted ones, the hero rushed towards him. He aimed at his head because the red eye showed him the way. Inside the orc's half-empty skull lived a parasite, a hideous worm that controlled his mind. However, when Taehyung wanted to grab him, the orc showed miracles of intelligence and dodged. Then, ignoring the guy, he aimed at the lab technicians, wanting to infect even more people. This was no good at all, the boy thought, because it would only make it more difficult for him to fight. He took a running start and grabbed the monster at full speed so that they flew back to the gate together. The orc leveled the wall with his body. A blow of such force should have at least broken his spine, but the parasite imbued him with some special power. So the enemy rose again and surrounded himself with a green aura. The infection rushed towards the hero, and Taehyung realized that he was in trouble. There was a crash, and Riki stared at the guy in amazement. He stood motionless in a cloud of dust, and it all looked very bad. If a seeker as strong as he is found to be under the influence of the parasite, it could mark the birth of a new monster, a monster that no one in the laboratory, nor even in the world, would be able to cope with. However, fortunately, this was avoided. Taehyung achieved his goal and caught the parasite in the orc's head. He tore it from the monster's head and threw it away, and the threat was dealt with. Like a true king of pathos, the guy didn't look at the enemy's falling carcass and reached for his glasses. He struck another dramatic pose so everyone could appreciate his outrageous coolness and suggested that Riki hunt the old bastard. Meanwhile, the old chairman fled with his men, but they were worried that Taehyung and Riki would survive. After all, they were national-level seekers. The chairman nervously stroked his sparse beard and looked angrily at his subordinates, which immediately caused them to become constipated. But then he softened and said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because the walls of the laboratory were made of a particularly durable material. This place was created to hold just such awakened ones, in case the experience did not go as smoothly as desired. This structure was capable of blocking most skills, and at the elevator exit, another massive door, made of the same material as the walls, was installed. Once it was sealed, their enemies would remain here forever, until they died at the hands of the dungeon's monsters. But their hopes were not destined to come true, as the entire laboratory building shook from a series of blows. Something was rapidly approaching them, breaking through all obstacles in its path. And in the end, Taehyung simply smashed the elevator lid, thus catching up with Choran's team. There was still one unpaid debt between them, so the guy simply couldn't let the old man go home, and he grinned evilly at the sight of his face. The chairman grimaced. His calculations on the walls had completely failed. The boy was in his way until the very end. Until now, Charan had not acted personally, and the guy wanted to test what he was capable of. He suspected that the old man simply had no abilities, although he himself hardly had anything other than his characteristics. But the enemy didn't run or dodge. He simply put his hand under Taehyung's blow. Their fists collided in the center of the room, causing a loud echo to reverberate around. It turns out that Taehyung had been using the blood eruption all this time, and now he was amazed that the old man blocked it with his bare hand and even managed to throw him back. Just by looking at the movement of Charon's mana, Taehyung realized where the source of his power lay. The old man had injected himself with the blood of a monster. At the moment, he himself was half demon, about to awaken. It was hard to imagine that there was a madman who decided to conduct experiments on himself. Charon initially didn't plan to reveal his trump card, but for Taehyung's sake, he entered the battle and quickly moved in to knock him out in one blow. He wished the boy to go drink some milk and grow up a little more, and then contradict his elders. But suddenly, the chairman's hand seemed to be shackled to the floor, as if electrical chains had firmly grasped it and were pulling it downwards. The bonds that bound him absorbed Charon's energy, and he felt himself weakening. Turning around, the hero saw his partner, who had safely arrived here while he had detained the old man. The girl apologized for the delay, but she couldn't cover that distance and walked up the stairs. Moreover, many obstacles appeared on her path in the form of the criminal's accomplices, all of whom now lay like a carpet at her feet. Riki stood next to the guy and praised his skills. Not only did he use abilities within the radius of the black hole, but he also had the shocking power to break through the walls of a fortified bunker. She even became curious about what exactly Taehyung was trying to unlock if he already possessed inhuman power. Charon became even more angry, not only because he was tied up, but because he was being ignored so brazenly. Rage gave him new strength, so Charon was able to break the bonds that Riki had tied him with. He was breathing heavily and rose to his feet, clearly making it clear that the fight would not end so easily. This needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible, and the team, without any prior agreement, prepared for a tough fight. The chairman attacked first, rushing into close combat in which he felt his superiority. But Riki quickly showed him that simply rushing at an opponent without any idea was stupid. Lightning flashed and tore off the old man's arm. Taehyung also did not stand aside, and grabbing his comrade's shoulder, he jumped over her. He used Blood Splash again, which gave him stat points. And with a few sweeping blows, he managed to reach the chairman's body, causing him to stagger back in pain. A couple more swings, and the old man lost his second arm faster than he could blink. But then it turned out that for someone who had taken the demon's blood, the loss of a limb was not a loss, and he could still fight, but the target became more vulnerable in close combat. Riki. She flew back against the wall, leaving a deep dent in it. To his credit, the old man fought with tactical calculations, first turning off the sorceress, then switching to the main threat, and no longer having to worry about the rear. Thanks to the demon blood, his body's regeneration was amazing, so it was unlikely that this man could receive disability benefits. He was so confident in his invulnerability that he allowed himself to stop for a moment and laugh at the hero. Taehyung really did have problems. After just one heavy blow, his arms, which were capable of breaking concrete walls, were already shaking from the strain. The arrogant old man praised him for such endurance. He even felt sorry for killing the guy. So he decided to offer him to become his servant, especially since the guy was already the Duke's contractor. But this was already unpleasant news for the hero, since the enemy knew about his contract. Cho-ran was surrounded by an ominous aura, and he completely disregarded the usual divisions by rank. Because in front of people like them, the Duke's contractors, all other seekers are insignificant. Here, Taehyung got tired of listening to all this nonsense and abruptly interrupted the crazy old man. Even Riki came to her senses and activated some kind of spell. She hurried to use her cancel magic on the hero, and the guy finally unlocked his skills. At that very moment, he summoned the spirit of the dead knight and with its help pinned down the madman. Charon himself didn't expect that the boy would suddenly become much stronger. Then he realized that all this time the boy had been playing with him and hiding his abilities. "Is it worth teaming up with such a worthless person?" Taehyung asked and used his predator skill. The dragon's mouth grabbed him with its sharp teeth and swallowed him whole. "The levels of the contract they had were too different," said the hero, adopting another pompous pose. Cho-ran was perplexed. Even after becoming stronger, absorbing demon blood, and creating a new species, the boy still outmatched him. He needed more power, and then a voice within offered it, but demanded a body in exchange. A monster covered in gray skin and with wings appeared behind Taehyung, some other freak from the abyss. He suddenly attacked the hero, spitting some kind of green liquid at him. It melted the floor, and that's how the guy realized that the monster could spit strong acid. The next moment, the mutant beetle soared into the air and hovered above the ground, buzzing its wings as if showing off its ugly appearance. Then he targeted the weakest, the lab technicians who were trying to escape from this place. Everyone who was hit by the acid died instantly, and Ricky was also almost hit. She had seen many monsters in her life, but she immediately realized that what the crazy old man had become was on another level. Before she fell into the abyss of the elevator shaft, the hero managed to catch her. So far, he managed to cope with his job as a bodyguard. Upon landing, he informed Ricky that his suspicions about this monster had been confirmed, and he already knew who they were fighting. Grey Venom, the master of the dungeon targeted by the forces of two empires, hovered in the air, buzzing with 4 wings, and surrounded himself with a foul aura. In Taehyung's past, an event involving the expansion of a dungeon caught the world's attention. Venom took advantage of the infected people and quickly spread the infection to the surface. Not only did Cha-Ron experiment with monster blood, but he himself turned into one. It would have been better for Riki to leave this place first, especially since she had little mana left after the cancellation. The hero wanted to act according to the classic plot. Stay here and buy her time so that she could bring help. Although she was worried about him, the guy said that he knew how to fight alone, and if he needed to protect someone, he would be limited in his actions. Then the monster himself spoke up. He had already realized who his main enemy was, the guy who had signed a contract with the Duke. The man who received the contract was supposed to serve his Duke, not help people, Venom said, and attacked the hero. He wanted to absorb the boy's body and make him his host, becoming even stronger. But this was not destined to come true, because Taehyung simply unleashed a predator on him, which the monster was no match for. First, something had to be done with the speed of the chattering parasite, and the hero activated the monster's eye along with the predator, causing it to temporarily transform into an eye of a higher species. Riki obeyed the guy and walked away, but she still thought that it was wrong to leave him alone. She understood that she wouldn't be of much use now anyway, but her conscience tormented her about leaving a boy younger than herself on the battlefield. All she could do was hope the boy would survive unharmed until she called for backup. It was just unclear why the skill world didn't have an emergency teleport or communication system for that. Taehyung kicked the insect and Venom pierced the wall like a green bullet. With the help of the predator, he threw it from wall to wall as they fell deeper and deeper into the tunnel, and yet the creature turned out to be very nimble and agile, and managed to sneak up on the hero from behind. The predator's unique skill became stronger again, and the hero managed to track it. While the higher species' eye was active, Venom's movements seemed slow to him. Moreover, the Devourer skill itself also became stronger. Together, they made an excellent and effective pair. The hero felt that he had the power to defeat him when Venom spat acid again. This time, Taehyung was expecting an attack, so he managed to use the predator for defense. Now he was breaking through to the monster again, this time hoping to catch it properly. The predator took the form of a red, thorny tornado and tore the monster to pieces. An explosion of such force occurred that it reached the surface and blew the laboratory building to pieces. But the guy himself suffered too. He couldn't block all of Venom's attacks and wasted all of his mana. Unfortunately for him, the insect was not harmed at all, and there was not a single scratch on its smooth skin. Even after the ultimate blow, the monster survived. The guy faced another monster that must be overcome. Here, Venom showed him his true strength and dropped the hero face down on the floor. Somehow, he became faster and stronger than before. Taehyung's consciousness was blurring, and the battle was becoming more and more one-sided. Venom had the unique ability to absorb mana directly from the air, so he did not get tired, which meant that the space in which they fought had already become part of the dungeon expansion. There was no way to defeat him in this place, and the mutant grinned contentedly, already anticipating how he would make the hero's body his receptacle. Then Taehyung was overcome with the horror that he had already experienced when he first encountered death. But he had long since gotten used to this feeling, and with a wave of his hand he tore off the parasite's limb, which was reaching out to him. The monster recoiled, but only laughed at the hero's efforts. He already knew that the guy's mana was running out. At this rate of mana expenditure, he would never be able to overcome this body's regenerative power, Venom helpfully explained. But then he realized that everything was not so simple, because his hand was in no hurry to grow back. It suddenly turned out that the mana that Venom collected from space was leaking straight to the guy. Taehyung himself didn't know about this ability of the predator, and thanks to this, he managed to escape death. For some time, both stood idle, assessing their own strength and that of the enemy. However, time was on Taehyung's side, as he replenished his mana, gained Venom's immense power, and also increased his stats. Unwilling to admit defeat, the monster accused the hero of using third-rate tricks to win. It would seem that it doesn't matter how the victory was achieved, but the parasite began to boast that his strength in this dungeon was limitless, and that he could not be defeated here. However, Taehyung had something to say in response, and he suggested that they see how long this world would exist, and the predator opened its mouth again. It was an unprecedented surge of his power that overwhelmed the parasite. Suddenly he found himself in a strange place, in the middle of a bloody, endless sea. Now they even throw insects into his kingdom. "The boy has become quite insolent," said a rough voice. The parasite turned around in shock and saw someone completely different from the one he had been fighting. But he had the same face and was sitting on a bone throne. Venom was very offended that his master Beelzebub was spoken of in extremely unflattering terms, but the ruler on the throne was only angered by his words, and he chained Venom up. Even if it was the Duke's domain, Venom was confident he could destroy it, and released his green stench. The fact that he mistook Taehyung's doppelganger for the Duke was quite amusing. A mysterious force prevented the corruption from entering this place, and its influence was blocked. Venom tried to break free, but the chains held him securely captive, and the power granted by Beelzebub did not help, after which he finally fell silent. Montel Ramon arrived at the scene and was amazed to see the extent of the destruction. Initially, his mission was to protect Ricky Harless, who was also an investigator for the global organization. But in the end, she refused to protect him, which was also suspicious. It turned out that the sorceress had already found herself a bodyguard, and yet Ramon did not leave, but secretly watched her. Several hours had passed since Ricky had entered the lab, and there had been no news from her, which meant it was time for him to enter the game. Suddenly the fireplace whistled past, as if someone had thrown it. Then Ramon saw a passage open near one of the dilapidated walls, and a girl came out from there. Ramon immediately recognized Ricky and rushed to her aid. Seeing that a seeker of her level was seriously injured, he asked what happened inside. Ricky quickly spoke in a few words about her experiments with monstrification of people. Unfortunately, it was not possible to save them. Venom killed everyone, but his infection did not spread beyond the laboratory. Ramon suggested that they quickly return to the association and talk there, but Ricky said that there was still one person who needed to be saved, and she talked about Kim Taehyung, who acted as her bodyguard. Then they felt an ominous feeling and turned towards the laboratory. Monsters poured out from its depths, just as when a dungeon breaks through. Ramon covered Ricky with his body and activated his abilities, but they could hardly think about helping the hero now. The skill of a black searcher created pistols. Everything is logical. The author has no prejudices. Bullet of Total Annihilation is a skill that summons countless weapons created from mana. It's a pity they didn't think of a machine gun. The monsters were still rushing out, so it was unlikely that such a rapid barrage would have stopped them. Ramon no longer had any hope that Ricky's bodyguard would have survived this incident. If he had known in advance what he would have to face, he would have taken reinforcements with him. But there were none, so Ricky decided to fight too. She blew the heads off several large monsters at once, but thoughts of Taehyung never left her. However, the previous battles had weakened her, and Ricky was open for a moment. Then one of the ugly monsters attacked her. They were almost grabbed by monsters from all sides, when suddenly they all froze in place as if paralyzed. In the end, Ramon, who came here to cover for Ricky, was himself saved by the hero, who appeared on time as always. He killed the monsters and then landed dramatically in a clearing, announcing that Venom was dead. "Now all that remains is to deal with the small fry," said the hero, and grinned. And so they began to fight the second gate breakthrough in a short time. By a strange coincidence, only one person was behind the blocking of both breakthroughs. These two incidents could have turned into a disaster for the entire continent and plunged the world into chaos in the global economy. Using chains, Taehyung skillfully grabbed large freaks and threw them where Ramon and Ricky could deal with them. These events also influenced the hero himself, making him famous throughout the world. People watched the broadcast footage of his battles and admired his strength. Changes also occurred within the worldwide association of adventurers, as the increasing number of adventurers conquering double highest rank monsters necessitated a change to the ranking system. A simple top-tier rank could no longer accommodate the vast difference in power between seekers like Taehyung and ordinary awakened ones. So they came up with the idea of writing 2 letters instead of 1 for the hero rank. Meanwhile, in the abyss, the villain Shadow met another renegade, who was sitting on a pile of corpses. He had become even stronger since their last meeting, all because he managed to make a contract with Duke Orgyle, the king of the demonic beasts, the same one who recently lost 2 centaurs. This was indeed a power worthy of a ruler, Shadow praised his longtime friend. He stood up from his seat and patted his friend on the shoulder as a greeting. He already understood that since the Shadow had come to him, it meant that some difficulties had arisen outside the abyss. The masked man with complexes agreed that a lot had happened during their separation, but such news even inspired his ally, and he smiled widely with a snake-like grin, while squinting his eyes so that he could hardly see anything. Several days had passed since the Grey Pit dungeon had been cleared, and the remote paradise in the warm ocean served as an excellent place to relax. Ricky stretched contentedly, exposing her soft skin to the sun's rays. She hadn't rested like this for a very long time, so she enjoyed everything. Taehyung, who hadn't even changed his clothes, reminded that although he had invited the sorceress himself, they weren't there for fun. But Ricky simply didn't consider this something shameful. She used every free minute because she was already working like crazy. Just recently, the full weight of the investigation fell on her, and she had to make many reports for the World Organization. Charong had gone missing. His laboratory had been destroyed in a battle with monsters, so she had difficulty providing evidence. Furthermore, they had been unable to rescue the subjects of the experiments, nor those who performed them, so there were no other witnesses. Ricky must have been devastated that all her efforts had been in vain to some extent, and the hero knew it. But compared to Taehyung's previous life, everything turned out perfectly. Otherwise, Ricky would have already gone missing, and the villain's plans would have succeeded. The breach of the gate and the Venom invasion claimed many innocent lives across the country. Although the guy was looking for her only to remove his shackles, in the end he saved the girl and achieved significant success, which was worth the risk. He was suddenly distracted from his thoughts by Yu A-yeon, who suddenly appeared before them. She was wearing a cute resort outfit that did nothing to hide her slender figure, and the spy was extremely outraged by the guy's date under the guise of work. Taehyung tried to deny everything, but Ricky just smirked, asking what was wrong with that. Moreover, the hero didn't even invite Yu A-yeon with him, so he was surprised to see her here. It turned out that Yu A-yeon was looking after the premises that the guy was renting, because it belonged to her guild. The hero was surprised again, because he had paid a lot of money. Then the spy began to argue that not everything in the world is so simple. Ricky, who was watching their argument, suddenly smiled slyly. She had no idea that the guy was so popular, and promised not to keep him busy for long. And so she suggested getting straight to the point, whether that was true or not. But with these words, she assumed a very effective pose, and it was impossible not to admire her beautiful figure and sweet face with blue eyes. Later, Yu A-yeon brought him to a place that was considered the strongest on Earth, and was able to withstand even the attack of a double highest-rank monster, and was also located far from the city. It was a spacious room, with walls like a bunker, and so everyone was curious why Taehyung decided to come here. The guy's skills were already unlocked, but these powers were not enough for him. He understood perfectly well that at any moment the scoundrel with his face could pull off such a stunt again, or what's more, take his body. Considering all the risks, this weakness had to be eliminated, as the doppelganger was hardly trustworthy. He would face larger battles in the future, so the doppelganger had to be subdued. Taehyung was worried that he might have an uncontrollable release of energy, and Yu A-yeon realized that he was afraid of losing control of one of his skills. But this was a much more dangerous state. He could lose his mind and stop being himself, the hero warned. And since they were there together, the guy asked the girls to unite and stop him if something went wrong. The scout sighed heavily. As usual, it was difficult for her to understand what was going on in the guy's head. She turned to Ricky, but she also shrugged her shoulders. She didn't know Taehyung well enough to know how to reason with him. The girl remembered the skill the boy used after the cancellation worked on him. It was similar to the Duke's power. In any case, she responded to her savior's request, also because she wanted to learn more about his power. When everything was ready, everyone was warned, it was time to begin. For the first time, Taehyung decided to resort to this method. He turned the phone screen towards himself and turned on the camera, after which he activated the power of gas. At that very moment, his consciousness went deep into the inner world. And so the hero himself found himself in the middle of the endless Red Sea, where he had previously sent all sorts of rabble. The smug ruler with his face, who sat on the bone throne, grinned and praised the boy for his intelligence. He didn't expect the boy to dare come to him in person. The hero brazenly declared that he'd always wanted to see the bastard who lived in his body without permission and didn't even pay rent. Moreover, he used his face, but Taehyung knew nothing about his true essence. The settler just grinned and stated that he was not obligated to tell the guy anything. It was an expected answer, but the guy was no longer going to ignore the time bomb that could explode inside him at any moment. So slamming his fist into his palm, he ordered the imposter to get out of this house. And if he refuses, we'll have to throw him out by force, said the hero and extended his hand towards the settler. He immediately rose from his bone throne and mirrored the guy's gesture. From the outside, it could have been taken for a battle of show-offs with a bunch of complexes, all these sweeping movements, pompous phrases. Two monsters burst from their hands and collided in the center between them, both using the same power. At the same time, the floor under the feet of the two girls who were watching the hero suddenly began to tremble. At first, they thought an earthquake had started, but then they realized that what the guy had warned them about had started. The floor of the reinforced bunker cracked under his feet like a crust of ice. Riki immediately realized that there was trouble and told Aeon to get ready. It would clearly not be easy for them. Meanwhile, Taehyung and his doppelganger exchanged blows with thorn vines, trying to devour each other. There is nothing more boring in the world than battles between mirror opponents. But every story has them, because inventing an original enemy requires thought. It quickly became apparent that their powers were mirror images and collided with each other, completely neutralizing each other. This was unlikely to upset the balance between them. The double saw right through the guy. He knew that he was saving the king's power and would only use his own skills. Shockwaves spread across the Red Sea until no one could gain the upper hand. But then it turned out that Taehyung wasn't the only one who could use his skills, and he saw the sword of Damocles, the spirit of the dead above him, above. For the first time, he himself felt the overwhelming effect of his skill when the sword came down. The hero hadn't considered this before, so he had to quickly dodge. It's really surprising that someone who can disable your skills at any time can use them. Sarcasm. Isn't that natural? His double asked when he noticed the hero's surprise and managed to hit him even in invisibility. All these weapons were obtained thanks to the power of the king, the light-faced one, so the twins also had skills. There was no other choice but to admit that this double was strong, because before this, it was he who helped the hero deal with those enemies against whom he himself could do nothing. Initially, he had several plans on how to deal with the double, but now they have lost all meaning. The settler even heard his thoughts, but it was all useless. He ordered the guy to surrender and directed the chains in his direction. However, Taehyung wasn't going to accept defeat so easily. He wanted to try everything he could do and everything he had. The girls felt his frightening, enormous surge of power, which was clearly getting out of control. The flow was so powerful that even Riki thought the word huge didn't describe her sensations well enough. His magical power exceeded her own, and Riki was a better sorceress, which she was very proud of. She needed to act now before it was too late, she told Yu Aeon, as she watched the boy become surrounded by a dark force. But as soon as they started moving, the hero himself started moving and reached out his hand to the girls. For a moment, they thought with horror that this story might change genre and age restrictions. Riki asked to buy her some time while she used her skill. Aeon took this request with enthusiasm and immediately went into ultimate mode. She always wanted to fight the hero. She rushed at him herself, and Taehyung covered himself with only one hand. The echo of the blow spread around. It reminded her of their shared trip to the Phoenix dungeon. But then it was Aeon herself who was possessed. So she hurried to return the favor and bring the guy to his senses. And what could be better than a good slap on the head in this case? A sharp blow from the spear cut through the air, but it never reached its target. Taehyung dodged and attacked again. It was impossible to say that he was conscious. Rather, he was moving on the floor on instincts. Even so, the hero quickly pushed back Yu Aeon, and then Riki decided to use her trump card, which she didn't want to show to anyone. A huge ball of mana had gathered right above her, so dense that it glowed brightly. Aeon, meanwhile, was barely holding on. Her hands were already shaking from fatigue, but the only thing she could do now was to continue attacking. At Rika's signal, Aeon rushed to the side. And at that very moment, a veritable jungle of dense woody vines sprouted right from the reinforced floor. Each one was as thick as a tree, and Yu Aong wondered what the forest could do to help. It turned out that the source of the vines was the portal that Riki created. She opened a passage directly into the depths of the abyss and managed to summon a demonic beast from there. This beast fed on magical power. It moved towards its strongest source, and once it caught it, it would never let go until it drank it dry. Ayan was shocked. Not only did Riki create a gate to the abyss with her power, but she also used monsters as weapons. She justified her second place in the national level search rankings. For a while, the hero simply lay limply on the hard vines, as if submitting to their strength. Ayan thought they were finished, but Riki gestured for her to wait. She felt that even with the loss of energy, Taehyung's magical power continued to flow as if from a bottomless source. If they hesitated even for a moment, the situation could truly become dangerous. Had she known in advance how much effort would be required, she would have demanded a higher fee, and Riki thought of raising the issue later when she saw the vines tearing. At that very moment, Yu A-yeon received a blow faster than she could blink. Kim Taehyung completely freed himself from the green vines that had bound him, and instantly took his partner out of the fight. This was complete nonsense. He shouldn't even be moving, Riki thought, and tried to tie the guy up again. Then Taehyung spoke, but there was an unfamiliar note in his voice. He praised the girl for her clever use of the demonic beast, but unfortunately for her, the vine could only absorb a limited amount of power. A chill ran down her spine when she suddenly realized that someone else was speaking to her in Taehyung's voice. This someone looked at her angrily and smiled like a real maniac. "What happened to the original?" Riki asked. She was very worried, realizing that the guy's plan most likely failed. "The guy lost, and he gave up his rights to own the body," the stranger answered her smugly. Riki unmistakably caught the feeling of a double highest-ranking monster in him. She had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, but it was clear that this threat simply needed to be dealt with. In any case, he was an enemy now, so Riki attacked almost without thinking. She threw dozens of lightning bolts at him, but the subtenant continued to stand serenely in place. And then, as if he were a child's toy, he easily knocked away all of Riki's energy with his bare hands. "This is how stunning the long-awaited release should be," the double declared with a wry smile. He rushed at Riki faster than she could comprehend anything. The boy had become an enemy too quickly. Yet all this could have been foreseen, and she could have bound herself with reliable chains. Taehyung himself was lying face down, almost drowning in the Red Sea, despite the fact that it was barely deeper than his ankles. He thought he had managed to close the gap with the settler, but it turned out to be a mistake. He was too strong. This was definitely not the sun-faced King Taehyung had met earlier. He wasn't crazy, but it was the king who had placed the inhabitant within him, and he had to find a way out. And there was only one way. The subtenant grabbed Riki by the throat. He was completely disappointed that the sorceress gave in so quickly. There was no fun in it. This was the first person in her life who could give her such an assessment. After all, Riki was a seeker of national rank. The standards of the people were clearly too small for him, the invader stated smugly, and asked if she had anything else. Since we were talking about national power levels, maybe she had some kind of trump card for this occasion, he asked. But Riki could only twitch helplessly in his arms. Here, Yu Aong, overcoming the pain, grabbed his hand and, turning to Kim Taehyung, ordered him to stop, because he had never been such a terrible person. However, it was unlikely that pleas could pacify the cruel owner of the predator. He easily brushed aside the wounded seeker, without any pity. "An insignificant bug does not dare touch his body," he said haughtily. Then he turned to Riki, wanting to deal with them one by one, and the girl realized that the idea of getting the guy back was a mistake. She still had a skill that she could show him, and light appeared in the sorceress's hands again. Even if the invader destroyed the demonic vine, the magical power it absorbed remained in the air, and Riki quickly gathered this entire ocean of mana in one place. She knew that if the monster that Taehyung had become were to break free, they would face a disaster worse than breaking through the gate, so Riki unleashed all her power on his body. Pure destructive force flew straight at him. There was no way to dodge or defend against it. But the settler only grinned and allowed the predator to close its jaws. It was all just a game. Riki was completely stunned, but the invader was clearly enjoying it. Now he was fully warmed up and could use all his skills. The sorceress fell to her knees, not understanding how she could even resist this. Everything seemed like a complete fraud. That's how it was, a scam, a cheat, in which all the efforts of all people were completely devalued by the author of the story, in order to exalt the coolness of one hero. The subtenant pointed his hand towards Rika and decided to absorb her with the help of a predator, with the most merciless grin on his face. Suddenly his ability was interrupted because the owner of this body intervened in the process. By using the predator on himself, Taehyung managed to return the tenant back to his inner world. It was akin to holding a gun to his own head. In this regard, Taehyung's guess was correct. The tenant also needed something, and he didn't want to kill him and take his body. His death would have put the double in a difficult position. But of course, the captor began to deny everything, assuring that threats would not work on him. But the very return to the inner world spoke eloquently of the opposite. The double chuckled and told the guy to stop bluffing, especially since things like regression don't happen twice in a lifetime. But Taehyung never had any illusions about this. He always considered life after rebirth a gift, a nice bonus for doing something good. And if nothing can be achieved here, then it is better to die than to let other people fall, the guy declared decisively. He was so determined to destroy himself that this time the settler was forced to retreat and abide by the boy's will. The reason he remained alive was because the hero had to reach the king with all his might. And if he cannot do this, he will be swallowed up without any regrets, said the settler and disappeared into the predator's mouth. Taehyung smiled. He knew that when that moment came, he himself would fight with all his might to survive. Eventually, he managed to return to his body, and for a while he looked thoughtfully at his hands, as if not believing what had happened. Then Ricky spoke up, and the guy picked her up in his arms in horror, feeling guilty for what he had done while he was not home. Then he remembered about Yu Ayong. She was lying nearby. Fortunately, there was no threat to her life. Ricky even found the strength to joke. After all, he was a very dangerous guy. She could not even imagine that such a person was hidden inside him. But still, the girl was grateful to him for the fact that he was able to return, and suggested that they consider what happened their little secret. In return, she asked him to come to her aid when her life was in danger. Despite what had happened, Ricky was ready to trust him with her back, and Taehyung quietly promised her this. He himself sighed with relief that the worst had been avoided, but only because he was willing to put his existence on the line. Soon the girls recovered quickly, and Yu Ayong came to her senses in the hospital. She deliberately played the weakling, enjoying the boy's attention and forcing him to show concern in every possible way. Since Taehyung felt guilty, he willingly went along with it. When the hero fed her apples, the girl wistfully noted that it was worth getting injured for such a treat. The guy asked her, however, not to expose herself like that again. Riki quickly left and Yu Ae-yeon was upset about this. But the sorceress had a lot of her own things to do. Was this true? And was it really because of the ceremony of awarding the double highest rank? The intelligence officer wondered. This time, the World Association of Seekers was really preparing something interesting. He had an international stage ahead of him. And he couldn't screw it up, the girl said, poking him with a fork. But what can you do? It didn't depend on him at all, the guy answered slyly. The summit soon took place, and the host gave a heart-wrenching speech about how the entire world was once brought to the brink of extinction with the appearance of the abyss. But in the end, humanity succeeded in conquering the gates and dungeons one after another, thanks to global cooperation and the dazzling performances of the adventurers. The presenter's speech was clearly biased, but he was addressing the general public. Vincent Chan, president of the World Association, confidently declared that they had now achieved peace and prosperity like never before. It was hard to believe him given the carnage at the Asian tournament. However, the world was indeed gaining strength, with more adventurers and more powerful skills. All this meant that the old ranking systems no longer worked. The time has come to introduce a new step in the hierarchy of power, a double top rank, and 10 seekers will receive it at once for their achievements. The participants came out onto the stage and solemnly lined up in front of everyone. Of course, among them was Kim Taehyung, who wore a suit for the occasion. Everyone had to obtain a seeker's license recognized by the World Association and, according to Vincent, serve humanity. Despite these beautiful words, which did not reflect the harsh reality, where every seeker thought first of himself and his own interests, the hero was glad that he had made it here. The boy's whole life flashed before his eyes after his return. He started from the very bottom and soared into the sky higher than everyone else. He could only read about something like this in comics before, but now he himself received an award weapon. But the guy wasn't going to be satisfied with that, because the license was only an intermediate step, a means, and not an end. There were many secrets ahead that needed to be destroyed. The sun-faced one, the dukes, his doppelganger, the subtenant, all were surrounded by a veil of secrecy. For this, Taehyung needed to move forward. Yes, that notorious thing again. To become stronger, no one wants to get smarter. Chairman Ju was the one who was most pleased with the hero's rise, and he firmly slapped the guy on the shoulder. Deputy Go asked the hero to be understanding, as their country was in dire need of a double-top rank power. A strong seeker will bring fresh energy into their organization and give everyone hope. Many people benefited from the guy winning the Asian tournament for their country, but the hero modestly noted that he was simply doing what he had to do. Seeing how friendly they were, Riki approached them to also greet the hero. She smiled charmingly at him, and perhaps there was more to that smile than simple politeness. Taehyung was worried about whether she had recovered, and the girl pretended to complain that there was still a slight pain in her body, and he should have been gentler with her. Riki seemed to have intentionally used so many meaningful phrases that Chairman Ju and Deputy Go immediately realized that the intelligence officer Ayan was right to be worried about the young man. But today Riki came with a different purpose. She wanted to introduce the hero to someone, if he didn't mind. A tall, fit, blonde man with yellow eyes like a tiger extended his hand to him and said that he had long wanted to meet. Only after reaching the double highest rank did Taehyung manage to deal with the man and meet his gaze directly. His face was on every cover of the magazines dedicated to the Seekers. He personified the entire era in which Taehyung himself grew up and lived in his past life. This man fought on the front lines in a tight tunic, without armor or weapons. The world's strongest seeker, Cody Wood, squeezed his hand tightly, and the hero said bluntly that it was an honor for him. They would be working together a lot in the future, Cody said, his piercing gaze seeming to try to probe the guy and understand what kind of person he was. Taehyung also wanted to say something, but President Vincent attracted everyone's attention. Right during the celebratory banquet, he announced that, at the suggestion of Chairman Kevin Yang, they had decided to create a strategic team from the new empire, the goal of which will be to clear all unexplored dungeons on Earth, and its core should include those seekers who today received double the highest rank. The team from the new empire immediately volunteered to join. In fact, the talk was about creating an armed bloc controlled by the World Association. This could be either a good omen or a harbinger of disaster, so everyone listened intently. The new empire already held 5 out of 10 top-tier licenses, and now it could seize complete influence in this united international army. Of course, according to Vincent, all this was in the name of a lasting, reliable, and secure peace for all. Chairman Ju was wary of this idea. Unity might be just words, but in reality, it could be a political ploy for one side to tilt the playing field to its advantage. The timing was perfect. It is clear that the largest team will gain the most from this situation, as they will receive the majority of the rewards, which will only further strengthen their hegemony in a world where nuclear weapons are no longer an effective means of deterring aggression. Chairman Ju understood all this. The Seeker Taehyung was essentially the main power and axis of the country, but without him, they were too weak. Now he could only go with the flow and accept the situation, as refusing to participate would put them in a losing position. All countries understood this, so one after another expressed their desire to join this global team. When almost everyone had spoken, Taehyung suddenly raised his hand up, drawing attention to himself. And although they expected him to join too, the guy firmly stated his refusal. Their country will act independently of everyone. It was a very harsh statement, and quite unexpected for everyone. But in this way, Taehyung made it clear that the world is far from united, and that not everyone is ready to accept the dominance of one country overall. Riki and Cody were returning on the same plane. The sorceress somewhat regretted that they had not been able to officially collaborate with Taehyung, and previous negotiations with Marcus and Gregory had also failed. But Cody sensed in her words more than just regret that the world team hadn't united everyone into a beautiful top 10. There was something else behind it. Riki didn't deny it, but she really did have a personal interest. They had something in common with this guy, so she asked Cody what he thought of him after this meeting. In his opinion, Taehyung looked strong. The fact that he managed to bring Ricky to a serious condition also spoke for itself. The girl smiled, realizing how the hero looked to the world's strongest seeker. But for Cody, that title meant nothing, since Taehyung was the Duke's contractor. Then Ricky rephrases her question. "What did Taehyung look like to the other contractor?" she asks. And Cody's gaze darkens. After waiting a minute, the seeker answered with restraint that one day they would find out who was stronger, and something told him that this day would come quickly. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Eastern Empire's seekers, Liu Jian, was extremely indignant. Due to the failures of Chaoran, who also disappeared without a trace, their organization was not even paid attention to. They were left without dual highest rank licenses, which meant they were severely behind in development. Having no choice, Liu Jian decided to use the data that remained in the former chairman's lab. Although he was angry that his predecessor had started such a mess, he was still grateful that the path to his rise had already been paved by others. Then, from outside, someone's desperate screams were heard, but they quickly died down. Someone burst into the room over the bodies of the guards and asked for forgiveness for such a late visit. He had only recently returned from the depths of the abyss and was not yet accustomed to time zones. Liu Jian, horrified, asked the stranger who he was, and the man with slitted eyes introduced himself as the leader of the Dark Guild, Min Jihong. Later, the hero visited the cutie Yu A Yeon at her guild headquarters, and the conversation turned to his latest crazy plans, as the guy was going to clear out an uncharted dungeon using only the forces of their country. Like Chairman Zhu, she also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy always did everything his own way. Even though the guy exceeded all expectations, the stakes were too high, especially since there was a direct threat from the World Organization, since they were competing on the same field. The hero also understood their country's weakness. He alone had grown, but to feel confident and have a reliable rear, the other adventurers also needed to grow stronger. The unexplored dungeons would be a great help to them. Yu Aeon agreed with him, but was there any need for such a rush? And the guy shared with her his ambitious plans. In the future, he wanted to dive deep into the abyss. The Seekers were basically divided into two main types, just like in the Asian tournament. There were those who specialized in conquering the abyss and conquering new territories, and those who fight beyond its borders with the gate breakthroughs or the traitorous villains. Until now, Taehyung had mainly operated outside the abyss, and thus received a double top rank and recognition for his abilities. So Yu Aeong was surprised that right after that, the guy wanted to go into the abyss itself. But that was where all the threads led. Only there could he learn more about his power, the dukes, and the sun-faced king. Realizing that an unexpected situation could arise in his absence, Taehyung wanted to secure his rear, so he thought about using the remaining time to prepare a replacement. The scout sighed heavily. This guy remained unpredictable as always. There was a feeling that he lived alone in his own world. "He has too many secrets," she added impatiently, her eyes flashing. Especially his unusual skill that revealed a different personality during the breakthrough. It could hardly be called a normal phenomenon. Naturally, she had a question about the true nature of Kim Taehyung. For a moment, she looked at his face in silence as he tried to shyly avert his gaze. And yet, despite her persistence, the hero refused to tell. Even if he tried, she could hardly accept everything now. The guy was sure that one day there would be a more opportune time to reveal everything. And frankly, he was making the classic mistake of all heroes being solitary creatures. It's impossible to build trust on secrets. There was no point in hiding your secrets from your allies, since that only increased your chances of gaining support. Certainly not in the world of comics about exceptional, unique heroes. Yu Aeon sighed heavily, and even thought about forcing the guy to take the oath of the awakened one. But they got by with verbal promises. After all, they had known each other for a while, and then the intelligence officer asked him to get down to business and tell her why he had come to her. It turned out the guy wanted to invite her to his raid squad, and then his gaze slid to her desk, which was littered with papers. Because of all the worries, Aeon had put off many of her responsibilities. The guy heartlessly asked her to offer a replacement if she couldn't, although he was the cause of all the troubles. Then Yu Aeon remembered that child. She couldn't bring herself to call her sister by name. Although she was somewhat upset, the spy was pleased by the boy's attention, as if he was waiting for her permission. He immediately brazenly declared that he had intended to invite Lim Aeon anyway, even without his older sister's permission. After this, the hero visited Khan Hayuk, who received help from Saint Sarara and returned his arm, thus once again becoming the strongest tank in the country. The Dream Team couldn't do without such an important person as Captain Pak, who was still considered the most important seeker in the top rank. Even Hongul found a place in the squad. He became stronger after the tournament, but he still endlessly repented for his betrayal. The best seekers in the country had gathered in this room, but they were still waiting for one more participant. Feeling enormous pressure, she did not dare to speak to the others, because just yesterday she was a schoolgirl. Once everyone was assembled, Taehyung began the meeting by thanking them for their presence. Even though he too was just a schoolboy yesterday, he was the center of this team and had gathered everyone around him. They were to become a raiding party under his command, the boy told them. Captain Pak was grateful to have been chosen for such a responsible mission, but he still doubted their success. The remaining unexplored dungeons were all of double the highest rank, while all those gathered here were ordinary seekers by today's standards. Then the hero asked them to stop measuring everything with a senseless scale of ranks. All the seekers gathered there had the potential for growth. He had no doubt that they would all reach the national level, then the double higher education level, and continue to grow. This also applied to Lim Aong, the youngest member of the team after Taehyung, who stayed behind the others. These words were not just a fantasy to encourage the seekers. In their past lives, they had all achieved these heights, although it took longer. Much in the world had already changed. There was no point in relying on one's own knowledge of the future. One simply had to move forward with one's own efforts, along with everyone else. Kang Hyuk was the most excited about the upcoming battle. Like a true warrior, he was always eager to fight, but the hero quickly cooled his ardor, because if the Seekers entered the double dungeon right now, they would definitely die. They will enter there in a month, and until then, they will train with him. So first, Taehyung locked them in his monarch zone to create unbearable conditions and make them sweat like hell, and a crazy grin appeared on his face that made everyone shudder. The World Association team was also not idle. The world's strongest seekers gathered there. In the center of the dungeon stood only Cody. Using his skill, he covered himself with armor just like a medieval knight, after which he swung his sword and drove away the ghosts that were flying towards him. A huge werewolf jumped into the stage, and Gregor was again amazed by his partner's strength. Compared to him, the strength of other adventurers of equal rank was just a joke. Cody alone was enough to clear the unknown dungeon. Meanwhile, news reached them about the hero who was about to enter the dungeon with his team. Hearing this, Gregor snorted contemptuously. The unknown dungeons are not playgrounds for children. The highest-ranking fighters, even those who have not reached the national level of strength, are worth nothing there. They will all die because of his pride, the werewolf believed. At that very moment, the hero's dream team was really desperately fighting in the dungeon, pursued by a huge snake. They really had it tough. Everyone was fighting with all their might on the brink of life and death. However, they continued to move forward because they were driven by the horror of training again with Kim Taehyung, which they feared more than death. Desperation and determination gave the detachment strength, and there were no stragglers among them. The hero looked at the fruits of his efforts with obvious satisfaction. It was not for nothing that he subjected the Seekers to hellish strain. They continued moving forward until they came across strange stones. Each statue looked like a petrified copy of a man, and soon the squad realized that they were dealing with missing Seekers who had gotten lost here. Then the Gorgon Medusa appeared before them, a woman with a snake-like body and hair in the shape of snakes. Of titanic proportions, she grinned poisonously in anticipation of the addition to her collection. But Taehyung could say the same thing. She would make a great collection of shoes and purses. The Gorgon grinned and showed her long snake tongue. She could even be considered beautiful if not for the snake dreadlocks on her head. And there was also an overwhelming feeling coming from this monster. For the first time, the squad had encountered a monster of double the highest rank, and now they were hesitating, not knowing whether they could win. Then Taehyung raised such a scream that it blocked the ears. He ordered the team to pull themselves together and remember everything they had been through this month, because only a person determines his own limits. In just 1 month, they had truly achieved a lot, so the hero's words gave the Seekers confidence. Even though their enemy was unimaginably stronger, they were determined to fight him. Ultimately, true bravery only comes in combat, and the entire squad went on the attack, just like in the training exercises. Taking advantage of their numerical superiority, they attacked from all sides. But the Gorgon didn't even get a scratch. Despite her appearance, she had high durability stats. Kang Hyuk stepped forward and firmly pressed the Medusa's spear after her counterattack, immobilizing her, and immediately moved on to his ultimate skills. No one held back in the fight against such a dangerous enemy. The team acted very harmoniously. By combining slowing and attacking skills on the jellyfish, they gradually took it apart. These blows might not have killed the monster immediately, but they did significant damage, which made the Gorgon completely furious. She tried to wave away the pathetic little people, but it was of little use, because they jumped around like fleas and stung her. Ultimately, the difference in levels could be overcome by complementing each other's weaknesses. Even the strongest dungeon boss had his own vulnerabilities. Without mobility, his strength no longer mattered, as did his armor if it could be constantly damaged. In such conditions, the longer the battle went on, the worse it was for the monster, and due to the number of seekers in the team, they could save each other's strength. Of course, monsters of this rank have their trump cards. Like any boss in the game, when her health was reduced, she moved to the second phase. However, it is at this moment, when the monster's movements become too sweeping, that it is most vulnerable. Kang Hyuk took the form of the Minotaur Queen and grabbed hold of the Gorgon. This was the first serious blow with a large percentage of health loss in all time. After this, dozens more blows rained down on the jellyfish. The moral of this story is that a crowd can even extinguish a lion. As a result, the jellyfish fell on its back, tipping over backwards on its snake tail. Since the fight did not last long and was generally one-sided, no one even believed in victory. Taehyung praised the boys, patting Lim Aeong on the shoulder in a fatherly way. Kang Hyun immediately began grumbling that the hero hadn't even lifted a finger for them to achieve this victory. But now they realized they were capable of clearing such dungeons alone. But then the hero said with regret that he himself would like to believe in it. At that very moment, something began to happen to the jellyfish. There was a surge of mana. The squad saw a dungeon portal open inside her body and they froze in place in amazement. Another monster appeared from the portal, and then they realized that it was a double dungeon, in which the double highest-ranking jellyfish was only the gatekeeper. The monster sniffed the seekers and snorted contemptuously. There was no one among them who looked strong enough to kill the Gorgon. The basilisk monster had a double highest rank plus and a very insidious nature. Even a single fight with a jellyfish was a difficult test for the team, and at the sight of the basilisk, they were completely petrified. Taehyung was the only one unaffected by its magic, and the monster thought he had killed the jellyfish after all. But the boy quickly explained to the monster that the monsters under his command had neglected their training in their boring dungeons too much, and that was why they had lost to his team. After this, the hero grinned cheekily and said that Basilisk's coaching and leadership skills were so-so compared to his. Unable to withstand such impudence, the monster spat some kind of lightning at him, but it didn't hit anything. Then Taehyung flew into the sky, feathers rained down, and even Basilisk froze in place, perplexed. After all, the guy was floating in the sky like an angel, vigorously flapping his wings. It's hard to say which cosplay store he bought them from, but the chicken wings turned out to be quite useful. They gave the hero a new level of mobility, and he quickly showed the monster who was a nobody here. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, Taehyung remembered the ancient wisdom. Enraged, Basilisk tried to interrupt his attacks with a lashing blow of his tail, but ended up receiving a new wound. With two unique daggers in his hands and miracle wings, as if he had just consumed an energy drink, the guy could pose pompously and make equally pompous remarks about how awesome he was. Then the lizard below summoned a real storm, and the battle entered the already familiar second phase. "He is not the only one who has been honored by the Duke's favor," said the dragon, and the hero suddenly found himself in the middle of the sea. This was the true power of Jormungandr, one of the strongest dukes, capable of creating a typhoon in an instant. With its mouth the size of an abyss, the dragon leaped straight at the hero, and then Taehyung showed the monster that he possessed not just the power of a duke, but the power of a king. It all ended quickly. Kang Hyuk came to his senses and a belated scream escaped his throat. Having caught his breath, he realized that he had moved to another place, and the creepy lizard had disappeared somewhere. The guy briefly told them that he dealt with the basilisk while they were under the effect of petrification, and thus the unknown underground of ancient Greece was cleared. Lim Aeong was deeply shocked by what happened. It was clear at first glance that the monster they encountered was stronger than even a double top rank, but the hero dealt with it as easily as if it was a walk in the park. Kang Hyuk immediately grabbed the hero and began shaking him, because they were not warned that the dungeon could be double. The hero pretended he didn't know anything, but no one believed him. And there was no point in arguing about it now, since they had done well together. Everyone had worked hard and he had done his part too, Taehyung told them. But in the end, the group was in disarray. No one had a sense of accomplishment or success. Of course, in reality, the guy knew that the dungeon was double, but he wanted everyone to feel like they were on the brink of life and death. This should have been a good lesson and motivation for them. In the future, the hero counted on this team and expected them to become stronger. And one day, they will become a strong support on which the entire country will stand. Meanwhile, the international team of searchers gave an extensive interview on the occasion of clearing the first dungeon. This location had been uncleared for quite a long time, so everyone wanted to know the details. There were so many questions about whether there were any casualties and where they planned to carry out the next raid that reporters were shouting over each other. Then the breaking news about Taehyung and his team's raid reached everyone. Gregor immediately spoke out. This was more about their failure. But then it turned out that everything was exactly the opposite. Taehyung cleared the dungeon alone with a team of ordinary high-ranking adventurers. Moreover, this dungeon was double, which together cast a sharp shadow on the achievements of the entire international group. There were no casualties among Taehyung's group, which meant their unprecedented strength. The chairman of the New Empire Association sighed regretfully. This day should have been a triumph for the international team, most of whose members were from his country. In this situation, they had no choice but to speed up, as if the world had once again entered the era of the space race. And so it ended up happening. Both fronts began competing in the speed of clearing the most difficult dungeons on Earth, and this was not a bad thing because everyone benefited from it. The world quickly regained stability as the threat of a gate breach was removed time after time. But the villains weren't idle either. One of them infiltrated a facility belonging to the cultists. He easily dispersed the weak security of this building with his strength. His name was Lee Jong-soo, the CEO of the Taesong Group, the father of the main character's bully classmate, in case anyone had forgotten about this no-name. He burst into the room and met no more resistance on his way. The laboratory belonged to the Dark Guild, apparently conducting experiments there to enhance the powers of those awakened by the blood of monsters, just like the Eastern Empire. Lee Jong-soo immediately declared the villains completely incompetent and worthless. After all, they initially made a deal to destroy Kim Taehyung, but in the end, he reached the double highest rank and became practically untouchable, which incredibly angered Jong-soo. Moreover, 4 guilds united under the hero's leadership, and the Taeson group lost all its influence. His son, who was supposed to inherit the management of the corporation and the clan, ultimately never came to his senses, having completely lost his mind, so his father did not want to tolerate it anymore. The one he was addressing understood perfectly well the reasons for this man's anger. "But their clan is taking too much liberty," said Mr. Shadow, who appeared behind Chonsu. At the same time, all the people from the Taeson clan were firmly connected to his skill. Even though Kim Taehyung's abnormal growth had surpassed their understanding, the Dark Guild still did not abandon their plans. The hour of their meeting with the hero was approaching. Now it was more important to talk about business, and Shadow extended his hand to Chong-su, handing him the data they had managed to steal from Cho-ran's lab. And he proposed to use them to strengthen the position of the Taeson clan, if, of course, Chonsu is smart enough, Shadow said. This was already more like cooperation and communication, so the clan leader was pleased. A year has flown by so quickly since the international team announced that they would clear the Earth of dungeons, and so the hero's detachment entered the last of them on Mexican territory. They all reached the national level of strength, and soon the last dungeon fell. The once timid seekers now even regretted that their journey was over, especially Kang Hyuk. Although he was still the head of the Indivisible Guild, it was time for him to return home. But he only joked that he had dumped all the work on the unfortunate secretary Kim. Even little Lim Aong has grown up and become more confident with everyone, now holding herself on an equal footing. If the detachment continued in the same spirit, they would soon catch up with him, the hero noted with pleasure. He himself was not idle either, and his characteristics increased. Time was working for him. After long battles, the boy returned to a country he had not been to for a long time. Elder Ban Chisu received him warmly and shook the famous hero's hand warmly. The old man in the chair in front of him became the head of the Skills Research Lab. He still couldn't believe how much he had risen thanks to the hero, and it all seemed like just a dream. Now Ban Chisu has become an expert in skill fusion. After meeting the hero, the old man himself came to the association and admitted that he used his skills on the cultists to understand how they work. But thanks to Taehyung's patronage, he received forgiveness and was accepted by the association and Chairman Ju, and therefore began to work for the country and bring considerable benefits. However, the old man understood that the busiest seeker in the country had clearly not come to him out of a desire to chat. As before, the hero came on business. He had one request. Even for the old man, it was surprising that there was anything left with which he could help his benefactor. Once again, Taehyung wanted to carry out the skill fusion procedure. Considering his level, this was a very serious matter. Moreover, the guy wanted to combine the skills that had already been synthesized, which was a much more incredible operation. Ban Chisu had never cast one fusion on another before. The risk of mana backflow was very high, and they both knew what that meant. However, despite his worries, Taehyung firmly stated that there were still things worth taking risks for. His current strength was not enough, and only Bang Chisu could help him. The guy had been preparing for this day for the whole year, training his body to the limit, so he had to endure the operation, and in the end, the old man gave in. They decided to conduct the experiment in a special room created using advanced alchemist technology. The device also had a skill-enhancing stone built into it, but this was the first time the old man had used this laboratory. Once they start, there is no turning back. And Bang Chisu gave the hero one last chance to change his mind, and Taehyung waved his hand, making it clear that he is ready. Does he want to combine several skills? The system asked coldly. The air around the hero became dense and heavy, electrified as if before a thunderstorm. The entire lab died in a bright light as the merger began. Suddenly, everything disappeared, and through his sleep, Taehyung heard the voice of the sun-faced one. The human body has a limit to the magical power it can absorb, the king said. But since he'd made it this far alone, the lord decided it was worth a little help. New skills registered, his rank elevated to the highest, and a great power awakened. The power was so great that the laboratory's protective plexiglass couldn't withstand it and flew out completely, and even the hero was stunned by the new sensations. He didn't just experience a fusion of skills, they acquired new functions, and the higher the rank of his ability, the more noticeable his weight in the abyss. Deputy Joe came running to the noise in the laboratory to find out what had happened. Ban Chisu was lying on the floor, but he quickly said that he was okay in his choked voice. Perhaps they had witnessed a historic moment today, the old man said, and together they looked at the hero who stood unwavering in the center of the room. After this, even the great and all-powerful seeker and savior of the homeland was reprimanded for damaging the association's property. Chairman Zhu, of course, promised to hush up the story. After all, the guy had accomplished the impossible and survived a merger imposed on a merger. The hero felt an unprecedented strength. He just wanted to quickly set off to conquer the abyss to test it. It seemed the new skills were related to the dukes, and that, too, needed to be verified. Chairman Zhu realized this just by looking at the boy, so he let him go. Moreover, an official request had been sent to him and he was waiting for its confirmation. Since it came from an international team, the hero wanted to know what was in it. The idea was interesting. Taehyung was appointed as an external examiner for the double highest rank, and there were many candidates. Time flew by very quickly, because just recently this step looked like something exceptional. Many looked at the legendary seeker with caution, some with admiration, some with challenge, but everyone took his strength into account. After all, this youngest and most talented of all the seekers of the highest rank was on the lips of the whole world. The president of the World Association, Vincent, came out to meet him and thank him for his participation. When everyone was assembled, it was time to begin, and he gave the command. Cody Wood was also present at this meeting, but he was in no hurry to greet everyone, merely waiting with restraint. An invisible spirit of competition was evident. Besides Taehyung, Cody and another double rank were supposed to take part in the exam. The president wanted to tell us what a wonderful evaluation system they had come up with, but he was interrupted. There was no point in wasting time. The hero simply turned on his suppressive aura. Even Vincent was under a lot of pressure, so he didn't appreciate the joke. Ultimately, two things matter to a seeker: strength and fortitude. Just push them hard enough, and it will become clear who's worth what, the hero declared, chuckling maliciously. After all, he was testing his skills at the same time. Vincent asked him to stop, as it was too risky. But it was too late, because Cody entered the game, tired of standing on the sidelines. Now, the two strongest seekers in the world competed to see how much pressure they could exert on the subjects, and all of the president's plans went up in smoke. Here many realized that they had prematurely aimed for the next rank. Ultimately, Vincent had no choice but to agree to the method approved by 2 of the 3 examiners. He asked them to divide the participants among themselves randomly. He then determined who would carry out the massacre of the infants in which room. Despite the initial demonstration, there were seekers who believed that the only difference between them was who got the license first. Someone named Jeffrey was very angry about this and complained that they had no time to prepare and were not allowed into important dungeons. He also told his friend Sarah to stop hiding in the shadows of the teachers and threatened to break the noses of all the examiners who were turned up in pride. He especially wanted to settle accounts with Taehyung, whom he considered an upstart, and ironically, it was to him that he ended up being assigned. The hero, as usual, acted in his cool, dashing manner. To pass the test, they needed to land 1 good blow. That's all, nothing complicated. Some even doubted that the test could be so simple. But since Taehyung didn't think anyone had a chance to pass this test, he suggested that the subjects attack all at once. The first to succumb to such an open provocation was Jeffrey, who was already ready to break loose and rushed at the hero. But with the same speed, he was sent flying back without even being able to get close. So the first one is already out, Taehyung concluded, making it clear that this battle will not be easy. Sarah was the first to realize they needed to take a serious stand, as if in a life-or-death battle. So she shouted to the others not to rush blindly at the enemy. But the weak-minded and the brave decided it was better to attack en masse and spread the risks in the hope that someone would still manage to hit Taehyung. The hero met the impudent thugs with strong kicks, making it clear to them that they had learned nothing even after reaching the national level. Because it was difficult to explain such incompetence in the use of abilities and tactical techniques. They all attacked in close combat, without a plan, without organization, and without teamwork. So, very quickly, the hero gained an advantage in initiative over them, and although he was in the minority, he had the freedom to choose where and how to strike. Candidates quickly dropped out one after another due to their incompetence. Several of the seekers finally came to their senses and stood next to Sarah, re-evaluating their prospects. So far, no one met the hero's requirements, but there was still hope for the group that did not rush at him with the rest. They at least had the beginnings of intelligence. But what will change if they continue to stand idle? The hero asked and stretched lazily. And then a girl with a bob haircut came forward. She remained calm despite Taehyung's provocations. She had a plan, and she stuck to it. Approaching the hero, who was simply waiting, Sarah used her skill. Taehyung patiently watched what this seeker came up with. And then, when he saw that she was ready, he struck with such force that the shockwave almost destroyed the entire room. It is amazing that the girl did not fall, although it was clear that she was noticeably injured. But immediately after the blow to her plan, the moment opened for a joint attack by the rest of the participants. Taehyung chuckled and said just one word, "Apocalypse," after which a stain of ink spread underneath him. Everyone within the radius of his skill lost their sight and were bound in chains. The world of the monarch, the spirit of the dead, chains, paralysis, a world without feelings. All these effects simultaneously fell upon the subjects. Their senses are dulled. Gravity presses them to the ground, and under the influence of the chains, the body loses strength. The weak have no chance to survive in this zone. But one seeker held up better than the others, so much so that she even surprised the hero. All thanks to the teacher who told her that if you don't give up, a chance will definitely appear. And she stood firm, grabbing the hero's hand. Taehyung felt that this girl was feeding on magical power from outside and converting it into her own. She was able to withstand his attack, and was now absorbing the power of other seekers. Moreover, the chains, unable to withstand the pressure, broke, and Sarah swung for a counterattack. The hero was extremely stunned because he did not expect such a level from simple seekers. Sarah almost reached it, but her body suddenly stopped moving and obeying her. The last thing she saw in front of her was the hero's devilish gaze, and how the veil of darkness was falling. Even though this girl never touched him, considering her actions in battle and skills, the hero decided to give her a passing grade anyway. Sarah McQueen was a terraforming skill holder, a future double-top rank seeker who people would call a new hope. And from the very beginning, this girl seemed special to him. And without a doubt, it was Cody who was her teacher and mentor. So Taehyung congratulated him on the fact that his student lived up to his expectations. Soon all tests were completed, and President Vincent was informed. Of all of them, Only one person, Sarah, passed. The examiners rejected the rest. Even after a year, no one had reached a decent level. Vincent was extremely depressed. He considered it a complete failure. Kim Tae-hyung's unauthorized actions, acting alone, undermined the organization's efforts to unite the world, and the global association lost much influence. Vincent planned to use the exam to introduce new members to the international organization and gain an advantage. But then his thoughts were distracted by an event of a different scale. Cody suggested practicing, and for this reason, I decided to book a hall of the most durable quality, although seekers of his level should be fighting on the moon so as not to destroy the Earth. Two longtime rivals met in the same arena for the first time, something they could only imagine before. After the exam, the hero immediately realized that Cody did not come because he was worried about his student. Cody looked at him straight, and in his eyes there was a thirst that only he could understand, because there was no one worthy of satisfying this hunger in the whole world. Since they were equal opponents, wasn't it natural to fight and find out the limits of their strength? Taehyung had no doubt they would clash one day, but he didn't think it would be so soon. Still, he was extremely intrigued, as this was the only way he could test the full extent of his skills. All the employees looked at the president with concern, waiting for his decision on whether to stop the fight between the two most powerful monsters in the world. But in the end, Vincent simply resigned himself to the inevitable. No one could stand up to these two anyway, but he ordered the progress of the battle to be recorded. It was important to obtain valuable footage of the battle for further analysis, and also to attract more attention to the organization. In the end, the fighters were informed that the organization approved their fight, and Cody also didn't object to the recording, since the place would soon become a pile of rubble anyway. The hero was glad of this opportunity. He didn't expect Cody to challenge him to a fight first, but the #1 fighter in the world took it for granted that he would be given a chance to fight for his title. Then Taehyung boldly replied that he could have taken it away at any moment. Since the provocation was obvious, Cody did not succumb to it, and responded to the taunt with the same taunt, saying that the tongue is the main weapon of an arrogant guy. At that very moment, they both struck each other directly at the same time. But Taehyung's next attack only cut through the air. Cody had already disappeared. Then, to teleport behind Taehyung, because top-level seekers love nothing more than jumping around the enemy. In general, a boring exchange of simple blows at high speed ensued. Since they were roughly equal in pure stats, Taehyung broke the distance, and he moved the fight to the second phase, unleashing all of Apocalypse's paralyzing and restraining skills. Strong chains bound Cody, his senses weakened, and gravity pressed him to the ground. The world's top seeker appreciated the skill they had no information about yet, and Taehyung chuckled contentedly. Then Cody slashed with his sword and broke all the chains, making it clear that today the hero would clearly have to show everything he was capable of. After which he also entered the second phase, covering himself with armor just like a knight. The world's #1 swordsman lived up to his title. He, like his student, possessed the highest degree of resilience, and now the hero had to block his onslaught. The arena cracked under the powerful attacks, although it could have withstood a tank shot. Now the fight was not fought with fists, but with knives. The blades glittered and sparks flew. Until that moment, none of the warriors had felt such a pounding in their chests. Both were caught up in this battle. Without a doubt, they were both the strongest in the world, and they could feel it now. The battle was so intense that soon all the cameras failed, and Vincent's plan failed, and sending someone to film was too dangerous. Then the president of the association himself volunteered to go and watch the battle with his own eyes. The room in which the battle took place should have been able to withstand the clash of many double-ranked seekers, but it seemed that the strength of those two had already surpassed that level. Here even the hero realized that if they continued the fight, the building would collapse faster than they would determine the winner. Cody agreed and suggested, speaking from under his helmet, that they stop running and come face to face. Taehyung was quick to point out that he had a strategy from the start and stuck to it, but Cody didn't believe him, because the guy hadn't used the Duke's power yet. The hero was deeply stunned by the fact that the knight knew about this, and he made it clear that he also possessed the secrets of the abyss. Moreover, he himself had entered into a contract with one of the dukes. Pointing his sword at the hero, he demanded the name of his contractor. Now Taehyung realized that the connection between the Seekers and the Abyss was much deeper than he thought. Not only the members of the Eastern Empire squad were connected to it, but for now, Cody had only mentioned the dukes. He knew nothing about the light-faced king, and the hero decided to keep this trump card to himself. Taehyung used the power of the vampire lord Igmun with a burst of blood. Cody also called upon his power of the duke, and his armor became covered in darkness. The knight gained wings, and the skill was called Lucifer's Fallen Angel. Now both were ready for the real second phase of the fight. It was time to finish. There was a heavy bang, and both searchers were hidden by thick smoke so that Vincent could not see anything. The hero's sharp claw stopped centimeters from Cody's neck. The knight's blade also stopped a step away from the hero's heart, and they decided to end the fight in a draw because they had an unwanted witness. The next time they will meet in the abyss, Cody stated firmly, without any doubt about it. On the way out, the guy just grinned when he saw Vincent and asked the president for forgiveness for the noise he had made. In the end, he was left with nothing. He will have to pay for repairs to the building, and there was no footage from the cameras. Taehyung headed towards the exit, realizing that his business here was over. An abyss awaited him ahead. All matters on the surface were settled. The castle of the luxurious Mistress Rosarin shook from the noise, and she grumbled discontentedly about the character of her guest, which had not changed over many centuries. The vampire Igmun made a hole in the castle to enter, and behaved extremely insolently, almost declaring war on her. He demanded that Rosarin summon his contractor. But the charming demoness was in no hurry to do this, and asked why this should be done. Rosarin sarcastically reminded the vampire of his failures and dismissed his intrusion as a desire for revenge. But Igmun ordered her to put aside such vitriol. It is unclear how, but the hero used his power as he pleased without paying anything for it. When it became clear what was going on, Rosarin laughed sarcastically. She hadn't heard from the hero for a long time, but now she understood what had happened. The vampire's power was indeed greater than her own. So it was no surprise that the contractor had taken a liking to her, the demoness said. She spread her wings and said that in order to get answers from her, you had to ask politely. The tension between them immediately grew. The proud, self-confident vampire came to her not with requests as a petitioner. Rosaria told her beloved children to step aside so that they would not be harmed, because today the demoness wanted to teach the arrogant vampire a couple of rules of etiquette for the highest nobility, and immediately more tentacles began to stretch out in all directions. Igmun summoned a bloody sword. He himself wanted to teach the demoness a couple of rules on how to greet dear guests. Sharp blades fanned out in her direction as soon as the vampire waved his hand. But they were all repelled by the same light movement of Rosarin. This attack was more of a mockery than a serious intention. One of Rosaria's tentacles grabbed Igmun's leg and pulled it. After that, she jumped up and wove her tentacles into heavy, dense fists. She unleashed a powerful attack on him, immediately making it clear that she was not to be trifled with. After which, she struck a striking pose and showed off her luxurious figure to the cameras, leaving only a bloody stain on Igmun. At that very moment, the beautiful demoness was pierced by the vampire's sharp thorns. But the bloodsucker still survived and told her that Rosaria had forgotten what exactly his power was. Putting a spear to her throat, Igmun demanded that she tell him everything she knew. But the demoness only grinned because the vampire had forgotten how much power she possessed. Suddenly the image cracked, and the whole world around seemed to fall apart. It turned out that the demoness had been sitting on the throne all this time and hadn't even moved, while the vampire had only been jumping in his imagination. Only then did Igmun realize that he had entered her personal space, created with the help of an illusion. The demoness was simply playing with him. In their previous battle, Rosaria was limited by the contractor's mana, but now the vampire himself had come to her domain, where her mana was strongest. Moreover, he had come here as a double, not with his real body. The vampire even promised to get even with her for this humiliation, but Rosaria cut him off mid-sentence. The demoness assessed his intentions and did not want to continue the senseless fight. Since the vampire himself was ready to come to her, she could share the information with him anyway, after which she suggested that he look for the answer to his question in his memories. Wasn't there already a creature that forced all the dukes to bow down and took away their power? And this dark horse, his key, was the contractor of Rosaria. When the hero left the building of the World Organization, he was surprised to meet Marcus Gore. Marcus was clearly worried about something and was waiting for the guy to return, so he even sent a request to the World Association. Taehyung was extremely surprised that this man had any business with him. Given the circumstances, Marcus said he would speak frankly and without reserve. Bowing his head, he officially asked the hero for help on behalf of his country. Something very serious had obviously happened. Their seeker had gone missing while exploring the depths of the abyss. To make matters worse, the rescue party, consisting of 4 double-ranked seekers, was completely wiped out. Marcus listed their names. All these people died. Although they were the strongest in the world, such a development of events could not be called anything other than a catastrophe. Since there was still no information about the missing seeker, Cody went to look for him personally to make sure of everything. It is obvious that even the strongest man in the world could have problems in the abyss, and the hero himself should have understood this, which is why they turned to him for help. Taehyung clearly remembered this incident from his past life, but he knew nothing about the search party, so this part was different from the past. What was unclear was why he was so passive, why he didn't save the other searchers, who were his potential allies against the abyss. Who exactly was missing, Taehyung asked, and Marcus paused dramatically. Deep in the abyss, in a cold dungeon and under reliable guard, a prisoner sat in complete despair. Ricky Harley's once again found herself on the brink of life and death, as if fate itself was pursuing her. Now it became clear who was the cause of the changes in the future. Because of Ricky, 4 seekers fell into an ambush. This is what happens when you save someone who was supposed to die. Ricky was supposed to be a victim of Cha-Ron's plot. Even though Cody and Ricky were seekers of a new empire, their talents were needed by all of humanity, Marcus reminded. 4 dual-rank seekers had already died. It was impossible to lose 2 more. In exchange for urgent assistance, Marcus promised him ally status and comprehensive support, but the hero wasn't interested. He had already accepted personal responsibility for these events, so he asked for coordinates. Of course, Chairman Zhu was against it and demanded that the guy think again when he heard about this news. Since 4 double-ranked seekers had already fallen, such an operation needed to be prepared more thoroughly. But there was no time or energy for this, because the entire plot of the story is constructed in such a way that only the main character bears the burden of the world's difficult fate, and only he can save everyone. Taehyung felt indebted to Ricky for her help, especially since he promised to help her. It was a debt he had to repay, a living connection, unlike so many other billions of strangers. When the guy left, Deputy Go asked the chairman to have more faith in the guy, since he had never let them down before. Of course he understood this, but he was overwhelmed by flashbacks to Vietnam, when the chairman had not yet cosplayed as Nick Fury. Relying on faith alone could lead to another tragedy. They could only hope that Taehyung was better than that man, and that the tragedy would not happen again. Meanwhile, in the abyss, in one of the many castles, a heated battle was taking place. The defending monsters tried to stop the invader and were quite strong, so even a knight who invaded the castle had a hard time breaking through their barrier. Cody cut the monster with his sword, and it split into 2 beautiful halves, dousing him with bodily fluids. And yet the crowd of brainless mobs did not want to end. They had no moral point, no instinct for self-preservation, so they could not be put to flight. In that case, Cody decided to destroy them all at once with a powerful attack. But Kim Taehyung got ahead of him by suppressing the gatekeepers with his paralysis skill, so he came to Cody's aid. The knight raised his visor and thanked him for his help. He realized that the guy had been called by Marcus, who usually did useless things, but this time he really needed help. Arriving at the place, Taehyung understood why they had approached him. Enormous magical power was emanating from the castle. It looks more like Ricky disappeared into the Duke's castle, the hero said gloomily. Why Ricky went to explore this place herself, no one knew. But Cody was sure that she was still alive, because when he arrived here, he caught a barely noticeable flow of her mana. The trail went underground. Perhaps a meeting with the Duke awaited them ahead, and the hero estimated their chances of victory at about 1%. Then Cody slammed his visor shut and suggested they hurry. Then they had a speed competition to see who could finish off the monster the fastest. The battle became more fun and at least had some meaning. The hero chuckled and joked that Cody was no longer trying to save his strength and deal with each creature individually. It was just that now he had no need to conserve his strength. And although at their last meeting they both expected to fight each other when they found themselves in the abyss, in the end, they now acted as a united front. But their feud never extended beyond professional activities, so both could trust each other in difficult times. By working together, they might have a chance of saving Ricky. After a long race, both seekers finally stopped, realizing that they had reached the middle of the castle. It was a vast room supported by a network of columns, and Cody assumed that somewhere here there was a passage to the lower levels. He suggested splitting up here so that the search would go faster. But suddenly, he was attacked by some stranger in a cloak, and so quickly that he didn't have time to notice how he flew away. Taehyung reacted immediately and struck the enemy, but the latter blocked his dagger with his bare hand. "They finally met," said the stranger, recognizing the boy, and he smiled a crooked grin, looking at the hero through the narrow slits of his eyes, as if he had just woken up. When the guy asked the stranger who he was very surprised that Chairman G had not told him anything about him. Instead of 1,000 words, the eyeless stranger simply grabbed the guy by the face and smashed his head against the stone floor. Min Ji-hoon. The scoundrel introduced himself and called himself the head of the Dark Guild. His eyes flashed predatory, and the hero's blade simply broke in his hand. Then Cody came to the hero's aid, and the villain had to step back to avoid being hit by the sword. Min sighed regretfully. But what else could you expect from the best in the world? He shouldn't have died in one hit. Taehyung repeated the enemy's words, identifying him as the leader of a dark guild. Cody said he recognized this face, as he'd been on the international wanted list for a long time. It was more important to understand what he was doing here. And then Min suggested that the seekers rack their brains and ask themselves what a person could be doing in the Duke's castle. Min touched his face and revealed his power as a contractor, his love of theatrical gestures tinged with teenage complexes. "He's a bird of a feather," the villain said, even opening his eyes for the occasion. Honestly, this character's design is disgusting, because he looks more like the main character than the main character does, as if confirming the stereotype that all Asians look alike, even in manga. Having straightened his arms, Min suggested that they find out which of them was the stronger contractor. Meanwhile, Ricky came to her senses in the dungeon where she was imprisoned and felt the familiar power of Cody and Kim Taehyung. The fact that the head of the Dark Guild that led the cultists was also the Duke's contractor was the worst scenario imaginable, Cody said. Now he understood why the villain had hidden for so long. Since the contractor was here, that means his Duke also knew about the invasion of the castle, the hero said. This meant that either the Duke was underestimating them, or was too attached to another place. There were only two options, but whatever the answer, the hero suggested taking advantage of their advantage. The plan was simple: carry out a joint attack, rescue Ricky, and get out of here. They decided that Cody would take the offensive and Taehyung would provide support. At first, Min chuckled that such a direct attack would be nothing to him, but he immediately changed his mind when he was caught by the hero's chains. Thanks to Taehyung's apocalypse, Cody managed to land one precise blow on a stationary target. For some reason, he was chopping with a sword, although this tool is primarily designed for stabbing. This mistake soon became apparent. Cody, still not feeling that he had cut flesh, stared in surprise at the fragment of the sword, after which he received a roundhouse kick from an experienced taekwondo practitioner right on the visor. He barely managed to stop after that, and the villain mockingly said that although they knew his face, there was no information about his skill. At that very moment, the knight disappeared under a pile of stone debris that Min had summoned. It was a very strange skill that, at the moment of impact, Cody seemed to draw the sword into himself. Under the influence of this force, even Taehyung's restraint skill stopped working, the system said indifferently. All of this was very reminiscent of the power that the hero saw in Charon's laboratory. The black hole was most likely his skill from the beginning, the hero realized. And Min was surprised that the guy had already seen it. In the past, the scroll with this skill caused Taehyung a lot of trouble, and he shuddered when he remembered it. Min nodded. He had made a lot of money selling the skill that broke other skills. Every unawakened person would want to get their hands on one. The villain found it amusing to watch the struggles of those who desperately struggled to survive without skills. And although he despised everyone equally, he despised those who were awakened and believed only in their own abilities. The scoundrel raised his hand up and launched the black hole to full blast. He suggested that the guy check if he was different from those non-entities, and the size of the sphere increased even more in his hands. A real black hole of that size would have smeared the Earth in a thin layer along its orbit. But the artist was no stranger to mocking physics. Taehyung jumped to the side in an attempt to avoid the black hole that could swallow him. However, at that very moment, Min appeared in his path, thus catching the hero in pincers. And when the villain already thought that he had won, he suddenly received a wound and froze in stunned silence. They were both in the same situation and didn't know each other's skills. For example, that the black hole couldn't absorb the Duke's skill. In this situation, it's hard to say who will rely solely on their own skills, the hero said, spreading his wings. Min coughed. It was the first time he had fought with a chicken, that is, with another Duke's contractor, and thanked him for the lesson. This is exactly how their fight should be, the villain declared, and his body began to change and grow in size. Then Cody showed signs of life. Tired of sitting in a pile of stones, he scattered them in all directions. He also spread his wings, because he possessed a skill that the whole could not absorb. It was worth mentioning this earlier, the knight grumbled. The three of them looked at each other, as if waiting to see who would begin the next iteration of the exchange of pleasantries. 2 birds against 1 land creature. So far the odds looked in favor of the hero and the knight. Min also understood that a simultaneous attack would cause him a lot of trouble. And then the ceiling of the castle collapsed, and someone else burst into the room. Someone who could not bear the presence of 2 bugs in his house. Min knocked back some of the debris that was falling right on him. He already realized that he had been messing around with the invaders for too long and had missed his chance to enjoy the battle. So he asked them for forgiveness, because he no longer intended to fight alone, and a huge shadow grew behind his back. It was the king of demonic beasts, Orgyle himself, for whom double-ranked monsters like centaurs were servants, and he looked like a troll. Orgyle chided his contractor that with his strength he should have torn apart anyone who entered the castle, and not toyed with them. The villain brazenly complained that the power he had received was clearly not enough for him, and asked for more. Instead of answering, Orgyle hit him with a fist as big as a log, and reminded the insolent man that he did not dare demand anything from him. However, he promised to think about his request, and then turned his gaze to the insignificant pieces of meat, telling them that the fun was over. Now they must understand that he is inevitability itself, Orgyle said. They had no chance of winning here at all, and Taehyung reminded Cody why they came here. Therefore, he suggested splitting up and ordered the knight to go in search of Ricky. The hero himself rolled out the power of the king, and the predator rushed at the monster, hungry for prey. Immediately after this, taking advantage of the formidable Titan's confusion, the hero began running around the castle and looking for the entrance to the dungeon. Suddenly, he saw a bright ball of light appear in front of him. This ball was Riki's skill, and it clearly led him in a certain direction. Some of the mobs that could speak started howling when they noticed the hero, but their screams quickly died down after a couple of blows. Ricky was hanging in the cell, suspended by chains and unconscious. She had barely opened her eyes when the hero approached her and smiled. Yet he had managed to find her here. So he came to return the favor, the guy said, clearly in no hurry to remove the chains from the captive. Even for his promise, going to such a dangerous place was something excessive, so Riki appreciated his bravery. Cody must have gone in the other direction, and the question arose of how they would let each other know that the captive had been rescued. Ricky realized that the Duke, the owner of the castle, had already begun to act. After all, she was an investigator for the World Association. She already knew that the master of this place was Orgyle, the cruel Duke, a creature whose equal she had never met in her life. The faster they needed to leave this place, Taehyung managed to tie the Duke's hands and feet for a short time, but it was unknown how much time they had. But Riki was so weak that she couldn't even walk, and the hero had to support her by the waist. Apparently, he had forgotten how easily he had tied Yu Aeyong to himself when he fought the Phoenix. Eventually, they slowly reached the working elevator in the dungeon and began to ascend. Riki looked at the guy again in surprise. Every time she was in trouble, he came to save her, and she felt that everything would work out. The blue-eyed beauty thanked him sincerely for his help and smiled weakly. But then Duke Orgyle interrupted their touching reunion, because they didn't think that they would be able to arrange a date at his house and just leave. Orgyle took Riki captive because of her deep understanding of magical power, so he decided to use her as a spare part, of course. He understood why the hero broke into the castle and where he was heading first. Of course, the hero had expected something like this. But what was unpleasant to realize was that the predator hadn't left a single scratch on the monster. And Orgyle even mockingly suggested the boy use that skill again. But since he wanted it, the guy did not refuse immediately, playing his trump cards. The dragon's mouth sank into the Titan, but he met it by grabbing it with his hands. It's amazing that he could even grab the intangible object that the skill created. No one had ever managed to do that before. Without a doubt, the Duke realized that before him was the power of a king. After which he tore the dragon into pieces and dispersed it like smoke, because the level of this power was still too weak compared to the light-faced one. But the hero did not despair, even though the predator did not work. He used the power of a vampire and threw bloody blades at the enemy. The Titan easily recognized Igmun's strength and grinned as if he were being tickled. Then Taehyung flapped his wings and rushed towards the enemy, at close range. The image of a dragon formed behind his back again, but this time a light one, and the guy threw out another cheat, a skill that released an aura enhanced with mana. No idea where he got it from, but this attack pierced the Titan through and through and left a large hole in his body. "The power of the Dragon Lord," Orgyle said, smacking his lips. He was not at all surprised. Taehyung then used beast transformation, and his body changed. Another skill, suddenly out of nowhere, one he hadn't used at all before. He was the one who used the power of Orgyle himself, apparently having captured it from Mina with his Sharingan, in memory of Kakashi-sensei. Riki, who was standing behind, only managed to brush the dust from her face, not believing her eyes that a person could fight the Duke on equal terms. But the monster, having grabbed the hero's hand, only laughed at all his efforts. The wounds on his body quickly healed without a trace, for a long time. The mere fact that the boy freely controlled the Duke's forces made him resemble a ruler. 1,000 years had passed since the king had disappeared. Orgyle had set up a battle with the strongest meaning in his life, but when the light-faced one disappeared, days of boredom came, so the boy greatly entertained him. It had been a long time since he had been given such a beating, so the monster was very pleased. He lightly squeezed his paw and simply tore off the guy's hand, throwing it to the side, after which he ordered the king's key to show everything he was capable of. Taehyung cursed foully. Neither the predator nor the powers of the other dukes could help him deal with this monster. The Titan no longer made concessions and moved towards the hero himself. Overall, it's not clear what made him so terrible, whether he was as fast and agile as the hero or not, what the difference in tactics was between their forces, if this is another big melee blockhead with great regeneration. The hero had only one last resort left, and as usual he resorted to it, for lack of anything else. Rosaria burst into their world, immediately enveloping it in her hypnotic spell. A clot of dense tentacles curled tightly and covered the hero, and then a luxurious demoness peeked out from under them. Orgyle grinned, recognizing his old acquaintance. She had always been the king's most loyal companion. The guy apologized for disturbing her. This time he wanted to finish everything without her interference. But the beautiful demoness didn't answer. This time the boy really got into a big trouble, and her face remained gloomy. The risks were too great. Rosaria was here as a summoned creature, and still could not compare to the Duke in his domain, especially since there was a risk of catching a backflow of mana. If the Dukes start the battle at full force, even if the guy himself survives this mess, there will be no trace left of Riki. But now was not the time to talk about such trifles. It was do or die. Titan chuckled and asked the demoness when she managed to make a contract with his key. Now he realized that the kid was her subordinate and not Igmun's, in fact. It was a shame he realized it so late, Rosaria replied, because the Titan was no match for her in battle. But this was exactly the kind of opponent Orgyle wanted, so he only laughed harder. Looking at the hero, the demoness became concerned about his condition. He needed urgent treatment, and the guy replied that he could somehow cope with it with the help of bloody rage. At that very moment, he seemed to have been transported somewhere and froze in stunned silence. This place was her personal space separated from reality, the demoness informed him. She might have been throwing dust in the eyes of their enemy, but all she could really do for the guy was buy him a little time. After this, he would have to fight the Duke again, and the boy asked to transfer another person into this world. Rosaria understood everything and easily threw Riki into the palace. The girl screamed in pain and rubbed the bruised area, not understanding where she had hit. Then Taehyung asked her to get off and not to fidget so much. The girl was even more surprised because the guy just seemed to disappear into thin air. The hero explained to the girl that they were now in a temporary shelter created using the power of the demoness with whom he had a contract. She was still perplexed, but the guy hastened to bring her back to reality. They needed to come up with a way out of the crisis. Meanwhile, Rosario was left alone with Titan. He realized that the key's magic had disappeared, and even the captive had left, meaning the demoness had hidden them and wasn't showing them. Rosaria brazenly declared that she didn't know how it happened, and anyway, a fool like him wouldn't understand anything, even if you told him. The evil Titan demanded that his loot be returned to him, and his voice sounded as if he was about to go crazy. And so it happened. As if he were mad, he rushed at the demoness, but she stood motionless and waited for this. Overall, Ricky quickly realized that they needed an escape plan, which they would come up with while the two dukes were fighting. What she didn't understand was how the boy skillfully used the skills of other dukes, how he was now regenerating his severed arm with the help of Igmund's blood ejection. No matter how you look at it, all his cheating skills, it was abnormal, Ricky said, and thought that the admin on the server was clearly sleeping. It was already time to doubt whether the guy was a real person. Then the hero reminded her of the words she had said to him at their first meeting, that in some ways they are no different from monsters, and they need something to restrain them. In this sense, Taehyung was too principled, so much so that he never went back on his promises. He was still human, he just had a cheat skill that stole other skills. Now it became clear that the guy was a man and a Swiss army knife in the world of Seekers, and Riki let out an astonished cry. It was a real scam, she claimed. Taehyung revealed some of the information to her because he could trust her, and knew that the girl could keep a secret. However, there was no point in talking about regression, even if he died and was resurrected again, the hero thought. Then the floor beneath their feet began to shake. The Seekers realized it was time to leave the Matrix. It was high time to come up with some kind of plan other than running in circles and shouting, "Save me." Right at that moment, Rosaria was barely holding her own against the Titan. Although she didn't set herself the goal of winning and was simply biding her time, it wasn't easy. The hero tried all his skills on Orgale and asked if Ricky had anything that could help, and the girl became thoughtful. Something did come to her mind. A portal, she said, and surprised the guy. This skill simply opened a wormhole that led to another dimension. It would have been easy to escape with, but Riki was wary of the risks, as she had previously used this portal to retrieve monsters from there and had never gone through it herself, so who knew what awaited them in the warp. Compared to a stationary teleport, her skill was still imperfect. It could close at any moment or teleport a person directly to the center of the sun. It would be better to find another way than to take such a risk, the girl thought. But she herself should have realized by now that there was simply no other way. Taehyung reminded her. The world where they were hiding was collapsing with the sound of broken glass. It was time to make a decision, and the hero extended his hand to the girl to help her to her feet. No matter how things turn out, the guy said he believes in Ricky Harley's. The girl was deeply touched by these simple words and accepted the plan. When the refuge world finally disappeared, they saw with horror how the Titan Orgyle held Rosaria's head in his hands. The demoness told the guy to run. Those were her last words before heading home. Titan was glad to see the boy. He wouldn't be able to hide under Rosaria's skirt anymore, he said. There is no shame or conscience in the one who possesses the power of a king. Orgale was indignant, and said that the guy should have suppressed everyone with his power, living up to his title of the Chosen One. The Predator's teeth snapped again in response to this, and grabbed hold of Titan's hand. Even though the hero already knew that his power had no effect on Orgyle's body, he still used it. He was just tired of listening to his nonsense, the guy said, and his right eye flashed. It was high time to start opening the portal, the hero shouted to Ricky, who was standing nearby doing nothing. Only now did she start doing this and began waving her arms. It took some time to prepare, as does any spell. In response to this, the Titan shouted that tricks would not work, and he did not give anyone permission to escape from here. Taehyung once again gathered the power of the Predator in his hand, and suggested that the Duke not rush to conclusions. One day he will come for him again, the boy said, and clenched his fist. His power covered the entire passage with a thick veil, hiding them from the Titan's eyes. Ricky still had doubts about the idea of jumping into the portal, but the hero rejected these speculations. If even the best wizard was not worthy of trust, then who was? She was supposed to go first and wait for him on the other side, after which the guy wished the girl goodbye. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground, in the middle of some kind of abyssal jungle. Ricky sat next to them, her back to the portal, and was glad that they had succeeded, even though she didn't even know whether it would work or not. They must have been the first in the world to pass through a portal created by man, and the hero praised the girl. She looked at him with such tenderness and warmth that his heart began to beat faster, thanking the guy for being there. But then something terrible happened. Orgyle also stuck his hand through the portal, which he could not fit through completely, and grabbed Ricky. Taehyung froze in horror, and must have been thinking about how stupid this situation was. To just dump the character like that, out of sheer stupidity. The program to prevent history from sliding into a harem was activated, and the Titan, half crawling through the passage, crushed the fragile sorceress. He wasn't particularly smart either, since his first order of business was to eliminate the portal's creator, without ever fully making it through to the other side. "The real battle has not yet begun," Orgyle told the boy, and ordered him to walk and look around from now on. The portal collapsed and split his body in half, and the girl slid limply from his paw. Taehyung picked up Ricky, but it was too late because he hadn't taken a saint with healing skills into the team as a slave. The situation was absolutely fatal. All of Ricky's bones were crushed and his organs were crushed. It was about time to use some uber-cool healing elixir, wasn't it? But during all this time, Taehyung never thought to acquire a skill that could heal others, because he always fought alone. He desperately thought about how to use the blood discharge. But that was no good either, and it was not a fact that he would be able to summon Rosaria again. Then Ricky spoke up and said that no matter what the guy did, she was always prepared for something like this. But who will prepare readers for the author deciding to throw away a barely developed character? The guy dramatically said that he didn't want to give up, because he promised to help her when she needed it. Ricky released him from his promise, saying that it was fulfilled and it was too late to look back. Yet she decided to ask him for a favor as the last wish of a dying man. Ricky asked to absorb her ability so that she could continue to serve people, and she herself must have thought that it would be better for the guy to take a healing skill or a potion. But it was in this case that the author decided that the hero would not overcome death with all his strength as before. The magic of the plot? Ricky just had to die dramatically so that the hero would have something to regret. That's why she looked at the guy with all the sadness. Ricky didn't regret anything. She fought bravely until the very end. But she still had one unfinished business that she regretted. Undisclosed feelings that had already become nothing, and then the darkness swallowed her up. Meanwhile, the noble knight was bearing the brunt of everything alone, and no one even offered him the chance to escape. Villain Ming went all out and waved his fists. He had long been eager to enjoy such a tough fight. Cody knew he was at a disadvantage in this castle and needed to leave. He slashed with his sword to somehow throw off the annoying melee fighter. But his sword was stopped by Ming's bare hand, and it was already covered in cracks. The villain brazenly asked the knight why he was running away from battle and not taking pleasantries seriously. Moreover, Taehyung and the captive were most likely already finished off by Orgyle, the villain said and grinned. Their mana had been gone for quite some time now, and Min hinted that it was due to the death of its owners. But then Cody took a serious step, and he finally managed to push back the enemy. Apparently, the rage from realizing the sad fate of his comrades gave him strength. The knight's sword was covered in a red-black aura, and he declared that he believed in his comrades no matter what. Min just grinned and quickly restored his injured arm. He knew better than anyone what kind of monster Duke Orgyle was, and that the chances of survival in a fight with him were minimal. However, at this point, the entire castle began to shake from its very foundations, and the echo of a heart-rending scream echoed through its corridors and halls. Orgyle demanded that his contractor appear immediately, and Min objected that he was currently busy with a slightly different guest. At this point, the villain offered to end their duel, although not without regret, since his stupid duke had called him for some reason. But he warned that this was only the beginning. Soon the earth would be engulfed in uncontrollable chaos, and he will be the one who will bring this chaos, said the villain with a bunch of complexes and a crazy mind. Cody released the lunatic and anxiously lifted his helmet visor to breathe. Worried about what might have happened to Taehyung and Ricky, he returned to the camp, which was their rear base. There weren't any in the searchers' camp, so it turned out that Cody got ahead of Taehyung, but not for long. Soon the hero appeared, and from the first glance at his face and his heavy, gloomy burden, everything was clear. They had failed. The cold realization set in. Cody couldn't think of anything else at that moment. He only asked Taehyung how she died and whether she suffered for a long time. The hero nodded and replied in an empty voice that he regretted not having saved her. No one blamed the guy for this failure, and everyone was saddened by her tragic death. Ricky was very popular because she always fought for people. It all happened because he was too weak, the hero said with a trembling voice. He refused to hand over the girl's body and decided to carry it himself to the Association of Seekers in the new empire. Ricky had left him a message that everyone needed to hear, and Taehyung wanted to personally make sure that everything was carried out correctly. Despite their failure, the chairman expressed gratitude to Kim Taehyung for his assistance in this matter. But along with Ricky, their team lost half of its members, which was a heavy blow for everyone. Still, they were very busy, and hoped that the hero's words were worth taking a break from their work and listening to. Gregor, as usual, unable to control his dislike for the guy, declared that he did not have extra hours to listen to the chatter of losers. But Cody, with just one glance, reminded Gregor that he was there too, and now Ricky was not there to keep the team captain in check. He himself was furious about what had happened, and could barely control himself so as not to take it out on someone. Then Taehyung showed them one skill and asked everyone present to judge for themselves whether it was worth their time or not. It was Ricky's memorize skill, which allowed the user to display stored memories. This is how he intended to convey Ricky's last will, after which he unrolled the film strip in his palm. In total, Taehyung absorbed 3 of Rika's skills. The first was the heart of a supreme being, creating a mana stone within his body. This allowed him to freely control the flow of mana, and all of the sorceress's spells would pass through it. The reason she was so concerned about the difference between humans and monsters was precisely because she had the heart of a monster beating within her chest. The second skill acquired by the hero was a portal, which allowed him to create a teleport to specified coordinates. The last one may not be the most useful. It is the memory skill. It was thanks to him that Ricky was able to work as an investigator for a global organization. Since memorize was a unique skill of the sorceress, it was not surprising that everyone had a lot of questions about it. No one wielded mana as skillfully as Ricky, so the hero attributed the ability to transfer skills to the fallen sorceress, asking her forgiveness for this lie. Although the explanation was put together hastily, Cody didn't care much and asked the guy to get down to business. Then, raising his hand up, Taehyung blinded everyone with the light of his projector. Ricky shared with them her memories of her last investigation, where she infiltrated Orgala's castle and found a hall there with statues of all the dukes. The writing of the abyssal inhabitants has not yet been fully deciphered, but after reading the inscription on the stones of the hall, the sorceress understood their meaning intuitively. Without a doubt, before her were sculptures of the dukes, conveying their unsightly, eerie appearance. Ricky studied their faces for a long time, but it could hardly tell anything about the names and abilities of their owners. The 7 dukes of the abyss did not live in peace, but waged ordinary feudal wars for each other's lands. There was a fragile balance between them. But there was something strange that Ricky noticed: the empty throne that stood above all the dukes. She didn't have time to understand this, because at that very moment she was grabbed by Duke Orgyle, who apparently managed to sneak up on tiptoe from behind. Everyone who watched these memories from a first-person perspective was shocked by what they saw. Until now, they only knew of 3 dukes: Orgale, Igmund, and Lucifer. People didn't even understand the scale of their power. But thanks to the sacrifices of the best seekers, they now understood the magnitude of the threat they faced. Even a single duke could pose a threat to the entire world if he were to rise to the human world. Now it turns out that there are 7 of them, and above them there is someone else, and nothing is known at all. Meanwhile, the head of the villain guild stood next to his duke's throne. He was still regenerating the upper part of his body, and with his mouth growing back, he told Min that it was all over. It was hard to believe that the great Duke of the Abyss was defeated by pathetic humans and needed their help, Min said mockingly. Titan simply waved it off and stated that he could have recovered on his own, but he simply didn't want to wait so long for no reason. He also warned his contractor that he'd crush him for that tone next time. Min shrugged and promised to be more careful in the future, but he was hardly telling the truth. Kim Taehyung had a special ability that only he could control. Duke Orgyle explained the reasons for his haste. This ability belonged to him, the king of the lower world, who united the dukes and led them to the upper world one day. Min was surprised, because he had heard about this creature for the first time, but now everything was different, and the duke ordered Min to return to the outside world. He was supposed to speed up their plans, plunge the world into chaos, and also capture the key of the king of the underworld and bring it to the duke. Orgyle, like all the dukes, dreamed of conquering the others and ruling the abyss himself, and placed unreasonably high hopes on his servant. After the meeting, Taehyung approached the chairman to talk to him. The guy asked him what he intended to do next after learning the whole truth. He was going to call an emergency meeting, but it was unlikely they could come up with anything quickly, since the strongest wing of the organization was already here. The hero reminded him that this was not only the business of their country, but of the whole world. Everyone should know about these events. The chairman, however, was adamant that such a message would plunge the world into chaos, markets would collapse, and a furry animal would come to the fragile global economy. However, this was contrary to Rika's last will, who had always been devoted to all of humanity, and not just to the politicians of her country. In the end, the chairman was forced to agree, knowing full well that otherwise the hero would have acted independently. And having received their consent, the guy told about the figure of the light-faced man that he saw in Ricky's memories, but did not show it to others, of course. This was also a trick. The surprised officials looked at each other and began to whisper. Kim Taehyung had already become their valuable ally and could be trusted. So they took the guy to some storage facility, which was a long way away, and the chairman decided to give him a lecture on history, a short introduction lasting 30 seconds. When the abyss appeared, humanity became completely different. People awakened and received resources that did not exist on Earth. For the most part, this served as a source of progress. However, this part of the story was not true. The appearance of the abyss and the awakening of humanity did not coincide in time. First hell began, which they could not cope with, and humanity rose from its knees only after the new empire found something at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. And it was from the moment they came into contact with this that people began to awaken. When the vault doors opened, Taehyung let out a surprised breath. In a huge tank stood the figure of a white man, more like a god, and according to the chairman, it was thanks to his power that humanity had changed. They called him Nameless, because it was impossible to call him a god. The hero was extremely amazed that their country hid this creature for so long. The Empire's position was that they, as a chosen nation led by elite seekers, were the ones directing all progress. In reality, however, nothing else happened, and the nature of the Nameless One has never been clarified over the years. Little by little, through the revelation of small secrets, they managed to get closer to solving the mystery of this creature's nature. Suddenly, the Nameless Man's head moved imperceptibly, and 3 eyes opened on his face and stared intently at the hero. The spectacle was so terrifying that it stunned everyone present. It was so unexpected. Nothing like this had ever happened before, which raised more questions than answers. The chairman immediately ordered that a research team be called in for analysis. But it wasn't just the opening of eyes. The thing in the tank stared at him silently. And then the boy heard a voice in his head. The creature knew he was a regressor with the power of a king. The fact that the faceless silent god knew about his history greatly surprised the hero. Perhaps it is time to dispel the false illusion of this cycle, the creature thought, and its power began to put pressure on everyone around it. Taehyung reached out to the god and, using his predator skill, asked him to tell him everything. He was immediately transported into his inner world, also dull in shades of gray, like the very appearance of the Nameless One. The deity acknowledged the boy's courage and allowed him to ask any questions he wanted. There were many, but first, Taehyung asked how the Nameless Man knew the answers and whether he was a deity. The Nameless One said that he didn't really fit the description of the god that people were used to, and the question itself was stupid, but for convenience he allowed himself to be called that. A god raised by humans can't be strong. Taehyung said another absurd and stupid thing. Nameless explained that he was just a part of the god, and therefore couldn't change his form until he merged with someone. He only had directions, and Taehyung, surprised, asked for clarification. The direction pointed to the true body, and the hero understood this as meaning that somewhere there is a true god connected with the Nameless One. The awakening of humanity was connected precisely with this creature. Just like the reason for Taehyung's awakening after meeting the king, it was exactly the same. The Nameless One stunned him. It turned out that the power of the bright-faced king was the power of a god, but it was unclear why he allowed the hero to regress or where he was. Then the Nameless One moved the guy to show him another useful flashback. The world looked as if the abyss itself had burst into it, and monsters were pouring out of numerous portals. The earth plunged into chaos. At first Taehyung thought he saw his homeland, but then he saw the statue of a galloping horseman, and a feeling of uneasiness came over him. This was not Taehyung's world, but a dimension that once belonged to the light-faced one. But now he was a simple citizen, being chased by a toothy monster. That was his past, and then he was a man, pathetic and weak. But in the end, he awakened within himself the power of a predator, which saved him. This boy was born from one of the fragments of God scattered around between dimensions. At a turning point, he woke up and began the path laid out for him by fate. The picture changed again. This time it was an abyss. Taehyung looked up at the sky and saw the king there. He had seen these pictures in the past. A vision of how the light-faced one destroyed an army of monsters and captured the abyss. Soon the king ascended the throne he had created and united the powers of the dukes. Powerful beings are forced to swear allegiance to him in order to preserve their positions and lives. Taehyung had absolutely no idea how the victory over the dukes was connected to the fate that God had predetermined. The end of the war in the lower world and its unification was only the first stage, after which the war with the upper dimension began and the fate of the abyss was at stake. Only after the war of all nations can a being learn the way to become a god. That's precisely why the king fought. And at this point, you might get the feeling that the development of this story was more epic and interesting than the stupid leveling up of a cheater's hero. In general, they had a complete mess going on there, worthy of becoming a new Iliad. But they will show you a couple of frames. The king led the dukes, but the upper dimension was closer to God than the lower one. Ultimately, the king was unable to overcome this disparity in power. And even after fighting with all his might, to the limits of his abilities and common sense, the outcome remained the same. The king that was once a man now watched as his mind slowly faded under the pressure of the abyss and war. And then the realization came to him that it was not he who had to complete what was destined. Someone else had to finish what was started. Now Taehyung also understood what it meant to be the key, to have the ability to end this war and inherit the king's will, becoming a god. For some time, the guy thought about the likelihood of being chosen among billions of people, among whom there were certainly many who were smarter, more honest, and more strong-willed. And he asked the Nameless One why the god had scattered his fragments, and why the king had originally made such a long journey for the sake of divinity. He didn't understand why he became the chosen one, but the guy remained a modest person. But the Nameless One could not know this. It was only a means to insert another flashback and connect the reader with the prehistory of the world. The boy had to find the answers himself. Knowing everything right away wouldn't even be interesting. The Nameless One told him that since the hero didn't inherit the king's power from a god, he wasn't obligated to follow that path. He could enjoy his new life according to his plans and not worry about anything else. Whether he goes further or not is up to him to decide, said the Nameless Man, and asked the hero what he would do. The chairman was worried that while Taehyung was talking to the Nameless Man, they were missing something important, and they had to stay, even at the risk of their lives. Cody and Marcus tried to calm him down. The guy wasn't one to act recklessly, and he would be fine. Time passed, and the face of the hero appeared from the portal, coming out as if nothing had happened. He easily used Ricky's portal, which meant another cheat skill was already working, and the chairman rushed to him to ask what had happened to the god. Then the hero said something that made the chairman's legs give way, that the god had disappeared, or rather had been absorbed by him. Here even Cody's trust was shaken. Up until this moment he had always supported the guy, but perhaps it would have been worthwhile to tell in more detail if the matter concerned issues of national and global security. The knight resolutely approached the boy, as if challenging him, and the air between them immediately became heavier. All attention turned to them both. The situation could quickly escalate into war. It was a real Cuban Missile Crisis, based on mutual suspicions. To ease the tension, the hero explained how it all happened. That he heard the Nameless Man's voice and followed his instructions, and then the Nameless Man entered him. However, he couldn't yet reveal the subject of their conversation. Naturally, this provoked another wave of indignation from the chairman. The Nameless Man was his country's most valuable asset, a hope for global domination and hegemony. From the perspective of primitive tribal logic, such emotions were justified. Fortunately, Cody, a man of chivalry, was above it all. He'd seen Taehyung fight selflessly to save Ricky. They'd both taken risks and fought side by side. If an ally didn't want to say anything, there was no choice but to accept it. So he simply asked the guy what he would do next, what his intentions were. Taehyung responded rather vaguely that he was going to figure out exactly what he was capable of. Perhaps we'll see him absorb hundreds of skills and learn to use them in sophisticated combos for every situation, as a rational person would do. After he conveyed Ricky's last will, the guy had nothing more to do in the new empire, and he decided to return home. The chairman demanded that Cody stop Kim Tae-hyung, but he did not move. It was obvious from the start that the hero had long since surpassed him, and there was no longer a single being on Earth capable of stopping this man. Thus, the question of hegemony was settled. Whether it was because of the Nameless One or not, their country had countless opportunities to contact him, but the god did not answer their prayers. It was worth looking at it from the other side. It was not Kim Tae-hyung who absorbed the god, but the Nameless One who chose him. It would be foolish to show hostility to someone who was, firstly, a friend, and secondly, the chosen one of divine power. It was reasonable to accept the state of affairs and simply follow the leader. After this, an official conference was held, and the latest events became public knowledge, and the world was shaken by the danger threatening it. People learned of the 7 Dukes of the Abyss, each of whom was a terrible threat. People were in mourning for the fallen double high-rank seekers, especially for Riki, who was known as a very bright and good person. When the guy returned home, he met with Chairman Ju, who was worried about him after hearing all the news. But the hero hastened to say that he was fine. The old man even told the boy not to blame himself too much for what happened, because he did everything he could, and the hero accepted these comforting words. But given their circumstances, time was short. The chairman heard from Yu A-yeon that the boy was going to the abyss again. The hero's intentions did not change after he learned everything about the dukes. On the contrary, now the abyss needed him even more. Go Tae-wook wanted to say something, but the chairman stopped him. The deputy believed that this information needed to be communicated to the guy, even though he was about to embark on a dangerous raid into the abyss. While Tae-hyung was away on a rescue mission, an outbreak of an unknown disease began in the world, causing fever and gray spots all over the body. These symptoms resembled the remnants of a poison from an unconquered dungeon in the Eastern Empire. The illness plagued people in his previous life long after his defeat. However, this was strange, because this time things had turned out differently, and Venom had been defeated earlier. Go Tae-wook reported that after an investigation, it was determined that the disease was unnatural in origin. The trail led to a dark guild that had bred this disease here, in Tae-hyung's homeland. This was surprising, because even though the guild had great influence, it could not conduct such research itself, and now the association was trying to find out who was behind this. The association planned the complete destruction of the Dark Guild within the country. Since the conversation turned to the Dark Guild, the guy couldn't help but recall his meeting with their leader, Min, who had mentioned the chairman in conversation. Deputy Go cried out in surprise when he heard Ming's name and that the boy had met him. This meeting almost turned out to be their last, and the hero informed them that Min was now Orgile's contractor, and it seemed he knew the chairman well. This news saddened the chairman, because Min had fallen even more than before, becoming the monster's servant, and he had to tell the hero what had happened. Initially, no one intended to hide the truth from the guy. They simply didn't want to put all the responsibility on him. So, welcome to another flashback, and you thought that was it, but no. These events took place over 20 years ago, when the hero wasn't even in the project yet. There was a gate breakthrough in one zone, and Ju, who was then an ordinary seeker, headed there. But they didn't find any monsters there. Only a child who had awakened his abilities after the death of his parents. Even if it was unconscious, the 7-year-old boy stopped the rupture of the second-tier gate. As usual, a difficult childhood is the main reason for becoming a bad guy. It was their first meeting, and the experienced Jedi immediately sensed the power within the boy and decided to raise him, contrary to the council's opinion. Ju was driven by a feeling of guilt for not having come earlier and saved Min's family. So he took the boy with him and taught him everything he knew. So there was still a chance to survive the trauma of childhood. Ju never thought that a boy who hated demons could stray from the path of a human. Ming's talent exceeded all expectations. He absorbed all the teachings without complaint and reached the highest rank while still a schoolboy. Looking back, Ju realized how pathetic his attempts had been, because in the end, it was he who had driven the boy into a corner. The question remained as to when it all went wrong, and the hero asked it. In their time, there were various systems for entering the abyss, Deputy Guo explained. But in the past, there was nothing like this. Despite his young age, Min could start working for the association. Everyone admired him and wanted to go on a raid with him. However, despite his talents, Ming's raids were constantly plagued by accidents and casualties. When the association decided to investigate these cases, they discovered something terrible. Min himself had driven the searchers from his team to death. It was such a strange turn of character, and so senseless, that it is not surprising that it raised questions. It turned out that the boy grew up to be a rare bastard, with a bunch of complexes. He perceived himself as the strongest, and did not consider it necessary to take care of the weak during a fight. Such people become sociopaths, even if they had a happy childhood. Not all sociopaths become maniacs. Many find their way into the armed forces and special forces, but Min's personality type left no room for cooperation. Fearing responsibility, the association decided to destroy Min and erase his existence. In response, Min killed all the seekers sent after him and fled, becoming a renegade rebel and then an international criminal. In Ming's eyes, only the strongest could survive. It was the disaster and the death of his parents that made him who he was. So he sought to spread this approach to the entire world, calling it salvation. The chairman blamed himself for everything. Over all the years, he had failed to see the darkness in the boy's heart, and had effectively armed him, turning him into a ferocious monster dangerous to those around him. Taehyung didn't deny that the chairman's influence was present in this case, and his words sounded quite harsh. If he knew a Jedi could fall to the dark side, he should have split him in two, the hero joked. Or, for example, sought help from psychologists and psychiatrists. At the same time, the hero promised to catch Ming and provide the chairman with the opportunity to conduct a proper educational conversation with his son, who had disowned him. Now this matter became personal for Taehyung. He knew too well how those who are obsessed with their own strength and the humiliation of the weak behave. So the hero was going to join the operation to conquer the abyss, but not right away. There was something the guy wanted to deal with first. Without it, it would be too difficult to focus on the upcoming fight. And they were talking about the new status window that appeared after meeting the Nameless One. The system assigned him a quest and started a countdown to its start, called the War of the Abyssal Nations. After this, the hero visited the castle of a luxurious and mature woman. It turned out she was waiting for his quick return. But when the guy saw her condition, he became worried. After the fight with Orgyle, Rosaria's condition left much to be desired, and her beauty seemed to fade. The damage received during the last summon was greater than the hero thought. Even just surviving the collision with the Duke's main body while being summoned was a great success for her, the demoness noted. But her castle was also in a poor state and looked dilapidated. Then Rosaria revealed that not long before being summoned to battle Orgyle, the violent vampire Igmund had visited her home, but that this was nothing to worry about. The Dukes hadn't gotten along well initially, and Rosaria was willing to pay a high price for the privilege of securing an exceptional contractor. The hero firmly declared that no one would dare treat his woman like that again. Although these were mere words, they greatly pleased the voluptuous demoness, and she smiled faintly. When the boy told her that he had met a god and learned the story of the king, the succubus's eyes opened wide. A new war of nations is coming, the hero told her, and silence fell in the hall. The surprised demoness wanted to know the details of the meeting with the deity, and Taehyung said that in his world there was also a fragment of divinity, and he accidentally encountered it and was able to talk, even though she had told him before that even if he found out the truth, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Now everything was different, the hero confidently declared. Rosaria nodded. The guy had achieved this power earlier than she thought. Maybe this meeting was an accident, or maybe it was inevitable, considering how he ran around everywhere like crazy. Spreading herself more comfortably on the throne, she asked the boy if he had realized his purpose. And since he's here, he obviously should have already had a ready answer. Taehyung again remembered the words of the god fragment, that he was not obliged to accept this whole fate of a hero. Whether to go further or not was only his decision, the nameless man said in an indifferent voice. At first, Taehyung simply wanted to receive compensation for his emotional wounds. He wanted to vent his resentment for his miserable life on the world. But this time, having become stronger, he decided to live differently, and not as a shadow of his past complexes. This time he wanted to be truly happy, since fate had given him a second chance. But the more he learned the secrets of the abyss, the more convinced he became that there must be a reason why the king chose him and sent him to the past. giving him power. According to the sun-faced one, he was simply touched by the persistence of the guy who never became awakened, and his willpower. However, the king's true desire was to find someone who could bear his burden as the savior of the world. And from this it followed that he should follow the same path, Kim Tae-hyung firmly stated. He already understood that it had nothing to do with Earth, but he wanted to end this war in order to protect his world. So he asked Rosaria for her strength, to protect her too, and to elevate her to the highest place. At his words, the demoness's heart began to beat faster. A young, ambitious man, endowed with divine status, said something that made Rosaria blush. She immediately told the hero that he was still just a key, and that he still had a long way to go to become a king. Due to an unknown force, his rank had risen to double the highest, and a colossal power was awakening, the system reported. Even Rosaria was shocked by such an awakening of power, and asked the guy when he managed to receive it. The fragment of the god inside him heard the hero's intentions and finally merged with him. At these words, the demoness quietly laughed, remembering the past. When the king said that he would pass on his power to another, she was resolutely against it, because she believed that only the sun-faced one could bear this burden. But now she realized how wrong she had been, and looked at the guy with unprecedented tenderness and the experience of a 1,000-year-old maiden. It was as if a wave of nostalgia washed over her when she had just become the servant of the sun-faced one. She was a sweet girl with horns that you just wanted to hold on to. Now the line between subordinate and master had been erased between them, the demoness said, and she regarded the guy as an equal partner. Ahead of them lay a battle of nations, and she asked the hero how much he knew about it. All he knew was that once he ended the feudal war and united the abyss, there would be an invasion of higher beings. The so-called god was not as kind as he thought. The demoness realized with disappointment that the guy had deceived her and actually didn't know much, but otherwise, he wouldn't have received Rosaria's support. Although the demoness didn't know much, she decided to tell him what she knew. The high world did not interfere in their affairs while the dukes were divided, but if with their power the king achieved divinity, it would be a threat to them. More precisely, the king of the upper world did not want this. Everywhere there were their own kings, just like everywhere else, concerned with maintaining their status and power. This king also possessed a shard of the abyss and was a supreme being, the first to achieve the status of a god, and his name was the king of the demonic gods, Baal. It was difficult to understand what the ancient deity of the Phoenicians had forgotten here. The author's ways were inscrutable. In the light-faced man's memories, he fought precisely with a dragon in the last war. It seemed like it was actually a war between two cheaters, each receiving an equal god shard to determine who would be supreme. But Rosaria corrected the boy, saying that the Supreme King had already achieved enlightenment and rejected the purpose of his power. Since the light-faced one wanted to return peace and order to the universe, the Supreme Ruler attacked him. The war would have started long ago, but one spell currently prevents the upper world from invading the lower, and that was also the light-faced one's plan. Anyway, guys, the war between Upper and Lower Egypt is as it is. From all that was said, it was clear that all the remaining dukes had to be urgently defeated, and an army must be assembled from their forces to repel the invasion. Then Rosaria told him everything she knew about the territories of the other dukes and their powers. They talked for a very long time and thoroughly, until they had emptied more than one bottle of fermented grape juice. Finally, the demoness extended her hand to him and offered to decide with whom they would begin their crusade. Tae-hyung really wanted to start with Orgyle and get revenge on him for what he did. But Orgyle possessed the most extensive lands in the abyss, and a war of attrition against him was extremely unprofitable. Then, as usual, a messenger burst in with an urgent message. It was time to move the plot forward. It was Lady Museran's urgent report on what was happening in the western lands. Having read it, the demoness, who was clearly and shamelessly aiming for the queen, said that they had come across just the right opportunity to begin the campaign. So she told the guy to prove that his words were not spoken without reason. The western territories of Rosaria bordered the territory of Igmun, separated by a lifeless desert. But even through these arid places, the vampire servants managed to pass. There was a battle between them, blades flashed, and it was not yet clear who would win. As a result, the one who looked more like a succubus was wounded, and her sword was split. Lady Museran deserved to have a name, after all. She was a double high plus rank boss, But what could be said about the one who defeated her? It was some kind of zombie woman with her mouth sewn shut. Since the differences between the monsters were purely in stats that had no impact on gameplay, playing them was boring. Ranks didn't really change anything. Blueface, for example, had a triple highest rank, but fought like all monsters in hand-to-hand combat, without any special tricky skills, game changers, or anything else. Bladia humiliated her defeated rival in every possible way, and defamed the name of the queen of the succubi, after which she simply crushed it with her foot, enjoying the crunch of bones and the humiliation brought to the defeated one. "Survival of the strongest," said Bladia haughtily, and once again trampled on her rival. "In the end, they will all have to bow their heads before her Duke Igmun," the dead woman declared. She then claimed this piece of lifeless, dry desert as Igmun's territory, a rather dubious acquisition. And it was at that moment that Taehyung arrived on the battlefield. He liked the words about the survival of the strongest. Until now, he had shown no mercy to his enemies. The guy grinned and called himself a mercenary of the arrogant Queen Rosaria, whom Bladia was so unashamed to despise. Most abyssal creatures lack intelligence. They are ordinary animals, driven by the author's reluctance to think through the evolution of other worlds in all its diversity and complexity. However, sometimes mobs with enormous strength and intelligence are miraculously born. They do not write philosophical treatises on existence, but they can speak. The rest of the mobs obey them, and together they form a dull, boring canon of the lit RPG genre, devoid of any depth or contradictions. Monsters have no specific purpose. They are all nothing more than a repository of valuable experience points for the hero. As products of poor logic, monsters establish a hierarchy so that they have some semblance of organization, with creatures of higher status and power ruling over those below and weaker. The Abyss was thus an ideal petri dish, in which a selection was constantly made among the monsters that were born in the wasteland with random characteristics and fought with each other. Bladia has always been a creature that devours others. She destroyed hundreds and thousands of monsters single-handedly, having defeated all worthy opponents that were nearby. She met Igmun. The Dukes were taller than ordinary monsters. Their characteristics included not only strength, but also a worldview and quasi-culture, which allowed these creatures to live cut off from society as such. Bladia was completely defeated by the vampire's power, and her pride was trampled. It was then that she suffered her first defeat, and realized that there was a level of power higher than hers. Igmun told her to remember well that there was a gap between their levels that this monster could not overcome, and therefore it was not worth trying. Each monster's status was determined at birth, and there was only one way to overcome this limit: to gain power from a stronger monster in exchange for becoming its vassal. Having experienced a moment of humiliation, Bladia received strength and a new status, believing that no one except her master would dare to resist her. She secretly hoped to grow up in the shadow of her master, and one day surpass him by challenging him. But this dream was also destined to be destroyed, because she met a hero who knew no limits. Bladia believed that she could not lose to the subordinate of the weakest Duchess of the Abyss, but the hero did not even let himself be hit. Having finished playing with the walking corpse, he grabbed her gray hand with its beautiful manicure, and then Bladia saw in him the power of Duchess Rosaria, who had taken her form. Paralyzed, she could not move, and, having fallen under the influence of hypnosis, she received a serious wound. Now she had become prey, and the hero began to think about what to do with her, since he did not eat monsters, but the invasion of the lands of Rosaria had to be dealt with. There was no point in talking to Igmun's small fry, so the boy told her to call her master. In response to this, the proud monster became so enraged that it even tore the threads that sewed its mouth together. It screamed something about becoming the greatest creature of the abyss and other such megalomaniacal nonsense. But the dragon's mouth had already closed over her when the hero set the predator into motion. The guy seemed to be mocking the monster because he ended up eating her with a skill rather than literally. Then the wounded Muzarin approached him, recognizing the hero as the queen's contractor. There was a time when fighting monsters like Bloody would have been epically difficult. So the hero even felt a wave of nostalgia, because after uniting with the Shard, he could challenge even triple-rank monsters. After absorbing Bladia, his blood ejection skill, which he got from Igmun, was adjusted and required less mana. Regardless of the reasons for these changes, the guy could now absorb the power of other dukes by attacking their subordinates. However, As soon as Bladia became a pool of blood that was quickly absorbed into the desert sand, Igmun emerged from it, arriving only when his valuable asset was torn to pieces. It turned out that from the very beginning he did not count on the success of his subordinate and used her as bait to lure the hero out of the shelter. Now they met face to face without the contortions of summoning and the like, but the hero was not at all afraid because he was also looking for a vampire. Since their intentions towards each other were symmetrical, Igmun proposed to celebrate this reunion. Chairman Ju stretched wearily in his chair, and his gaze fell on an old photograph of the heads of all the guilds in the country. He was overcome with nostalgia as he looked at their young faces and realized how much he himself had aged. Then his deputy burst into the room, surprised to find his boss in his office. It turned out that some tramps had just contacted the association and reported that the place they had been observing had begun to move. So now the scouts waited for further orders from the association. Then the chairman declared that it was time to carry out Order 66 and ordered that all national-level power seekers be gathered, and he himself intended to join them. However, Kim Tae-hyung has not yet returned from the abyss, Deputy Go reminded him with concern. Chairman Ju then objected that they couldn't rely on just one person forever. They had to cope with the problems without the hero because he was now busy following his own path. They were supposed to become reliable helpers for a child who was on the right path, said the old man. And Deputy Guo caught in his words the shadow of Ming and regrets about the past that could no longer be corrected. They must do what is necessary, because this is their last battle, the chairman declared decisively. Meanwhile, Taehyung and Igmun were playing a staring contest. For some reason, the vampire decided that he really needed to remember his manners and etiquette. He introduced himself formally and bowed slightly, persistently pretending to be an aristocrat, which in fact he never was. Ask him why all this was necessary, this whole masquerade, and he would not answer you, like that madman who mistook his wife for a hat. But Taehyung decided to play along. It all boils down to a regular fight anyway, so why not have some fun with the show? And he also gave his name, calling himself the King's Key as a title. Realizing that the guy was indeed the heir to that power, Igmun offered him to break the contract with Rosary and make one with him. In exchange, the hero will receive strength, power, and influence that the demoness does not have, and then together they will rule the galaxy. But could a hero exchange a castle with a luxurious queen and 100 maids for some vampire? Only a bloodsucker would benefit from this deal. It is obvious that any duke would want to make a contract with a hero to take away the king's power from him. So Taehyung knew very well about the intentions that were hidden behind the beautiful and noble speeches. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, the vampire decided to take the key by force. But in this situation, he could no longer guarantee the integrity of the boy's body. Igmun was surprised why the hero did not believe him, but willingly trusted the demoness. And then Taehyung answered him that they had an equal partnership. For someone accustomed to relying on force to determine hierarchy, the concept of trusting and equal relationships was simply incomprehensible. The previous king had subjugated all the dukes by force. Taehyung chuckled. Because he never said that he refused to use force, it would just be directed at the most stubborn ones. After this, the guy boldly declared that he also had an offer for the vampire to become his subordinate and join his army in the future war between the higher and lower kingdoms. Igmun also laughed at such impudence. The pathetic man became very arrogant after becoming the key to the king's power. Bloody blades summoned by Igmun appeared above the hero. The negotiations were over. However, this attack was repelled by exactly the same bloody blades that jumped out from underground. Since the bloodsucker refused to come to an agreement and enlist in the hero's army, he needed to be taught a special lesson. But the proud vampire quickly recovered from the initial shock, and a fight broke out between them. When the hero threw his blades at Igmun, they collided with an invisible barrier that surrounded the enemy. The Duke was unhappy that the boy was using his power as he pleased and not paying rent, so he summoned a giant bow. The hero already understood that this would be a difficult battle because the Duke stood a step above beings with a triple higher rank, so simple bragging was not enough to defeat him. Then the guy decided to test something, and decided to switch from long-range attacks to close combat. He wanted to see how far he could go in battle with the Duke. After absorbing the Shard of God, the hero spread his wings and easily dodged the shot, and flying past, he inflicted a wound on the enemy with his hand, on which he had grown claws, but he himself was wounded. Even so, all this was nothing more than a prelude to the real exchange of blows. Igmund praised the guy. He really did use the stolen skills skillfully, but it was too early to be surprised, because the hero possessed many powers. Using the blood emission and the beast transformation combined with each other, he broke the bloody sword. The vampire recognized Orgile's skill with amazement as the boy lunged at him with his claws. In response to this, he again tried to throw it away with his sword, angered by the insolence of the cheating boy. But this blade was also broken by a bare hand. In close combat, Igmund was clearly inferior. Now he felt how much stronger the one who had recently been hiding under Rosaria's skirt had become. The way some man was pushing back the Duke amazed everyone who watched this battle. Considering all the skills, mutations, and changes in essence, Taehyung could no longer be called human for a long time. The boy mocked the bloodsucker and his aristocratic arrogance, and he justified himself by saying that the boy had not yet seen even 1/100th of his strength. Igmund decided that since a couple of blades were not enough, he needed to summon 100 weapons, and then he would definitely win. But Taehyung didn't intend to play with him either, so he aroused the dragon's wrath. After all, he hasn't used even 1/100th of his strength yet, the guy said with pathos. He quickly closed in on the vampire, leaving him no chance to attack from a distance, after which he plunged his hand into him. The skill of the devil's saliva endowed the hero's mana with poisonous properties, thus the vampire's blood was infected. Suddenly, when he thought he had already coped, Igmund's body turned into a pool of blood from which it was created. The vampire admitted defeat, because the very fact that his main body had received a wound from the boy was humiliating, and for this he promised to repay him by placing the hero in the center of a bloody field, a special power that only Igmund had. Taehyung tried to summon Rosaria to destroy the space, but it was no use. Those parts of his body that came into contact with the blood were rapidly losing mana. Having made a mistake, the boy allowed himself to be pulled into a trap and was now drowning in this artificial lake. He sank deeper and deeper and soon became so weak that he lost consciousness. The waves carried him to the shore, where Igmund was waiting for him. The Duke grumbled that the boy had caused him a lot of trouble and reached out to him with his hand. However, the moment this happened, his body suddenly disappeared, which puzzled Igmund. It was indeed easy to get confused because this place was very similar to his Red Meadow, Taehyung said, but in fact this territory belonged to that bastard. The vampire was even more surprised, because the guy spoke as if he was talking about someone else. And turning around, he saw the hero's double with red eyes. Before him was the true essence of the key, the vampire realized when he was greeted. The double grinned. Everyone who came here wondered about his essence, but no one ever received an answer. The arrogant Duke reminded his double of his title and ordered him to answer him politely. But for the predator, they were all just food, so their status meant nothing. He saw other boundaries up there, he said to the settlers and pointedly raised his finger upwards. Both used Igmund's power to create floating blades of blood. The vampire irritably stated that the double was not much different from the guy on the outside. But then he saw how the bloody sword changed shape and devoured his magic, which meant it was not his ability. The predator took advantage of his trick and absorbed the magical power of the astonished vampire. He was always happy to have extra mana and thanked her for the hearty meal. This was another blow to the pride of the monster who pretended to be noble and even wore a medieval costume. Igmund exploded into a swarm of bloody tentacles. He decided to first catch the villain, and then find out who he was. The vampire used the power of the spiritual world, so even the predator was surprised. But last time even a fly gave him trouble. What's surprising when there is a whole duke here? However, there was something the vampire didn't know about the original, the predator stated, and a wall of blood rose to the sky in front of his face. Igmund also directed the streams, gathering them into heavy waves and unleashing a whole tsunami on the enemy. In this world, one field can oppose another, so the double was able to break through straight to Igmund. He paralyzed him with the combined skill of Apocalypse, and then introduced him to his fist. The vampire was thrown back and rolled across the wide surface of the stormy lake. The double began to complain. His protege had such impressive skills, but he didn't even know how to use them properly, and everything turned out too crude and clumsy. The boy allowed himself to be exhausted, so the double had to show himself, although he usually did not interfere. But he even liked this arrangement, so he ordered the despised Duke to rise to his feet and clench his teeth tighter. Then the usual educational beating began. At this point, Igman had no time for evasions or tricks, and the vampire was clearly not used to getting his noble face slapped. He lacked practice, but the predator apparently visited the gym and watched no-holds-barred fights, because he did not experience any particular difficulties in his series of combos. Once again, the vampire was thrown back and flew over the Red Sea, but no one was going to let him go. The double caught up with him right in flight, after which he crushed it with his foot, so that a whole geyser of spray rose up. The Duke must never have been beaten like that since he took his title. At that very moment, Igmoon fired some kind of hard spike, but the predator's jaws snapped and caught him. It happened at the very last minute, but the double was not at all afraid for his life. Suddenly he fell down, and it turned out that he had somehow lost his leg. Igmoon, on the contrary, came to his senses and did not even think of sparing the double of the arrogant boy. In the vampire's hands was a sealing sword that contained the power of the enemy he had cut. Perhaps with the help of this weapon, he planned to absorb the power of the king. Recovery will take some time, and the predator realized that once in Taehyung's body, he had become too careless. While pondering what to do, he remembered his original and hoped that the guy was not sleeping. The Duke had already taken enough damage while the hero was simply resting. This means that the final phase of the battle could have been left to him. The moral of this story is that a crowd can even put out a lion. Using a sneak attack from behind, Taehyung absorbed Igmoon, and the world he was trapped in began to crumble. Despite the severe wound, Igmoon could still stand on his feet and curse that he had lost only to the pitiful ghost of a king. And then Rosaria was able to break into this world and come to the hero's aid. She was worried about her future king, but the guy said that everything was fine. Here, the Duke decided to resign his powers and deal with everyone another time. Before he dissolved into a puddle, he promised them that he would definitely return and take revenge. And the hero promised that he would not allow this to happen with all his might. Rosaria was glad the boy was unharmed. She wouldn't have sent him off personally if she'd known Igmoon would come to the meeting. But wasn't that to be expected? After all, what else do dukes do if not fight in person? It was worth calling her immediately, the hero agreed, and leaned back in the arms of the luxurious demoness. Yet they managed to loudly declare the beginning of the feudal war, and Rosaria sighed heavily, because she got a man who always went ahead. Meanwhile, on Earth, a battle was also raging. The association attacked the lair of the Dark Guild. The entire team was in a hurry to catch up with the guild leaders before they escaped again. Yu Aong had already gone after those who tried to escape, so there was a chance to kill all the cultists at once. However, there was no point in relaxing, because she could also have problems with the person she was pursuing. At this point, Chairman Zhu arrived at the scene and politely knocked on the door. He ordered everyone to lie face down on the floor and surrender because they were already surrounded. That's when they spotted Mr. Shadow, a man wearing a gas mask and with a lot of complexes, and he declared that the association had fallen into a trap. The deputy of the Dark Guild, and the last of the triad who was never caught by Taehyung, recognized this weirdo as the chairman. Then he realized that the one Yu Aeon was pursuing was most likely his adopted son, the apostate. The pursuit led them into an industrial zone. They could not go any further, and Yu Aeong left the vehicle. She herself did not think that she would meet him in this way, having recognized the face of the one she was pursuing. But it was director Lee Jong-soo, whom everyone had already forgotten about. He was still a cardboard cutout character. His appearance was not surprising to the scout. She had long suspected the clan of having ties to a dark guild. The gray disease that engulfed the country was the work of this scoundrel. A bunch of cultists couldn't have done such a thing alone. Moreover, it was the Taesong group that was the first to release a vaccine, which caused their shares to skyrocket in price. The scout regretted the lack of evidence, but now that she'd caught him directly, she didn't need it. As part of her investigation, she asked the scoundrel why he'd betrayed the people, and Chansu justified himself by saying that it brought him direct benefit, better than being crushed and worthless. He was also very dissatisfied with the current state of affairs, as the other guilds had taken over everything along with the association, leaving them no room in the market. These were all the usual tricks of a dirty, greedy man, and although Yu Aeon acted as if she had already arrested the scoundrel, he hastened to show that this was not the case. The scout only chuckled. The awakened one was only of ordinary rank and was pretending to be God knows what. However, through demonization, Lee Jong-soo has long since gone beyond the limits of his talents and torn the shirt on his body. The spy didn't expect this and asked in surprise what it was. The hero had told her about something similar, meaning it wasn't just the virus that had escaped Cha Rong's lab. Now, according to the statements of the head of the Daesong clan, he has reached the national level. He hastened to introduce the scout to his fist, without any decency. There was also a fight going on in the villain's lair, and all the Dream Team's seekers did not hold back their skills. But none of them were able to touch the pompous, masked villain. No matter how much they tried, the result was the same. But it was unclear how Shadow became so strong. Since melee attacks didn't work, they tried using magic. But the result was the same. The enemy seemed invulnerable, but at the same time could counterattack. His long, creeping shadows picked up the magicians and lifted them up. Then Chairman Zhu stepped in, but he too was unable to touch the villain. And the insecure traitor himself boasted that it was impossible to catch him from the start, and therefore he always eluded them. The squad swore it couldn't be called anything other than cheating. There was no fair play on the server. But Chairman Zhu had already realized that the villain's words were just a bluff. He had already noticed something and decided to check it out. Then the hero's dream team repeated their well-coordinated attack. All of them national-level seekers. Shadow boasted that life taught them nothing, despite the fact that the seekers had such a rank, and with the help of his ability, he caught everyone in his tentacles. But then Chairman Zhu attacked him, waiting for the right moment. Just like the first attack, there was a limit on target acquisition. So in order to evade Chairman Shadow's attack, 2 had to be released. This meant that he could not attack and defend at the same time. The most important thing was to catch the right moment, and the chairman deliberately exposed himself. At the same time, Lim Aong attacked the enemy directly from behind the chairman's broad back. Her power turned the entire room into a glacier in an instant. It was an area effect attack that was difficult to dodge. Once the enemy was trapped, the chairman used ancient national martial arts. The sorceress from the team was happy again, hoping that this time they had eliminated the enemy. But this turned out not to be the case. The mask was torn from the villain's face, and he grinned and praised Teacher Ming for being able to analyze his abilities so quickly. The chairman growled, asking where Min was now, but he hardly had a chance of getting an answer that way. From the very beginning, Shadow knew that it would not be easy to hold off so many skilled seekers, but he simply bought himself time to download the data and move to another building. At the chairman's signal, Lim Ayong tried to pin down the enemy again, but he had already slipped away, saying in parting that a portal to the demon world would soon open. Kang Hyuk grumbled indignantly that the scoundrel had escaped again and they would have to chase him, but the chairman said there was no time for that. Lim Aong was also worried about her sister, even though they weren't on the best of terms. Yet she told him not to worry about her, as Yu A-yun was strong enough to stand up for herself. And so it was. Lee Chan-sung quickly received as much as he could not carry. His main problem was the lack of combat experience, which was more significant when the forces were equal. Moreover, Yu A-yong's abilities were not limited to her highest rank. She had not been idle all this time. In the past, the hero had asked her for a personal meeting, and the scout even thought he'd made the first move, but it turned out to be a routine training exercise. He was trying to close the gap between her and the other members of the dream team. The girl pouted, and at first said, offended, that she would not waste time on such nonsense. Then the guy shared with her his intentions to bring every seeker from his team to the national level, including her sister. This was a forbidden move. The scout absolutely could not lose to her younger sister, and the hero ordered her to follow him. The heads of the Indivisibles and Wizards had already reached the highest rank, and even more, she too could not lag behind as the leader of the Wanderers. From that day on, they spent a whole week together every day in close contact with each other, and then trained. Thanks to this, Yu A-yong surpassed her limits, opened all her chakras, and by hiding them from the public, she ultimately lured her enemies into a trap. Pressing the spear with the flaming tip to the traitor's throat, she asked his last words. The more evidence he provides, the quicker and more painless his death will be, the intelligence officer promised. It was then that the traitor began to cry out pitifully that it was enough to watch his suffering from the sidelines. And it turned out that the leader of the Dark Guild had actually attended the meeting and had simply been enjoying the show the entire time. Yet Jong-soo himself had claimed he could handle it himself, and now he was forcing her to do the cleaning for him. He should have been grateful that they were partners, otherwise he'd be dead already, Min said. The scout stared in shock at the man who had suddenly appeared. The scoundrel smiled slyly and greeted the girl like an old friend. At the same time, the hero returned to his homeland using his portal. It was already night. Quite a while had passed since he left, and the boy hoped nothing terrible had happened. Some time ago, right after the battle with Igmun, Taehyung opened his eyes, and immediately he saw above him the beautiful, refined face of Rosaria, and his head lay on her soft and warm knees. The awakening was quite pleasant. It's not every day you wake up in the bedroom of such a luxurious woman, the hero thought, and looked around. Her room was filled with the scent of roses, light, and coolness. The hero had completely exhausted himself during the battle with the vampire, so the demoness brought him here to recuperate. She filled his vessel with her mana, and the boy slept here for 2 days. 2 days felt like an eternity to him, and he hoped nothing had happened in that time. As they expected, a full-scale war had begun. The other dukes were already aware of his battle with Igmun. All of them, after centuries of protecting their territories, finally began to move. Shaky alliances were formed, and intrigues were woven. However, the first target of the dukes was the weakened Igmun, whose territories were a tasty morsel. This was entirely expected, the demoness stated, since the vampire had lost half of his powers and was now the weakest, and the world of the dukes was cruel. Since Rosaria did not take part in this battle, her possessions were not touched yet, because she retained her powers, and besides, the news that the king's key lived in her possession restrained the other dukes. While the boy was sleeping, the caring demoness looked into his memories and noticed that the boy had won only thanks to great luck, as he had received help from his double in the middle of the fight. The hero managed to pacify the tenant, to extract something like rent, but not to drive him out completely. In Rosaria's opinion, the double was some kind of agreement that the king made to protect the boy, but it was a very dangerous creature. There was nothing pleasant about being dependent on a doppelganger, so she advised him to avoid such situations. And to do that, as you might guess, he needed to become stronger again. Rosaria immediately offered herself as a partner, and for training as well, she promised to be very helpful. The duel with the experienced Duchess was quite tempting in itself, so the hero became interested. But first he decided to return to Earth for a short while and check how things were going there, which surprised the demoness. She was confident in her charm. The hero grinned. After all, Earth was his home, so he couldn't leave it for long. That's why he returned, because he promised to help, to deal with the Dark Guild, which could not be left in the rear. Time flowed differently in the Abyss than on Earth, but despite the dark night, the boy found the association building too deserted. Apparently, even the simple security guards, cleaners, and clerks had been mobilized. The coming morning brought nothing good to the association, and instead of triumph, they were forced to admit the failure of the operation. Many of the seekers from Yue Yeon's squad were killed, and the main villains escaped. Then everyone heard Kim Taehyung's name and turned around in amazement. The hero came to look at them as if they were little children who had caused mischief in the absence of adults. Yue Yeon was missing, the chairman told him in a heavy voice, fully aware of how everything looked from the outside. He told what happened, and how they attacked the base but ended up getting separated. As soon as the main base was cleared of mobs, they rushed to support the scout squad. But it was too late. Chairman Ju blamed himself for what happened. It was stupid to let Yue Yeon go without cover. He was already preparing to resign from his position as head of the association. Lim Aeong countered that it was all because of their faith in their sister's powers, and Kang Hyun agreed with her that it wasn't the old man's fault. But the main accuser of himself and everything that happened was the hero, who was the center of the universe, and only on him everything in this world depended, even the sunrise. If the guy didn't solve the problems of the abyss, then the whole Earth would be in danger. But if the people he wanted to protect ended up just dying, then that didn't make sense either. Taehyung didn't want to go through the loss of loved ones again, like what happened with Ricky, who died despite the fact that he was one step away from her. They couldn't rely on him forever, the stubborn chairman said, even though he had just botched an operation. But what was wrong with relying on him? Their hero asked. Because he simply wanted to find his happiness, and that was precisely why he needed strength. He was sure that Yu Ayung was still alive. They wouldn't have taken her if they hadn't considered her a valuable trophy, which meant the girl could have been saved. Turning to Go Taewook, The guy asked how the search was going, and he replied that they were doing everything possible, even contacting the police. Looking at the boy, the chairman thought that he would never allow him to bear the burden of responsibility alone, and yet he was grateful to him for his understanding and important words. While they were thinking about what to do next and how to organize a rescue operation, the chairman's number was called. There was only one person who knew this personal number, and the chairman immediately recognized Min's voice. The impudent apostate was making fun of me and talking some insignificant nonsense. The previous attack caught them off guard, because Min thought that the association had long since turned into a one-hero dream team. But the chairman was clearly not in the mood for a heart-to-heart talk, and shouted into the phone, demanding to know where Yu Ayoung was, as they thought the girl was alive but hardly in the best condition. Everyone simply left her alive, knowing about her imaginary or real connection with Kim Taehyung. The details were not important, and to sort this out, Min invited the hero on a date to Tartarus, the deepest dungeon of the abyss. Then the guy himself picked up the phone and said that he would come, demanding guarantees for Yu Ayoung's safety, which was clearly a weak move for him. He even threatened the villain and made a scary face, but it hardly made any sense in his situation. Min also made a scary face and even opened his eyes, suggesting that the guy hurry up before he put the scout to bed. When Min hung up, someone nearby laughed in a creaky voice. It was some strange old man who was hunting for the succubus queen's contractor. I won't say his name because it's intolerant of the people of the Middle East, but he was the head of an international terrorist organization. Min immediately said that the guy was his prey, and the occultist had better not drool over him. The blue old man didn't object. He just wanted to see who defeated his subordinate demon Neru, and at the same time, he prepared an excuse for his master. After all, he really didn't want the demon lord to scold him for handing the king's key over to Orgile's servant. Yu Ayoung, still conscious, thought at that moment that the boy shouldn't come here. It was too dangerous. But this was exactly what he was going to do, because not a single problem could be solved without him in this world, and he was going alone, of course. The rest, as usual, had to wait, believe, hope, pray, and so on. And the hero firmly promised that he would definitely return with Yu Ayoung. It seems that his main ability was to never doubt himself. The Tartarus Labyrinth was located in the very depths of the abyss. If it is even correct to speak about the depth and width of this formation, until now it was not clear what it was. A collection of locations, a continent, a curved space. The guy eliminated the first mobs and went down into the dungeon, as planned. Inside, 3 mentally ill and disabled people were waiting for him, united by the same difficult childhood, without a bicycle. Min, as usual, narrowed his eyes and grinned poisonously when he saw the guy. Of all the dungeons discovered by mankind, Tartarus was considered the most dangerous. The dungeon itself was a very confusing place, and the mobs here were also high-level monsters. No one had ever reached the bottom of the labyrinth or discovered what lay there. It was an abyss within an abyss, accessible only to double-ranked adventurers. However, in reality, this level had long since been conquered by the pompous old man who stood before the hero, bragging, "If the owner of the dungeon is not destroyed, the gate will not break through," and the cultists used this feature. They managed to seal the triple-rank boss and the master of this labyrinth. Now that the ogre had been captured, he no longer looked so menacing, but in reality, it had taken a lot of effort to capture him. Once called the King of the Giants, he lost to Ograil and gave up his place as Duke to him. But Mina wasn't interested in the loser monsters. He already understood that the crazy old man had simply brought him to show off his strength. But he only cursed and repeated that this was all part of a big and bold plan. The hero would have to go through a labyrinth with monsters and run into an ambush by cultist forces. In general, the usual strategy is to first wear out the enemy and then engage him in battle when he has already become easy prey. It was boring, because you had to sit and do nothing for a long time, especially since the old man did not shut up and constantly talked nonsense with a claim to wisdom. When the dungeon shook from the blows, they realized that the mouse that had climbed into the mousetrap was perhaps a little too small for that very mousetrap. There was such a roar that even the old man was amazed. And this guy just knocked on the front door. He should have just destroyed the dungeon. Taehyung used some skill on the entire labyrinth and appeared right in front of the villains. In this situation, all efforts to restrain and weaken the hero turned out to be pointless. But the old man objected that at this rate, the hero would simply use up all his strength before he could engage in battle with Ming. At that very moment, he felt the connecting skill that Ricky used on himself. It allowed him to drain mana from a target thanks to another skill, the heart of a higher kind. It was precisely this that at one time succeeded in tying up and greatly weakening Chairman Cha Ron. Combined with the apocalypse the hero cast on the entire dungeon, this created an infinite area of effect. He came up with this technique inspired by Igman's strength and his fight with him. Min only chuckled in response to such actions, and asked the old man if he would continue to receive slaps. Then he touched the floor with his staff and swore foully, or recited a spell it was impossible to make out. While he was using his magic, Ming used his whole skill, which destroyed other skills. This approach saved them from draining mana, but Shadow was forced to lie flat on the floor by gravity. Taehyung didn't keep us waiting long, and breaking through the ceiling, he burst into the main hall. In the end, Min even praised the hero for catching the moment when the skill was cancelled in reverse order, and what that meant was completely unclear. Then the main frontman came in and said that they had not chosen the best place to hide. Now, when he arrived, he immediately demanded her back. Min didn't even know what to say. He himself hadn't talked to girls in a long time, so he didn't want to break up with Yu A-yun. At this time, the old man next to him turned on a purple spotlight under his feet. He was very upset that the guy refused the gifts and let his whole plan go down the drain, and he also acted as if the old man wasn't there. "You come here and beg, but your words lack any respect," the old man muttered through clenched teeth. He asked Ming to wait a bit to save face. The villain reminded the bodybuilder that they had a different agreement, and he replied that he would definitely hand over the guy's corpse to him, after which he gave up his spirit, or at least the aura of the old man, so that even Min had to jump aside. He landed next to Shadow and called the old man crazy. Their team clearly lacked coordination. For some reason, the old man started introducing himself again, and even asked the guy if he had heard his name. "Help, we don't know anything about you." However, the hero did the old man honor and said that he knew the madman's name well. He was a villainous villain, through whose fault many people were skillfully killed, but what and whom he was speaking out against is decidedly unclear. Nobody knew what rank this madman had. He caused large-scale destruction. In Taehyung's past life, he was the first to reach the double supreme rank. The old man was flattered that he was recognized, and said that he had known the guy after he killed his student in East Point. The hero remembered another intolerant character, and didn't understand why they were chatting for so long instead of starting to fight. However, the madman stated that he simply wanted to know the limits of the strength of the guy who became famous in the abyss and on Earth and not at all to take revenge. It turned out that while they were chatting, the madman created some kind of field under the guy, in which many skills were also integrated. "You are being engulfed by dystopia. A process of resistance is underway with the help of mysterious forces," the system coldly stated. This skill slowly destroyed the target's characteristics until they dropped to 0, in response to which the old man expected to see a skill with a field created by the hero. But the future emperor of the galaxy only raised an eyebrow haughtily, not realizing that he had forgotten a passing character here at all, and ordered him to get out of the way and not interfere in a battle that was not his. The old man declared that the guy's hands were tied, and in any case he would not be able to avoid their battle, since only he knew the girl's location. And while the madman was waiting for the hero, he conducted an experiment on Yu A-yun with the power of Beelzebub, placing the power of the Duke into her. In this case, the girl most likely faced an agonizing death from pain. In general, the senile man clearly enjoyed his evil experiments and provoked the hero, and the guy agreed to respond to his provocation, but not at all in the way the occultist expected. It turned out that the hero was not holding back at all. The old man pierced with his body the magical area that he himself had built. At that very moment, the boy reminded them all of his promise that death would seem like a release to them if they dared to touch the hostage. After which he ordered the trash to get up and stop pretending. It was his time to play the bad guy, the hero said. Min and his friend Shadow were somewhat surprised by this turn of events. The old man stretched far back. He almost lost his head from the blow, but it miraculously remained in place. He assessed the guy's strength and determination, as well as the speed of his reaction, and this was with the debuff working. The guy deserved praise. "You won't find another monster like him," the madman admitted. But who was the bigger monster was yet to be found out. Something strange was happening to the old man's body. The old man grinned. The boy finally became interested in him, and then suggested that they leave behind the childish games of who has the best skills. "It was a battle of the chosen ones," said the madman, and turned into a real monster, introducing himself to the guy for the third time as Beelzebub's contractor. Previously, it was Cha-Ran, so Taehyung was a little surprised when he looked at the ugly monster. The hero first encountered Beelzebub's mana when he absorbed the renegade who turned into venom. It turned out that Charon was just a backup plan, and he was never given an official contract with the Duke, and that's how corporate culture overwhelmed even the Abyss with its dirty tricks. At the same moment after the heartbreaking confession, the real contractor of Beelzebub rushed to grab the guy, and in the end, he caught everyone in a much-needed flashback designed to reveal the motivation of a character who will soon be sent to the scrap heap anyway. Well, not date Bayo. From a young age, the boy loved to watch creatures struggle for survival, and also to look at destruction, listen to death cries, and smell blood. He had such an innate evil nature, and all because he didn't have a bicycle as a child. Then he joined a group of the same humiliated and insulted. For some reason, no one could catch them, and then the execution of the villains was placed in the hands of the Lord. But God never came, and it was hardly possible to frighten him with prophecies. So the madman believed neither in God nor in the devil, and his life was empty. Eventually, their cell of men who wanted something incomprehensible was shut down by a global organization. They came and quickly dealt with all the external threats that their new empire had generated throughout the world with its expansive foreign policy, striving for hegemony and globalism. The villainous villain was wounded and ordered to surrender immediately. Looking at the hard faces of the Seekers, he thought that his story was already over. And perhaps at that moment his pot finally burned out, and the madman began to believe in the devil. He awakened and summoned a monster in the form of a huge flying life to protect himself. Demonic Gate was a skill that allowed one to summon monsters from the very depths of the abyss. With this power, the villainous villain quickly overtook even the useless global organization in growth rate and became the most dangerous being on Earth after his mother, of course. But one question continued to trouble the madman. Where do the creatures he summons come from? And for the next decades, he wandered in search, until one day he met Beelzebub, who was sitting not bothering anyone, fixing a Primus stove. The madman fell to his knees and asked to be honored and to know the name of the one he had been searching for so many years. Then the demon lord became interested in this man and introduced himself to him. The man began to bow even lower and called himself his eternal servant, promising to bring evil into the world of people. Even though Beelzebub had no idea what this madman was talking about, he still smelled like him. And so he agreed to accept the madman as his contractor, just to get him off his back. The demon lord not only accepted the servant, but also shared his power with him. And now the spawn of the human world served the demon with a cruelty that even humans are not capable of. Taehyung didn't have time to dodge and blocked, but ended up flying back from the blow. Having landed, the freak giggled contentedly, as if he had pulled off some kind of prank. Now it became clear to Min that the old man's words, that he would simply come to look at the king's key, but would not touch it, turned out to be a lie. The freak replied that a demon's words should always be misunderstood, but at that moment their dispute was resolved by the hero, who activated the predator skill. With a wave of his hand, he released his devourer from its chain. The dragon's mouth instantly rushed towards the ugly monster. Just when the mutant thought that this skill was useless against him, he immediately lost his arm. Taehyung didn't care what they all thought. Since he was going to fight all the dukes, there was hardly any point in worrying about their contractors. As soon as he squeezed his hand, the mutant growled in pain like a girl. Min didn't hesitate any longer. He just scolded the old man for being a fool to enter into battle with the guy without knowing anything about his abilities, and therefore ended up in this situation. But then the hero summoned the dragon's aura, and made it clear to Ming that he himself knew nothing about his skills. The shadow that everyone had already forgotten about crawled out from hiding, and decided that now was the time to attack from behind. But Taehyung's overwhelming strength was so great that he couldn't even move. Finally, the deputy head of the villain guild bowed before the hero. The goal that Taehyung was pursuing surpassed even the level of the dukes. So, ordinary contractors can go to their masters and tell them that he can only be defeated in a fair fight, and not by threatening them with hostages. And he openly challenged the dukes to a fight, making it clear who was the main boss in the building. The old mutant grew his arm back and called the guy too arrogant for a pathetic human. But Taehyung only grinned, because the old man himself was a pathetic little man, and also a monster's errand boy. They just have different vessels, the hero explained, and kicked the sick mutant again. The blow was so fast that even with the power of Beelzebub, the old man could not keep track of the guy. One punch, I wanted to scream. But no, the fight devolved into a one-sided, boring fistfight in a world where there is magic and atomic bombs. As a result, the hero quickly trampled all the pride of the madman with a difficult childhood. The blow was so strong that even the floor beneath the mutant cracked when he crashed into it. Taehyung used his predator skill again, and his red, spiky aura began to suck the mutant's strength. He cried out pitifully in pain and asked for forgiveness. I was guilty and wrong. I will correct myself. And then the hero put Rosaria's hypnosis on him to find out where they hid Yu Ayong. But the demon declared that he was Beelzebub's servant. And at that moment, Min attacked the hero again. Taehyung easily caught his hand with his beast paw and asked him not to interrupt while he was talking. Min grinned and his eyes sparkled at the occasion. How can one stand aside, he said angrily, when such heartfelt conversations are taking place here? In the end, he threw Taehyung's hand away. Min's brute force was not enough to stop him. They exchanged a couple of blows, and then the hero delivered a successful uppercut. Their blows shook the ground, and Shadow couldn't even rise from his spot, crushed by the presence of such monsters. Even among the contractors, he realized, there was a huge gap. Although it might seem from the outside that Min had a chance, the tide of the battle could turn at any moment, and there was no longer any point in thinking about suppressing Kim Taehyung. After another slap, Min jumped back, breaking the distance. However, all this time he enjoyed their fight. Only by withstanding powerful blows could Min be convinced that he was truly strong. The hero apologized for hitting so weakly and hastened to correct it. Min grinned madly and asked to be beaten harder, coughing up blood. His strange inclinations were evident. It seemed Chairman Ju hadn't raised him enough in childhood. However, the hero failed to deliver the final blow. Shadow stood in his way and covered Ming with his body. He suggested retreating before it was too late, as they hadn't come here for fun, though Min protested, as this was his best fight. If Taehyung couldn't be captured, he had to be destroyed, especially since the crazy old man had already escaped, and the boss's seal had faded. It was high time to destroy the dungeon along with the hero. And although Min was categorically against it, in the end they ran away, melting away like smoke. The disappearance of a dungeon is not just destruction. It is a break from the dimension. No matter how talented the hero against the laws of the abyss, everyone is equally helpless. The villains wished for the hero to disappear along with Tartarus, while he was here looking for Yu Ayong. Taehyung looked at the dungeon master, who was spinning helplessly in the seal. He was mortally wounded and looked like he was about to die soon. It would have been possible to simply get out of here, but for a true hero, this was not an option. The hero firmly decided that he would not face something like this twice, and this time, he would make it in time. And if he had the healing skill of a saint, there would be no problem with this at all. He would simply heal the boss and look for the girl as much as he wanted. During this time, the hero support team was worried and concerned about him, and generally engaged in productive, useful work at your expense. Kang Hyun was the one shouting loudest, saying that they needed to go with the guy and not sit here and suffer. But Captain Park understood that they would only get in the way. Then the deputy entered the hall and reported disturbing news. Tartarus had just burst in the abyss, and the dungeon itself had disappeared. "Since it's cleared, where is Kim Taehyung and the hostage?" the chairman shouted. However, no one came out of the dungeon, and the chairman's legs gave way at this news. Meanwhile, the queen of the succubi was receiving guests in her castle and raised an eyebrow in displeasure, like a jealous wife. Not only did he show up in her bedroom without knocking, but he did so with some other woman, a different one at that. The hero smiled apologetically and told this gorgeous demoness that he was very glad to see her. There was no doubt he was sincere, and this semi-final could be considered quite successful.